Chapter 1. The Time Traveler Lin Zhuan. The crazy stick-to-you system is activated. The vegetable man Su Qinj exclaimed, "Lin Zhuan, you ungrateful child. How could you be so ruthless, pushing your own brother down the stairs? I warn you, now that you are to marry into the Su family in place of your brother and marry that vegetable person, it is the only way for you to atone for your sins. Otherwise, get out of the Lin's family. I will consider you as if you were never my son. Asterisk. Beep beep beep. Asterisk. Su family in the Magic City. Luxurious villa in the guest hall." Lin Zhuan slowly put down his phone, his eyes filled with incredulity. "I traveled through time, and I became the villain in a novel." Moments later, Lin Zhuan gave a bitter smile, accepting this fact reluctantly. In his memory, this was an urban low martial arts novel, telling the story of the protagonist Su Yang's return, a story of pushing his weight around and showing off. And the Lin family he was in was the first cannon fodder family that was destroyed after Su Yang returned to the Magic City. But the Lin family, even if it perishes, as long as I can protect myself, it's enough. Remembering the memories of the previous owner, Lin Zhuan's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a hint of anger inside. The Lin family, a second-tier family in the Magic City, mainly engaged in the pharmaceutical industry, with the Lin Group's market value reaching hundreds of billions. In theory, as the only son of the Lin family, the previous owner could have lived a carefree life as a second-generation rich. But since 3 years ago, his mother, unfortunately, died in a car accident, and his scum father, Lin Jianjun, brought in his stepmother by Yulin, and that illegitimate son Lin Hao ... Tragedy began. Whenever he had a conflict with Lin Hao, regardless of who was right or wrong, he was always the one apologizing. Lin Jianjun's gaze towards him always carried impatience, while towards that illegitimate son, it was all affection. Over time, the previous owner developed serious mental issues, especially when he heard his father openly admitting that he would hand over the billions worth group, which originally belonged to him, to the illegitimate son for inheritance. The previous owner completely turned black. Afflicted with explosive temper, he couldn't control his emotions and would act on impulse. Impulsive, crazy person, and similar words became synonymous with him. And this situation, coincidentally, suited the intentions of the illegitimate son Lin Hao. In order to avoid the fate of marrying a vegetable person, he deliberately provoked the previous owner's anger, pretended to be pushed down the stairs, and fainted, thus making the previous owner tongue-tied. And under the furious Lin Jianjun's pressure, he was forced to marry into the Su family ... I remember in the original plot line. Shortly after the previous owner married into the Su family, the Lin family, gaining the trust through marriage, took the opportunity to betray the Su family, leading them to the brink of bankruptcy. And it was at this time when the long-lost protagonist Su Yang appeared, wiping out the entire Lin family and beginning his legendary journey ... Just as Lin Zhuan was lost in thought, there came a slow footstep sound from the stairs. Lin Zhuan looked up and saw an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, with silver hair and slightly haggard face, slowly making his way down the stairs with a cane. Su Shengshan, the current head of the Su family, also the grandfather of Su Yang and Su Qinj. With just one glance, relevant information about the elderly man instantly appeared in Lin Zhuan's mind. Soon after, Su Shengshan sat in front of Lin Zhuan, examining the young man from head to toe, his expression grim. Originally, the engagement between the Lin and Su families was between Lin Hao and Su Qinj. But due to the sudden change of plans by the Lin family, replacing it with this unfavored son, it was evident that they despised their precious granddaughter, who had become a vegetable person. Recalling Lin Zhuan's extremely negative reputation, Su Shengshan's expression turned even worse. "I just received a call from your father. He said you volunteered to marry into my Su family. Are you sure? Do you know that Qinj might never wake up? She can't move for the rest of her life, can't bear children. She can't even care for the most basic needs like eating, drinking, and using the restroom by herself. Can you accept her like this? If not, then you can go back now. My Su family doesn't need to force anyone," Su Shengshan said coldly. Although holding the idea of trying to find someone to bring joy to his granddaughter in her condition, he wasn't keen on choosing just anyone. Otherwise, it would be a disrespect to his granddaughter as well. If it were under normal circumstances, Su Shengshan would never agree to let Lin Zhuan marry his granddaughter. But with Su Qing's current situation, Lin Zhuan, who seemed willing to marry into the family, had become the priority. After much consideration, Su Shengshan sighed and said, "All right, since you are willing to marry into the family for King's sake, I won't stop you anymore. I have only one request for you. Be good to my granddaughter. As long as you treat that child well, you are my son-in-law in Su Shengshan's eyes. I can guarantee this old bone of mine. No one will dare to bully you in the future. Su Shengshan stood up, patted Lin Zhuan's shoulder firmly, as if making a promise between men. At this moment, he only hoped to find a trustworthy person for Su Qing before he reached the end of his life. And Lin Zhuan was the son-in-law he had personally selected. He believed he didn't make a wrong judgment. "Grandfather Su, I will be good to Qing." Lin Zhuan spoke straightforwardly, without elaborate swearing of oaths. Actions speak louder than words. Time will reveal one's true intentions. And at this moment, Lin Zhuan took the opportunity to mention his real purpose. "Grandfather Su, can I see Qing now?" "Certainly, Manager Liu. Bring Xiaoshuan to visit Qing." Soon after, Lin Zhuan exchanged a few words with Su Shengshan, then followed a beautiful lady towards Su Qing's room. Chapter 2. Su Qing, a vegetable person, experiences the touch of palm for the first time. This moment, in a clean and tidy boudoir, a beautiful figure, like the sleeping beauty in a fairy tale, lies quietly on the hospital bed, bathed in the golden light that shines in through the window. The whole scene is exquisite, giving off a warm feeling of peaceful times. However, if anyone could hear the heart's cry of the sleeping beauty at this moment, they would undoubtedly hear cries of terror. "Kill me! Please, let me die! Anyone, come and kill me!" On the hospital bed, Su Qing's face shows no reaction, but her heart is constantly crying in despair. She tries hard to open her eyes, but she can't manage to do so. Her body feels like it's experiencing sleep paralysis, aware, but unable to control a single thing. Uneasiness, panic, despair, on the brink of collapse, hysteria. No one knows what kind of psychological torment Su Qing has gone through in just a few days, which is like a cruel punishment from hell. Especially hearing Su Shengshan shed tears and declare her a vegetable person plunges her into boundless panic. As a modern person, she knows all too well what being a vegetable person represents. Can't I wake up? Will I have to lie in bed my whole life? Just dragging on until I die completely? No, no, no. I refuse. My life has just begun. I can't accept this. But no matter how crazily Su Qing struggles, she can't move an inch. The fear of being bound in her soul in endless darkness makes her collapse in despair. Gradually, Su Qing becomes numb, resigned. She just wants to die soon now, so she doesn't have to struggle in hell anymore. "Anyone, please kill me." Just as Su Qing is numb and does not know how many times she has cried out for death, she feels a small hand being lifted. Then two large hands come together, tightly holding her palm in the center. It's warm. This is Su Qing's first sensation, which then sends her into a daze. "Who is holding my hand?" The warmth in the palm awakens Su Qing slightly. Before she can fully regain her senses, a gentle voice sounds in her ear. "Qing, I'm here to see you. By the way, you don't know who I am, right? My name is Lin Zhuan, your future husband." Lin Zhuan, my future husband. This sudden turn of events slightly eases Su Qing's sense of despair. Just as she is at a loss, Lin Zhuan has already explained the situation softly. Soon, Su Qing learns who this man is claiming to be her future husband. Lin Zhuan, the brother of her fiancé Lin Hao. Lin Hao called off the engagement. So, Lin Zhuan is forced to marry in his place to please his in-laws. Su Qing has heard about the situation in the Lin family. Through Lin Zhuan's words, she pieces together the details. However, having long given up on life, she doesn't care about his deception. After all, her engagement with the Lin family was purely out of familial interests. She was never interested in Lin Hao himself. Or rather, suffering from a misandrist condition, she feels disgust towards all men. "Now, I can't even refuse anyone. It would be better if I could just die, then I could be relieved." Thinking about her bleak life, Su Qing feels infinite sorrow inside, having lost all courage to live. On the other hand, as Lin Zhuan holds Su Qing's hand, a notification sound suddenly rings in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on the host for unlocking an intimate action for the first time, and the system store is successfully activated. Ding! Host and Su King's palm touching. Reward 1.820 seconds. At the same time, Lin Zhuan's previously 0 balance point panel in his mind starts slowly increasing at a rate of 1 point every 20 seconds. But Lin Zhuan pays no attention to it. Instead, he looks at the beautiful woman lying on the bed with a gentle and compassionate gaze. As per the plot settings, Lin Zhuan knows that she has subjective consciousness and can clearly sense everything around her. Unfortunately, she can't move or speak. Such a situation must be unbearable for anyone, akin to being in a living hell. The description of Su King's vegetative state in the novel is sparse, but the palpable sense of despair in her is enough to show her current agony. After all, in her eyes, she will be stuck in this living death for the rest of her life. How torturous is this for a young woman in the prime of her life? Even when Su Yang, the king, returns and cures his sister, the painful experience leaves an indelible emotional scar on Su King, turning her into a reserved and unsmiling ice-cold CEO. Enough! Enough! Who made me a man who pities and cherishes women? From now on, let me be the light in your heart. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zhuan speaks softly. King, I'm not sure if you can sense the outside world, but rest assured, you won't remain a vegetable person forever. I have an idea of how to awaken you. So, please, you must hold on and not give up. With these words, Su King, who was previously in utter despair, suddenly focuses her attention. She senses a solemn tone in Lin Zhuan's voice, as if he is making a serious promise. Is this man serious? Has he really found a way to wake me up? But the next moment, the rational Su King regains her emotional detachment. How is that possible? He is just trying to console me. He is offering hope to others, unable to fulfill the promise. This man, as malicious as the rumors say. Seeing through what she thinks is the truth, Su King now despises Lin Zhuan even more. She isn't the only one. Even Liu, the housekeeper standing beside her, has the same thoughts. After all, a week ago, when Su King suddenly fell ill and became a vegetable person, Su Shengshan tried countless methods to cure his granddaughter. Even employing the family's network, he brought in the renowned nation's medical saint, Deng Lao from the Magic City. But even this famous doctor was helpless. What could Lin Zhuan possibly do differently? It's likely just the bravado of a young man, seeking self-assurance. Just as Lin Zhuan is about to say something, he suddenly smells a foul odor. Surprised, he turns his head to find that the sheets are wet without him noticing. Su Qingji has wet herself. Chapter 3 Lin Zhuan's mother's will. I am the first shareholder of the Lin Group. As soon as the smell of blood wafted through the air, the beautiful housekeeper also reacted. Mr. Lin, please step aside for a moment. I need to clean Mrs. Body. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuan silently got up and walked towards the door. He knew that the most embarrassed and devastated person at this moment was Su King lying on the sickbed. Leaving quickly and silently at this moment is the best way to alleviate the other party's mental anguish. Su King on the sickbed was experiencing cruel psychological torment. Did I lose control again? Or is it in front of a man? Feeling the lower body sticking to the wet pants, Su King instantly realized the reason. Emotions once again pushed her to the edge of collapse. Even though Aunt Liu did her best every time, very seriously cleaning up the filth and washing her body, Su King still struggled to adapt to this torture. Just a short while ago, she was known as the #1 beauty in the city, with endless aspirations for the future. But in just a few days, she had degraded to a state where even the most basic bodily functions were out of her control, like a corpse. For her, this drastic decline was like torture, a dual-fold erosion of dignity and spirit. And this pain, she had to endure several times a day. How could she not feel desperate and numb? I wish I could die. If only I could die. On the other side, Xiao Xuan, did you see King? Yes, I saw her. By the way, Grandpa Su, I want to discuss something with you. Lin Zhuan descended the stairs and chatted casually with Su Shengshan on the sofa. My engagement with Su King is about a month away. During this time, I think it would be convenient to move in to take care of King. Hearing this, Su Shengshan was momentarily stunned, instinctively wanting to refuse. After all, it is not common to move in with the bride's family before marriage. However, considering his granddaughter's special circumstances. Maybe he could use this time to observe Lin Zhuan's character well. Thus, Su Shengshan agreed. But he also voiced his concerns. Xiao Shuan, I don't oppose you moving in, but your family. Don't worry, Grandpa Su. Let me just say that my so-called family members would rather see me leave the Lin family sooner. Well, all right. I will have housekeeper Liu arrange a room for you to move in whenever you want. Yes, Grandpa Su. I'll go home to get some things. I'll move in today. Lin Zhuan didn't hide the fact that he wasn't on good terms with his own family, pointing it out directly. He would rather stay by Su Qing's side to accumulate points than return to that house where he suffered. He had checked out the system store, filled with all kinds of dazzling items that almost blinded his eyes. Devil's Fruit, Death Note, Cosmic Battleship, Immortal Cultivation, Eternal Life Elixir. As long as you have enough points, countless legendary items can be bought from the system store, making becoming a Buddha or an ancestor just a matter of minutes. So he wanted to be tied to Su Qing all the time. How could he have energy to deal with Lin Jianjun and others? The reason he needed to rush back to the Lin family was simply to get back his mother's will. Before his former mother passed away due to a car accident, she mustered her last strength in the hospital to leave a will, leaving all her 30% shares of the Lin Group to her former self. These shares had been tightly held by Lin Jianjun under the pretext of her former self being too young. And with his own 25% company shares, Lin Jianjun could maintain absolute dominance in the group. But as long as Lin Zhuan retrieves the shares, he would instantly surpass Lin Jianjun and become the largest shareholder of the Lin Group. According to market value, these shares are worth at least 3 billion. It will be enough to handle the bankruptcy crisis that the Su family might face due to the broken financial chain. Lin Zhuan thought, then bid farewell to Su Shengshan and left the Su family, hurrying away on his Emma electric car. At noon, Lin's small courtyard. Lin Zhuan parked his electric car and walked into the house. As soon as he pushed the door open, the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air, tempting him. But as he scanned the source of the fragrance, Lin Zhuan lost his appetite. Not far from the dining table, a variety of sumptuous dishes that an average family couldn't afford were laid out. Lin Jianjun and his family were enjoying the feast with smiles on their faces. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. What a harmonious and happy family. I wonder how much leftovers they will leave me this time. As far as Lin Zhuan could remember, due to his temper disorder, there was a time at the dining table when he couldn't control his emotions because of Lin Hao's provocation. Doesn't taste good. Then don't eat it. He overturned the dining table on the spot. Since then, until Lin Jianjun ordered him to recover, he wasn't allowed to dine at the same table with them. Therefore, for the next 2.5 years, his former self could only wait for Lin Jianjun and his family to finish eating before picking at their leftovers. On the other side, Lin's family also noticed Lin Zhuan entering through the door. The smiles on their faces froze. Lin Jianjun's reaction was particularly prominent. His gaze, initially filled with pride when looking at Lin Hao, instantly turned into a cold expression. At this moment, Lin Jianjun, dressed in a tailored black suit and a large hairstyle, couldn't suppress his anger and slammed the dining table hard. Seeing this, Lin Hao, beside him, a wealthy woman with gold and silver decorations, elegant and well-groomed white Yulin, looked sad and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Husband, I think Hao is right. This matter with the Su family is unfair to Xiao Shuan. Let's have Xiao Hao go marry that girl from the Su family. I don't want Xiao Shuan to feel that you're being biased due to this matter, affecting the affection between you and your son." As he looked at the mother and son, Lin Jianjun's heart swelled with emotion. Unable to contain his tears, he felt a warm happiness. With a wife and children like this, what else could he ask for? Chapter 4 says, "I don't care, but you dare call my wife. I'll crush you to death." Alright, I have the final say on this engagement matter. Leaving everything else aside, just based on that brat daring to push Howard down the stairs. HMPH. I simply wanted him to fulfill the marriage contract for Xiao Hao. He's practically getting off easy. Lin Jianjun couldn't bear to see his delicate wife in tears. With a wave of his big hand, he declared with unparalleled dominance. Hearing this, Bai Yulin's eyes showed a hint of joy, but she still kept asking about Lin Zhuan, mouth constantly showing concern, but can Zhuan accept it? "Ah, it's all our son's fault. If he hadn't accidentally spilled hot water on Juan, how could Juan have pushed Hauer in a panic? Speaking up to this point, Bai Yulin gave a cold snort, gesturing to strangle Lin Hao. And Lin Hao cooperated well, not dodging or avoiding his mother's massage. His eyes were red, continuously blaming himself. It's all my fault, I let my brother down, if only I hadn't walked carelessly. Seeing the deep mother-son bond, filled with such sorrow, Lin Jianjun's heart broke on the spot. He quickly stepped in front of Bai Yulin to stop her. Stop. How can you hit your son? It was just an accident with the hot water on Lin Juan. It's not a big problem. Just apply some ointment, and it'll be fine. The one at fault is not Xiao Hao, it's that brat. Clearly, it was his mistake that led to the accident, yet he dares to shift the blame. The more you talk, the angrier I get, Xiao Hao. You go and call that brat down here now. I'll make him apologize to you face to face. Seeing Lin Jianjun's face red with anger, clearly genuinely upset, Bai Yulin and her son exchanged a glance without a word, both able to see the satisfaction in each other's eyes. Although they continued to discourage each other on the surface, they were inciting a frenzy in reality. Don't do that, dear. Juan already has opinions about Hauer. If you force him to apologize, Juan will definitely be unhappy with you. Yes, Dad. It's my fault. Just let me go apologize to my brother. After all, I'm the younger brother. A little grievance is nothing. I don't want to ruin the deep father-son bond between you and brother. ... Watching Lin Hao and his mother, who were only thinking of themselves from start to finish, Lin Jianjun felt a tinge of sadness, helplessly moved. Ah, you too. You're just too kind-hearted. But the kinder you are, the less I can let you suffer like this. Otherwise, wouldn't it show I have no sense of right and wrong? Seeing Bai Yulin still with that expression of I don't want to put you in a difficult position, Lin Jianjun, amidst his heartache, reinforced his inner thoughts. All right, stop trying to persuade them. Xiao Hao, go call that brat down here. For the sake of you both, as long as that brat is willing to repent, I can give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. At this point, Lin Hao could only sigh helplessly and pretend to worrying as he walked upstairs. At this moment, on the second floor, in a damp and dim-cluttered storage room, Lin Juan was carefully examining some documents. 30% of Lin Group's shares? It's this one. Next, I have to liquidate these shares into cash before Su Yang arrives in the Magic City. Otherwise, after the Lin family goes bankrupt due to Su Yang, these worthless shares will be even more valueless. Confirming that he had found what he was looking for, Lin Juan couldn't help but smile. In his eyes, this was a whopping 3 billion. With this 3 billion, solving the impending bankruptcy crisis of the Su family would be a piece of cake, and his preemptive rescue of the Su family would undoubtedly earn him major favor with the protagonist's family. Given the character setting of the protagonist Su Yang repaying kindness, he could lie low in the short term. Just enjoy the huge benefits brought by the protagonist. As for the life and death of Lin Jianjun's family, glancing at the cluttered room with spider webs, sleeping area less than 2 square meters, and clothes clearly from the sidewalk, Lin Juan couldn't help but feel sad for the previous owner's plight. In the plot setting, due to the brainwashing and manipulation done by Lin Hao's mother and son for a long time, the previous owner lived an extremely difficult life. A sign of a wealthy family, reduced to the lowest standard of living. While the illegitimate son Lin Hao enjoyed all the prestige and wealth that rightfully belonged to him. The stark contrast of this situation led the previous owner to develop severe mental illnesses out of jealousy, which was entirely expected. Knock. Knock. While Lin Juan was lost in memories of the past, there was a sudden knocking on the door. Turning to see, Lin Hao stood there, clad in branded clothing, smiling against the door frame. Brother, Dad is looking for you. Lin Juan had no interest in this green tea-mail, packed his papers into the backpack. However, a scene from the original story, where Lin Hao met his demise involuntarily flashed in his mind. Su Yang, with a fierce expression, threw a punch which landed forcefully on Lin Hao's chest like a rage-driven cannonball. Splurt. S. Su Yang retracted his right fist. A bloody hole appeared in Lin Hao's chest. His head tilted, dead. On the other hand, Lin Hao, oblivious to his impending death, continued to pretend to care while unknowingly boasting of his superior living conditions. Brother, are you tidying up the room? Want me to ask Dad to give you a different cluttered room? Also, In my bedroom, there are a few sets of clothes that I don't need. I'll bring them over to give to you. Those are branded clothes Dad bought for me. Oh, Dad is getting me a new Lamborghini. I see your electric car is getting old. Why not have Dad get you a new one as well? However, no matter how Lin Hao tried to provoke him, Lin Zhuan remained silent. What's going on? Why does this guy seem different somehow? Finally, Lin Hao stopped talking, frowned, and looked at Lin Zhuan's back. He had a vague ominous feeling about the young man in front of him. He seemed somewhat unfamiliar. If it were the previously irritable Lin Zhuan, he would have already come up to hit someone at such provocation. And Lin Hao would have taken the opportunity to fall to the ground, waiting for the angry Lin Jianjun to come upstairs to enforce justice. The same technique had been used many times by Lin Hao, proving quite effective each time. How come it didn't work this time? Reap tilde tilde. At this moment, as Lin Zhuan finished packing, he zipped up his backpack and left. Passing by Lin Hao, who wore a grim expression, he couldn't even be bothered to look at him. He had no interest in engaging with a dead man. So, no matter what Lin Hao said, he could face it calmly. However, the next moment, unable to contain himself, Lin Hao taunted him again. This time, shifting his target to Su Qinj. I know you hate me. After all, due to my design, you can only marry that plant waiting for death. Crack! As he spoke, Lin Zhuan's eyes turned cold, raising his right hand for a decisive blow. You green T-male, I gave you face, right? You call my wife irrelevant. How dare you? Believe me, I will crush you to death with a slam. Chapter 5. Lin Hao kneels down. Lin Jianjun's tears flowed. Disappointment was palpable. Smack! When Lin Zhuan finished rewarding the heavy slam, suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Host and Lin Hao slap each other. Reward 1 point. Ha! This works too. Lin Zhuan raised his right hand and looked at the palm with a look of disbelief. Equally surprised was Lin Hao across from him. He didn't expect that simply mentioning Su Qinj would trigger such a strong reaction from Lin Zhuan. But they had no interaction before, right? How come Lin Zhuan even brought his wife into this? Could marrying a comatose person make you so happy? This doesn't make sense. But as he covered his red cheeks, feeling the burning pain, reminding Lin Hao of the fact that he was being slapped, this immediately ignited his anger. After all, in the past 2.5 years, he has never been at a disadvantage with Lin Zhuan, let alone been hit. The so-called being hit incidents were all staged by him to deceive Lin Jianjun. But today, he actually received a heavy slam for real. What a humiliation! However, on second thought, maybe this way, it can be more realistic. So Lin Hao took a deep breath, determined not to let himself be slapped in vain. He skillfully laid down on the ground, glaring fiercely at Lin Zhuan at the same time. Are you really asking for trouble this time? He just opened his mouth, ready to cry out loud to attract Lin Jianjun's attention downstairs. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by another heavy slam. Smack! Lin Zhuan withdrew his hand, looking strange, carefully listening to the prompt in his mind. Ding! Host and Lin Hao slap each other. Reward 2 points. The reward points increased? Could it be that the harder you hit, the harder the slap, the more points you earn? Lin Zhuan's eyes rolled, guessing the key to the problem. Then, in Lin Hao's horrified eyes, he maliciously raised both hands, punching with several more heavy slams in a row. At this moment, the sound of smacks echoed incessantly. Also accompanying the sounds were the dings in Lin Zhuan's mind. Ding! Host and Lin Hao slap each other. Reward 2 points. Ding! Host and Lin Hao slap each other. Reward 3 points. Ding! Host and Lin Hao slap each other. Reward 1 point. Ding! Host and Lin Hao slap each other. Reward 2 points. Over a dozen consecutive slaps later, Lin Hao's cheeks were already bloody, falling into a state of unconsciousness. The gold-rimmed glasses he wore on his face were nowhere to be found after being hit. Total of 30 points earned, not bad. Wiping the blood off his hands, Lin Zhuan nodded slightly satisfied. Then, he put his backpack back on, walking downstairs with large strides, leaving Lin Hao in his pitiful unconscious state. Villa Hall. Lin Zhuan had just taken 3 steps down the stairs when he heard Lin Jianjun's roar coming from the sofa. Rebel, kneel down now. Lin Zhuan looked puzzled, staring at Lin Jianjun as if he were looking at a fool. You despicable thing. What kind of look is that? Are you deaf? Hurry up and kneel down. Do you still see me as your father? Seeing Lin Zhuan unmoved, Lin Jianjun seemed to feel his paternal authority challenged. He abruptly stood up from the couch, glaring fiercely at Lin Zhuan, trying to use his sternness to suppress the other party. Normally, whenever he got angry, Lin Zhuan would tremble like a mouse meeting a cat and bow down obediently. Just when Lin Jianjun thought it would be the same as before, Lin Zhuan raised his eyebrows, not kindly saying, "Father, when do I have a father? I do have a stepfather though." What did you say? Lin Jianjun's face looked dazed, unable to believe what he heard. I said, since the day you brought in the mistress, my biological father has long turned into a stepfather. Hearing this, Lin Jianjun was thoroughly outraged before he could roar. On the sidelines, Bai Yulin secretly shed tears, looking sorrowful as she said, "Zhuan, I am your mother. How can you say that to me? Sob, heh, call you my mom. A mistress like you. My mom died long ago." Bai Yulin's face turned pale, staggering a few steps back as if she had been pierced by that sentence, utterly heartbroken. Seeing this, Lin Jianjun quickly consoled her softly, almost heartbroken. Then he turned his angry gaze toward Lin Zhuan, filled with anger and disappointment. Enough! You animal! Do you still have a conscience? Are you still human? Do you know? Just now your mother was speaking for you, asking me not to care about you pushing Howard downstairs. But you still said such hurtful words. Why don't you immediately kneel down and apologize to your mother? Facing the disgusted gaze of Lin Jianjun, for some reason, a sense of bitterness and anger rose in Lin Zhuan's heart, the accumulated grievances of his past self. Influenced by this, Lin Zhuan couldn't help getting emotional, suddenly tore open his shirt, revealing a large area of red scars from burns on his chest. The red scars piled up, forming a stark contrast with the nearby fair skin, looking somewhat nauseous and creepy. See this scar? Still don't want to let it go without mentioning? And listen carefully. I never pushed Lin Hao downstairs at all. That bastard faked falling down the stairs himself, or else, how could he have been unharmed? Use your brain, will you? Glancing at the terrifying scars on Lin Zhuan's body, Lin Jianjun's heart skipped a beat, feeling a bit of pain. But upon hearing Lin Zhuan slander his own son, he still subconsciously shook his head, retorting angrily, "Are you implying that Her deliberately framed you? Nonsense! Her is so innocent and kind, such a pure boy. How could he do such despicable and shameless things? Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" Looking at Lin Jianjun, who was still refusing to believe, Lin Zhuan felt a sudden weariness. Forget it, I'm tired. The Lin family might as well be destroyed. It's beyond redemption. At that moment, cries of mourning came from the stairs. "Daddy, Mommy, look at my face, it's all ruined," sob. Following this, with his cheeks swollen like a pig's head, Lin Hao rushed down and threw himself into Lin Jianjun's arms, crying with tears streaming down his face. "Howard, who did this?" Seeing his youngest son's miserable appearance, Lin Jianjun was shocked. Then, he suddenly realized something and looked at Lin Zhuan furiously. "It was you." "Yes, it was me." "Who told him to have a foul mouth? You animal! Actually harming your brother with your own hands. Today, I cannot let you off easily." At the sight of this, Lin Zhuan, still looking calm and indifferent, couldn't bear to let himself be captured. Just as he raised his hand, ready to counterattack with a few heavy slams, a tearful woman with willow eyebrows suddenly opened her arms and stood in front of him. "Husband, please don't. Zhuan must have acted impulsively. Forgive him. If you want to hit, then hit me instead." Bai Yulin was in tears, displaying a picture of a great mother willing to protect her child at all costs. "Yulin, why bother? Is this rebellious son really worth it for you?" Lin Jianjun looked complicated. He was completely shaken by the profound motherly love before him. And at this moment, beside him, Lin Hao with swollen face suddenly grabbed Lin Jianjun's hand, holding the belt at his waist. He begged tearfully, "Daddy, don't hit brother. This injury wasn't caused by brother. It's all my fault. My fault. Brother. Dad's health is not good. Don't anger him again. I beg you." Lin Hao cried tearfully. Then he immediately kneeled in front of Lin Zhuan, grabbing onto his pant legs. "Brother Zhuan, I know you hate me. feel like I took Dad's love from you. But I never thought about competing with you. I'm sorry, I never considered your feelings. But this has nothing to do with Dad. Please don't anger him anymore. I can go. I can leave this home right away. As long as you're willing to reconcile with Dad, I can disappear from your sight forever. It's all my fault. I'm selfish. I crave Dad's love. If I had never come to this home, if I had never been born. Seeing Lin Hao and his mother crying, Lin Jianjun felt as if his heart was bleeding. His wife and son were so sensible. Despite suffering so much, they still put others' well-being before theirs. In contrast, Lin Zhuan, standing aside with a smirk, indifferent to it all, looked despicable and detestable. Lin Jianjun couldn't suppress the overwhelming anger in his heart anymore and roared, "Lin Zhuan, are you still a human being after all? Seeing this scene, don't you truly have the impulse to kneel down? The sincere efforts of your mother and brother, can't you feel even a bit of it? Has your conscience truly been eaten by dogs? The current you, really has disappointed Dad so much. By the end, Lin Jianjun was shedding tears, his voice choked with emotion. Looking at his eldest son, his eyes were filled with deep regret and disappointment. How could it be that Lin Zhuan, who was once his pride, had become such an unreasonable and heartless person? Chapter 6. From now on, I am completely cutting off ties with the Lin family. Heh. I felt Lin Jianjun's disappointment as he cast his gaze at me disapprovingly. Lin Zhuan couldn't help but laugh. You guys really make a perfect match. If you put all this acting talent into the entertainment industry, you would probably overthrow those young idols on the spot, especially you, Lin Hao, kneeling at your command. I really suggest you pursue acting. Your performance skills are truly breathtaking. Admirable. Lin Hao, kneeling in front of me, holding onto my leg and crying, "Brother, please forgive me. I can't stand up from this kneeling position. I would rather die kneeling here." Lin Zhuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up, sincerely admiring this actor's self-cultivation. But the indifferent and carefree attitude of Lin Hao fell into Lin Jianjun's eyes, completely chilling his heart. At this moment, Lin Jianjun felt a sense of helplessness akin to a heart-wrenching death. At the same time, a certain decision firmly took root in his heart. Forget it, I give up. You, this beast, are truly beyond redemption. I originally planned to hand over the company to Xiao Hao and give you a chance to assist your younger brother. Alas, you have truly disappointed me. Moreover, your reputation in the Magic City has long been tarnished. You might as well just settle down as a good-for-nothing husband and take care of that comatose daughter of the Su family. As for the Lin Group, I have decided to officially pass it down to Xiao Hao. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao and his mother both held their breath, excitement flickering in their pupils. The Lin family's billions in assets were finally going to be in their hands. We didn't exhaust all our efforts, pretending to be obedient and virtuous for so long for nothing. What made them slightly uneasy was Lin Zhuan, who received this bad news. Not only did his face show no signs of resentment or bitterness, but he suddenly sneered. Indeed, a stepfather will always be a stepfather. So biased, giving the entire group to the illegitimate son? Is he worthy? Don't forget, the Lin Group was built from scratch by my mother. And you let the wild seed of a mistress inherit it. Don't you fear that after Mom finds out, she come back as a vengeful spirit at night to strangle you? As soon as the words fell, Lin Jianjun suddenly raised his head, glaring at Lin Zhuan with bloodshot eyes, and pronounced each word firmly. Listen carefully. I built this company from the ground up. I will give it to whomever I choose. His hoarse voice carried endless coldness. Like a dragon with its scale touched, anyone who dared to provoke him would meet their demise. What Lin Jianjun abhorred the most was when someone pointed out that everything he possessed was achieved through his deceased wife's efforts. Even though this was the truth. If it weren't for Lin Zhuan's mother providing the initial startup capital and attracting various investments through her personal skills, the Lin Group would never have reached its current glorious state. But because of this, Lin Jianjun had always been privately ridiculed as a freeloader. Even though that woman had never looked down on him, the fragile male ego made him resent Lin Zhuan's mother, and, by extension, Lin Zhuan. Now that that woman was dead, he couldn't allow himself to continue living in her shadow. However, Lin Zhuan paid no attention to all this, continuing to talk to himself. Give it a rest. What do you know? You have no capability whatsoever. With my mother here, the Lin family was on the verge of joining the top-class families. But ever since you took over, the Lin family has been declining day by day. Even the position of a second-class family is slipping away. Ignoring Lin Jianjun's murderous gaze, Lin Zhuan revealed his ultimate goal amidst his teasing. Forget it. I don't want to bother arguing with you. Honestly, I'm not interested in the company. So transferring my shares into your name is fine. Hearing this, a gleam of satisfaction flashed in Lin Jianjun's eyes as he nodded approvingly. Feeling pleased, he turned his angry gaze towards Lin Zhuan into a look of contentment. Just as he was about to pat his eldest son on the shoulder and praise him, Lin Zhuan suddenly changed his tone. Well then, I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you a week to raise funds and buy out the shares at market value. Just 3 billion. This nonchalant statement was like a thunderbolt, reverberating in the minds of Lin Jianjun and his two companions. Sell the shares. 3 billion. Isn't that too much? This would require emptying all the Lin family's visible assets, and they might even have to borrow from the bank to make ends meet. Although the Lin Group's market value was said to be in the billions, most of the funds were tied up in fixed assets. The liquid assets on the balance sheet were around 30 billion at most. But these liquid assets were needed to maintain the various expenses of the company. If they were suddenly depleted, the company would face a crisis of complete paralysis without the funds returning in a short period of time. You little brat! Do you even know what you're saying? You want to sell your shares to me? I'm your dad! Lin Jianjun was furious, wanting to strangle this insolent son in front of him. Let me tell you, don't even think about taking away 30 billion, not even 30 cents. If you dare to make such treacherous demands, I will kick you out of the Lin family, not recognizing you as my son. Facing Lin Jianjun's threats, Lin Zhuan sneered. Fine. Since you already have this illegitimate son, that's enough. Since the topic has reached this point. From now on, I am completely cutting off ties with the Lin family, with no further connections. With that said, disregarding the stunned looks of the Lin family, Lin Zhuan walked straight to the door. Just as he was about to turn the doorknob and open the door, Lin Jianjun's desperate voice echoed behind him. Lin Zhuan, think carefully. If you dare to step out of this door today, then don't ever set foot in the Lin family again. I, Lin Jianjun, will disown you as my son. But to Lin Jianjun's dismay, no matter how he threatened, Lin Zhuan continued to walk steadily, picking up his pace to rush out of the room. He didn't even glance back once during this decisive exit. The silent hallway only resonated with Lin Zhuan's final words. 30 billion, 1 week. Lin, I'll be waiting for you. At that moment, Lin Jianjun's heart skipped a beat, feeling a sudden emptiness, as if something irrevocable was quietly slipping away. Chapter 7. Moving into the Su family, Su Qing's painful eating habits. The next goal is to stay by Su Qing's side to collect points. And before Su Yang returns to the Magic City, let all members of the Su family feel my love for Su Qing. Outside the Lin family villa. With a clear plan, Lin Zhuan rode his electric car, leaving through the villa gate. And at this moment, behind him, there were constant angry roars coming from Lin Jianjun. This is outrageous. Lin family's rebellious son has rebelled. Let me tell you, without my Lin family, you will have no place in the entire Magic City. As the distance grew, the voices gradually disappeared. 15 minutes later, Lin Zhuan pushed open the Su family gate. He coincidentally met the butler Liu, who was coming towards him. Mr. Lin, you're back. Looking at the young man covered in dust, the elegant lady butler was quite surprised. She didn't expect Lin Zhuan to come back so quickly. Yes, Sister Liu. Do you know if my room is ready? Can you show me to put down my luggage? Lin Zhuan smiled and nodded politely to the elegant lady butler in front of him. Although Liu Huan was just a butler, her status in the Su family was not low. She had been watching Su Qing and his siblings grow up, and although not relatives, they were closer than family. So Lin Zhuan didn't mind building a good relationship with her. Hearing Lin Zhuan sweetly calling her sister Liu, Liu Huan was taken aback. She then improved her impression of Lin Zhuan. As a hired butler, besides the Su family members, most young masters she encountered would act high and mighty, so polite ones like Lin Zhuan were quite rare. Rumors say Lin family's young master is impulsive, prone to violence, and disrespectful to elders. It seems like all these are baseless accusations. Liu Huan thought to herself, feeling slightly less resistant to Lin Zhuan marrying into the Su family. Then she led the way, signaling Lin Zhuan to follow her. "Mr. Lin, please come with me. The chairman has arranged a room for you." "Thank you, Sister Liu." Following her, they headed towards the second floor. On the way, Lin Zhuan asked about Su Shengxuan's whereabouts. "I heard there was an issue with a batch of medical equipment produced by the company, and the chairman had to go back to handle it." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuan squinted his eyes, deep in thought. It seemed like the catalyst for the imminent bankruptcy crisis facing the Su family was here. Once they were on the second floor, Liu Huan stopped in front of Su Qing's room, then pointed to a nearby guest room. "The chairman said to let Mr. Lin stay by Mrs. Side temporarily." "Of course. If Mr. Lin doesn't like it, we can arrange a new lodging for you." Lin Zhuan was about to shake his head to signal there was no need to change. However, his stomach suddenly made a growling sound. "Sorry. I've been so busy today that I haven't had time to eat lunch." Even with Lin Zhuan's thick skin, he felt a tad awkward at the moment. But Liu Huan was understanding, smiling as she asked Lin Zhuan to settle his luggage while she prepared food for him. Then she left. Click. Seeing her disappear, Lin Zhuan opened the door and entered the room. The room was clean, spotless. Compared to the damp and cluttered room he previously lived in, this was like heaven. Plus, it was close to Su Qing's room, making it very convenient for him to earn intimacy points. So, Lin Zhuan was quite satisfied. After placing his luggage, he left the room and arrived at Su Qing's room. Through the open door, he saw the angelic-faced girl sound asleep. She looked the same as when he left, except for the changed bedsheet and fresh clothes. At that moment, Liu Huan's voice could be heard from behind. "Mr. Lin, please follow me. Lunch is ready for you." As they say, man is made of iron and food of steel. Skipping a meal will make you hungry. Lin Zhuan decided to fill his belly first before considering other things. However, as the two disappeared at the door, they were unaware that the sounds in the room were already heard by Su Qing. "Lin Zhuan is back, and he directly moved in next to me. Looks like Grandpa's talk about the auspicious marriage is real." In the dark confines of her consciousness, Su Qing, who was previously immersed in pain, subconsciously felt a bit stunned. Then a sense of shame arose. As the first man to see her incontinent, Su Qing was actually unwilling to face Lin Zhuan deep down. But she couldn't move and could only silently accept all of Su Shengxuan's arrangements. However, if the auspicious marriage is effective, that would be great, but would it really work? Past Su Qing didn't believe a bit in the auspicious marriage her grandfather talked about. She would just scoff at it. Such feudal superstitions were just self-comfort for the elderly in her eyes. Otherwise, scientists' coffins would have been overflowing by now. Yet, as the saying goes, a drowning man will grab at a straw even in despair. And now, Lin Zhuan was like the life-saving straw in Su Qing's heart. Although she knew the hope was slim, in her near desperation, she turned this seemingly insignificant hope into a belief that kept her going. 5 minutes later, after a satisfying meal, Lin Zhuan returned to the villa's second floor and headed towards Su Qing's room. With his round belly covered, he was content. Click! Pushing open the girl's chamber, the scene he saw made Lin Zhuan's smile freeze on his face. Inside the room stood several doctors in white coats, assisting Su Qing with eating. Since a vegetative person cannot chew or swallow food independently, to help Su Qing obtain water and food to maintain metabolism, weight, and nutrition for survival, doctors chose to conduct nasogastric feeding by leaving the gastric tube in place for the long term. They inserted a long, transparent small tube into the girl's nostrils, passing it through the nasal cavity, and finally placing it into the esophagus. Then, they ground and paste the food into a liquid nutritional solution using a blender, loading it into a syringe. The large syringe would be connected to the feeding port at the end of the stomach tube once the connection was confirmed secure. The doctors would then manually press the plunger to continue injecting water and food into Su Qing's stomach. Lin Zhuan silently watched all of this, sighing inwardly. Su Qing. She must be in a lot of discomfort right now. After all, who among normal people could endure having a tube inserted into their nose, then directly into their esophagus? And as the feeding for vegetative individuals cannot be too much, overfeeding could induce reflux with the risk of aspiration pneumonia, and in severe cases, could lead to suffocation. Generally, It should not exceed 150 to 200 milliliters, only small meals multiple times. This meant that Soo-Kinj had to go through this painful feeding process several times a day. There were also other torments like incontinence, and one can imagine the psychological pressure Soo-Kinj was under. Continued over time, her personality would only become more twisted and dark. And at this moment, it's time for me to take the stage. Chapter 8. Soo-Kinj's Confusion. Did this man really fall in love with me? It's so uncomfortable. My nasal passage is so uncomfortable. My throat hurts so much. I don't want a nasogastric tube. Please let me have euthanasia. I can't endure any more. I truly can't bear this torture. How long will this pain continue? I'm really suffering. Who can save me? Who can help me? I want to die. On the hospital bed, Soo-Kinj's face was calm, as if Sleeping Beauty serenely asleep, yet trapped in the dark cage of consciousness. The discomfort of the nasogastric tube forcibly inserted into her body made Soo-Kinj extremely miserable, yet she couldn't even scream. No one could know her despair, only enduring silently. Just as Soo-Kinj's mental anguish was unbearable, on the verge of collapse, she felt her hand being held by someone. Following that, a pair of warm hands firmly enveloped it, accompanied by a man's deep voice. Kinj, it's so uncomfortable, isn't it? Endure a bit longer, it'll be better soon. By the way, let me tell you about my matters. After all, we didn't have many encounters before. I'm sure you're curious about what kind of person I am, right? Where should I start? How about from my childhood? Linjwan slowly began recounting his past. Elementary school, middle school, high school, college graduation, Linjwan narrated his life story slowly and meticulously, yet with a humorous and interesting storytelling style. This gradually captured the attention of Soo-Kinj, who was initially indifferent. This guy dressed in women's clothing when he was young, sticking hands into a rice bucket, shouting, "Iron Sand Palm. Aren't boys so juvenile?" Writing a note saying "I am 20" and sticking it on a classmate's back? That's definitely not about me. I really want to reunite with my teachers and classmates. Under Linjwan's reminiscences, Soo-Kinj unconsciously immersed herself in them. Her thoughts drifted back to happy childhood memories, getting lost in memories. She wasn't even aware that the nasogastric tube feeding had ended. It was only when the doctors left the room with strange and suspicious looks, leaving only Liu Huan and two others present, that Soo-Kinj was startled by the closing sound of the door. Realizing her current hopeless situation once again, sorrow overwhelmed her. If only I could experience that happy childhood time again. But I can never go back. Just as Soo-Kinj was filled with sadness, Linjwan had reached the part about his mother's death in a car accident 3 years ago. The heartwarming and pleasant atmosphere took on a different tone from here. The pain after his mother's death. Lin Jianjun's affair. Bai Yulin's feigned weakness. Lin Hao's scheming. His obsession with Soo-Kinj driven by jealousy. The origins of his irritability, and the recent rift and estrangement from the Lin family. Linjwan slowly recounted his past bit by bit. He spoke lightheartedly, but Soo-Kinj and Liu Huan couldn't help but feel anxious. Hearing about favoritism towards illegitimate children was one thing, but to what extent Linjwan favored them was unheard of. Soo-Kinj couldn't help but empathize with Linjwan's loss of his mother. It reminded her of her own family. Her parents and brother had been very kind to her, treating her like a princess. However, 5 years ago, they were assassinated by unknown forces during a business trip abroad. Since then, Soo-Kinj became an orphan and had to mature overnight. She forced herself to learn to run the family business, to navigate social interactions. Everything she did was to one day find the culprits and avenge her family. I'm sorry, Mom, Dad, and brother. I'm so useless. Now, not to mention avenging you, I can't even take care of myself. Soo-Kinj was filled with despair. At that moment, Linjwan spoke again, full of confidence. Rest assured, Kinj, within a month, you will definitely wake up successfully. Trust me. Now that our marriage is a fact, I will regard you as my lifelong love." Hearing this, Soo Kinj remained silent, inwardly not believing it. At this moment, she considered it a well-intentioned lie from Lin Juan. But deep down, she no longer rejected Lin Juan as she had initially. Instead, she enjoyed the feeling of being listened to. After being in a coma for so long, she hadn't had a real conversation with anyone. Liu Yi or the medical staff and maids at home. Even when her grandfather came, all he did was sigh in front of her bed. All of this made Soo Kinj feel extremely oppressed and miserable, making her believe she was nothing but a burden to others. She wished someone would treat her like a normal person, just talk to her, even if it was about trivial matters. On the other side, Lin Juan continued to narrate with enthusiasm. Based on his experience as a love master before transmigration, to erase a woman's initial unfamiliarity with you, she must first understand your past, especially a past filled with sorrow. Because women are emotional creatures, and under emotional influence, their perception of you will be different. Lin Juan, relying on his familiarity with the storyline, tried to portray his background as pitiful, hoping to evoke sympathy. The only problem was he couldn't gauge Soo Kinj's specific attitude due to her vegetative state. But glancing at the nearby maid, whose eyes were red with motherly affection and sympathy towards her mistress, Lin Juan couldn't help but feel satisfied with his performance. And what pleased Lin Juan even more was that as he continued holding Soo Kinj's hand, the system's point panel, which originally displayed 42, was increasing by 1 point every 20 seconds continuously. Obtained 1 point requires 20 seconds. That's 3 points in 1 minute. 10 minutes are 30 points. 1 hour is 180 points. Lin Juan calculated contentedly. He was desperate to earn points. Otherwise, he could only look longingly at the gold mountain in the system store, feeling itchy all over. So, in order to earn more points, Lin Juan almost didn't leave Soo Kinj's side the whole afternoon, chatting with her in a loving and affectionate manner. Except for the occasional incontinence he had to dodge, his hand remained glued to Soo Kinj's, never letting go. Soon, the afternoon passed like this. Night fell. Seeing Lin Juan still excitedly holding his mistress's hand, chatting incessantly, Liu Huan couldn't help but discreetly cough and signal him to leave. "Mr. Lin, it's getting late. Please go back and rest. You can come back to chat with the young lady tomorrow." "What? Already? I haven't held her enough yet." Reluctantly letting go of the girl's hand, Lin Juan realized it was midnight. He was considering suggesting to the housekeeper to let him stay and sleep alongside Soo Kinj here. After all, there were plenty of points at stake. However, noticing the housekeeper's gaze sharpening gradually, Lin Juan smiled awkwardly. He eventually gave up on this unrealistic idea. After bidding Soo Kinj good night, he reluctantly left the room. Viewed from Soo Kinj and her family's perspective, Lin Juan's behavior was initially seen as an act done to live a better life after marrying into the family. So, it was a show for their benefit. More specifically, it was for Su Shengshan to see. After all, Soo Kinj was his beloved granddaughter. If Lin Juan could put on a good show, then at least a comfortable life after marriage was guaranteed. However, Lin Juan's performance was too good, as if he were truly a devoted man who loved his wife unconditionally, staying by the bedside for an entire afternoon. This caused some confusion among the Su family members. They found it hard to believe that in this world, a man would truly have feelings for a vegetative person. Even if he did, it was most likely just a short-lived impulse upon meeting a beautiful woman. Even Soo Kinj herself had no doubts about this. A filial man doesn't leave a sick person's bedside for long. Let alone someone like me who can't care for myself. How long can Lin Juan withstand this situation? But even if it's only for a few days, that's enough. At least for these days, someone is willing to talk to me. Even if it may not last long, to me. It's undoubtedly the best comfort. On the other side, Lin Juan had returned to his room. His face was full of excitement, counting his gains for the day. The score panel displayed 920 just in one afternoon. His score had skyrocketed from tens to nearly 1,000. Seeing this, Lin Juan couldn't contain his joy. He quickly opened the system panel, ready to exchange for some goodies. However, a minute later, Lin Juan's face was gloomy as he directly exited the system store. Scammer, This system store must be run by a swindler, casually overpricing items, demanding thousands for no reason. Damn swindler. Muttering continuously, Lin Juan was about to cry, feeling frustrated. It was then that he realized he was just a poor guy. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Juan did have some gains after all. He eyed a set of massage techniques specifically for vegetative patients, claimed to be the ultimate massage treatment for them. Product: Danking Blissful Hands Massage Method. Price: $1,500. Description: Tailored massage technique for vegetative patients. Helps the patient's body recover rapidly, experiencing a rejuvenating recovery speed. Drawback: time-consuming and cumbersome. Must be done daily. The awakening time of the patient depends on their physical condition, ranging from as short as 10 days to a year or more. A personal massage? And it had to be done every day? How is that a drawback? For me, that's a perfect skill tailored for me. After reading the system's introduction, Lin Juan's eyes lit up. This skill ... He had to redeem it no matter what. Chapter 9. Su Qing's Childhood Dreams, a beautiful story of violets, 2 a.m. The crescent moon hung high in the sky. Inside a bright study room. Are you saying that Xiaoshuan has been by King's side the whole afternoon today? Su Shengshan, with silver hair, was carefully inquiring about the news of Lin Juan. He had just dragged his tired body home, and quickly sought out Liu Huan to understand the situation. Yes, Mr. Lin seems quite concerned about Miss Qing. At least it doesn't seem like a show on the surface. But this seems a bit strange. After all, Mr. Lin and Miss had little interaction before. To suddenly be so enthusiastic upon first meeting feels a bit rushed. Normal people wouldn't be able to invest emotions so quickly. Liu Huan pondered for a moment and answered truthfully, expressing some of her doubts. In her eyes, the more considerate and subtle Lin Juan appeared, the more the sense of showmanship seemed to stand out. Understood. Shall you observe Juan's behavior more closely during this period and report to me immediately if you notice anything? Yes, Chairman. Su Shengshan gave a few more instructions before waving for Liu Huan to leave. Click. As the door closed and silence returned to the study room, Su Shengshan leaned on his cane and staggered back to the sofa. The wrinkled old face was filled with fatigue. Su Shengshan also had some concerns about Lin Juan. After all, his reputation in the Magic City was not very good before. But now, in order to please his granddaughter, he had no choice but to put up with it. The only thing to be thankful for was that, according to the current situation, Lin Juan did not seem as bad as rumored. However, further observation was needed. If Lin Juan was indeed putting on a show. As time passed, his true colors would surely show. I hope I'm not mistaken. If so, even if my old bones can't hold on, at least my unfortunate granddaughter won't have no one to take care of her in the second half of her life. The night passed without any words. The next day, Lin Juan left early in the morning. By the time he returned to the Su family, he was carrying a large bunch of purple flowers, violets, Su Qing's favorite flower variety. Qing, I've come to see you. And I've brought you my favorite flowers. Lin Juan eagerly pushed open the door, sat down by the bedside, and placed the violets on Su Qing's bedside. He naturally held the girl's hands. Ding! Host and Su Qing, hand in hand, reward 1 point every 18 seconds. Hearing the system prompt, seeing the points panel in his mind beginning to move, Lin Juan's mood instantly lifted. At this rate, he would soon accumulate enough points to exchange for the skill Masterful Massage Technique. With this skill, he could rightfully engage in more intimate handholding. Presumably, he would earn more points and at a faster pace. Wait! Speed! Suddenly, Lin Juan realized the points panel was increasing by 1 point every 18 seconds. System, what's going on? Wasn't it 1 point every 20 seconds yesterday? Ding! The higher the favorability rating, the faster the host can earn points. So that's how it is. It seemed that his actions yesterday had indeed increased Su Qing's favorability to some extent. Lin Juan pondered. He felt he needed to find a way to raise Su Qing's favorability even more. Meanwhile, in the dark confines of her consciousness, Su Qing, who had been numb and in a haze, also noticed Lin Juan's arrival. He's here again. And he brought me my favorite violets. Smelling the familiar scent of violets beside her head, Su Qing felt a bit calmer. She didn't expect Linjuan to share the same hobby as her, both loving violets. Ching, do you know the language of violets and their meanings? I bet you don't. Linjuan's deep voice rang out again. Who doesn't know? It's probably you. This is my favorite flower. Its language, eternal love and beauty, simplicity and virtue. Actually, Linjuan intentionally asked this way. He wanted to create an impression of a perfect match by sharing a common interest. The language of violets is recognized as representing eternal love and beauty, simplicity, and virtue. The origin of this meaning comes from a beautiful story. According to ancient Greek mythology, the goddess Venus was in charge of love and beauty. One day, she fell in love with a warrior, and when the warrior had to leave to protect his homeland, Venus tearfully bid him farewell, with a tear falling to the ground. The next year, a plant with purple flowers sprouted, which was the violet. Since then, it represents eternal love and beauty. After hearing the story of violets, Su Qing's face remained asleep, but her heart was stirred. Chapter 10. A person like me who is idle tilde. How many people have you met like me tilde? Time rushes by, in the blink of an eye. The whole morning passed. Linjuan hardly left the bedside, staying close to Su Qing, talking with her. During this time, with the comatose patient lying still for a long time, it is easy to trigger complications, leading to the appearance of bedsores. With Liu Huan's consent, Linjuan had the opportunity to help Su Qing turn over and pat her back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new patting location, rewarded with 100 points. As Linjuan once again tirelessly helped Su Qing turn over and pat her back, a new system notification sound echoed in his mind. This made Linjuan's mood greatly uplifted, with a smile that couldn't be contained on his lips. In just one morning, he had gained 900 points. The value on the score panel finally reached 1800. With the points accumulated now, he had enough to redeem the amazing hand massage method worth 1500 points. What Linjuan didn't know was that his actions in the morning not only earned him points, there was also a slight sense of goodwill from Su Qing and others. I didn't expect him to be so patient, actually willing to help me turn over and pat my back without getting tired of it. Maybe I misunderstood him before. Su Qing felt somewhat remorseful, thinking she might have been too hasty yesterday. If Linjuan was truly just putting on a show, it was unlikely that he would tirelessly help her turn over and pat her back to prevent muscle atrophy from prolonged bed rest. After all, this process was quite bothersome and extremely dull. Furthermore, Linjuan's actions were sincere, without any attempts to take advantage. This made Su Qing feel a bit ashamed of her previous disgusting thoughts. Just then, she heard Linjuan's deep voice beside her. "Qing, are you bored? How about this? I'll sing for you. Don't be fooled by my appearance, I'm actually a good singer." Hearing this, Su Qing's curiosity was piqued. Linjuan can sing. What song will he sing? I'm kind of excited. I remember when I was young, my dream was to become a singer. But it's a pity. Just as Su Qing sighed and reminisced, Linjuan approached Liu Yi, asking her to find him a guitar. A guitar? Did Linjuan also sing while playing the guitar? At this moment, Su Qing's curiosity grew even stronger. On the other hand, as Liu Yi's figure disappeared, Linjuan began contemplating which song to sing next. According to the novel's setting, Su Qing had a special fondness for music. However, due to her experiences as a comatose patient, certain psychological aspects of her had been twisted. In the later parts of the novel, she essentially became a cold and ruthless ice-cold president, driven solely by the desire to avenge her parents, ultimately giving up her life for it. Su Qing's original life setting was that of a tragedy. What should I sing? The novel didn't specifically mention the type of music Su Qing liked. Oh well, let's check out the music charts of this world for now. I'll choose a popular song with high rankings. That should be a safe bet. As Linjuan had gained fame as a cover singer before his transmigration, he had a good grasp of most popular songs on the internet. Thinking this way, Linjuan opened the QQ Music app and randomly selected the top-ranked music video. On the screen of his phone, a young man in overalls holding a basketball appeared. "You are so beautiful tilde baby. You are truly beautiful, tilde baby, ... Seeing this scene, Linjuan was dumbfounded. He even doubted if he had clicked on the wrong chart. However, upon closer inspection, it was correct, right? The #1 song on the music chart was You Are So Beautiful. Could it be that the music of this world? Lin Juan's pupils dilated, seemingly formulating an unbelievable guess. He hastily clicked on the second ranking video. In that video, a young man wearing shiny stickers was leaping around on stage. I always improvise at the last moment improvise at the last moment . A bewildered Lin Juan, with disbelief, opened the third MV. It featured a uniquely dressed young man with 2 huge humps on his shoulders. On such a cold day ... don't stay away from me, come a bit closer, but snow is drifting into my eyes, . At this point, Lin Juan felt despair, scanning through the rankings of Taikula, cancer, didn't sleep, and so on. Entertainment overdose. This was Lin Juan's first impression. He then bitterly closed the music app, contemplating in his mind. Since there was no good music from his time in this world, he decided to choose songs to sing based on his preference. Just then, the door was pushed open. Liu Yi entered, carrying a guitar. The guitar was golden yellow in color, clearly of considerable value. "Mr. Lin, is this guitar suitable?" "It's fine." Taking the guitar, Lin Juan tested it and nodded with satisfaction. He then looked towards the incredibly beautiful Su Qinj on the sickbed, introducing, "Qinj, this song was written when I was lost. I hope you like it." On the sickbed, upon hearing this, Su Qinj grew even more curious. Could this song be an original? Did Lin Juan create it himself? He's so talented, isn't he? I wonder if it sounds good, but even if it doesn't, it's normal because creating your own music is amazing in itself. Su Qing's thoughts were in a whirl. Without realizing it, even she herself was gradually losing the self-pity she once had when feeling hopeless, and her attitude was slowly changing for the better. She no longer constantly wished for death. And all these changes began when Lin Juan appeared. On the other side, the name of this song is A Person Like Me, Lin Juan said, cradling the guitar and plucking the strings with his fingers. In an instant, beautiful notes flowed out like running water. Following that, Lin Juan's deep and gritty voice entered Su Qing's ears. A person like me who is outstanding ... should have shone throughout life. How is it that, after over 20 years, I'm still drifting in a sea of people ... A person like me who is clever, long bid farewell to simplicity. How could it be that using a bit of affection, exchanged for a set of scars of ... A person like me who is lost ... a person like me searching ... a person like me who is idle ... How many people have you seen like me ... Chapter 11. Singing a song for me every day? In the quiet and warm room, Su Qing's anticipation was palpable. Lin Juan's slender fingers flew up and down skillfully, producing a melodious tune. Coupled with his deep voice, listeners were enchanted. As someone as ordinary as me, never liked pretending to be deep. How is it that when I occasionally hear an old song, my mind suddenly wanders? As someone as weak as me, I always hold back a little. How did I once also throw myself recklessly for someone, thinking there was hope? ... This is too good to listen to. How can Lin Juan be so talented in music? How much loneliness must he have experienced to write such songs? On the sickbed, Su Qinj was astounded. Being a music enthusiast herself, she could discern many things. The melody of the song was not complex, and the lyrics were straightforward with no ornate language. Yet, like a tearjerker, it evoked tears from empathetic listeners. The song seemed to mirror the inner truth of those who felt powerless. At this moment, Su Qinj was completely immersed in the ocean of music. She felt like this song was a reflection of her own life, with a strong sense of empathy. As a vegetable, is there still hope in life for someone like me? ... As someone as lost as me, as someone searching for me, as someone idle and ordinary as me. How many people have you seen? With his eyes half closed, Lin Juan sang and played with his whole heart. Thinking back on his mundane existence in his past life, he couldn't help being moved. At the Su family villa, when the melodious song began to play, bodyguards, maids, janitors, chefs, almost all of the Su family staff were stopped in their tracks, listening intently as if their souls were touched. Some clever ones quickly took out their phones to record, for future reminiscing. Roaring outside the Su family villa, the noise of a car engine revved. It turned out to be Su Shengshan returning. He had forgotten a stack of company documents and rushed back to retrieve them. With a weary body, he pushed open the villa's large door, only to find several staff members lazing around. He furrowed his brows. Just as he was about to scold them, a resonant and robust voice filled his ears. This voice is... Su Shengshan paused for a moment, then, with a curious expression, headed upstairs. As lonely as me, as foolish as me, as unwilling to be ordinary as me. How many people in the world as inexplicable as me? Will anyone feel sorry for me? When Su Shengshan reached the second floor, Lin Zhuan's performance was drawing to a close. As the final notes faded away, the lingering sound filled the room. Lin Zhuan regained his composure, gently placed the guitar on the floor, and once again took Su Qing's hand. Clap, clap, clap. Mr. Lin, you sang so well. I never expected you to be such a musical talent, hiding your skills well. Reacting belatedly, Liu Huan wiped her slightly teary eyes and applauded sincerely. Aunt Liu, you flatter me. This song was simply a creation during my leisure time. I have many similar works. This one is considered lower quality in my portfolio, not worth mentioning. Lin Zhuan maintained a calm demeanor, downplaying his achievements. However, his modesty clearly had an effect, leaving Liu Huan wide-eyed and amazed. If this was considered lower quality, how good must his other musical works be? On the sickbed, trapped in a dark, unconscious space, Su Qing was also impressed with Lin Zhuan. This man has many original works. I really want to listen. Who started the rumors that painted Lin Zhuan in such a negative light? It's unfair. To create such touching music, the author cannot be as despicable as rumored. I really want to hear his other works. It must be said, Lin Zhuan's act was excellent, sparking great curiosity in both of them. Qing, from now on, I'll sing you a song I wrote every day. I hope you'll like it when the time comes. Really, I'll definitely like it. Qing was delighted to hear Lin Zhuan's promise. Since falling into a coma, this was the first time she experienced a feeling of joy, even beginning to have a slight sense of anticipation for the new day. Prior to this, it was almost unimaginable. Unfortunately, she couldn't speak, unable to express her love for the songs to Lin Zhuan. Just then, a hoarse voice spoke, echoing her thoughts. She like it. My granddaughter will definitely like it. She loves music. With a smile, Su Shengshan pushed open the door and entered slowly. Moreover, little Zhuan, you've been humble. With just the song you sang, you have a real chance to become a new star in the entertainment industry. Although I don't quite understand young people's music, I can tell your song is much better than those catchy tunes like You're Too Beautiful. It leaves a lasting impression. It seems having you as my son-in-law is like picking up a treasure. Ha. Wait, why did Grandpa Su come over? I remember in the story, given the crisis facing the company, he should be busy dealing with it. Lin Zhuan was puzzled, but still greeted him with a smile. Grandpa Su, how come you're free to visit today? I heard from Auntie Liu that the Su family group seems to be in trouble. Is it resolved? Hearing Lin Zhuan's question, Su Shengshan's expression stiffened briefly, a hint of gloom passing through his eyes. But quickly regaining his composure, he donned a kindly smile. Oh, I just forgot some documents and came back to get them. I was drawn up by your song. As for the company, it has indeed encountered some minor troubles. However, I can handle it, no need to worry. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuan casually replied, That's good. But from Su Shengshan's reaction, he understood well that the crisis facing the Su family was significant. After all, in this plotline, to give the protagonist a chance to show off in front of his family, the Su family had to face a crisis, allowing Su Yang to have an opportunity to impress. Unless someone like him, a passerby through time, intervened, the Su family would not be able to overcome this challenge on its own. But it's not the right time yet. Giving timely help in a moment of crisis has a greater impact emotionally than adding to the glory. I'll wait until Su Shengshan can no longer hold on before saying. On the sickbed, upon hearing about the trouble in the company, Su Qing felt extremely worried. What happened to the company? Since I fell, no one has mentioned the company situation in front of me. With Grandpa's fragile physical condition, can he really deal with those devious shareholders? I wish I could wake up. I want to help Grandpa. Despite Qing's anxieties, she could not move a muscle, only able to offer silent prayers in her heart. At that moment, Su Shengshan seemed to recall something. Carefully choosing his words, he tentatively asked Lin Zhuan, Zhuan, it seems your father has made a public statement that you've cut ties and been expelled from the Lin family. Listen to Grandpa, there's no lasting grudge between father and son. Why don't you go home and sincerely apologize to your father? It will likely resolve things quickly. Chapter 12. Is Su Qinj waking up? Close friend Chen Kexin visited. Lin Jianjun has spoken publicly. Seems like he wants to use public opinion to pressure me to go back. After all, a disobedient son driven out by his biological father, the reputation spread is indeed not very pleasant. Lin Zhuan sneered inwardly. But he didn't care at all. Reputation is just nonsense. How can the fragrance of his own stickiness come from reputation? Now he just wants to reclaim his 3 billion and let the Lin family go wherever they want to die. Grandpa Su, no need to advise me. Cutting ties with the Lin family was my idea first. As for such family members, I'd rather not have them. Seeing Lin Zhuan's decisive response, Su Shengshan felt regretful, but also relieved. Selfishly speaking, he was somewhat glad this happened. After all, this way, after marrying into the Lin family, Lin Zhuan would have no maternal family and would have to rely more on the Su family, which would presumably make him more caring towards their granddaughter. In that case, I won't advise you anymore. All right, there's still work at the company. I'll go back and handle it first. Watching Su Shengshan leave with a cane, his old and weary figure, Lin Zhuan sat back in his original position and held Su Qing's hand again. And at this moment, the fact that Lin Zhuan had been driven out of the Lin family filled Su Qing's mind. He has been driven out of the Lin family. But with such a family, maybe leaving is the best choice after all. Only Lin Hao is such a person in private. I used to have a decent impression of him. Is this what they call knowing someone's face but not their heart? Lin Hao was gentle and had a good reputation in the city, whereas Lin Zhuan, due to his anger issues, had a relatively poor reputation. So when the Su family faced an economic crisis, in order to stabilize the unstable situation at the Su family in the name of marriage, Su Qinj agreed to the engagement with Lin Hao. Just that, after actual contact offline, the gap between the two and the rumors was so big. From the interactions of the past couple of days, Su Qinj felt somewhat lucky that Lin Zhuan was going to marry into the Su family as her husband. On the other side, system. I want to exchange for the skill, artful massage technique. Ding, congratulations, host, the skill exchange was successful, deducting 1500 points, initiation of profound enlightenment. Looking at the half-depleted points panel in his mind, Lin Zhuan felt a bit sorry. However, soon he found that he had gained a lot of knowledge about massage in his memory. Broad and profound. It's really amazing. Having exhausted the memories in his mind, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but marvel. Next, I'll have to find a way to give Su Qinj a massage. But it's a bit tricky. Headache, headache. Lin Zhuan fell silent, furrowing his brows in thought. After all, besides professionals, would anyone believe in his massage technique? Hearing the unseen, perhaps they would only think he's a swindler trying to take advantage of them. As Lin Zhuan was pondering with a headache, Su Qinj, who was holding his hand, was lost in thoughts as well. Why isn't he talking? Could it be because of the Lin family situation causing distress? It seems that even if he says he doesn't care, he still cares about his family in his heart. I wish I could wake up and comfort him. I really want to wake up. What happened to Kexin? She hasn't come to see me for days. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. The once quiet room was suddenly pushed open. A maid walked in and reported to Liu Huan. Manager Liu, Miss Chen is here. She brought Mr. Deng and said they found a way to wake up Miss. They found a way. Then quickly invite them in. Liu Huan was initially not convinced, but upon hearing that Mr. Deng had a method to treat Su Qinj, her eyes lit up. After the maid left, she turned to Lin Zhuan and introduced with a smile. Mr. Lin, the person who has come is Mrs. Close Friend, named Chen Kexin. You should be familiar with the Chen family, right? Mr. Deng is the most famous physician in our city. When Miss was ill, the chairman paid a great price to get him to help. Unfortunately, Miss still showed no signs of waking up. Lin Zhuan nodded, indicating that he knew the two. In the story, Su Yang became a renowned physician in the city by writing on Mr. Deng, the famous physician. As for the little lowly Chen Kexin, if she really matched the character setting in the novel, it would be quite tricky. But no matter who it was, don't even think about affecting his gain of points. Mr. Lin, Miss Chen has a special emotional attachment to our miss. So, could you loosen your grip a bit? No, absolutely not. Ignoring Liu Huan's advice, Lin Zhuan stubbornly held on tighter. At this moment, Su Qinj on the sickbed also sensed the news of Chen Kexin's arrival. Kexin, she's here. Is it true? Is there a way to save me? For the current Su Qinj, there was nothing more emotionally stirring than waking up from a vegetative state. However, at the thought of Chen Kexin, Su Qinj couldn't help but feel uneasy. She had been a close friend for many years. But her personality was a bit eccentric, and her sexual orientation was also a bit off. Especially when she learned about her androphobia not long ago. She even went down on one knee, proposing to her, and declaring, "Girls sticking together is the best." This scared Su Qinj so much that she didn't dare to see her for several days. She might have androphobia, but that doesn't mean she likes women. Isn't being single great? At this moment, the door was pushed open again, and a roughly 5-foot lowly girl rushed in. The girl was dressed extremely in a Japanese two-dimensional style, wearing a small white cap, a sailor uniform, with double ponytails tied up, white socks paired with small white shoes. She seemed like a two-dimensional girl straight out of an anime. As soon as she entered, she saw Su Qing's little hand being held by a man. In an instant, the smile on the lowly's face froze, and veins popped out on her forehead, forming a large. Pulling her double ponytails with both hands, she went mad. "Damn perverted freak. Don't use your claws to defile my wife, big sister. Let go of her now." With these words, the lowly ran a little, then lunged forward and slid on her knees in a fit of anger towards Lin Zhuan. Chapter 13. In fact, I can also give massages. Otherwise, let me give it a try, This girl, we are meeting for the first time. Why the grand gesture? And explain a bit. I am Lin Zhuan, soon-to-be husband of Qinj. I am not a pervert. Staring angrily at the two-dimensional girl at his feet, Lin Zhuan felt a headache coming on. He had a premonition that she would be the biggest obstacle to him gaining points. Chen Kexin, 18 years old. Youngest daughter of the Chen family, a late-stage patient of the Chunabio phenomenon. She had tens of millions of fans online, and was a popular two-dimensional internet star. The Chen family was one of the better-developed second-tier families in recent years. The D site founded by them had become the largest two-dimensional cultural community in the country after many years of development. Although the user group was young, the stickiness was very high and popular among the younger generation. Are you the one Su Grandpa brought to celebrate? I don't agree. Marriage celebrations are superstitious and outdated. I can't let you tarnish my Su sister. Especially you, Lin Zhuan. If the rumors in the Magic City are true, you will definitely be an abusive husband after marriage. Chen Kexin made an X gesture with her hands in front of her chest to indicate her disagreement with the marriage proposal. But Lin Zhuan paid no attention to her, instead holding Su Qing's hand and acting nonchalant. This is Su Grandpa's decision. If you disagree, you can talk to him. Seeing Lin Zhuan unmoved, playing with his wife in front of her, Chen Kexin's anger made her eyes twitch as she furiously swatted at the air. But she dared not confront Su Shangshan. Otherwise, given his character, he would definitely scold her harshly. Luckily, she was prepared for today. HMPH. I will definitely stop this marriage. What era is it now, and they're still arranging marriages? Su's sister won't agree after waking up, just like me. My family somehow found me a fiance named Su Fan, and they even demanded that I meet and marry him in a while. HMPH. No way, I am only interested in the two-dimensional world and my wife's sister. We'll see how I handle that Su Fan then. Chen Kexin crossed her arms, showing her determination to resist. Su Fan. Hearing this name, Lin Zhuan smirked and looked at Chen Kexin with a strange expression. In the early stages of the novel, the protagonist Su Yang, plagued by many enemies, used the alias Su Fan from the beginning to avoid involving the Su family. Chen Kexin initially rejected the name Su Fan, but later on, she gradually accepted it and became his confidant. Sensing Lin Zhuan's strange gaze on her, Chen Kexin shivered. HMPH. What's with that look? I'll tell you. I have found a way to heal Sue's sister. When she wakes up, you won't be involved with her anymore. After speaking, Chen Kexin turned her gaze to the elderly man who had just arrived. The elderly man was dressed in expensive traditional clothes and had a youthful appearance. Obviously, he practiced good health maintenance. Grandpa Deng, you are too slow. Quick, teach me your massage techniques. I need to revive Sue's sister immediately. At the words, the elderly man sighed, unable to resist his mischievous granddaughter. He could only smile wryly. As I said, this method is from an ancient book. And the ancient text is already damaged, so this massage technique is incomplete, and its effectiveness is probably limited. Later, under the explanation of the elderly man, everyone learned that he had found a specific massage technique for vegetative patients from an ancient scroll. However, the scroll was damaged, and Mr. Deng didn't take it seriously. But Chen Kexin, upon learning about it, insisted on trying it out with the elderly man. I don't care. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must try, right? If we do nothing, do you want Sue's sister to lie here like this forever? With a touch of resentment in her eyes, Chen Kexin's words silenced the room. Especially Su Kinj on the sick bed, who was silently screaming in her heart. Kexin is right. I'd rather die than be a vegetable for life. Now that there is even a shred of hope, no matter how faint, I'm willing to grasp it. Please, don't stop. I'm truly fed up with this kind of life worse than death. Unaware if she heard Su King's prayer, Mr. Deng frowned as he glanced at the sleeping beauty on the bed. Finally, he sighed and nodded. He beckoned to Chen Kexin, positioned the patient in a supine position, and began to guide the acupressure massage. Since Su King's potential awakening hinged on this, Chen Kexin didn't dare to be careless. Following Mr. Deng's guidance, she started earnestly practicing the professional acupressure technique. Since her grandfather and Mr. Deng were acquaintances, he occasionally taught her basic health-preserving massage techniques in his spare time. Facing the complicated acupuncture points mentioned by Mr. Deng, she seemed skillful and natural in her movements. 5 minutes later, while everyone was deeply focused, no one noticed Lin Zhuan's strange expression nearby. This massage technique, why is it so similar to the skill I exchanged in the system? Or maybe this is a simplified version of the Denking Miaosho massage method, albeit a flawed and incomplete version. Perhaps due to the damaged ancient text, Lin Zhuan noticed many deficiencies in the massage technique and quickly intervened. Stop! You're doing the technique incorrectly. Acupressure requires a focus on stability, accuracy, skill, and speed. Your technique should be smooth and natural. You apply too much force for too long, and the acupressure points are incorrect. This way, not only won't you clear the meridians, but it could also cause chaos in her internal energies. Hearing this, Chen Kexin subconsciously paused her actions. After a moment's realization, she turned to Lin Zhuan with a furious expression, questioning, "If you don't understand, don't speak out of turn, all right? Do you know acupressure massage?" The old man Deng didn't stop me. Are you saying you know more about medical techniques than the elder? Elder Deng, let's continue. Ignore him. Just as Chen Kexin finished, she saw Mr. Deng furrow his brow, shaking his head and saying, "No, this young man is right. There are indeed issues with this method. I had a hunch ever since it started, but I wanted to give it a shot. If you still doubt it, just look at the complexion of this girl from the Su family. Continuing like this could put her life in danger." Hearing this, Chen Kexin subconsciously looked at Su Kinj and was dumbfounded. At this moment, the girl's face was pale, devoid of any color. There was a lot of cold sweat on her forehead. Regardless of how you looked at it, it was evident that something was wrong with this massage technique. Elder Deng, what should we do? Chen Kexin was on the verge of tears, and her hair was trembling due to emotional fluctuations. The acupressure technique just now caused confusion to the girl's vital energy and blood. I will perform acupuncture on her first and then prescribe some Chinese herbs for a few days. However, we can't continue with this massage technique. Hearing this, Chen Kexin was disappointed, but she had no choice. She couldn't joke about Su King's safety. She could only pray that they would find another method next time to treat Su Kinj. Another failure. How many times is this? Am I destined to be a vegetable for life? I'd rather die. At least I wouldn't have to endure this torment. I'm so tired. I wish I could die and join my brother in heaven. Just as Su Kinj was in unbearable pain and resigned to hopelessness, Lin Juan's voice rang out, rekindling her hope once more. Actually, this massage method is fine. It's just incomplete. Coincidentally, I've learned the complete massage technique before by chance. How about let me give it a try. Chapter 14. Lin Juan takes action, shocking everyone. Is he the hope for Su King's awakening? Do you know massage therapy? Chen Kexin looked suspicious, sizing up Lin Juan from head to toe. This kind of professional medical knowledge is both dull and boring, and requires learning from a young age. She couldn't believe that a gentleman like Lin Juan would spend time learning these things. Even Deng Lao beside Lin Juan had doubts in his mind. But looking at Lin Juan's serious gaze and the way he pointed out the problems just now, maybe this young lad really has some skills. If you have confidence, then give it a try. I will be watching on the side. Let me be clear. If I feel there is an issue with your technique, I will stop you immediately. Deng Lao stroked his beard, looking serious. Of course. Lin Juan nodded confidently, walking towards the girl on the sickbed amidst Chen Kexin's skeptical gaze. So Lin Juan knows massage therapy too. But it should be just superficial, right? Similar to an ordinary person tapping on the back, rubbing the shoulders, kind of basic massage. After all, this is an illness even Deng Lao couldn't cure, so he probably can't do much either. Perhaps due to a huge psychological gap from before, the current Su Kinj no longer dares to hope. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. She could no longer bear this sense of loss. At this moment, guided by memories in his mind, Lin Juan helped Su Kinj sit up, officially starting the massage. Ding! Congratulations for unlocking the temple area, rewarded with 100 points. Ding! Congratulations for unlocking the back area, rewarded with 100 points. Ding! Congratulations for unlocking the waist area, rewarded with 100 points. As Lin Juan touched different parts of the girl's body, several system prompts rang in his mind. However, Lin Juan remained undisturbed, focused. As a man of integrity, he was not so desperate as to have impure thoughts towards a defenseless vegetative person. He simply concentrated on the massage, from the head, back, waist. It was then that Lin Juan noticed that due to long-term bedriddenness, signs of atrophy were already showing on Su King's body. No wonder in novels, after Su Kinj wakes up, she will need to rest in bed for a while. But now, with the system's danking miraculous massage technique, there is no need to worrying about risks of limb atrophy. Lin Juan pondered silently, while his fingers continued skillfully massaging various acupoints. Locked in the darkness of consciousness, Su Kinj experienced intense emotional fluctuations, both pain and pleasure. So tingling, and so comfortable. This feels completely different from what Kexin gave me earlier. My body seems to sense more clearly. I can even feel some meridians, as if they have been cleared and unblocked. But Lin Juan's fingers are so warm. A warm flow passes through the areas he massages. If Su Kinj could express emotions now, she guessed she would show a contented face. Under Lin Juan's massage and pressure, she felt her once stiff and uncomfortable body rejuvenating, as if her whole body was revitalizing. Sensing the changes in her body, Su Kinj was ecstatic. She couldn't remember the last time she felt this illusion of health. Perhaps Lin Juan really has the ability to save me from this nightmare. I may have a chance to wake up again. It wasn't just Su Kinj who realized this. The few people present were also shocked by what they witnessed. They were not blind. They could see the expertise in Lin Juan's massage techniques. The level of skill made them believe he had immersed himself in this for decades. And since Lin Juan took action, Su King's initially pale complexion visibly regained color at a noticeable speed. On the side of the sickbed, everyone had different expressions. Chen Kexin widened her eyes, full of disbelief. I didn't expect this guy to have some skills. But he's getting so close to my sister Su, it irritates me. Seeing Lin Juan almost hugging Su Kinj in order to massage, she gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at her rival, pulling her long ponytails continuously to vent her frustration. 1 hour later, Lin Juan, panting heavily, stopped the massage. So tiring. It seems that massage is also a skillful activity. It requires considering strength, total concentration, timing, and various aspects. He must be very tired. Hearing Lin Juan's slightly gasping breath, Su Qinj felt guilty inside, but it really feels so good. It's been a long time since I felt such a strong sense of presence in my body. I have a feeling the key to waking up lies with Lin Juan. If only he could massage me every day. Watching Lin Juan stop and move away from the sickbed, Deng Lao impatiently approached Su Qinj to diagnose her. After a while, he looked towards Lin Juan in amazement. Miraculous, truly miraculous. Just a while ago, Su Nvwa's vitality was declining. After your massage, she has returned to a normal state. Your massage technique actually achieves effects like promoting circulation, invigorating blood, relaxing tendons, and unblocking meridians simultaneously. In theory, this should be impossible, right? Young man, can you tell me which master you learned this technique from? Faced with Deng Lao's inquiry, Lin Juan shook his head, smiling without a word. He couldn't say it was exchanged from the system. Oh, I see. It's a trade secret. Sorry for being nosy. Seeing Lin Juan clearly unwilling to reveal, Deng Lao tapped his head, chuckled, and let it go. If you can stick to giving this girl a massage every day from now on, perhaps she really has a chance to wake up, but we don't know how long it might take. As this statement was made, the reactions of everyone present varied. Though Lin Juan appeared indifferent on the surface, his heart was already blooming with joy. With the judgment of the famous Dr. Deng Lao, he could now rightfully provide Su Qinj with massages. Even if he didn't want to, Su's family might have to plead with him. Chapter 15 Lin Jianjun's phone call. You unfilial child, it would have been better to give birth to a stick than to give birth to you. Mr. Lin. In the future, could I ask you to give Miss a massage when you're free? Miss is really unfortunate. Now that there is a chance for her to wake up, please make sure to help. Upon hearing that Su Qinj had a chance of waking up, Liu Huan was overjoyed and tearful, hurriedly pleading with Lin Juan, afraid that he would not agree. In response, Lin Juan was definitely willing to help, saying firmly, "Why such words, Liu Ya? Qinj is the woman I'm about to marry. Even if you didn't say so, I would definitely do my best." Upon hearing this, Liu Huan was moved and at the same time bowed 90 degrees to Lin Juan to express her gratitude. On the sickbed, Su Qinj's emotions were complex, not knowing how to react for a moment. In the beginning, she only thought of the other party as a tool for a happy marriage. Never did she think of getting involved with this man. After all, she suffered from metaphobia and naturally disliked men. Plus, she felt she would never wake up in this lifetime. It didn't matter at all. She didn't care if her husband-to-be was Lin Juan or anyone else. However, now, this coincidental prospective husband might actually be able to wake her up. This left her feeling a bit confused. If I really wake up, do I have to treat him as my husband? But ever since that incident, I've developed an instinctive resistance towards men. How can I? No, it seems like I'm not that resistant to Lin Juan. He has held my hand so many times, why haven't I felt like pushing him away? So complicated. This is driving me crazy. While Su Qinj's thoughts were in turmoil, her best friend was completely frustrated. Veins popped on her forehead, forming a big, pulling her twin ponytails, looking exasperated. Wouldn't this guy get to be with Sister Su every day in the future? And even be officially recognized? Damn it! I'm so envious. I'm so jealous. I hate it. I want to stop it. However, Sister Su's hope of waking up seemed to rely on this realistic uncle. At this moment, jealousy made Chen Kexin change her face completely, with one small action after another. However, everyone present tacitly ignored the behavior of this teenage girl acting out and let it pass. Lin Juan felt that he had rested enough, so he continued to massage Su Qinj tenderly. An hour passed, and the sky began to darken. Elder Deng got up to bid farewell, pulling a reluctant Chen Kexin to leave. On the way back, Chen Kexin was in low spirits and grumbled that starting from tomorrow, she would stay by Sister Su's side every day to prevent her from being taken advantage of. Then, to change her mood, she habitually opened her own D station to watch videos. Suddenly, she found a video on the popular ranking that skyrocketed to the top. It had only been released for a few hours, and it already had over 1 million views. And the various viewing data were still climbing higher and higher. Tearful eyes. The best tearjerker of the year has been released. Who dares not to appreciate it? ... Seeing this exaggerated title, Chen Kexin sneered. It seemed she needed to remind her family. These days, content creators, if they didn't focus on quality content and just resorted to sensational titles, they might as well just call themselves shocking titles bandits. She clicked on the video link. Chen Kexin expected the comment section to be full of criticism towards the sensational title Come On. However, to her surprise, the situation was quite the opposite. Impressed, impressed, I'm impressed. Let's hit the trifecta. Impressed, impressed, I didn't respect anyone before, but today, I do. I'm crying. Begging the content creator to provide information about the song's writer. I'm going to bow down to him and ask for more. I'm impressed. The entertainment industry finally has hope. But if there's an acoustic version, I would be even more impressed. ... The screen was filled with large letters impressed, which immediately piqued Chen Kexin's curiosity. She clicked the play button. The screen instantly went black, with only a few large words resembling the title of a song, A Person Like Me. The sound quality wasn't great either, sounding like a recording done sneakily on a phone from a distance. But the slightly melancholic BGM at the beginning immediately captured Chen Kexin's heart. ... A lonely person like me ... A silly person like me. An ambitious person like me ... How many people in the world ... double quotes ... When Chen Kexin returned to her senses, the song was nearing its end. And she was already in tears. So beautiful. I never thought there could be such good music in the real world ... Sister Sue loves listening to music the most. She must listen to this song tomorrow. And let that guy also know what real talent is ... Thinking about tomorrow, everyone hearing such a beautiful song for the first time and being moved to tears, Chen Kexin couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude ... At this moment, the innocent and happy little loli, oh ... On the other side, Kinj, good night. See you tomorrow. At night, after bidding farewell to the sleeping beauty, Linjuan left the room to return to his own place. However, if he could hear her thoughts, he would definitely hear the response behind him. See you tomorrow. Now, after seeing a glimmer of hope for a slight recovery, Su King's mentality gradually became less negative, starting to have a bit of anticipation for tomorrow. Lin Juan said he would sing a song for me every day. I wonder what tomorrow's song will be. Suddenly feeling some anticipation. And also after I completely recovered ... I must find the person who caused me to become a vegetative, make them pay the price they deserve. Just as Su Kinj was immersing herself in fantasies to keep herself going, Lin Juan had already returned to his room. After he finished freshening up and was about to go to sleep, a sudden phone call broke the silence in the room. As soon as he answered, Lin Jianjun's angry voice came through. You unfilial child! Are you really not planning to come home? It would have been better to give birth to a stick than to give birth to you, you ungrateful wretch. Beep beep beep. Lin Juan didn't have a masochistic tendency to endure Lin Jianjun's torment like his predecessor. He thought the other party had arranged the 3 billion. Since that wasn't the case, he had no interest in wasting words and directly hung up the call. Ring ring ring. At this moment, the phone rang again. Looking at it, Lin Juan couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was that trashy father again. How dare you hang up on my call? Why oh you beep beep beep. As soon as he answered, the scolding remarks started again. Lin Juan was somewhat speechless. The person calling in the middle of the night, just to insult him? Are they out of their mind? Lin Juan couldn't help but quip a few words. Ring ring ring. Seeing the third wave of calls coming back again, Lin Juan raised an eyebrow, then directly turned off his phone. Unbothered by outside affairs, he laid back on the bed and drifted off to a deep sleep. Chapter 16 Lin and Su, distant in heart and virtue. This rascal! This beast! How dare he not answer my calls? Does he really not see me as his father? If I had known earlier, I would have shot him in the toilet. Lin family's main hall. Lin Jianjun stared angrily at his phone that couldn't get through. Honey, calm down. Getting angry is bad for your health, the glamorous white Yulin consoled, continuously soothing Lin Jianjun's chest from top to bottom. By their side, Lin Hao also showed concern, carefully bringing a glass of warm water. Yes, Dad. Calm down. Mom is right. And I believe that brother must not be intentionally ignoring your calls. Perhaps his phone ran out of battery. Pretending to care for Lin Zhuan, he spoke obvious, unconvincing lies. Looking at the sensible mother and son in front of him, Lin Jianjun felt both touched and heartbroken. He embraced them, comforting softly. You are too kind. You'll easily get taken advantage of like this. If that traitor had half of your understanding, that would be great. You don't need to speak up for that beast. I know who is right and wrong. I'm not a foolish man. Listening to Lin Jianjun's hidden anger towards Lin Zhuan, White Yulin and her son had shimmering eyes, showing satisfaction. They quickly changed the topic to the most important matter at hand. Let's not talk about this now, dear. The most important thing now is to deal with Xiaoshuan wanting to sell his shares to us. With our current financial situation, we can't come up with 3 billion at all. What should we do? It's all because of us. Xiaoshuan must be dissatisfied with us. It's our fault. At this point, White Yulin's eyes turned red, on the verge of tears. Seeing this, Lin Jianjun felt overwhelmed and helpless. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, sensing the atmosphere, stepped in to play his role. He too had red eyes, saying with reluctance, Dad, why don't Mom and I leave? Once we leave this house, brother will surely come back. Xiao Hao, what are you saying? We are a family of 3. Didn't we promise to always stay together? Dad. Actually, I can't bear to leave you either. I really can't bear it. But I don't want to affect your relationship with brother. I don't want to. Following his mother's actions, Lin Hao threw himself into Lin Jianjun's arms, crying uncontrollably. Hearing the helpless cries of his wife and son, Lin Jianjun's eyes turned red, feeling even more hatred towards Lin Zhuan for causing all this. The 3 of them hugged each other, tears streaming down. Don't worry. That traitor is just bluffing. He'll sneak back soon enough. He's just sulking right now, jealous that I favored Xiao Hao these years and neglected him. But you both have suffered so much and finally returned to my side. I should treat you better, compensate more, right? I doubt if that traitor is my offspring. He has no sense of gratitude. HMPH. One day, I'll find a chance to have a paternity test with that traitor. Bringing up the paternity test, White Yulin's crying stopped abruptly. Her eyes showed a hint of panic. She quickly changed the subject, asking about the call her husband had with the Su family patriarch. Hearing this, Lin Jianjun's anger surged. HMPH. It makes me angry just thinking about it. I carefully explained the heinous acts of that beast to that old man. I wanted him to drive out that scoundrel, to teach my son a lesson. Let him know. Once he's out of my Lin family, there will be no place for him in the city. But that old man is clueless. Not only did he reject my request, he even said Lin Zhuan is his chosen grandson-in-law, and no one can change that. Damn it! Listening to Lin Jianjun's harsh words, Lin Hao remembered the imposing old man. Back when he went to the Su family for the engagement, the man looked at him with dissatisfaction and critiqued him. Now his attitude had changed drastically, even willing to go against the Lin family for Lin Zhuan. Why? Why could that guy receive favor from the old man, enjoying years of wealth and privilege, while he had to struggle since childhood? Finally returning to the Lin family, he had to pretend to be a good child. Why? Why was life so unfair? At this moment, intense jealousy filled Lin Hao, resenting his half-brother, and even harboring resentment towards the Su family. HMPH. That old man will regret it. Their Su group is in trouble with some medical devices, needing a large sum to pay fines. They are currently trying to gather money. Originally, due to the friendship left by the previous generations, I should have lent a hand. But that old man, wanting to protect that traitor, can't blame me for ignoring the years of friendship between our families. I want to see if the Su family falls. That traitor, the old man, and his useless vegetable-like granddaughter, who will they rely on? Lin Jianjun laughed triumphantly. Seeing the mother and son looking reluctant, wanting to plead for Lin Zhuan and others, he quickly stopped them, without a doubt in his tone. Stop it. You don't need to persuade me. I have made up my mind to give that traitor a profound lesson. Otherwise, when I get old, he would be stepping all over me. Enough of these gloomy matters. I'll take you for supper. I'll bring the car out of the garage. With that, Lin Jianjun walked out of the Via's gate, leaving behind the mother and son who dropped their disguises and had smug expressions. Su family manor, brightly lit study. Really? Deng Lao said that himself? Is there really a chance for Qinj to wake up? Su Shengshan, returning home exhausted after a busy day, listened to Liu Huan's report, excitedly tapping the table. Really? Mr. Lin also said he will massage Miss every day, hoping she will wake up soon. Liu Huan smiled broadly. She genuinely felt happy for her young Mrs. Fortune. That's good, that's good. As long as Qinj has a chance to wake up, no matter what the cost, it's worth it. Su Shengshan couldn't control his emotions and tears flowed. He was grateful that his granddaughter's chosen son-in-law was Lin Zhuan. He was glad that even in the face of Lin Jianjun's threats, he didn't compromise. Perhaps this was fate. As for how Lin Zhuan could use such magical massage techniques, Su Shengshan didn't care. As long as it could help his granddaughter, it was enough. Chapter 17 The Second Urinary Incontinence? Su Qing's Embarrassment. The next day, June 1st, Lin Zhuan got up early as usual. He first went to the flower shop to buy a bouquet of violets, then returned to Su Qing's room. Good morning, Qinj. Happy Children's Day to you. Lin Zhuan placed the violets on the bedside table and habitually held the young girl's delicate hand. Ding! Host and Su Qinj palm to palm. Reward 1 point out 15 seconds. It really increased. Yesterday was 1.18 seconds. Today, it's 1 point out 15 seconds. It seems that the improvement of good will every day can be reflected in the points the next day. Lin Zhuan smiled faintly, feeling happy. In the dark consciousness space, hearing Lin Zhuan's voice, Su Qinj instinctively felt joy. For her, although the time spent with Lin Zhuan was not long, every time he was around, he always brought surprises and a sense of anticipation for the future. This fragrance, is it violets? Is Lin Zhuan really planning to send me a violet every day? Happy Children's Day. Is today June 1st? But time means nothing to me. What I want to know now is, will Lin Zhuan sing for me today? Kind of looking forward to it. While Su Qinj was lost in thought, she heard Lin Zhuan's voice. Let me give you a massage first. You've been lying down all night. Your body must be stiff and uncomfortable. Then she felt someone getting on the bed, helping her sit up, sitting behind her. So, let's start the rehabilitation for you. The man's voice sounded low next to her ear. In the following time, Su Qinj felt like a puppet, letting Lin Zhuan position her in all sorts of weird poses. She felt like a soft and cute child, completely enveloped by Lin Zhuan behind her. So shy. Yesterday, hearing the possibility of awakening kept me excited. Now that I've calmed down, I realize these massage poses are too embarrassing. I never expected that one day, I would lie in a man's arms like this, letting him treat me. But it's so comfortable. The places Lin Zhuan touched are warm, and after the tingling sensation, a strong sense of comfort follows. If Su Qinj could express expressions now, she would have been blushing long ago. But after a moment of restraint, she let Lin Zhuan continue the massage. The feeling was just as comfortable. Having been lying down for over a week, Su Qinj already felt like her limbs were starting to atrophy. Even though Liu Huan sometimes helped her change positions and pat her back, Su Qinj still felt extremely uncomfortable. However, she had to endure silently in pain because she couldn't speak out. She had heard about how some vegetative patients, after waking up, due to prolonged bedridden life, had their bodies deteriorate and lose functionality. Even if they woke up, they would only be a disabled person struggling to survive in bed. If it comes to that, it's better to die in a coma than to wake up to hell. Luckily, I met Lin Zhuan. If I can wake up, I don't know how to repay this kindness. Wait, don't touch my feet, it's ticklish and embarrassing. On the other side, Lin Zhuan was focused on massaging. In order to fully utilize his massage techniques, besides some private parts of the women, he touched almost every part of the body. From head to waist, to legs, to feet. A girl's feet are really small. Lin Zhuan held up the girl's beautiful foot, curiously examining them. Smooth and fair, this was Lin Zhuan's first impression. Each of her 5 toes looked like tender shoots. Their fragrance was alluring, making one's appetite stir. However, Lin Zhuan quickly retracted his gaze, grasping the foot the size of a palm and massaging it thoroughly. Kunlun Point, Great Dune Point, Great Rushing Point, Walking Between Point, Great White Point, Kunlun Mountains Point, Great Brook Point, Inner Court Point. As he continuously massaged the acupoints, Sukinj felt a tingling sensation and relief spreading from her feet. At that moment, she was experiencing pain and pleasure in theory. Such a strange feeling. Is this what massaging the feet feels like? It's tingly and numb, but quite comfortable. No wonder so many guys like to go for foot massages. So kneading feet feels this good. While Sukinj was enjoying the service, gradually forgetting her recent hysterics, a sudden, inexplicable feeling surged in her heart. This familiar feeling? Could it be? No, stop. In the dark consciousness cage, Sukinj let out a strong resistance, but it had no effect on the destined outcome. Soon, she felt a coolness from the clothing sticking to her thighs. Her emotions quickly hit rock bottom. It's the second time I've had incontinence in front of a guy. And it's in front of Linjuan. When will this kind of day end? Sukinj felt utterly ashamed, her mood plummeting once again. Even though similar situations had occurred multiple times, she couldn't bring herself to face it calmly, especially in front of Linjuan. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to let him see her in such a humiliating state. On the other side, Linjuan, who had been wholly focused on massaging the small feet, suddenly sniffed the pungent smell of urine. It was unmistakable. Linjuan slowly lifted his head, only to see the girl's clothing around her legs, as well as the white sheets, all soaked with some kind of unknown liquid. All right, the massage ends here. Kinj, I'll go get a cup of water outside. Wait a moment, I'll be right back. Linjuan, with a calm expression, put down the pretty foot and slowly walked out of the room. He knew very well, the one feeling the most discomfort right now was the girl lying on the sickbed. And the greatest respect he could show was to pretend nothing had happened and leave. Sometimes, silent understanding was enough. As Linjuan's departing back was observed, Liu Huan, who had regained her senses, flashed a look of admiration in her eyes. She felt more and more that her mistress had maybe found a good match. With a smile on her face, she began to change her mistress's clothes. In the sickbed, hearing the sound of Linjuan closing the door and leaving, Sukinj breathed a sigh of relief and felt grateful. Thank you, Linjuan. Chapter 18. In ancient times, there was Kaozi composing a poem in 7 steps. Now, there is Linjuan composing a song in 10 steps. 10 minutes later, Linjuan returned to the girl's chamber. Inside were, besides the brand new clothes and beddings, everything else was arranged as usual. Sister Liu, the sunshine is perfect today. Can I take Kinj out to enjoy the sun? Being confined indoors for a long time, without seeing sunlight, is also detrimental to the body's recovery. The topic of urinary incontinence was not mentioned. Linjuan pointed to the sunny window outside and smiled as he requested from Liu Huan. Sure. Seeing Liu Huan nodding, Linjuan approached the girl's sickbed and lifted her up in a princess carry posture. Carefully, he took slow steps towards the room's exit. Only at this moment did Sukinj, in his embrace, realize suddenly, and her heart was filled with both surprise and joy. Since she had fallen into a coma, she had been stuck in this room, on this large bed. She never expected to have the chance to feel the outside air today. If she could move, she would definitely be excited to get up. However, realizing she was being princess carried by Linjuan, Sukinj felt an extreme sense of embarrassment. Various complex emotions surged in her heart. After all, besides being carried by her father when she was a child, this was the first time she was being held in this manner by a boy. So, this is the legendary Princess Carrie? I wonder if Linjuan will find me heavy. I shouldn't be heavy, right? I've been lying down for a while. I wonder if I've gained weight. I'm worried about being rejected. I have to say, the focus of all girls is always peculiar and similar. Even Sukinj. At this moment, she couldn't help but pay attention to her weight. Kinj, you are so light. In the future, when you wake up, make sure to eat more. Girls look cute with a bit of flesh. Perhaps there was a meeting of minds. Linjuan suddenly lowered his head and looked at the girl's face, responding softly. He wasn't lying to comfort her, but rather expressing his genuine feeling after holding the frail girl in his arms. However, this was normal for a vegetable that consumes liquid food for a long time. To say they are healthy, that would be self-deception, wouldn't it? The reason Sukinj was able to maintain a sub-healthy state was solely due to the brief time in a coma, the top-notch medical conditions provided by the Su family, and Linjuan's massage techniques. If these decisive factors were removed, an ordinary person would have long become emaciated. On the other side, hearing Linjuan say she was light, Sukinj felt a moment of joy. But soon after, a hint of doubt crept in. Could he be trying to comfort me? Don't boys prefer slim girls? Wouldn't chubby girls like me be disliked? As Sukinj was entangled in thoughts about her weight, Linjuan had already brought her outside the villa. Both of them exposed to the golden sunlight. So warm. I haven't felt this warmth of sunlight in so long. Sukinj pushed aside her random thoughts and quietly savored the long-lost peace. 1 minute later, under the willow tree, the dense branches and leaves blocked out most of the golden sunlight, only allowing spakes of light to filter through. Kinj, I've asked Sister Liu to bring the guitar. I'll sing a song for you later. A gentle breeze blew. Linjuan placed the girl gently on the sun lounger under the willow tree. Then, in a habitual manner, he held Sukinj's hand and whispered softly, Linjuan is going to sing. I'm looking forward to it. Just then, a shrill shout interrupted the warm tranquility under the willow tree. You perverted weirdo, let go of my sister Su's hand. Upon hearing this familiar line, Linjuan raised an eyebrow. His mouth twitched involuntarily a few times. Turning his head, the iconic twin tails. A small yellow hat on her head. A red backpack on her back. Wearing a red scarf around her neck. This second-dimensional elementary school student attire. There was no one but the lowly girl Chen Kexin. What are you doing? Why are you taking advantage of my sister Su? Stop it. Miss Chen Kexin, please understand. Myself and Kinj will be getting our marriage certificate soon. It's legitimate for me to hold her hand. Shut up. Sister Su won't like you. She already accepted my confession. We have promised each other a lifelong commitment, agreeing to be each other's angels. Linjuan had black lines on his head and couldn't be bothered to listen to the nonsensical words of the lowly girl, completely ignoring her existence. On the sun lounger, Sukinj had an urge to jump up and give Chen Kexin a knock on the head. How despicable! I considered you as my best friend, yet you only think of taking advantage of me. Just at that moment, Liu Huan returned to the spot under the willow tree, carrying a golden guitar. Mr. Lin, here is the guitar. Thank you, Sister Liu. Taking the golden guitar, Linjuan lightly strummed the strings a few times to get a feel. Linjuan is about to start playing and singing? I can't wait. What kind of original song will he bring this time? Upon hearing the music, Sukinj unconsciously held her breath to listen. Of course, this was merely a sensation produced by her uncontrollable body, fully concentrating on the moment. And this mentality was shared not just by the girl lying on the sun lounger, but also slightly older women like Liu Huan, and the bodyguards, maids, and others working nearby. All eyes were now filled with anticipation. After the stunning performance from yesterday, everyone in the Su family had no doubt about Linjuan's musical abilities, eagerly anticipating his melodious voice again. You weirdo, why are you carrying a guitar? The only one who did not blend well with the atmosphere was little lowly Chen Kexin. Tilting her head, the red scarf on her chest fluttering in the wind, she curiously remarked, Are you able to play the guitar? Let me tell you, Sister Su is very picky about music. She doesn't care for the so-called popular music in the market. Hearing her words, everyone present wore weird expressions, unsure of how to warn Chen Kexin. Linjuan, on the other hand, remained calm. Seemingly unaffected by Chen Kexin's skepticism, he replied with a gentle smile, Don't worry, I only sing original music. With that said, Chen Kexin chuckled mockingly, Original? From you? What good song could you possibly sing? If you can sing a popular song like You're Too Beautiful, then you'd be remarkable. What kind of good song can you create from scratch? Yesterday, when Linjuan displayed his skilled massage techniques, it already bewildered Chen Kexin. But she refused to believe that he possessed such talent to create something original, suspecting that it would be a rubbish song put together haphazardly. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you right now. Oh, how will you prove it? Chen Kexin was suddenly intrigued. You choose a topic. I will create a song on the spot, and then upload it online. If the song is well received by the public, that will be proof of my success. As the winner, you will have to fulfill a request from me. Of course. If the song is not liked by the public, as the loser, I also have to agree to one of your requests. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Juan proposed a gambling method. All right, I'll choose the topic. Today is Children's Day, so you must create a song that children will enjoy. Chen Kexin was full of confidence, nodding her head immediately, fearing that Lin Juan would back out. Smugly offering a last-minute topic, she then took out her phone and, per Lin Juan's request, without showing his face, entered the recording mode. Let's get started. Don't worry, even if you lose, I won't laugh at you. In the face of Chen Kexin's taunts and ridicule, Lin Juan ignored her directly, flickering through various songs from the past. Children's Day. A song suitable for children? Deep in thought, Lin Juan paced back and forth with the guitar. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 10 steps. It seemed like an idea struck him. Lin Juan halted his steps, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Chen Kexin raised an eyebrow, unamused, saying, indulging in mystification. What? Do you plan to imitate those before you? Compose a song in 10 steps like Kaozi with his poem in 7 steps. Ignoring the taunts of Chen Kexin, Lin Juan's fingers danced on the guitar strings. Cheerful notes filled the atmosphere in an instant. Subsequently, Lin Juan gently started singing the happy lyrics in tune with the music. Chapter 19. Chen Kexin, who was awkward to the point of being toe-curling, died in a social death under the willow tree. Lin Juan held a golden guitar in his arms, basking in the sunlight. Accompanied by the guitar's prelude, a light and magnetic voice sang along with the guitar melody. Planted a seed in my heart, dee-dee-da-dee-da. It can make small wishes come true with magical powers. I heard every child wants to get it. Are you ready? Tilda. Oh yeah. Tilda, let's explore together. Just the beginning lyrics of the song had captured the attention of everyone present. This song is so joyful. And it sounds so good. Totally my cup of tea. This guy, did he really come up with a song in 10 steps? Chen Kexin's mouth hung open, stunned and motionless in place. Only the stray hairs on her head swayed in the breeze. Then she became entranced by the song and couldn't pull herself away. For Chen Kexin, who has liked anime since she was young, this type of children's song is her favorite. Especially this song. The lyrics perfectly express children's self-affirmation, courage to move forward, and the performers hope that children can bravely pursue their dreams, not fearing the future, blessing them to step forward towards beauty. Of course, for many children, they may not understand such profound truths. So Chen Kexin raised her eyebrows, suddenly having a strange illusion. This song is for children. Maybe it's too childish for them, but just right for adults. Unconsciously, completely swept away by the melody of the song, Chen Kexin, with her cherry lips slightly open, began to hum along. Go, come on, Tilda, go, come on, Tilda, always firm in our current thoughts. Go, come on, Tilda, go, come on. Courage bursting out. Lin Juan is really amazing. Is this really a last-minute creation by him? What a musical genius! But why hasn't he shown this talent before? With such talent, he shouldn't be labeled as the madman that everyone avoids in the city. Does Lin Juan have some hidden secrets after all? For Lin Juan to compose such a perfect children's song in just a few minutes, Su Qinj felt genuinely impressed. Before falling into a coma, she had admirers like fish crossing the river. Among them were various young talents, and some claimed to be music geniuses in the entertainment industry. But compared to Lin Juan, this musical genius, they were completely overshadowed. At this moment, Su Qinj felt increasingly curious about her husband, who brought her so much joy. Lin Juan, what other secrets do you have? Go, come on, Tilda, go, come on, Tilda, take big steps forward. Tilda, go, come on, Tilda, go, come on, Tilda, don't procrastinate anymore. Tilda, the sun is about to set. Tilda. As the final note fell, the song came to an end. Under the willow tree, the lingering sound echoed. As everyone was still immersed in the guitar's reverberation, Lin Juan had already set down the instrument in his arms and quietly sat back next to Su Qinj. Looking at the girl's disheveled hair blown by the wind, he reached out to tidy it up and softly asked, Qinj, do you like this song? Happy Children's Day to you again. I like it. It's really nice. I also wish you a happy Children's Day. Even though she knew Lin Juan couldn't hear her, Sukinj still earnestly responded in her heart. At this moment, she truly wished she could wake up and sincerely thank Lin Juan. Thank you. These 2 days, since waking up from her coma, Sukinj had experienced the most relaxed and joyful time. She was truly grateful to Lin Juan for bringing all this to her, recalling the days when she was confirmed as a vegetative person. The despair and pain, the constant craving for death, were still vivid in her memory. Even she herself couldn't believe it. In just 2 days, she gradually stopped blaming the heavens, began to have aspirations and hope for the future. And all these changes started with Lin Juan's appearance. He would talk to her, bring her flowers, sing to her, give her massages. If it weren't for Lin Juan, Sukinj didn't know how twisted she would have become in despair. At this moment, Liu Huan and the others finally came back to their senses from the song. Clap, clap, clap. Applause came from all directions, continuous and unceasing. Lin Juan bowed repeatedly to the servants of the Su family around him, expressing his gratitude. He then glanced at the blushing, applause-loving little Lolita and said with a playful smile, "How about it, Miss Chen Kexin? Do you think I can win this bet we made?" You can." Chen Kexin, with her twin ponytails, nodded and admitted straightforwardly. This straightforward admission made Lin Juan take a few more glances. "Don't look at me like that. Chen Kexin can take it and let it go. If I lose, I dare to admit it. Although it hasn't been uploaded yet. But I can already predict that your song today will stir up a craze among children at least. And don't get too proud either. There are countless talented musicians in this world. They can create good music too. For example, I discovered a song yesterday that was like a celestial tune. It's no worse than your song." Perhaps not wanting Lin Juan to get too full of himself, Chen Kexin took out her phone, found the song she had heard yesterday by chance, and pressed play. "Listen to this song. It burst into the scene yesterday, and today it already has millions of views on the D platform. It's going viral across the internet, with millions of shares, ranking at the top of major music charts. Even popular songs like You're Too Beautiful, Last Minute Praying to Buddha, Cool, and Spicy have all been overtaken. Listen to this, the song. At first you don't know its meaning, but once you listen again, you're hooked. I think this song is better than yours today, more profound. Surely the creator must be a talented and experienced master." Chen Kexin kept boasting, elevating the song she mentioned to the point of, "Heaven holds only this piece of music. How many times can it be heard on earth?" This suddenly piqued the curiosity of Lin Juan and others, making them all wonder how good the so-called divine song Chen Kexin was talking about really was. A sorrowful background music began to play from Chen Kexin's phone. "An outstanding person like me should have shined brightly throughout life, but why in over 20 years, I'm still drifting in the sea of people, huh? This song seems familiar." Just as the BGM at the beginning started playing, Lin Juan was first surprised. Then his expression turned strange, with a mix of amusement and bewilderment. He didn't expect that. The song he sang yesterday, "An Outstanding Person Like Me," had caused such a sensation on the internet today. It seems my plan was correct. As long as I make good use of the gaps in the entertainment sector of this world, I can quickly increase my social influence. On the other hand, while Chen Kexin continued to boast, constantly praising an outstanding person like me to belittle the status of courage bursting out, this girl needs to stop. Even listening to her is embarrassing. Oh my, I can't stand it. Can someone come plug my ears? In the dark space of subconsciousness, Sukinj was already unsure of her emotions. At this moment, she was grateful for the first time to be a vegetative person. Otherwise, the ground might have opened up and swallowed her in embarrassment. Liu Huan and the others standing nearby were now fidgeting. Faced with Chen Kexin's full admiring face, proud chatter, they didn't know how to break the news of a certain social death to her. "What's wrong? Why do you have such expressions? Don't you think this song is good?" Finally realizing that something was off, the little Lolita felt her small head, looking dumbfounded. Seeing this, Lin Juan grinned and confessed directly, "Oh, it's very nice. It's just that I sang this song too. Thank you for your recognition." Chen Kexin, _00. Chapter 20, Su King's Determination. "Now I just want to seek revenge for my family. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You bastard, you must have wanted to see me embarrassed on purpose." Upon realizing her big mistake, Chen Kexin's face turned red instantly, grabbing her double ponytails in frustration. Oops, it's not too late to say it now. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you. Lin Juan raised an eyebrow, responding with the words of a previous girl. Hearing this, Chen Kexin's forehead was covered with a series of her small fangs grinding, as if she was about to pounce and bite Lin Juan in the next second. Seeing this, Lin Juan quickly raised his hands in surrender and asked Chen Kexin to help him with something. I'm willing to bet. Starting from today, I will release a new single dedicated to Kinj every day. I hope you can help me register an account on D Station and edit and release the songs I sing. Because I need to take care of Kinj, I don't have time to manage the account. Since you are more familiar with this area, I want to entrust it to you completely. Lin Juan decided to take advantage of the gap in the entertainment world to significantly increase his social influence, which would greatly help his future development. Releasing a new song every day? Does each one have the quality of these two songs? More or less? Seeing Lin Juan nod confidently, Chen Kexin was amazed, unable to close her mouth, looking at Lin Juan as if he was crazy. It is widely known that the birth of every great song is a rare occurrence. Lin Juan, however, was preparing to release a new one daily, and with confidence stating that each one could achieve high quality. At this moment, Chen Kexin could even imagine. If Lin Juan could truly continue to produce good songs every day, he would quickly rise to become the top singer in the Huaxia music circle, a top figure in the global music industry. Under the willow tree, not only Chen Kexin, but also Su Kinj and others lying on the recliner, were all stunned by Lin Juan's words. Lin Juan said before that he would sing a song for me every day. Is this really happening? And he's planning to edit and release the songs too. Is he going to pursue a singing career? Did Lin Juan actually love singing so much? Will this affect him? After all, with such a tight schedule every day, massaging me, writing songs, and releasing them. Thinking up to this point, Su Kinj couldn't help but feel guilty. If it weren't for her, Lin Juan could definitely excel in realizing his dreams. Just letting him go like this, speaking selfishly, Su Kinj was not very willing. After all, if he left, there would be no one to talk to, help her with massages, and constantly encourage her. The thought of losing these things made Su Kinj feel unexpectedly anxious. And at this moment, is singing your dream? Looking at the young man in front of her, who seemed to be a musical genius, Chen Kexin asked with curiosity, No, this is King's dream. Didn't she dream of becoming the world's #1 singer when she was young? I want to fulfill this dream for her before she wakes up, at least becoming the #1 singer in Huaxia. Lin Juan wanted to become a singer, not for his own dream, but to fulfill Su King's dream. When this was said, the entire room fell into silence. After a moment, Chen Kexin, who was the first to react, suddenly had tears in her eyes. She was deeply moved by Lin Juan's profound love, and even felt a sense of inferiority. You really? I'm tearing up. All right. From today on, I admit it, you are my strongest rival. But let me make it clear, my love for Sister Su is not weaker than yours. I will compete with you fairly. What the heck? Is this Chunabyu girl beyond saving? Lin Juan rolled his eyes, ignoring the tearful Chen Kexin, picking up Su Kinj on the recliner, and walking towards the direction of the villa. I will continue to help Kinj with her massages and rehabilitation. If there's nothing urgent, then you should go back and take care of things for me, okay? With that, he disappeared from Chen Kexin's sight. Don't worry. Since this matter is related to Sister Su's dream, I will definitely do my best. Explode! My Cosmos! The spirited little girl, with her high morale, pulled her double ponytails and rushed out of the Su family like a speeding train. Meanwhile, although Su Kinj had been carried back to her room and placed on the bed, her mind remained stuck in the recent conversation, unable to free herself. Did I hear it correctly? Was he saying he wants to fulfill my dream? To become a singer for my childhood music dream. This is his dedication. Reflecting on the happy times with her parents and relatives as a child, Su King's mindset turned cold again. She knew how dangerous the path she had to walk was. One wrong step would plunge her into an abyss. In such a situation, excessive emotional attachment would only bring danger to each other. I don't want to lose important people again. So I'll just walk this thorny path alone. Even if the end of the road is dead, by then, I can finally rest, right? I can see my family again, right? Dad, Mom, brother, I'm so tired. Chapter 21, Lin Jianjin's Birthday Banquet. It's time to take back my 3 billion. Time flies like an arrow, days and months pass by swiftly. In the next 5 days, Lin Zhuan's life remained unchanged. Every day he woke up, habitually went to the flower shop to buy a bouquet of violets, and then returned to Su Qing's boudoir. He would hold his little sister's hand, chat, tell stories, jokes, sing love songs, give massages, and so on. There were basically no special circumstances. Lin Zhuan would stick by Su Qing's side all day long. Ding! Host and Su Qing are touching palms. Reward 1 point 10 seconds. Huh. 1 point every 10 seconds again? Why can't I level up no matter what? Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Lin Zhuan felt helpless. The biggest achievement these days was upgrading from 1.15 seconds to 1.10 seconds. However, it seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Lin Zhuan's point accumulation had stalled for 2 consecutive days. Maybe I'm too impatient. After all, it has only been a week since moving into the Su family. When I think about it, the progress doesn't seem to slow. Thinking this way, Lin Zhuan felt more balanced in his heart and eagerly opened the points panel. 20,962. Looking at the hard-earned 20,000 points accumulated over many days, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but smile. He felt a sense of triumph, the exhilarating feeling of becoming rich overnight. However, scanning the system store, he couldn't help but sigh at the 2 items he longed for the most. Item: Invincible Immortal Emperor Cultivation. Price: 10 billion. Introduction: After the host successfully exchanges, you can immediately possess the cultivation, strength, and insights of the strongest Immortal Emperor level, suppressing all enemies in the world. Item: Undying Immortality. Price: 100 billion. Introduction: After the host successfully exchanges, you will have eternal undying immortality. Not even time can erode you. Looking at the descriptions of the 2 items, Lin Zhuan's mouth watered. If he could exchange for these 2 items, wouldn't he become an all-powerful god? Just thinking about it gets me a little excited. But I still lack billions of points. I can only save slowly, endure slowly. I firmly believe that there will be a day when I accumulate enough. Lin Zhuan's eyes were determined as he set his future goal. Endure, accumulate points. However, despite saying that, after looking at the beauty sleeping on the bed, Lin Zhuan gritted his teeth and made a decision. System: Exchange to premium protective talismans for me. Ding! Exchange successful. 20,000 points for touching palms deducted. Remaining touching palms points 962. Humph! Swindlers! Huh! Upon hearing that his hard-earned points had been deducted by 20,000 in an instant, Lin Zhuan felt a sense of frustration, as if he had returned to his poor status in an instant. But looking at the jade pendant he exchanged, he felt a sense of security, and felt it was worth it, according to the system's introduction. This jade pendant could withstand a fatal blow for the wearer, essentially adding an extra life. For safety reasons, Lin Zhuan prepared one for himself, and one for Su Qing. His own life goes without saying. It's definitely the most important. As for Su Qing, she was not only the only female lead in the novel, but also had the closest relationship with the protagonist and the highest luck value among the supporting female characters. If something were to happen to her, he would be put in a difficult position. He didn't want to end up touching palms with the male protagonist, Su Yang, and he wasn't interested in the main female character who had already given birth to the protagonist's child. He wasn't a scoundrel who liked married women, after all. As a pure love war god, he just wanted to win one person's heart and never be apart. Moreover, in the novel, Su Qing's ending was tragic. To be on the safe side, he thought it would be wise to give her some insurance. Afterwards, Lin Zhuan put on the jade pendant around his neck and then helped Su Qing wear the other one. What is he doing? Why did he suddenly put something on me? Sensing Lin Zhuan's sudden approach, Su Qing instinctively felt a bit resistant. Not that she was worried about Lin Zhuan taking advantage of her. After all, Lin Zhuan had been considerate and respectful these days, proving that he was a gentleman. But on that day, when she realized her feelings were a bit off, Su Qing kept reminding herself to avoid making mistakes. Qing, this jade pendant was left to me by my mother before she passed away. She asked me to give it to her future daughter-in-law. Since you are now the wife I've chosen for a lifetime, I'm giving you this protective jade pendant. To ensure that Su Kinj wouldn't disregard the jade pendant after waking up, Lin Juan deliberately made up a story to emphasize its importance. Meanwhile, in the dark subconscious space, Su Kinj wanted to raise her hand to refuse, but unable to move, she could only let it happen. Is this a keepsake from Lin Juan's mother? If so, I feel unworthy. I can't take it. Forget it. I'll give it back to him after I wake up. Just as Lin Juan put on the protective talisman, the door suddenly burst open. A girl in a JK school uniform with twin ponytails bounced in. Lin Juanjie, what song are you singing today? Let me tell you, your song Invisible Wings from yesterday caused a stir on the internet again. Now you have countless fans waiting for your new songs every day. The newcomer was Chen Kexin. After witnessing Lin Juan's talents in the past few days, her hostility towards the man gradually turned into a bit of admiration. Can't help it, Lin Juan was really awesome. Following Lin Juan's suggestion, she created an account under the codename L on D Station and released the music song Bursting with Courage. It immediately sparked a craze among kids when it went online. Many adults also imitated and sang along. The popularity of this song was comparable to people like me within a day, especially when Chen Kexin used her fame to reveal that both songs were written by L and that she would release an original single every day. She sparked a wave of fans following L. As the frenzy grew more intense, with Lin Juan producing a trump card song every day like promised, the song Ease My Worries, Love You, 7 Miles Fragrance, After 1,000 Years, and Invisible Wings were releasing, heightening the anticipation of the fans. Lin Juan, if he revealed his identity, would immediately climb to the top and become a heavenly king in the entertainment industry. He could be recognized by half of China. However, fame was not Lin Juan's ultimate goal. That's why every time he asked Chen Kexin to record without revealing his true identity. Facing Chen Kexin's expectant gaze, Lin Juan gave a casual smile, let go of Su King's hand, picked up the golden guitar beside him, held it in his arms, and softly said, "What song will I sing today?" The song is called I Really Want to Love This World. This song was created for the depressed community. I hope to use the power and charm of music to inspire and advocate for the public to care for and understand the depressed community. A song written for those suffering from depression? What kind of song is it? I can't wait to hear it now. Chen Kexin held her professional recording equipment, her face full of anticipation. Not only her, but despite lying on the sick bed unable to move, Su King's heart and mind were focused on Lin Juan's movements. During these days, she didn't dare to say anything. But when it came to musical talent, Lin Juan had already convinced everyone with his abilities. Produced by L, it must be a fine piece of work. As the guitar prelude began, Lin Juan's deep voice filled the room. The song concluded with Lin Juan calmly putting down the guitar, sitting back down, and holding Su King's hand, touching palms again. On the other hand, Chen Kexin's eyes were already filled with tears. The emotional response to the song's melody left her deeply moved. As for Su Kinj lying on the bed, she felt even more intensely. After her parents' death, the Su family faced various pressures from hostile forces. She had been enduring it with tears, especially during this time of being in a vegetative state, the immense pressure in her heart. Su Kinj could sense that she might be experiencing mild depression. So touching. This song is so well crafted, especially for someone like me with a bit of depression. Listening to it, I can feel the respect and appreciation for life in the song. The healing melody, the warm and sincere lyrics, and the deep, powerful voice made Su Kinj perceive the warmth in the song, dispersing some of the lingering shadows in her heart. Clap, clap, clap. It's so good. So perfect. Lin Juanjie, you're really amazing. Finally coming back to her senses, Chen Kexin, with an excited flush on her face, clapped repeatedly. She didn't need to think to know that once this song made its way out, it would definitely stir up an online storm. I'll leave now. I need to process the recording right away. Let's go, let's go. The eager little loli left hurriedly, carrying her recorder, and rushed out the door. What a little rascal, so impatient. Watching Chen Kexin leaving in a rush, Lin Juan couldn't help but tease with a sly smile all over his face. Turning around, he was about to start his massage work for the day. Chen Kexin's somewhat hesitant voice came from the door again. Lin Juanjie, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. What is it? Surprised to see the little loli return, Lin Juan turned back. Well, it's about your father. Today is his birthday, and I heard that he invited many celebrities and dignitaries to attend the banquet. He also plans to announce Lin Hao as his successor at the party. You? Oh, that. I know. I'll be attending tonight. Huh. What's so surprising? Debts must be repaid. It's only right. The deadline is up in a week, and it's time to get some things back. Chapter 22. Lin Hao's Green Tea Flavor. I am a younger brother. Please forgive my brother. 8 o'clock in the evening. The crescent moon hangs high. The stars twinkle. After giving the girl a final massage, Lin Juan smiled and got up to bid farewell. Kinj, I'm heading out. Click. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Su Kinj couldn't help but feel worried. She knew Lin Juan was going to attend her father's birthday banquet, and he has never gotten along with her father. This departure was destined not to be peaceful. I hope everything goes smoothly. But after all, they are father and son. I'm sure Lin Jianjun won't make it too difficult for Lin Juan. As Lin Juan walked down the stairs, he bumped into Liu Huan, who was in a hurry, holding a white medicine bottle. Liu, yeah, is something wrong? The chairman said he forgot to bring his heart medication, so he asked me to find it and deliver it to him. Liu Huan frowned, full of worrying. These days, due to troubles at the company, Su Shengshan had been busy and even stayed at the company. Long nights, high-intensity work. All of this made Su Shengshan, who was already old, appear even more worn out. He seemed like a candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished with a single blow. Plus, Su Kinj had become a vegetable. In the vast Su family, only an elderly person was left struggling alone. This situation made the internal staff of the Su family panic. Many shareholders seemed to smell bankruptcy and demise, and they began to look for a way out. I see. Liu, yeah, be careful on the way. Watching Liu Huan leave quickly, Lin Juan seemed pensive. In fact, based on the whispers of the servants in the house recently, he had guessed that the Su family was on the verge of collapse. So the day of Su Yang's return is not far off. In order to gain more favor from all levels of the Su family, I must resolve this trouble before Su Yang's return. Leaving the Su family villa, Lin Juan hailed a taxi and headed towards the Lin family estate. In the back seat, looking at the scenery passing by outside the window, Lin Juan suddenly smiled. The key lies within the Lin family. I have to stick to the plan. I must take the Lin family from Lin Jianjun's hands and firmly grasp it in my own hands. Outside the Lin family estate, the scene was bustling with people, and luxury cars were plentiful. All the wealthy bosses from various industries came to attend Lin Jianjun's birthday banquet. No wonder it's the Lin family. Although they have been on the decline for years, a thin camel is still bigger than a horse, and they are still an unshakable presence. The young man greeting guests at the door is Lin Jianjun's illegitimate son, right? The legitimate son was driven out, while the illegitimate son is favored. Interesting. Really interesting. Seeing this grand scene, some wealthy people couldn't help but sigh. But since it had nothing to do with them, they walked past with the attitude of watching a show. At the entrance of the villa, Lin Hao, dressed in a white suit, stood with a smile, welcoming the guests at the entrance. On his face, there were still scars left by Lin Juan a few days ago. Mr. Wang, please come in. Please come in. Oh, young Master Yi, you're here too. Welcome, welcome. Elder Zhang. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend my father's birthday party. Everyone, please come inside. With all of you here today, the Lin family is shining brightly. Facing the various wealthy and powerful people, Lin Hao kept thanking them with great manners. His performance was excellent, and many guests nodded in approval. Plus, everyone knew that Lin Hao was the most favored son of Lin Jianjun. So, each guest was very considerate and polite towards Lin Hao, smiling and greeting him. At this moment, at the entrance of the Lin family villa, the atmosphere was lively, with a scene of guests and hosts enjoying themselves. No wonder Lin Jianjun likes this illegitimate son. Although he has a hot temper and is often reckless, he seems more capable compared to the eldest son, who is hot-headed. He appears gentle and humble. I heard Lin Jianjun is preparing to hand over the company to the illegitimate son for inheritance. It seems like a wise decision. Listening to the whispers of the various dignitaries, Lin Hao remained calm on the surface, but inside, he was bursting with pride. HMPH. One day, I will become the true master of the Lin family. Lin Zhuan, you will never be able to compete with me. Just as Lin Hao's ambition was expanding without limits, a guest asked about the scars on his face. At this, Lin Hao suddenly felt a surge of pain in his cheek, and anger flashed in his eyes. However, he put on a look of grievance and helplessness, with red eyes. It's all my fault. I made my brother angry, but it's not his fault. Because he can't control his emotions, he didn't mean it. I really want to have a good relationship with my brother. With his helpless and sorrowful expression, combined with his words, the dignitaries at the scene suddenly understood. They got it. They realized. They all looked at Lin Hao with sympathy. Seeing this, Lin Hao continued to seize the opportunity and bowed deeply to the audience, speaking sincerely. I know my brother has a bad temper. Friends here may have been offended by him before. Here, as his younger brother, I apologize to everyone on his behalf. Please forgive my brother. After speaking, Lin Hao bowed a full 90 degrees to the audience. This display of genuine emotion immediately earned the appreciation of some of the more emotional guests. At this moment, an untimely voice suddenly resounded. Apologizing on behalf of me. Lin Hao, who gave you the right? Huh? Who dares to openly diss the young master of the Lin family? The sudden voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. As they turned their heads in astonishment, they saw a young man in a white shirt and black pants walking in. It was Lin Zhuan. It's him. Lin Jianjin's eldest son. Wasn't he kicked out of the Lin family? This guy, I heard he likes to knock people's heads when he gets angry. Many used to be wary of the Lin family, are now probably afraid of retaliation? Interesting. With this guy's hot temper, will he start a fight with the illegitimate son as soon as he arrives? As people whispered and jokingly prepared to watch the show, Lin Hao was already stunned, standing with his mouth agape. Who is this darn guy? How did he suddenly come back? Since he left the Lin family, he should stay far away from me. Could it be that he is not satisfied and wants to come back to fight me for the family property? At the thought of this, a fierce intent arose in Lin Hao's heart. No way! He had finally forced Lin Zhuan out of the Lin family, and he would never allow him to return and disrupt things. But facing many wealthy guests, Lin Hao still maintained his good younger brother image, looking joyful, and hurriedly walked towards Lin Zhuan. Brother, you're finally back. Brother, today is Dad's birthday. He will be very happy to see you back. Actually, Dad and I are just like each other. We both just care about Jigi. Damn. Where did this green tea scent come from? It's suffocating me. Lin Zhuan raised an eyebrow, looking at the approaching good little brother with disgust, and with a quick hand motion, he pushed him away. Crack. Get lost. Stop getting in my way. Chapter 23. Lin Zhuan's White Moonlight appeared. By Susu, *smack, *. The loud slap echoed at the doorstep of the Lin family, drawing shocked looks from numerous elites and magnates. I was slapped. Slapped in the face again. Feeling the stinging sensation on his cheeks from old wounds that had yet to heal, Lin Hao felt a raging anger rising within him, wishing to crush Lin Zhuan, who stood tall in front of him. But reason told him he should seize this opportunity well and let the elites of the city see Lin Zhuan's violent nature. Brother, why did you suddenly hit me? Are you still holding a grudge from last time when you pushed me down the stairs, but I didn't die? If hitting me can make you feel better, then go ahead. As long as brother is happy, Xiao Hao has no complaints or regrets. Because you are my beloved brother. Lin Hao's eyes were red, his delicate appearance enhancing the appearance of grievance. He thought that in front of so many elites, Lin Zhuan would at least show some restraint and consider his own reputation. But he never expected that the other party would throw rules out the window. Instead, as if influenced by something, he covered his nose and walked up to him, delivering a heavy blow. Dinged host and Lin Hao slap slap, reward 2 points. Ding. Host and Lin Hao slap slap, reward 3 points. Very well. Even a mosquito is flesh. Hearing the system prompts in his mind, Lin Zhuan nodded satisfactorily. He was indeed in need of slap slap points. Since Lin Hao approached to offer, he didn't hesitate to accept. As for the opinions of others in the city, concerning the bad reputation, he didn't care at all. These opportunists would cozy up to the Lin family today, and tomorrow they'd be groveling to the Su family, Yi family, Wang family. He already carried the title of violent maniac, might as well make the most of it. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had been caught off guard and consecutively received several harsh blows, feeling the world spinning before him. He had intended to endure and see if any kind-hearted person would step forward to mediate. But after a dozen hammer blows, Lin Hao's front teeth were loose. No benevolent soul came to his rescue. Instead, there were many bystanders gleefully capturing the scene on their phones. These jerks! Don't they have an ounce of sympathy? Lin Hao cursed inwardly, seeking resolution within himself. Eventually, he chose to give in, stepping back and hiding behind a pillar. With a bruised and swollen face, he peeked out and weakly said, Brother, stop. My cousin Susu. She's also here today. She hates violence. She'd be angry if you do this. Susu." Upon hearing this name, Lin Zhuan was momentarily surprised. After a brief thought, he remembered who they were talking about. Bai Susu, the former White Moonlight in his heart. Bai Yulin's niece, Lin Hao's cousin. And the Bai family was a third-rate family that had thrived by leeching off the Lin family over the years. "Hey, what White Moonlight? Just a White Lotus," Lin Zhuan sneered. According to the plot, due to his scumbag father, the former self gradually became dark and lonely. During this process, he met Bai Susu, who played with his aunt. Her innocence and purity made the former self unconsciously drawn to her, gradually developing feelings. In time, the former self treated Bai Susu as a source of solace, obediently following her lead. In front of others, the former self might explode at any moment. But before Bai Susu, he behaved like a gentle sheep. In the plot, the former self unconditionally transferred 30% of the shares to Lin Hao's name just to amuse his White Moonlight. This plot is too absurd. This White Moonlight, in the end, is just a lapdog, right? Damn, let whoever wants to be a lapdog be one, but I will never be. After flipping through the former self's memories, Lin Zhuan felt annoyed. He had no interest in dealing with Lin Hao anymore, so he turned and walked into the banquet hall. He's leaving. Indeed, only his cousin can control him. This jerk is afraid of his cousin getting angry, so he restrained himself and left. I have to ask my cousin for help. As long as I can get my hands on the shares in this jerk's possession, I won't have to endure such humiliation anymore. Seeing Lin Zhuan's figure disappear, Lin Hao, as if grasping the other's weakness, smiled confidently. He found it. The present Lin Zhuan couldn't even be suppressed by Lin Zhonming. But a lapdog was always a lapdog. Such a being could never resist the mistress. As long as his cousin was around, he would stand undefeated from the start. Thinking like this, Lin Hao's face bore a smile of victory as he strode towards the door, emotions brewing within him. He contemplated how to narrate his grievances to Bai Susu later and get her to properly discipline Lin Zhuan. The battle of the scions of wealthy families ends just like this. Quick, let's go inside. This show is too exciting. It's worth the valuable gifts I gave out. I heard Bai Susu is here today too. In her presence, that Lin Zhuan kid probably won't dare to act out. No need to say he's a hot-blooded young man. Even the old ones are starting to lose control. At the entrance, numerous elites and magnates who loved a spectacle entered the gate, chatting and laughing. On another side, in a lounge within the banquet hall, Lin Zhonming and his wife were explaining recent events to a charming young lady, who happened to be Bai Susu. Clad in a white princess dress, her innocent smile gave off a pure and lovely first love vibe. Aunt, uncle, did brother Lin Zhuan really hit cousin? But he hooked arms with me earlier. He wouldn't resort to violence again. After listening to Bai Yulin's description, Bai Susu blinked with disbelief. She had been on a trip to Sakala country recently and just returned yesterday, so she was clueless about the recent turmoil in the Lin family. Seeing her niece's puzzled and innocently ignorant gaze, Bai Yulin sighed deeply, her voice trembling. It's not Zhuan's fault, it's all mine, and Xiaohua's fault. It must be something my son. And I did wrong that made Zhuan angry. Susu, later you should advise Zhuan for me. He always listens to you the most. Ask him to come home early. Worst case, I'll take Xiaohao and leave. I can't bear to see Zhuan and Zhonming's father and son relationship deteriorate like this because of us. Chapter 24, Bai Susu, who is clueless. I have to help brother Lin Zhuan and his family resolve misunderstandings. Xiaoyu, what are you saying? Didn't we agree not to talk about this kind of thing anymore? This matter clearly is the fault of that unfilial son. What does it have to do with you and Xiaohao? When Bai Yulin expressed her desire to leave, Lin Jianjun frowned and immediately interrupted. The anger towards Lin Zhuan in his heart escalated. In these days, he had tried to call Lin Zhuan more than 10 times. Each time, he wanted to use his fatherly authority to influence the other person. Unexpectedly, that unfilial son was unyielding. After several phone calls, he directly blocked him, almost causing Lin Jianjun to have a heart attack on the spot. "Aunt, uncle, please stop arguing for now. There may be a misunderstanding between you. After the banquet, I will go find brother Lin Zhuan to clarify. If it is really his fault, then I will make him apologize to you." Bai Susu bit her lip, clenched her small fists, and promised. Hearing this, Bai Yulin felt joy in her heart. She knew this matter was settled. Others didn't know, but she knew very well about Lin Zhuan's feelings towards her niece. As long as she could firmly keep this niece on her side, Lin Zhuan wouldn't dare to cause any trouble. Bai Yulin smiled brightly, lightly patting her niece's hand, pretending to be grateful. Okay. It will all depend on you, Susu. Susu is amazing. Of course, leave it to me. Aunt. After a few compliments, Bai Susu, like a proud little princess, raised her head high and promised confidently. At this moment, deep down, she was already leaning towards her relative's side. In addition, behind her, the 3 well-dressed brothers kept instigating. Eldest brother Bai Hai, rubbing his shiny bald head, patted Bai Suzu's shoulder and earnestly advised, "Little sister, things are already clear. It must be that scoundrel Lin Zhuan, jealous of his cousin's excellence, attempting to harm him." Second brother Bai Zhang, with a smirk, touched his crew cut, expressing his agreement. Heh. I saw through Lin Zhuan's evil intentions early on. He even dared to confess to you last time. Luckily our 3 brothers stopped him on behalf of little sister. Look at how he caused such a rift with uncle over a bit of share. He is clearly a selfish person with money-grubbing tendencies. Third brother Bai He, with long black hair, snorted, "Little sister. He confessed to you not long ago. Now, for the sake of marrying into the Su family's wealth and status, he chooses to marry a vegetable. This kind of person, you should have less contact with him in the future. Unless he transfers the shares to uncle or aunt's name to prove his character." Listening to the brothers' disparaging remarks about Lin Zhuan, Bai Susu also felt confused and unsure. In her impression, brother Lin Zhuan had always been good to her and didn't seem like a bad person. Moreover, her aunt and brothers, who always adored her, would never deceive her, right? Could it be that I misjudged him? Just then, the door of the lounge was pushed open. Click. Chairman, young Master Lin Zhuan. He has come to wish you a happy birthday. A staff dressed as a security guard entered and respectfully reported. Hearing this, Lin Jianjun couldn't help but widen his eyes, somewhat incredulous. What? That unfilial son has come to attend my birthday party. Didn't he just show a resolute attitude of cutting ties with me yesterday? Can it be that he can't swallow his pride and came to apologize using this opportunity? This thought wasn't just Lin Jianjun's alone. The people from the Bai family around him were also thinking along the same lines. After all, in this world, there's no one like dad, and a child without a dad is like a weed. Who wouldn't want to receive fatherly love in this world? Bai Yulin sneered in her heart, but her face still pretended to be joyous as she hugged Lin Jianjun's arm and coaxed, "Honey, Xiaoshuan finally came back. Since he already knows his mistake. When he kneels down to apologize to you, you must not lose your temper and drive him away." Hearing the coquettish tone of his wife, Lin Jianjun felt extremely pleased. But on the surface, he remained composed, waving the white paper in his hand. To seek my forgiveness, it will depend on that unfilial son's behavior. This time he has gone too far, thoroughly angering me. Merely kneeling and apologizing is not enough. Unless that unfilial son signs this share transfer agreement, unconditionally transferring his 30% shares into my name, then I can reluctantly give him a chance, as if he were my son. Listening to this, Bai Yulin sighed with feigned helplessness, but inside, she couldn't be more pleased. As long as Lin Zhuan transfers the shares, these shares will eventually fall into her son's hands for sure. However, will that guy really be foolish enough to transfer the shares? Bai Yulin had some doubts, especially after sensing the changes in Lin Zhuan recently. Suddenly, she caught sight of her niece standing alone by the wine table and instantly felt reassured. Right. How could I forget about Susu? If she intervenes. Shortly after, Bai Yulin blinked at her three nephews, conveying certain information. Then she casually sighed, "Honey, you want these shares just to test Zhao Xuan's sincerity, to see if he truly regrets it. Once he confirms his mistake and changes, naturally, the shares will be transferred back to his name. But your efforts? If seen by Zhao Xuan or others, they might misunderstand and think you're trying to seize the shares opportunistically. So uncle is so noble. This is what it means to have a father's love as mighty as a mountain. Uncle really put in a lot of effort, worrying over Lin Zhuan's brotherly heart. Understanding Lin Jianjun's intentions, Bai Susu, with innocence in her eyes, shed tears of gratitude. On the other hand, the three doting brothers behind her exchanged looks and saw through their aunt's true intentions. The reason why the Bai family had flourished rapidly was based on sucking blood from the Lin family's foundation. So, in order to continue sucking blood in the long run, the most secure way was to firmly control the Lin group within the family. Whether it was cousin Lin Hao, or Aunt Bai Yulin, or the easily deceived fool Lin Jianjun. No matter what, the control couldn't fall into the hands of the unrelated outsider Lin Zhuan. Realizing this, the three brothers took the initiative. Bai Hai even snatched the contract from Lin Jianjun's hand. Patting his shiny bald head, he smiled and said, "Uncle, to avoid misunderstandings, let's go meet Lin Zhuan first. After Lin Zhuan signs the contract in advance as a sign of goodwill, we'll bring him here to kneel and apologize to you. After all, this matter is a family affair. We can solve it privately to prevent other dignitaries from laughing at us." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Jianjun's response, he took his hesitant sister and two brothers and swiftly left the room. Click. Watching the closed door, Lin Jianjun's eyes flickered. In the end, under Bai Yulin's coaxing, he reluctantly sat back on the sofa. He took the tea she handed him and sipped, with a cold snort, "For the sake of you, I will reluctantly give that unfilial son a chance to kneel and apologize. Yes, yes, yes. Honey, you're so magnanimous. I admire you the most." Listening to his wife's flattery, Lin Jianjun felt incredibly pleased. He pulled his wife closer and, in a moment, the room was filled with the sounds of their intimate moments. On the other side, as the Bai siblings walked out of the lounge, they soon spotted Lin Zhuan standing alone by the wine table. "Little sister, that guy Lin Zhuan is over there. Let's go." Bai Hai held the share transfer agreement and swiftly walked over with Bai Susu and the other two. Chapter 25. Bai Susu's Perplexity. How did my brother Lin Zhuan turn out like this? In the Lin family banquet hall, the lights were brightly lit. Many upper-class dignitaries were exchanging toasts and engaging in lively conversations. However, from time to time, they would cast glances towards a young man standing beside the wine table. That person was none other than the rumored unfilial son, who was driven out of the Lin family by the patriarch, Lin Zhuan. At this moment, he was holding a wine glass, savoring it alone, as if he were contemplating something, completely ignoring the curious glances directed his way. White Susu. I remember she's also a supporting character in the novel. Initially portrayed as the epitome of a silly, sweet girl, but as Su Yang destroyed the Bai and Lin families, she began to enter a dark and revengeful mode. Unfortunately, facing the chosen one, how could she possibly succeed in her revenge? In the end, she developed Stockholm Syndrome and eventually died trying to save the protagonist. Recalling the plot involving Bai Susu, Lin Zhuan's mouth twitched, feeling absurd. Especially the setting. In his previous life, he had made various derogatory acts to court Bai Susu, feeling embarrassed to the point of being unable to comment. Just then, Lin Zhuan Jij, a clear and affectionate call rang out from behind Lin Zhuan. Frowning, he turned around to see a young girl in a white princess dress, with a pure smile on her face, walking towards him slowly. With just one glance, Lin Zhuan recognized the girl's identity. Bai Susu. He couldn't help but admit that the girl in front of him indeed had an enchanting charm. Her innocence and naivety inside out were captivating too many men, making them feel like they were back in their teenage years meeting their first love. But after fully understanding the plot, how could Lin Zhuan not see her as a cunning woman? But at this moment, seeing Lin Zhuan ignoring Bai Suzu's call, a bald young man behind him frowned disapprovingly and scolded, "Didn't you hear my sister calling you?" Are you deaf or blind? Bai Hai. And Bai Zhang. Bai He. Looking at the three young men who were sticking close to Bai Susu like glue, Lin Zhuan's eyes narrowed. In the original plot, these three doting brothers were no good characters either. Taking advantage of the previous body's love for their little sister, they often bossed him around, scolding him whenever they pleased. Despite the previous body's efforts to please them and willingly becoming a cash cow for the three brothers, all he got in return was contempt deep down. Silly D***CK. Thinking of becoming my sister's husband. Go pee and look at yourself in the mirror. Are you worthy? Remembering the memories of the previous body, Lin Zhuan's face turned cold. He even lost interest in the three siblings, turning to drink his wine alone. Lin Zhuan Jij. Why are you ignoring me? Did Susu do something wrong to upset you? Seeing Lin Zhuan ignoring her, Bai Susu looked surprised, then blinked her big eyes pitifully, with a helpless and aggrieved expression. This look of grievance made the hearts of the three brothers behind her ache, as well as the male guests around, who couldn't help but admire and protect the innocent beauty. But what was truly surprising to everyone was Lin Zhuan, who was known as Bai Suzu's lapdog #1, not only remained expressionless, but also coldly spat out one word: get lost. _WWOO. Once these words were uttered, not only everyone in the banquet hall, but even the naive Bai Susu froze at the sudden change in Lin Zhuan's attitude. Lin Zhuan Jij. What's wrong with you? What happened? Bai Susu covered her cherry-like mouth, tears shimmering in her eyes, her expression a mixture of confusion, sadness, and disbelief. This was the first time she had been scolded by him since knowing Lin Zhuan. What's going on? Before Bai Susu could recover from her shock, her three protectors behind her couldn't sit still, unable to bear seeing their beloved sister being wronged. Eldest brother Bai Hai slapped his shiny bald head, looking fierce. You rascal! Lin Zhuan, how dare you speak to my sister like that? Want to die? Second brother Bai Zhang rolled up his sleeves, menacingly threatening, kneel down and apologize to my sister immediately, or I guarantee you will leave here lying down today. Third brother Bai He took out a rubber band from his pocket, tied up his shoulder-length hair, exuding a fierce momentum, as if ready for action. You bastard! You want to rebel, huh? Feeling itchy? Have you forgotten how we used to deal with you before? Seeing the three brothers ready to act aggressively, the surrounding guests quickly cleared the area, hiding in corners to watch the drama unfold. TSK. It seems that Lin Deshao has woken up and doesn't want to be a lapdog anymore. Isn't that normal? After licking them for so many years, what's the use? I think Lin Xiao may not be interested in Bai Susu anymore because of his vegetable fiancé. Isn't Su Qingge the #1 beauty in the Magic City? Even if she can only lie in bed as a vase in the future, she's still stunning. Get real. I guess it's because of too much pressure. After all, when Chairman Lin kicked him out of the house, losing power and wealth, how could he have the mood to lick women? I agree. Lin Zhuan came today probably to compromise and seek reconciliation with Lin Jianjun, wanting to admit his mistakes and return to the Lin family. The guests were discussing among themselves, some of their words falling into Bai Suzu's ears, making her suddenly realize. So this is it. The reason why Lin Zhuan Jij changed like this. Must be because he's not in a good mood, which is understandable. As long as she helps him resolve the misunderstanding with her uncle, he will return to being the loving brother Lin Zhuan again. Thinking of this, Bai Suzu's mood improved once again. She hurriedly opened her arms, standing in front of Lin Zhuan, pouting and glaring at her three brothers. Big brother, second brother, third brother, no fighting. Otherwise, I'll be angry. Under her threat, the three doting brothers' faces paled, standing still, glaring fiercely at Lin Zhuan. However, Lin Zhuan remained calm and composed, completely ignoring their gazes. Before coming to the Lin family, he had spent 500 points on a master-level self-defense martial art, effortlessly handling a few untrained ordinary people. Lin Zhuan Jij, I know you're upset because Uncle won't forgive you. But don't worry, we just met with Uncle and them ... Bai Susu, full of innocence, took the contract from eldest brother Bai Hai's hand and handed it to Lin Zhuan with a smile. Uncle said as long as you sign this contract, he will forgive you. Sign it quickly. Lin Zhuan Jij, I'll get you a pen. Seeing Lin Zhuan's faint smile as he looked over the contract, Bai Susu couldn't contain her joy. She could already envision a harmonious scene with the misunderstanding between Lin Zhuan's family being resolved with her help. I am awesome. Chapter 26. You're so amazing. Even the Leshan giant Buddha would have to give up its seat for you. Little sister, don't forget. After signing, Uncle said you have to make Lin Zhuan kneel and kowtow. Bai Susu, who was moved by herself, took the pen handed to her by her big brother Bai Hai. Seeing the other party still yelling in dissatisfaction, she couldn't help but glare at her big brother. This made the other party close his mouth in frustration. Seeing this, Bai Susu regained her smile and patted her chest, reassuring Lin Zhuan, "Don't worry, brother Lin Zhuan, I will protect you. Uncle spoils me. I'll help you plead with him later. He definitely won't make you kneel and kowtow again. Hurry up and sign." However, facing the pen Bai Susu handed to him, Lin Zhuan remained indifferent. Only a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stared at the girl in front of him like she was a fool. He had just glanced through the contract contents roughly, as expected. As long as he signed his name, all the shares under that name would unconditionally transfer to Lin Jianjun's name. Faced with such a ridiculous contract, in the plot, the previous self, in order to make Bai Susu happy, signed his full name without hesitation, thus completely losing the last chance to turn the tables. What a pity. I am not the kind of brain-dead bootlicker my previous self was. Lin Zhuan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Seeing Bai Susu still looking at him expectantly he couldn't help but feel foolish at the girl's naive sweetness. Do you know what signing this contract means? Of course. It means transferring all the shares under your name to Uncle's name, right? Bai Susu looked confused, not understanding why Lin Zhuan suddenly asked this question. She wasn't a fool. How could she not know what transferring shares meant? But how could the love between father and son be measured by money? It's just a few shares, isn't it the same no matter who has them? Within the family, why bother about shares so much? Heh. These shares are worth at least 3 billion. Oh. So what? Bai Susu scratched her head, puzzled, then said seriously, "Wealth is external. We only need enough food to eat and clothes to wear. I think being spiritually rich is far more important than material abundance. Isn't it?" Speaking up to this point, Bai Susu gradually understood. She realized that Lin Zhuan was reluctant to give up this mere 3 billion. She understood. But deep inside, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of disappointment towards Lin Zhuan. My brother Lin Zhuan, how did you become so selfish and materialistic? How kind you used to be. But now, sigh. Bai Susu felt sorrowful, her brows furrowed tightly, earnestly advising Lin Zhuan, "Brother Lin Zhuan, listen to me. Money can't buy true feelings, nor true hearts. Having money doesn't mean you are successful or happy. We have hands and feet. Even if it's just 3 billion or 30 billion, we can find a way to make it again. But if you lose family affection, you really lose everything. After all, money can be earned again, but a dad, there's only one. Bai Suzu's eyes turned red, her voice hoarse as she shouted in a loud and desperate voice. She truly hoped to awaken Lin Zhuan's conscience and guide him back to the right path. At this moment, Bai Susu seemed to stand at the moral high ground, exuding a radiant saintly glow all over her. However, she didn't realize that, even after her long speech, the expression on Lin Zhuan's face became increasingly bizarre. Not only Lin Zhuan, but also her 3 brothers behind her, as well as the wealthy and powerful guests around, were all embarrassed under her saintly speech. Everyone attending the banquet tonight was at the top level of society, who hasn't gotten a little dirty to get this far. This kind of brainwashing Pua rhetoric from Bai Susu was seen by them as a way to manipulate lower-class people. If you believed it, you were just a pure fool. And at this moment, Lin Zhuan finally spoke up. You're so amazing. Trying to save all sentient beings, huh? I suggest you buy a ticket to Leshan immediately. There's a giant Buddha there. Let him sit while you stand. As for this share transfer agreement, haha, go to hell. In Bai Suzu's astonished gaze, Lin Zhuan ripped the contract to shreds in no time and threw it up in the air. The next moment, the paper scraps fluttered all around. Damn! Just realized Lin's son is quite handsome. By doing this, isn't Lin Zhuan completely breaking with Lin Jianjun? But compared to 30 billion, I would break too. Exactly, Looking at the hint Lin Juan just gave, signing the contract means unconditionally transferring the shares. Only a lunatic would agree. Anyone with eyes can see, Lin Hao, the illegitimate child, is the most favored. If he gives up the shares today, who knows, they might end up in the illegitimate child's name. With this 30% shareholding, Lin Juan becomes the largest shareholder of the Lin Group. Lin Jianjun has to step back. He's afraid of him. Talking about father-son love. What a joke _TSK. I'm so curious. Lin Youngmaster seems to have improved his temper. Before, he might have lost control of his anger and overturned the table long ago. Maybe it's because of Bai Susu. After all, no one wants to show their violent side in front of a goddess. In the banquet hall, many guests were in an uproar due to Lin Juan's actions. Bai Susu gaped at the young man who now seemed somewhat unfamiliar and muttered to herself, "What are you doing?" Just then, a familiar shout awakened her from her confusion. Cousin, cousin, what are you doing here?" Turning her head, she saw a man with a swollen face like a pig's head running towards her. Ah! Bai Susu was startled and stepped back in fear. Her three brothers, seeing that something was wrong, quickly shielded their sister behind them, glaring fiercely at the approaching man, ready to fight at any moment. "Cousin, brothers, it's me, I'm Lin Hao. Lin Hao." Hearing the familiar voice again, Bai Hai was initially puzzled, but cautiously stepped forward. He circled around the pig-headed man and confirmed his cousin's identity. "Little Hao, it's really you. How did you end up like this? Who beat you like this? Who did it? Tell cousin, I'll kill him." Hearing this, Lin Hao felt a wave of joy. He knew Lin Juan wouldn't dare challenge Bai Hai and his other two brothers to leave a good impression on Bai Susu. So, he feigned hesitation and anxiety on his face, looking at Lin Juan and calling out repeatedly, "No one beat me. I did it myself. It wasn't cousin. Really, it wasn't cousin." This transparent attempt to deceive made it clear to everyone that Lin Juan was the one who hit him. Even naive and sweet, Bai Susu understood at this moment who Lin Hao was referring to. Seeing Bai Hai furious and about to confront Lin Juan, Bai Susu quickly stood in front of Lin Juan and shouted loudly, "Big brother, calm down. Lin Juan is such a good person. How could he hit cousin? Lin Juan, speak up. You definitely didn't hit him. You promised me before that you wouldn't use violence. So, there must be a misunderstanding here." Before Bai Susu could finish explaining, Lin Juan spoke expressionlessly. "No misunderstanding. I hit him. So what?" Upon hearing this, Bai Susu was stunned instantly. Bai Hai, on the other hand, laughed angrily and rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. "So what? Humph! Daring to hit my cousin, you will pay the price." Bang! Before Bai Hai could approach, Lin Juan grabbed a bottle from the table and smashed it hard on Bai Hai's bald head. "This is your king price. I've tolerated you for so long. Idiot! Lin Juan, how dare you hit my big brother?" Smack! Before Bai Zhang could finish speaking, Lin Juan delivered a solid slap to his face. "You moron! Shut up! I've tolerated you for so long." Everyone was dumbfounded. Their mouths twitched but remained silent, unwilling to provoke Lin Juan. Smack! White River covered his cheek and retreated repeatedly, looking full of grievances. "I didn't even say anything. Why did you hit me? What are you looking at? Just because your hair is so long that you toss it around all day. Do you think you're Chen Honam? If I'm not feeling good, I will hit you. You!" White River gritted his teeth, his face scrunched up in anger. "Don't be like this, big brother. Don't hit our cousins. If you want to hit someone, hit me, please." Lin Hao was in tears, about to rush in to intervene. But halfway there, a mouthful of white phlegm landed on his face. "Ooh you green tea boy, you disgust me. Even hitting you feels dirty." Lin Juan, looking disgusted, covered his nose and stepped back. This sudden turn of events left the guests in the banquet hall silent, staring at the scene in disbelief. In the quiet banquet hall, only Bai Suzu's slightly tearful pleading could be heard. "Stop, stop. Don't fight anymore. Please don't fight." Chapter 27, Madman Lin Juan. "Whoever you are, bring it on if you dare." Lin family. Inside a brightly lit lounge, Lin Jianjun frowned as he listened to the continuous shouts outside. Why is it so noisy outside? Is there some trouble going on? Nearby, in front of a dressing table, Yulin was touching up her makeup in the mirror. Smiling at his words, she took the opportunity to please him. How could that be? This is Chairman Lin's birthday banquet. Who would dare to act so recklessly? Indeed, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble on my territory, Lin Jianjun said smugly, clearly enjoying his wife's flattery. But where are Bai Hai and the others, taking so long? I can't wait anymore. Why hasn't that disobedient son handed over his shares and come to kneel before me to beg for forgiveness? HMPH. Making me wait for so long. I will not forgive him easily later. Lin Jianjun's eyes turned cold as he picked up a wine glass on the table and drank the precious red wine in one gulp. He just wanted to get hold of the 30% ownership stake quickly. By then, he would become the unstoppable true master of the Lin Group. HMPH. Once I have complete control of the group, the first thing to deal with is those unruly shareholders in the board of directors. As Lin Jianjun's lips curved into a sinister smile, fantasizing about being the absolute ruler of the house, the shouts outside became even louder. Even Bai Yulin, who was focused on her makeup, realized that something was amiss. Frowning, she stood up and gently held Lin Jianjun's arm, suggesting, "Honey, let's go out and see what's happening. Maybe we can find Bai Hai and the others." Lin Jianjun nodded in agreement. The couple opened the door and walked out. Just as they stepped outside, they were surprised to see a large group of dignitaries gathered in a circle watching something. "This is the Lin family young master I know. Whoever he is, bring it on. The notorious young master lives up to his reputation. Well done. I've always despised the White family. If it weren't for Bai Yulin using her body to climb up, the White family wouldn't have made any progress, right? Chairman Lin really cherishes this illegitimate son. How can he be so biased towards him? Indeed, if I had such a worthless father, I would probably go mad. Especially when it's clear that the White family is constantly draining resources. No brain. Lin Jianjun owes everything to his deceased powerful wife, right? Heaven favors talents. In my opinion, once the Lin family falls into Lin Jianjun's hands, it won't last a few years before it cools down." The wealthy and influential people gathered together, speaking candidly about their thoughts. Due to the large number of people Lin Jianjun and his wife couldn't make out who said what above the noisy voices. However, wherever they passed, the guests immediately stopped talking and respectfully made way for them, creating a path. Both Lin Jianjun and his wife had cold expressions on their faces as they briskly passed through the crowd. "Hey, get lost, you green tea man. Disgusting. I don't want to dirty my hands hitting you." Soon, the couple reached the center of the crowd where they saw Lin Zhuan spitting a mouthful of phlegm on Lin Hao's face. The White brothers were lying on the ground nearby. "Poor Mom, big brother hit me," Bai Yulin exclaimed in shock as she hurried to her beloved son's side. Looking at his swollen face, she was heartbroken. Turning her head fiercely with a venomous gaze, she stared at Lin Zhuan. At that moment, White Yulin, consumed by love for her child, even forgot to maintain the facade of a loving mother. "How dare you hit my son?" Smack! Lin Zhuan didn't bother with words and delivered a heavy blow. "You, mistress, shut up. You have no right to speak to me. It hurt. It hurt too much." Feeling the intense pain on her cheek, Bai Yulin was stunned, her mouth moving, but no words coming out. She never imagined Lin Zhuan could be so heartless. In front of everyone, even his mother, he dared to physically assault her. It was humiliating. This was the biggest disgrace she had ever faced in her life. And the only thing she could rely on now was ... honey. Say something. "You beast, how dare you hit your mother? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Apologize to your mother immediately on your knees." Lin Jianjun roared with a flushed face, ready to defend his beloved wife by grabbing an iron chair. But as he prepared to take action, a wine bottle came hurtling towards him. Clang! Thanks to his quick reflexes, Lin Jianjun dodged the bottle, narrowly avoiding a fatal head injury. However, even in that moment ... as he looked at the shattered beer bottle on the ground, and then at Lin Zhuan, who had just withdrawn his throwing posture, Lin Jianjun's forehead was covered in cold sweat, frozen in place. "Say it again. She's just a mistress, not my mother. Lin Hao is just a few months younger than me. This means when my mother was carrying me ... You were engaged in an affair with your former secretary. You're not fit to be my father either. Mad. This is madness. Lin Juan, the young master of the Lin family, had gone completely crazy. At that moment, not only Lin Jianjun, but also White Yulin, White Susu, the White brothers, and all the wealthy guests witnessing the scene were shocked by Lin Juan's insane actions. This was even more explosive and crazed than before. What exactly do you want? Lin Jianjun took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and spoke each word deliberately. There was no trace of fatherly affection in his eyes under the public gaze. At this point, with the way the situation unfolded, he had lost all his dignity and was on the verge of losing control. I have two purposes for coming here today. The first one, I want you to sign this contract. Lin Juan took out a contract from his pocket and threw it to the grim-faced Lin Jianjun. He picked it up and flipped through it, only to find clauses stating the complete disassociation of Lin Juan from the Lin family, with no obligation to support any of the Lin family members. Are you serious? After signing it, we have no relationship at all. Lin Jianjun's breathing quickened, genuinely afraid of being infuriated to death on the spot by his stepson. He thought the latter came to apologize by kneeling before him. Little did he expect. This was the true purpose all along. Yes, sign it. For you, having Lin Hao as your illegitimate son should be enough. Lin Juan had checked the laws of this world. Their legal system was different from his previous world, and it supported such contracts to sever relationships. So, to avoid trouble in the future, Lin Juan didn't mind cutting off ties directly with this peculiar family. If you are willing to turn over a new leaf, get rid of Lin Hao and his mother, then I might consider. No need. It's better to raise a dog than you. Lin Hao is 100 times better than you. You're not even comparable to a single toe of his. Lin Jianjun was full of resentment, wishing he could strangle this stepson on the spot. Fine. Let's sign it. Ignoring any further arguments, Lin Juan shrugged, urging the other party to sign quickly. Swiftly, amidst the disbelief of the onlookers, Lin Jianjun suppressed his anger and quickly signed his name, tossing the contract back to Lin Juan. Lin Juan picked up the contract from the ground, glanced at the signature on it. Satisfied, he pocketed it. Now, Mr. Lin, let's talk about the second matter. Chapter 28, The Most Romantic Man in the Magic City, Lin Juan. Upon hearing the words Mr. Lin, the guests present all looked at him strangely. As for Lin Jianjun, he was almost so angry that he nearly spat out blood. What's the second thing? Hurry up and say it. The second thing is about the 30% of shares and 3 billion transfer I mentioned to you last time. Have you prepared for it? You. Do you really want to sell the shares to me? Indeed. I never lie. Lin Juan decisively nodded. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianjun's face turned red with anger, his fist clenched tightly, making a creaking sound. He initially wanted to scold this unfilial son severely, but remembered that he had already signed a severance agreement. I don't have that much money temporarily now. Can we negotiate the price, Kno? Unbelievable. Do you really want to be so decisive? Why do you need so much money? 3 billion. I need to prepare a dowry. Lin Juan spoke firmly, his face remaining unchanged. Seeing the shocked expressions of the people as if they had seen a ghost, Lin Juan explained seriously, in a little while, I will be marrying into the Su family. This 3 billion is the dowry I am giving to the Su family. Any problem with that? A problem. Are you kidding me? 3 billion, not $30, right? Throughout history, a 3 billion dowry is unheard of. What kind of woman must she be to deserve such a fortune? But Lin Juan seemed oblivious to the stunned gazes of the crowd. He smiled faintly, his eyes full of affection. I don't care about money. I only want to quietly wait for the day when Kinj opens her eyes. To hold your hand and grow old together. But now the Su family is in trouble. That's when this dowry is needed. I don't want my wife to wake up and find her family gone. How will she feel then? What to do? Deal with it. Hearing these outrageous yet seemingly natural words, the reactions of the people were diverse. Lin Jianjun, Lin Hao, Bai Hai, and most of the male attendees stared at Lin Juan as if he were a fool. They couldn't understand why Lin Juan would spend 3 billion as a dowry for a vegetative woman. Isn't that pure foolishness? On the other hand, Bai Sushu and the majority of the women present were deeply moved, overwhelmed by the sincere emotions shown by Lin Zhuan. This man is incredible, right? If roles were reversed ... and they became a vegetative person like Su Qinj, lying helpless in bed, their spouse might not even stay faithful for a month, let alone be as devoted as Lin Zhuan. Compared to most men of this era, Lin Zhuan was indeed as rare as a giant panda in a zoo. He was like the perfect prince of heartfelt emotions in the eyes of countless girls. At that moment, the gazes of many women towards Lin Zhuan were full of admiration, while those towards their partners were filled with disdain and disappointment. Oh, the comparison was so disheartening. As the varying reactions of the crowd were noticed, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but give himself a mental pat on the back. When this declaration of love reaches Su Yong's ears, he would surely shower his brother-in-law with endless affection. Lin Zhuan then smiled and turned to face the wealthy and powerful individuals with different expressions. Since Mr. Lin can't come up with the money to buy my shares, I have decided to sell the shares to a more capable buyer. Anyone here interested in Lin Corporation shares, feel free to contact me at any time. Highest bidder wins. Oh, is this for real? Did the young Master Lin actually plan to sell his shares to an outsider? If the shares were truly acquired by a rival outside the Lin family ... With this 30% stake, Lin Corporation might indeed face a change of ownership. Lin Zhuan, you ungrateful brat! Lin Jianjun couldn't sit still anymore and roared uncontrollably. If Lin Zhuan lets an outsider in, wouldn't he, as the chairman, be replaced in no time? The company that originally belonged to the Lin family would be completely taken over by others. No, I won't allow it. I absolutely cannot let this happen. Lin Hao and his mother, who stood beside him, also didn't want to see this happen. After all, Lin Corporation had become their possession. How could they accept someone else swooping in like a vulture? Zizhuan, it's like giving away good resources to strangers. This is an internal Lin family matter. We can handle it ourselves, no need to involve others. Moreover, this is the industry your mother painstakingly built. If you sell it to someone else, how would you honor your deceased mother? Lin Zhuan, this was your mother's wish. White Yulin spoke tearfully, with a pleading expression, but upon seeing the red handprint on the other person's face, Lin Zhuan found it ironic. How is it honoring my mother by giving it to someone else? Would letting your illegitimate son inherit it be more honoring to my mother? Upon hearing this, White Yulin's expression stiffened, unsure of how to respond. All right, Mr. Lin, if you don't want the shares to fall into someone else's hands, I suggest you quickly raise the funds. At this point, Lin Zhuan no longer had the patience to continue. He left with a parting sentence, waving his hand and walking outside the Lin family home, leaving the wealthy and influential people exchanging glances. Seeing Lin Jianjun's face turning dark with anger, everyone knew the birthday party wouldn't continue that night, politely excusing themselves. Soon, the once lively banquet hall was left with only the Lin family trio. As the wealthy individuals left, everything that happened that evening at the Lin family spread at a terrifying speed. Big news! Major news! That Lin kid from the Lin family has gone crazy tonight. Wait, Lin Zhuan has gone nuts. Using 3 billion as a dowry to marry into the Su family. Fascinating. Su Qinj, who used to be the most beautiful female CEO in the Magic City, now a vegetative person, still has a man willing to go to such lengths for her. The 30% shares of the Lin family. If I could get my hands on that, I'd be on cloud 9. Even Lin Jianjun wouldn't be able to compete with me. Get real. Can you come up with 3 billion? Moreover, its highest bidder wins. The final price may exceed 3 billion. Lin Jianjun, that old man, must be flabbergasted now. Why did he have to be sick in the head, favoring an illegitimate child so excessively? So romantic. A man who is willing to break ties with his family for love. This is more moving than a movie. From today onwards, I am willing to call Lin Zhuan the most romantic man in the Magic City. In a short amount of time, Lin Zhuan's name caused quite a stir in the Magic City. After all, a 3 billion dowry was quite astounding. Unheard of. But unlike before, this time, Lin Zhuan didn't just receive insults. People were now praising and criticizing him in equal measure. The first person to receive this news was Zhu Shengshan, who was facing pressure from creditors within the group. Chapter 29. Zhu Shengshan is moved. Qingzhe is fortunate to have such a husband, a lifetime of happiness even in the night, under the bright moon and sparse stars. Inside the Su's Group conference room, Chairman, Starlight Bank has called again, saying they want to collect the loan from the last batch of wholesale. And Z General has been urging us lately to pay the breach of contract fine more frequently. He has already made it known. If we cannot pay the breach of contract fine, then we'll have to meet in court. In these past few days, many employees have resigned one after another. In front of the mahogany office desk, Su Shengshan, with silver hair, takes off his reading glasses, his face exhausted. Listening to the secretary continually reporting bad news to him, he feels a sense of powerlessness as if he is a lone tree barely standing. Since the company had a major issue with a large batch of medical equipment some time ago, in order to prevent these devices from causing harm to the public, Su Shengshan, despite the dissuasion from the major shareholders of the company, decisively chose to take back these medical devices for reconstruction. But this also resulted in a substantial breach of contract fine that needed to be paid. The Su family has been on a downward spiral ever since his only son and his family were met with an accident a few years ago. They simply cannot come up with the billions needed for the breach of contract fine. Learning about the major crisis the Su family faced, many longtime partners over the years chose to avoid them. Some even took advantage of the situation. This further exacerbated the situation, adding insult to injury. The company has now reached the point where bankruptcy and liquidation are possible. Are we reaching the limit? But if the Su family falls under my watch, how would I face my descendants under the 9 springs? And Qingzhe's high medical expenses without the support of the company? What should we do? Not to mention Xiaoshuan, if he finds out about the marriage agreement. Not only do we have to take care of Qingzhe, who is in a vegetative state, but we also have to bear a heavy debt burden. Would he choose to divorce directly? My old bones don't matter, but what about Qingzhe? How will she live in the future? Looking out into the deep dark night, Su Shengshan contemplates deeply. The more he thinks, the darker it seems in his eyes. He can almost envision the difficult days his grandson and he would face after the company goes bankrupt. At this moment, a strong sense of helplessness envelops Su Shengshan's heart. And what he is most worried about is Lin Zhuan finding out about the situation and choosing to leave. Many have advised him that the traditional ritual of Chongxi is merely a superstition from ancient times and would not help improve Qingzhe's condition. But as a person from the old generation, Su Shengshan still held on to a glimmer of hope. What if it worked? What if after the Chongxi ceremony, his granddaughter actually woke up? Especially now, Lin Zhuan seemed to have some kind of miraculous massage technique. After undergoing periodic examinations with Dr. Deng in recent days, his granddaughter's condition had indeed been gradually improving. This made him unwilling to let Lin Zhuan leave. Even if Xiaoshuan wants to leave, let's try to get him to perform the Chongxi ceremony. Su Shengshan massages his temples to relieve the mountainous pressure, but he can't help but sigh incessantly. And just then, the meeting room door swings open. The secretary, who had left with a troubled expression earlier, now rushes in with a gleeful smile. Chairman, we're saved, Chairman. Starlight Bank just called and said we don't need to repay the loan in a hurry. They even said that, if we need it, they could increase the loan amount for us. Could it be that Starlight Bank, based on years of cooperation, has chosen to lend a helping hand? Yes, that's the only possibility. It seems that our Su family is not destined to fall. Upon hearing the secretary's report, Su Shengshan is momentarily stunned, then suddenly enlightened. His once furrowed brow relaxes instantly. But the next moment, the secretary's report once again confuses him. Not only Starlight Bank, but nearly a dozen well-known banks in the city have just sent messages offering to provide us with financial assistance. Several companies that previously rejected business cooperation have now sent intentions of renewed partnership. And Z General, he just called me and told me to inform you that the breach of contract fine doesn't need to be paid in a rush. Take it easy. Listening to the secretary's continuous updates of the latest news, Su Shengshan is at a loss. He even feels as if he might be dreaming. How could things have taken such a drastic turn in just a few minutes? He now understands. Something must have happened that he was unaware of, leading to a complete change in attitude from the wealthy and powerful. But what could that something be? Chairman, Congratulations on choosing such a good grandson-in-law. Your judgment is truly exceptional. What do you mean? Does this have anything to do with Xiaoshuan? Hung Chairman, you don't know. I just heard from a friend about what happened with your grandson-in-law being crazy in love. Soon, the secretary briefed Su Shengshan on the major events at the Lin family that night, leaving him dumbfounded. What? Xiaoshuan has broken ties with the Lin family, and he has offered 3 billion to serve as a dowry to help the Su family tide over the difficulty. So Xiaoshuan loves Qingje so deeply. At this moment, Su Shengshan's face turns red with shame. He feels deeply embarrassed and wants to find a hole to hide in. Just a moment ago, he was suspecting that Lin Zhuan might abandon the Su family, but now he is willing to do everything to assist them in their time of need. I must be losing my touch in my old age. How could I doubt his character? It dawns on him why so many business partners suddenly changed their attitude towards the Su family. With this substantial amount of funding coming in, the Su family's bankruptcy crisis naturally disintegrates on its own and perhaps even sees a revival. In the business world, there is no room for hatred, only eternal interests, so the change in stance from major players is quite normal. With such a good grandson-in-law, he has once again rescued the entire Su family. Perhaps in the future, if Qingje really cannot wake up, it might be a good idea to let Xiaoshuan take over the Su family in my place. At this moment, Su Shengshan fully acknowledges Lin Zhuan as his grandson-in-law. He has already started thinking about entrusting the Su family's billion-dollar fortune to Lin Zhuan in the future. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the Lin family villa, sounds of smashing and roaring are constantly heard. Beast! This beast! How dare he! Lin Jianjun's face is grim, holding a baseball bat and smashing various pieces of furniture in a fit of rage. Moments later, what was once a luxurious and tidy mansion is now in utter disarray due to Lin Jianjun's fury. Honey, calm down. Things have escalated to this point, we can only think of solutions now. See if we can somehow get Xiaoshuan to forgive. Bai Yulin and her son stand by, their expressions equally grim. They had thought the Lin family was already in their hands, but now they have to spend a whopping 3 billion to purchase what already belonged to them. The feeling of being cheated is truly suffocating. Yes, Dad, why don't I apologize to my brother again tomorrow? Even if I have to kneel and bow to him, I will do everything possible to seek his forgiveness. Even if he refuses, but if we can negotiate the 3 billion demand, even if it's reduced, that would be great. Hearing the advice from mother and son, Lin Jianjun becomes even more frustrated. Negotiate? What's there to negotiate? Why are you both still so naive? Since that rebellious son has cut ties definitively, there's no turning back. If we go to him begging, we'll only humiliate ourselves. It has to be said, no one knows a child like their parent. Through Lin Zhuan's actions over the past days, Lin Jianjun has realized that his son is set on severing ties with him. Fine. If he wants to cut ties, let him. Who's afraid of whom? As long as the Lin Group is in my hands, money will continuously flow my way. As for that disobedient son, he will end up with nothing. Thinking this way, Lin Jianjun no longer hesitates, his gaze on the splendid villa. He makes up his mind. Buy it. Find a way to gather the funds and buy back the shares from that beast. If the company's upfront liquid assets fall short, then I'll sell all the accumulated mansions, luxury cars, stocks, and whatever else is sellable. I'll turn to the banks for loans, ask partners for money. Even if I have to resort to loan sharks, I won't hesitate. Mo Lan, see if you can make a call and have your brother lend some money as well. After all these years, I've helped the Bai family a lot. Lin Jianjun's attitude is resolute and he is firmly committed. He will not allow himself to be led around by that ungrateful son. Aha! Upon hearing Lin Jianjun preparing to invest a large sum of money, Lin Hao and his mother look at each other, both hesitating. After all, with Lin Jianjun's current depleted method, years of accumulation could disappear overnight. Is it too risky? That stake is really worth it? Seeing the hesitant expressions of Lin Hao and his mother, Lin Jianjun can't help but furrow his brow and rebuke, a woman's kindness. Let me give you guys a bottom line. The research lab has just developed a new beauty ointment. It will be launched next week, based on the effect of that ointment and my years of experience. As soon as the beauty ointment hits the market, it is bound to cause a sensation. By then, the stock price of the Lin Group will surely skyrocket, and that 30% stake will at least double in value. Double the value. Does that mean it's worth at least 60 billion? With that calculation, Lin Hao and his mother no longer hesitate and, patting their chests, express full support. Dad, over the years, we've also saved up some wealth. I'm willing to give it all to help you get through this crisis. Honey, leave it to me. I'll call my brother right away and have the whole Bai family lend a hand for you. Watching his son and wife, who are excited and eager to help, Lin Jianjun smiles with relief. Compared to that beastly son, they are his good wife and son after all. Chapter 30 Curiosity of Su Qinj. What exactly happened last night? Bai family. The brightly lit small Western-style building, reception hall. A middle-aged man with a goatee, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, was carefully listening to the phone call. This person is the head of the Bai family, Bai Jinglong. As I expected, your aunt really called me and wants me to do everything I can to help Lin Jianjun. After hanging up the phone, Bai Jinglong lowered his head in contemplation and briefed his three sons on the situation. Father, should we lend money to uncle? What do you mean lend money? Our family's liquid assets total 300 million, and aunt actually wants to borrow it all. That's too risky. But if we don't lend, will it make uncle unhappy and create a rift between us in the future? HMPH. If he dares, then let aunt handle him properly. The three Bai brothers looked at each other, each having their own opinions. Enough. Seeing his three sons start to argue, Bai Jinglong frowned, slammed the table forcefully, and his authority was fully displayed. In the hall, it immediately quieted down. Lend. And we must lend with all our might. 300 million is not enough. I will check with banks or other families to gather another 200 million for Lin Jianjun. Ah, what? Father is crazy to do this. Is it necessary? Hearing Bai Jinglong's words, the three Bai brothers subconsciously opened their mouths wide, wanting to intervene. However, under the stern gaze of their father, they ultimately didn't dare to retort. Only the suspicious looks of "is dad losing his mind?" made Bai Jinglong speechless. He explained in a somewhat irritated manner, I am not getting senile, so don't look at me like that. The reason I am doing this is because your aunt just revealed. The Lin Group is about to launch a beauty ointment. Its effects are so strong that it can overturn the entire medical aesthetics market, doubling the market value of the Lin Group. If we want to get a piece of the pie later and gain more benefits, we must now gain Lin Jianjun's gratitude. It's easy to add something to something perfect, but it's hard to give charcoal in snowy weather. Think about the huge benefits in the future. What we are putting in now is nothing. Seize this opportunity. Maybe we can rise up to become a second-tier family. Under Bai Jinglong's explanation, the three Bai brothers suddenly realized, thumbs up in praise of their father's wisdom. Ha ha ha, you guys are still too green. There is still a lot to learn from your old man. Feeling the admiration of his sons, Bai Jinglong felt elated for a moment. At that moment, he realized that his beloved youngest daughter was not present. Where is Susu? Didn't she come back with you guys? Oh? Susu said she was a little tired, so I let her rest in her room first. Bai Hai, touching his shiny bald head, replied, Oh. Then let her come see me tomorrow. Although I used to look down on that Lin Zhuan, but now that he has 3 billion in hand, I shouldn't rule out giving him a chance to be my son-in-law. Bai Jinglong narrowed his eyes, focusing on the enormous wealth in Lin Zhuan's hands. He knew that Lin Zhuan, who had shown interest in his daughter, held 30% of the shares. However, he was not aware of this at the time due to Lin Jianjun's deliberate concealment. This also led him to tightly monitor Bai Susu, cutting off any further opportunities for Lin Zhuan. If he hadn't stopped it earlier, would the 30% of shares now be the dowry for my family Bai? With this thought, Bai Jinglong's heart suddenly raced, feeling regretful for what had happened in the past. But it's not too late now. With Suzu's appearance, she's definitely better than a vegetable who can only lie in bed. On the other side, inside a pink girl's room in the Western-style building, Bai Susu lay on a large pink bed, hugging a large sponge baby doll, unable to fall asleep. In her mind were thoughts of Lin Zhuan's actions from last night, overturning her previous understanding of this brother. Did Lin Zhuan change like this for Su's sister? Thinking of Su Qinj, Bai Suzu's beautiful eyes flashed with admiration. She had been taken by Bai Jinglong to attend an event where she met Su Qinj. The other wore a red one-piece gown, exuding elegance and nobility. Holding a glass in her hand, she mingled among the dignitaries and wealthy figures of her father's age, chatting and laughing. That calm demeanor made Bai Susu feel embarrassed for the first time in her life. Both being women, even though the other was only a few years older than her. But in front of Su Kinj, she felt like a child who had just grown up. Later, she heard that Su Kinj had become a vegetable. While Bai Susu felt regretful, she also harbored a bit of schadenfreude. She thought that the other would forever be the legend in the city, but then the matter of Lin Zhuan's marriage occurred. Recalling Lin Zhuan's attitude towards her tonight, Bai Susu felt a bit uncomfortable, a bit resentful. Especially since he had once been very obedient to her, but now treated her coldly due to another woman. How charming are you really to make Lin Zhuan so distant and act as if you've changed into another person? You're already a vegetable. Why do you still want to snatch Lin Zhuan away from me? At this moment, Bai Susu herself didn't even realize that due to her jealousy towards Su Kinj, her attitude was gradually changing. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Concerns about the happenings in the Lin household filled the air. Some were anxious, some were coldly observing, others were ambitious, trying to gather money. Even Su Kinj, lying on the hospital bed unable to move, was still worried about Lin Zhuan's situation and if he was facing trouble from the Lin family. If only she knew that the person she was worried about was lying next door in her room, deeply asleep, would she be immediately furious upon finding out. A night without any significant events. The next day, Lin Zhuan woke up full of spirit and went to the flower shop as usual, buying a purple orchid before returning to the Su family. "Kinj, I'm here." He softly greeted her and placed the orchid by the bedside before starting the day's rehabilitation process. "Lin Zhuan. He's back. I wonder what happened at the birthday party last night. I really want to know. It must have been eventful last night. If only I had the ability to eavesdrop on people's thoughts, I wouldn't be left in the dark like this." But Lin Zhuan's skills seemed to have improved. Ah, so comfortable. Su Kinj felt refreshed, but also curious. She faintly overheard a few servants whispering about Lin Zhuan's affairs last night. "Good man. Envy miss. Lin young master really is quite affectionate." Due to the distance, Su Kinj could only catch snippets of information, but it ignited her curiosity. Finally making it to dawn, she hoped to hear the truth from the person involved, but Lin Zhuan surprisingly remained silent. Oh, so annoying. Chapter 31. Singing the Anthem of the Bad Boy Master. On one side, Su Kinj appeared at a loss. Ding. Host and Su Kinj connected palm to palm. Reward 1 point every 9 seconds. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Lin Zhuan felt joyful. Very good. Finally some progress. The day he becomes the invincible immortal emperor is getting closer with each small step forward. These days, he is filled with more and more anticipation. Just as Lin Zhuan was filled with hope, the door was pushed open. A girl with twin ponytails, wearing a school uniform, bounced in. The moment she saw Lin Zhuan, she blurted out, "Oni-chan." "Huh, sister, don't call me that randomly. I don't like anime. Please don't use such awkward nicknames to refer to me." Lin Zhuan hurriedly responded with black lines on his head. In the novel, only Su Yang, who was recognized later on, had been bestowed the title of Oni-chan by Chen Kexin. Unexpectedly, before the plot even began, Lin Zhuan received this honor. "Don't be shy, Oni-chan. I admire you now. Your heroic deeds last night were too cool. The last time I saw such a touching love story was in the anime film Your Name. Your devotion to Sister Su touched me deeply. I admire you now. So, I've decided to make you my Oni-chan. Be honored." Lin Zhuan's deeds had already spread throughout the Magic City the night before. Chen Kexin, of course, had heard about it. She never expected that apart from the world of anime, there could be such pure love. This made the little girl long for it eagerly, harboring no enmity towards Lin Zhuan. She had to admit that Lin Zhuan's love for Su's sister was much deeper than hers. "Honored my foot. I have nothing to do with the Japanese. I refuse this name. There are no borders in anime. Those who love anime, who yearn for anime, are family. Away with you. One day, I'll create a world with only anime. Let the world experience the beauty of anime. Hopeless ... This little devil is beyond help, can give up treatment now." Lin Zhuan was too tired to comment, too lazy to deal with Chen Kexin, and earnestly started massaging Su Qinj. However, the little girl was still energetic, and approached Lin Juan seeking approval. "Oni-chan, I actually have one more thing to ask of you. You're a famous person in the Magic City, acknowledged as the most passionate in the city. Many of my friends want your autograph. Could you sign a few for me later? I promised my friends, if you fail to do it, it would be embarrassing. While massaging the girl's legs, Lin Juan turned his head speechlessly. Have you lost your character setting? When I was massaging Qinj before, you had an itchy expression of irritation, and now you don't care. That's precisely because you, Oni-chan, have proven your deep affection for Sister Su. I acknowledge your love for her." Chen Kexin patted her chest, indicating she no longer bore any ill will towards Lin Juan. "But I haven't given up on Sister Su either. So I've decided, the three of us will get married in the future. In the world of anime, this is quite normal. Love is all that matters. Lin Juan, ... Hey, the world of anime is truly terrifying." Lin Juan's brain circuits nearly shut down facing the little girl. But the more helpless scene was Su Qinj lying on the sickbed. Physically, she seemed like a puppet, allowing Lin Juan to position her however he pleased. Mentally, she felt like an outsider. Though they were three people in the world, she still could not understand what these two were talking about. "What's going on? What are you talking about? Don't be so mysterious. What did Lin Juan do last night? Why did he become a famous person in the Magic City and called the most passionate? I can't hear clearly. I really can't hear." Su Qinj shouted in her heart, but received no response. At that moment, she yearned even more to wake up. Even just saying a few words, moving a finger, would be better than lying here like a living dead. On the other side, finally succumbing to the persistent little girl, Lin Juan reluctantly signed his name on a piece of paper. After Chen Kexin happily collected the paper, a moment passed. The complete massage session for Su Qinj came to an end. Lin Juan then turned to the little girl and asked, "How was the response to the song I Really Want to Love This World yesterday?" Bringing up this topic, Chen Kexin got excited again, pulling her ponytails and expressing admiration. "I almost forgot about that. The response was amazing. It dominated all major music charts just after it was released. I really want to know how your brain works. How did you come up with such a beautiful song? I heard that someone was planning to jump off a building due to depression yesterday. But because they heard this song, they gave up the idea of suicide." Lin Juan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to unintentionally save someone. But he wasn't shocked. The charm of music lies in this, which is why he enjoys singing. If he could use his music from his past life to make people feel that charm in this world, it wouldn't be bad. But now, his social status is high enough. It's time to adjust his priorities. Lin Juan picked up the guitar on the floor, tested a few chords lightly, and said, "I've hit a wall with my creations. From now on, I'll release a new song every 3 days. Okay?" After her initial disappointment, Chen Kexin could only nod helplessly in the end. However, she understood that good music requires time to refine. Lin Juan's composed songs were all masterpieces. Even if he was talented, it was impossible to maintain such high-quality output every day. "Do you have a song you want to sing today?" "Yes," Lin Juan replied concisely. He casually plucked the strings and, thinking about the title Magic City's Most Passionate, he had a thought. His fingers danced on the strings, producing melodious notes mixed with a deep voice. "Girl, don't want to see you suffer the same pain, so learn to drown in love, blaming again and again, and again. For the mistakes at climbing mountains and crossing seas for you emptying pockets for you meeting the expectations in your eyes. Never slack even when tired admiring the look of worship in your eyes." Just listening to the bright beginning part caught Chen Kexin's attention instantly. It was a song written by a boy for a girl, filled with deep affection. But for some reason, she felt it was more like a song of a scoundrel, potentially becoming a battle anthem for scoundrels in the future. This was her intuition after immersing herself in the world of anime for years. How could this Oni-chan create such a scoundrel song? "Girl, my story unfolds because of you learning patience for you. Changing all my bad habits for you. Girl, don't want to see you suffer the same pain, so learn to drown in love, blame. What you truly desire, Still thinking about the song lyrics, Soo-kinj immersed herself in singing. She really wanted to pry open Lin Juan's mind and uncover how he produced such quality songs every day. Especially with this song today, Soo-kinj listened attentively to the lyrics, deep in thought. Is this song perhaps for me? Girl, tilde my story unfolds because of you tilde tilde. Could it be that Lin Juan is expressing his feelings for me through this song? No, that's not right, girl. I heard that Lin Juan had a crush on a girl before. It seemed to be from the Bai family, the girl. Could it be that this song is for her? Who is this song for? At that moment of Soo-kinj's inner debate, the song also reached its conclusion. Chapter 32, Soo-kinj's frustration. I can't tell. I really can't tell. The scene is in a girl's room. Lin Juan paused his guitar playing, the lingering sound echoing. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Kexin reacted and, swinging her twin ponytails, clapped vigorously. So nice, truly deserving of being the most sentimental in Magic Capital. Your songs are also sentimental, but give off a bit of a douchebag vibe. Lin Juan, ... The little Lolita packed up the recorder and bid farewell to Lin Juan, preparing to leave. However, just as she reached the doorway, as if remembering something, she suddenly stopped and turned back. What now? Quickly say. Seeing Chen Kexin's somewhat ingratiating expression, Lin Juan knew she must be asking something of him. Can you spare some time to be my temporary boyfriend? Huh? No? No time. Plus, I already have Kinj as my fiancé. Why would I go be your temporary boyfriend? What kind of talk is that? Before the little Lolita could explain further, Lin Juan shook his head repeatedly, even though he was unsure about the situation. But he was busy earning points right now. How could he possibly play the game of being a temporary boyfriend with a little brat? And on the sickbed, Soo-kinj, upon hearing Lin Juan's resolute rejection, felt a hint of instinctual pleasure. Kexin, you've gone too far. Lin Juan is at least carrying the title of my fiancé. How can he be your boyfriend? And what's with the temporary? Can you just borrow that on a temporary basis? Oh, all right. After receiving the rejection, Chen Kexin was not surprised, twisting her twin ponytails in frustration. My parents are forcing me to meet Su Fan next week, who is my fiancé. But I'm only interested in the 2D paper Big Brothers, and I can't go against my parents, so I thought of finding a fake boyfriend to act ... I'll think of some other solution. Who? Su Fan. Isn't that the pseudonym of the protagonist Su Yang? Right. If we calculate the timeline, the plot is indeed about to begin ... in the original plotline. Chen Kexin did find someone else to play her boyfriend, attempting to make Su Yang jealous. But in the end, the rich second generation she found became the target of Su Yang's pretentiousness. And it was around that time ... that Su Yang learned about his sister, Soo-kinj, becoming a vegetative. Watching Chen Kexin's frustrated departure, Lin Juan squinted his eyes and said, Wait, although I can't be your temporary boyfriend. But in the name of your friend, I can help you with some advice ... If that guy is really unbearable, then I'll help you figure out a way to get rid of him. Really? You can't be fooling me. Chen Kexin turned back suddenly, her face showing 3 parts delight, 3 parts excitement, and 4 parts disbelief. Why would I fool you? Closing parenthesis ... It's mainly because you've worked hard helping me manage the account, so I reluctantly decided to give you a hand. Lin Juan's face remained unchanged as he spoke earnestly. And Chen Kexin quickly believed and accepted this, feeling moved. Oni-chan, you're the best approximately ... Stop, don't creep me out. Just go already. Oh. Then I'll leave. Oni-chan, ... sayonara. Seeing Chen Kexin ready to pounce after speaking, Lin Juan quickly waved his hand to refuse. Little Lolita shrugged at the sight, bouncing away happily. Back in the dark confines of her consciousness ... Soo-kinj was quite surprised at Lin Juan's change of heart. What's going on? How did Lin Juan suddenly agree? Wasn't he hesitating to refuse just a moment ago? Could it really be to thank Kexin for her help? There's a possibility, but not much. It seems like it's because he heard Kexin's fiance's name that he changed his mind. Does he know this Su Fan person? Su Fan has the same surname as me ... Suddenly, Soo-kinj was triggered to recall memories, thinking of her brother Su Yang. Her emotions instantly became heavy. I miss you so much. Brother, I hope you and Mom and Dad are doing well in heaven. As Sukinj wallowed in her melancholy, Linjuan had already sat back to his original position, habitually holding the girl's hand, lost in thought. The reason he agreed to help Chen Kexin was actually quite simple. He was just curious and wanted to meet the destined one in person to see if they matched the character description in the story. Thus, he could solidify his plans for what came next. Time passed swiftly. The entire day that followed, Linjuan stayed by Su Qing's bedside, caring for her diligently. Almost aside from the basics like eating and drinking, he didn't miss any chance to be there. This scene of unwavering dedication moved Liu Huan and the rest of the Su family to tears. Truly deserving of being the most sentimental in Magic Capital, he really. I'm in tears. Who said husband and wife are like a pair of birds, they face adversity and fly separately? There are still good men in this world, still true love. So envious of finding a good man after misfortune. If my future husband is half the man Lin is, I'll be content. After this period of companionship, almost everyone in the Su family had come to accept Linjuan, the soon-to-be son-in-law. With his unwavering sentimentality, Linjuan gained the collective approval of the Su family. And as night fell, Linjuan continued to stay by the sick bed, being there for Su Qingj, chatting with her from time to time. Qingj, do you know what kind of book you can't buy in a bookstore? A book that can't be bought in a reputable bookstore. Could it be those kinds of books? The answer is a suicide note. You know how Newton got hit by a falling apple and discovered gravity. If you stand under a peach tree and wait for a peach to hit you, what will you discover? You won't discover anything. Newton is one of a kind. Only such a revered figure can uncover truths like that. The answer is, you'll discover that your head hurts a little. If I find a wife who can help me with half the household chores, what do you think I should do? That's easy. Cherish her greatly. You handle the other half of the chores. The answer is, find 2 wives. This way, 1/2 of the household chores for each would be fair. With several bizarre questions in a row, Su Qingj nearly felt like her mind was unraveling. Eventually, she just chose to tune him out and stopped mentally answering Linjuan's questions. Click! Just as Linjuan was immersed in his cheerful banter, the door was pushed open. Who could it be this time? Curious, Linjuan turned around to see an elderly man with white hair slowly walking in with a cane. Ha! Grandpa Su, how come you're free today? It's all thanks to you. Xiao Shuan, if it weren't for you last night. Sigh, perhaps the Su family might have Sigh. Hearing the voice of her grandfather on the sickbed, Su Qingj was initially happy. After all, in recent times, her father Su Shengshan had been busy with official duties and hadn't visited her in days. However, Su Shengshan's cryptic words left Su Qingj speechless and somewhat frustrated. Last night. Why is it also about last night? What happened last night? Grandpa, why are you also speaking in riddles like Kexin? Not being straightforward. Can't you be direct? What happened last night? I really want to know. But the things you're saying, I don't understand. I really don't understand. Chapter 33, The Tears of Su Qingj. It turned out that everything Linjuan did was for me on the sofa in my room. Su Shengshan and Linjuan sat opposite each other. I was already prepared to let the company go bankrupt and liquidate everything, Linjuan said. But I never expected you would go to such lengths for Qingj, risking a rift with the Lin family and selling off 30% of your shares to save the Su family. Qingj is fortunate to have you as her husband, Su Shengshan remarked. Ah. Faced with Su Shengshan's misunderstanding, Linjuan felt somewhat embarrassed. In truth, that was only part of the reason. The main reason was Linjuan's plan to completely control the Lin family. However, looking at the sleeping Su Qingj on the sick bed, Linjuan couldn't deny it and sincerely said, Grandpa Su, you overestimate me. Being able to marry Qingj is my greatest fortune in life. As for money, it is material wealth. We can't take it with us when we die, so why be attached to it? If this money can save the Su family from danger, then it's worth it. At this moment, Lin Zhuan directly quoted by Suzu's lotus flower quotes, leaving Su Shengshan moved to tears and deeply touched. Great enlightenment! I never expected you, at such a young age, to have such wisdom. Your future accomplishments are beyond imagination. Su Shengshan was full of admiration for Lin Zhuan's character. Treating money like dirt is not something ordinary young people can do. He was more satisfied the more he looked at Lin Zhuan, believing that the Su family group would shine under his control. In the face of Su Shengshan's straightforward praise, Lin Zhuan blushed slightly and awkwardly chuckled. On the other hand, Su Qinj, who had been eavesdropping for a long time, finally understood what had happened last night. Her emotions surged, thoughts jumbled. To Su Qinj, Lin Zhuan was initially met with resistance and disgust when he entered her life. But at some point, because of Lin Zhuan, her attitude changed. She found hope, anticipation, and the will to persevere instead of giving in to the endless darkness. Lin Zhuan became a warm sun in her life, guiding her out of the endless darkness like a guiding star, giving her direction. Su Qinj slowly grew accustomed to Lin Zhuan's presence, the scent of violets, his warm words of encouragement in her ears, the tingling sensation when their skin touched during massages, and many other things she had never dared to imagine before. Su Qinj asked herself if she could really adapt to a life without Lin Zhuan when she woke up, going back to being alone and searching for enemies with no one to confide in. Could she really do it? Su Qinj couldn't firmly say the word can. Having experienced warmth, care, and attention, the thought of returning to her initial helpless loneliness made her somewhat reluctant. She seemed to be addicted. She had become addicted. On the other side, Lin Zhuan and Su Shengshan were unaware of the turmoil in Su Qing's heart as they conversed. Grandpa Su, get ready in these coming days, Lin Zhuan said. Once I receive the 3 billion from Lin Jianjun, I will contact you and transfer it to the Su Group's account. This money should be enough to handle the company's troubles. Su Shengshan trembled at the news, tears gathering in his eyes. He never expected Lin Zhuan to be so generous, preparing to hand over the entire 3 billion. He tried to refuse, saying, "It's not necessary to give so much, 1 billion is enough. I'm already grateful for your willingness to lend it to me." Lin Zhuan insisted, "Grandpa Su, by saying that, you are clearly treating me as an outsider. Why look down on my intention as your grandson-in-law?" Finally, Su Shengshan reluctantly accepted Lin Zhuan's offer. "That's right. Grandpa Su. We're family. Why care whose money it is?" "Exactly. We're family." Su Shengshan choked up at the end, grateful for his grandson-in-law's help in resolving the crisis that had plagued him for days. Meanwhile, in Lin Zhuan's mind, he was aware of the situation within the Lin family. With the available liquid assets, Lin Jianjun could barely scrape together 2 billion, far from the amount Lin Zhuan demanded. "I heard some rumors. Seems like your father is scrambling to borrow money, sell cars, houses, and stocks. Looks like he's planning to empty the family coffers," Su Shengshan commented, his expression darkening. Originally, the Su and Lin families were old friends who should have supported each other. However, when the Su family faced a crisis, Su Shengshan had to swallow his pride and seek help from Lin Jianjun, only to be met with a cold response. This strained their relationship, causing Su Shengshan great distress. Lin Zhuan wasn't surprised and said with a smile, "Even if he empties the coffers, he will buy it. He can't possibly watch me sell the shares to someone else, especially a major competitor of the Lin family. On top of that, he's holding on to the latest beauty cream they developed. He plans to leverage this to turn the tide and advance the Lin family's ambitions even further." In the original plot, the Lin family did experience a brief rise thanks to the beauty cream. However, as typical of antagonists, their success was short-lived. Side effects started appearing in the cream, leading to a precipitous fall and public backlash against Lin Corporation. Su Yang took this opportunity to shine and presented an improved formula, which helped the Su family from bankruptcy to prosperity. "Of course, now that I'm interfering in the game," Lin Zhuan said mischievously, "we should make some new changes in the plot." Chapter 34. The Sleeping Su Qinj. "Even if it's just for a while, let me get some good sleep." Beauty cream. Hearing Lin Zhuan's revelation, Su Shengshan couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. He didn't expect the Lin family to have such an opportunity. If the cream's effects could truly attract the masses, it could indeed elevate the Lin family to a new level. "If that's the case, why did you sell your shares, Zizhuan?" If the news is true, once the cream developed by the Lin family is released, the value of your shares will skyrocket. He paused. Su Shengshen's eyes glinted with doubt. He knew that with Lin Zhuan's intelligence, he wouldn't do something opportunistic. And since he did, there must be his own reasons behind it. That cream has significant side effects. In the short term, it can make people glow, with smooth and tender skin after application. But the effect lasts less than a week, and the skin starts to blister and pus. In the original plot, when the Lin family first introduced their self-developed beauty cream, it did attract a large crowd in the short term. However, within a week, the first woman who applied the cream experienced itching and eventual blistering. Initially, Lin Jianjun didn't take notice, attributing it to individual body reactions. But as more people used the cream, problems started to surface one after another. Lin Jianjun panicked. Unfortunately, there was no turning back. Within a day, the Lin's company faced widespread boycotts and even official scrutiny. It was at this time that Su Yang, with formidable medical skills, naturally stepped forward as the protagonist. He handed the perfected formula to Su Shengshen, and the Su family ushered in a new beginning. Ah, is that why you hurried to sell your shares, Zizhuan? Otherwise, as the largest shareholder of the Lin Group, you would be the most likely to bear the consequences. Su Shengshen suddenly realized, deeply appreciating Lin Zhuan's decisiveness. Although curious about the source of Lin Zhuan's information, everyone has their own secrets, and Su Shengshen naturally wouldn't pry. He trusted his son-in-law unconditionally. By the way, Grandfather Su, here is the formula for you. Lin Zhuan took out a white paper from his embrace and handed it to Su Shengshen. This is... Su Shengshen was puzzled as he took the paper, seeing numerous formulas and ingredients written all over it. This is the formula for making beauty pills. As the name suggests, it can beautify and nourish the skin better than the current beauty cream the Lin family has. And it has no side effects, as it can nourish the body from the inside out. Lin Zhuan didn't hold back, directly explaining the effects of the formula obtained from the system. What? So miraculous! Su Shengshen's hands trembled. Instantly, he felt that this piece of paper was invaluable and incredibly weighty. If another person had said something like this, Su Shengshen would have dismissed it as mere boasting. But it was his son-in-law whom he trusted unconditionally. Therefore, he believed in the miraculous effects of this formula, as described by Lin Zhuan. It's too precious. Zizhuan, with a pill this magical, you could easily build a new commercial empire from scratch. I'm not interested in any commercial empire. I just want to stay by King's side day and night. So, this formula in my hands is wasted. Consider it as King's dowry. Another dowry. A substantial dowry of 3 billion was already astounding. And this formula was truly invaluable, capable of generating unimaginable wealth. For Lin Zhuan to give it away like this, Su Shengshen was on the verge of declining, but ultimately didn't. The current Su family indeed needed this formula to bring forth new vitality. After all, in the future, this vast Su family would eventually belong to Lin Zhuan and the two of them. Arguing any further refusal would make it seem like he was resisting his fate. Fine. I will accept it with an old face then. I will go to the research department and make sure we produce samples as soon as possible. Su Shengshen nodded with a smile, carefully tucking the formula into his embrace. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Lin Zhuan, he left the room escorted by him. Click. Listening to the footsteps of Su Shengshen leaving, in the dark subconscious space, Su Qinj was feeling extremely low. She was concerned for her exhausted grandfather and blamed herself for being helpless. Has Grandpa left? It seems like the company is going through a lot of troubles recently. Grandpa must be very tired. Despite his old age, he has to exert himself like this every day. Not only am I no help, but also a burden causing Grandpa to worrying day and night. If only I could wake up. If I could help Grandpa a bit, instead of lying here motionless like a useless person. I am truly useless. Just then, Su Qinj felt a familiar warmth in her palm. It was the warmth of Lin Zhuan's hand. Don't worry, Qinj. Everything will be better with me by your side. Everything you want to protect, whether it's Grandpa or the Su family. Before you wake up, I will take care of it for you. I promise. Understanding what Su Qinj was worried about, Lin Zhuan made his guarantee. These deep and resolute words struck Soo Kinj, filling her with both emotions of gratitude and a sense of security. This was something the former Soo Kinj couldn't comprehend. Before becoming a vegetable, she was a well-known female president in the city of Mos. Whatever challenge she faced, she subconsciously just wanted to solve it herself. This was due to past betrayals. So Soo Kinj only believed in relying on herself, thinking that human nature was selfish. Fueled by this belief, she endured many challenges alone. To avoid being seen as inexperienced due to her young age, she worked hard to present herself as mature, cold-blooded, and unapproachable. But it's so exhausting. Sometimes, I just want to be like an ordinary girl, lazily watching shows at home. Free and unrestricted, doing what I want without constraints. Eat fried chicken, wear pretty dresses, go shopping with friends, and leave the house with a smile every day. But I can't. My identity, my deep-seated grudges remind me that I can't do that. But now that I become a vegetable, a little laziness wouldn't hurt, right? Relying on others a little wouldn't hurt, right? In the dark prison of her mind, Soo Kinj muttered to herself, her consciousness slowly sinking beyond control. Crack! It was as if a tightly wound string broke, and the completely relaxed Soo Kinj. She fell asleep. Up to this point, her body had been sleeping, but her mind had been in extreme suppression and misery, always awake, in a foggy state. She feared that once her consciousness vanished, she might drift into a deep slumber, becoming a zombie without consciousness. But now, she suddenly let go, feeling that she could rest without worries for a while. Because that man had promised to protect everything precious to her until she woke up. He was so capable, he could definitely do it. I'm so tired. So, even if it's just for a while, let me sleep well. Good night. See you tomorrow. Chapter 35. The Lin family's trio with injuries the next day. When Soo Kinj woke up once again, she found herself surrounded by the familiar emptiness of darkness. Did I fall asleep? I actually fell asleep. How long have I been sleeping for ... With no sense of time and unable to perceive the outside world, Soo Kinj felt a sudden panic. She was afraid of being like the protagonist in some movies where waking up meant decades had passed. Wait, this familiar scent. Even though she couldn't move, Soo Kinj could still sense a faint, familiar floral fragrance. It was the scent of violets. Smelling this familiar fragrance, Soo Kinj felt somewhat at ease. This exact scent should still be the violets Lin Juan gave me. Where is Lin Juan? If he had given me violets as usual, he would have held my hand and sat by my side talking to me. Only the scent, but no sight of the familiar person. Soo Kinj felt very uncomfortable, with a hint of loss and unease in her heart. Click. Kinj, your house is too big. I have to run so far just to use the bathroom. With the sound of the door opening, that familiar voice echoed. Soo Kinj's tense heart instantly relaxed. He was still here. Then, Soo Kinj felt someone sitting beside her, and a familiar warmth in her palm once again. Kinj, your grandfather is so efficient. He just got the prescription from me last night and has already started supervising the production today. His energy is stronger than young people. Listening to the familiar banter and its content, Soo Kinj finally completely relaxed. From the fragments of conversation, she deduced that only one night had passed, and a bit more. All right, Kinj. It's time for the much-awaited massage session. Hey he he. Listening to Lin Juan's lecherous laughter, Soo Kinj couldn't help but find it amusing. Why does this laughter sound so much like that of a bad guy? If you have the guts, take advantage of me. Saying nice things on the surface, but actually just following the rules of a massage. Am I not attractive enough? In the dark space of her consciousness, Soo Kinj kept teasing. After spending so much time together, Soo Kinj had already lost her aversion to being close to Lin Juan. Instead, deep down, she secretly hoped that Lin Juan would be a bit more out of line with her. Only at this moment, perhaps even Soo Kinj herself didn't realize that her aversion to men had completely disappeared in front of Lin Juan. On the other side, in the Lin family villa, filled with smoke, Lin Jianjun sat on the sofa constantly smoking, his feet surrounded by cigarette butts. Dad, we can withdraw a total of 2 billion in the company's liquid assets. This is the limit. Any more might seriously affect the normal operation of the company. Beside Lin Jianjun, Lin Hao frowned and reported the amount of funds he had found. However, Lin Jianjun had already anticipated this amount. Taking a deep puff of white smoke, he continued to inquire, "So how much have we made by selling the luxury mansions, cars, stocks, etc. in the past 2 days?" "Honey, these are the things I handled, and in total, we made 500 million. Bai Yuanlin, in a tight-fitting skirt, yawned with a face full of fatigue and dark circles around her eyes, just like the 2 Lin men. In order to raise 3 billion in these days, they had tried every method and didn't even have time to eat or sleep. However, the 3 were unable to rest. According to the information they received, not only ambitious shareholders within the board of directors, but also major families in the Magic City had acquired shares from Lin Zhuan. In order to prevent their shares from falling into the hands of others, Lin Jianjun could only grit his teeth and try to raise funds. But this is only 2.5 billion. Still not enough. Hearing that they were still short of a few billion to reach 3 billion, Lin Jianjun's face sank like water. Seeing this, Bai Yuanlin and her son Lin Hao began to show loyalty. "Honey, over the years, I bought a lot of jewelry, clothes, and other luxury items. I'll sell it all. It should still be worth something." Watching his beloved wife, Lin Jianjun felt warm and touched. And at this moment, his son Lin Hao also started his performance, pulling out a bank card and placing it on the table. "Dad, I know our family is in trouble. So I sold all my clothes, watches, sports cars, etc. that joined with my and mom's savings totals 100 million. Facing the bank card on the table, Lin Jianjun felt as if it was a glaring sun, bringing tears to his eyes. The entire bank card seemed to exude the scent of familial love. "Xiao Hao, Yuanlin. It's my fault, Lin Jianjun, for troubling you all. Don't worry, once we overcome this difficulty, I will compensate you doubly for what you've lost. Moreover, Xiao Hao, you are my only true son and heir from now on. As for that rebellious son, I will pretend as if he was hit by a car. His life and death are of no concern to me." Lin Jianjun was truly moved, embracing the mother and son, expressing his emotions sincerely. The plan succeeded. This stubborn old man now completely trusts us. It was not in vain that we brought out even our own coffers. In a place where Lin Jianjun couldn't see, Lin Hao and his mother exchanged glances, seeing the pride and joy in each other's eyes. In order to gain Lin Jianjun's complete trust, Lin Hao and his mother had brought out all the illicit gains from corruption over the years, just for this moment. Now, even though they were penniless and destitute, as long as the beauty cream Lin family product is launched, everything will turn around. Lin Industries might soar, and they might even ascend to the first-line families. And at that time, the rewards they could obtain were immeasurable. Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. But the smile hooked onto the wound on his face, causing intense pain. Lin Hao gasped and felt a chill, thinking of Lin Zhuan, the mastermind behind all this, with a mix of gnashing teeth and cold satisfaction. HMPH. Lin Zhuan, even though you have 3 billion, I have the entire Lin family. As long as I have control of Lin Industries, money will naturally flow in. Once I establish my own power, I will use the family influence your mother created to step on you ruthlessly. Ha ha ha. Chapter 36, Lin Hao's Suffocation. Isn't this too much bullying? In the following days, the situation calmed down. Lin Zhuan continued day after day, staying by Su Qing's bedside and providing various kinds of care. This unwavering scene silenced many online keyboard warriors in the demonic city who had doubted Lin Zhuan's sincerity. The title of most affectionate in the demonic city became even more prominent. However, Lin Zhuan couldn't care less about all of this. He was only interested in earning points through his care. After days of hard work, the number on the points panel finally exceeded 20,000 again, with 1 point increasing every 8 seconds. This brought Lin Zhuan great comfort. His efforts were finally not in vain. Just then, the door was opened, and Liu Huan walked in. "Mr. Lin, your younger brother Lin Hao is here. He said he has something to discuss with you. Should I let him in?" "Lin Hao. He must be here to bring money. Please bring him in." Liu Huan. "Understood." With the door closed again, Lin Zhuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. In these days, he had also learned a bit about Lin Jianjun's affairs, borrowing money and selling cars and houses. It was said that the Bai family had also lent a hand, pooling together for 100 million for Lin Jianjun. It seemed like he was now here to transfer ownership. On the sickbed, upon hearing Lin Hao's arrival, Su Qinj instinctively felt disgusted. Lin Hao, my former fiancé? I was really blind back then to agree to the engagement. Luckily, Lin Zhuan replaced him. Otherwise, I would have been thoroughly disgusted to death. These days, Su Qinj had been taken care of very well. She could feel her body recovering rapidly, and perhaps she would awaken soon. This feeling was indescribable, but it existed. And it was Lin Zhuan who brought her this hope. Su Qinj was naturally grateful to him from the bottom of her heart, trusting him. So when Lin Zhuan mentioned the grievances suffered in the Lin family during their conversations, she believed and empathized. If she could move, she would find a way to seek justice for Lin Zhuan. On the other side, outside the villa's entrance, Lin Hao held a folder with a gloomy expression. These days, they had spared no effort to raise money, even facing extortion from various forces. However, the funds collected were still not enough for the 3 billion. Fortunately, his uncle Bai Jinglong had graciously helped out. Not only did he bring out the resources of the Bai family, but he also borrowed some high-interest loans. This barely filled the last big hole for the Lin family. Now, whether it was the Lin family or the Bai family, they were already penniless. We can only hope in a few days, when the Lin family holds a press conference, the effects of the beauty cream should meet expectations. Lin Hao's eyes lowered, eagerly anticipating. Click! At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Liu Huan came out with a cold expression. Hurry! Mr. Lin is waiting for you inside. Don't keep him waiting. With that, without even a glance at Lin Hao, Liu Huan turned and led the way. Lin Hao felt a flash of anger at her impatient demeanor. This woman! She greeted me with a smile on my previous visits, and now she just shows me a cold face. And she's worried that Lin Zhuan is kept waiting? I've been standing here for so long and haven't complained yet. But despite his inner anger, Lin Hao didn't forget the main issue and could only suppress his anger, put on a smile, and follow Liu Huan inside the gate. Soon, the two of them reached the second floor, standing in front of the room's door. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Lin, I have brought Lin Hao. Liu Huan knocked on the door respectfully. And behind her, Lin Hao's expression grew even more grim. Especially when he heard Liu Huan address his brother, whom he had always looked down upon so respectfully, while calling him by name. This contrast almost made Lin Hao lose control. Originally, in his perception, with Lin Zhuan's impulsive temperament, how could he possibly have had the patience to care for a vegetative person and marry into the Su family? It should have been very difficult. Not to mention daily beatings, at the very least, he would have endured cold stares and ridicule. But now, reality was completely opposite to what he had thought. Seeing Liu Huan's respectful attitude, Lin Zhuan must be highly valued and beloved in the Su family, living a very comfortable life. But why? Why should this be the case? Clearly, he was just a man kicked out of his own home, only knowledgeable about using violence. Why should he receive such preferential treatment? Why not me? Let him in. Just when Lin Hao was questioning his life choices, a familiar yet disdainful voice was heard from the room. Following that, the door opened, and Lin Hao walked in. Upon entering, he saw a scene that made his eyes red with anger. He saw his former stunning fiancée lying in Lin Zhuan's arms, being manipulated into various embarrassing positions, as if she were a doll. Brother, Qinj is in a vegetative state. How can you behave like a beast? Lin Hao's face was incredulous, as if Lin Zhuan was committing some heinous act. In response, Lin Zhuan remained silent. Instead, the beautiful woman on the sickbed couldn't help but speak up. You foolish thing. Mr. Lin was clearly giving my young mistress a massage for treatment. If you don't understand, then don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for Mr. Lin, my young mistress's condition wouldn't have improved so much. With these words, Lin Hao was left speechless. At that moment, he was shocked to realize that despite Su Qinj being in a vegetative state for days, her complexion was rosy and she looked extremely healthy. An unknowing person might have thought she was just asleep. But logically speaking, a vegetative person's condition should deteriorate, not maintain such good health. Why was Su Qinj looking so good? Could it really be Lin Zhuan's doing? The thought was quickly dismissed by Lin Hao. Over the past few years returning to the Lin family, in order to successfully take over the family, he had thoroughly researched and examined Lin Zhuan, his only competitor. There was no way he could perform a proper massage. It was all just a lucky coincidence. But observing Liu Huan's unwavering belief, As if questioning her would lead to an outburst, Lin Hao fell into silence. He knew no matter how much he said, no one would believe him, so he quietly cursed a few idiots in his heart. At that moment, Lin Zhuan, on the sick bed, smiled and spoke up. Liu Ye, don't be angry. My father's illegitimate son lacks education and understanding, so misunderstanding is normal. Why bother arguing with a country bumpkin like him? All right, he's a guest who came a long way. Not to mention, he's here to bring me money. Little brother, please serve him a cup of green tea. Upon hearing Lin Zhuan's words, Liu Huan immediately changed to a smile and nodded in understanding. Before leaving, she even asked, Mr. Lin, should I call to bodyguards to look after him? No need, my little white-faced brother here can't beat me. A big push from me could knock him out. No need to bother the bodyguards, understood. After the door closed again, the room returned to silence. At that moment, Lin Hao was already red with embarrassment from the two's blatant humiliation. Isn't this just too much bullying? Chapter 37. Lin Hao, who felt suffocated, finally broke down completely. Just as Lin Hao was deeply immersed in his suffocation, Lin Zhuan's question made Lin Hao both angry and startled. You really have thick skin, huh? Last time I clearly gave you quite a few slaps, but now you look pretty good. Did the Lin family come up with some new medical beauty products again? Looking at Lin Hao's smooth and delicate face, Lin Zhuan's expression was full of amusement. Oh, no, it's just that my recovery ability is better. All right, let's get to business first. This is the stock transfer contract. Take a look and sign it if there are no issues. Lin Hao didn't dare to linger and quickly brushed it off. He didn't want Lin Zhuan to know about the beauty ointment, otherwise he would definitely not agree to sell his shares. Lin Zhuan understood Lin Hao's thoughts. He didn't delve too deep, just casually reminded, oh really? That's good. By the way, a word of advice. Many beauty products have side effects and using them too much might ruin your face. Ruined face? Your whole family will have ruined faces. You dare curse me? Wait till the ointment is released and Lin Group's market value soars, then you will regret it. Just thinking about Lin Zhuan's pitiful and furious appearance a few days later, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Don't you see I'm massaging and clearing the blood flow for Kinj? Still need 10 more minutes, wait. Lin Zhuan didn't even look at the contract handed to him, casually saying. Lin Hao was left embarrassed, standing there awkwardly without knowing what to do. In the following days, Lin Hao could only watch in frustration as his former goddess, under the manipulation of a beast, completely became someone else. He felt inexplicably suffocated and frustrated, yet he couldn't lash out. After all, the matter of marrying on behalf of another was something he had personally created, so he couldn't blame anyone else. But looking at Su Qing's stunning beauty, Lin Hao had to admit that he was starting to regret. Honestly, Su Qing, as the top beauty CEO in the city, was like a goddess in many people's eyes, including Lin Hao's. When he first found out that the goddess had become his fiancée, Lin Hao was so excited that he couldn't sleep for several days. Even though the number of times they met could be counted on one hand, and they were always shunned, Lin Hao couldn't contain his excitement. However, just as the wedding approached, news came that Su Qing had become a vegetable. Although it was a bit regretful, once someone becomes a vegetable, it's almost equivalent to a death sentence. So Lin Hao quickly made the decision to have Lin Zhuan marry her in his place, even urging Lin Jianjun to propose a proposal for Lin Zhuan to marry, in order to please the Su family. With this plan, he could avoid marrying a living corpse and get rid of Lin Zhuan from the Lin family completely. This plan was a perfect two birds with one stone. Lin Zhuan was supposed to live a miserable life from then on. But looking at the smiling faces of Lin Hao and his goddess, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but feel frustrated and suffocated. So, to add to Lin Zhuan's frustration, brother, you're really good to Kinj. Back then, Kinj and I made vows of eternal love. We used to be so close. Upon saying this, Lin Hao seemed to realize he had said something wrong, quickly covering his mouth. Then he hurriedly explained, Atilda brother, please don't misunderstand. Kinj and I are just good friends, we rarely have private contact. You have to believe me. Listening to this tea-spilling speech, Lin Zhuan didn't even lift an eyelid, too lazy to respond to Lin Hao's attempts to sow discord. After all, what kind of character was Su Qing? In this novel world, no one understood her better than he did. How could he care about Lin Hao's crude lies? In the dark, cramped space, Su Qinj was enjoying Lin Zhuan's massage, feeling annoyed by Lin Hao's noise but not showing much emotional response. However, when he ambiguously referred to their relationship and intentions, Su Qinj exploded in anger. If she could move, she would have given Lin Hao a few big slaps. What nonsense is this guy blabbering about? Who made vows of eternal love with you? Who was ever intimate with you? Who said we were friends at all? We've only met a handful of times, fewer than 20 at most. I've always kicked you out in less than 5 minutes each time. Yet in your mouth, we seem to have had romantic rendezvous under the moonlight. This jerk. Why is he intentionally saying these lies in front of Lin Zhuan? What if he misunderstands? I really want to slap this jerk. Su Qinj was truly angry. Suffering from misandry, even Lin Hao's presence within 10 meters made her uncomfortable, let alone any intimacy. But now, Su Qinj realized Lin Hao was deliberately causing misunderstandings with Lin Zhuan. This was something Su Qinj couldn't tolerate and was what she was most afraid of at the moment. She really wanted to speak up, tell Lin Zhuan that she had no connection with Lin Hao and had never had any physical contact with him. From beginning to end, Lin Hao, in her eyes, was just a tool for marriage. Forget about love, there had never even been a basic sense of liking between them. And at this moment, she was feeling more and more frustrated with Lin Hao, wanting to shut his lying mouth. But the next moment, Lin Zhuan's words shocked both her and Lin Hao. So what? I only care about now. Regardless of what King's past love life was like, I don't care. From now on, she will always have me in her life, until the end of her life. Touching the girl's pink cheek affectionately, Lin Zhuan's heartfelt confession moved Su Qinj, causing her emotions to fluctuate. Lin Zhuan really likes me so much. But me, can I deserve his pure and flawless love? Is there really a person like him who can be in my life? But maybe I will bring disaster to him. Lin Hao, actually, I'm quite grateful to you. If it weren't for your deliberate scheme, perhaps I wouldn't have married Qinj. So you've done a great favor. After completing the final massage procedure, Lin Zhuan got off the bed, approached Lin Hao, and patted his shoulder with gratitude, sincerely thanking him. Seeing his stratagem not only failing to break them apart, but also showcasing their affection, Lin Hao felt more and more suffocated, completely breaking down. Chapter 38. Lin Zhuan's Scheme. Now Lin Hao is truly in a bad situation. Seeing that there was no one in the room, Lin Hao, who had long since let his guard down, patted away the hand resting on his shoulder and grabbed Lin Zhuan's collar with a smirk on his face. HMPH. Lin Zhuan, what are you pretending for? I know you hate me. But so what? Even if I am a bastard, I can still take everything from you. Everyone will only believe me. Lin Jianjun, that fool, will only let his illegitimate son inherit the family business, not your son as the legitimate heir. Remember this, you will never be able to beat me. Thinking back on the recent setbacks he had suffered at Lin Zhuan's hands, Lin Hao was completely fed up. He no longer hid his true self and was surprised by Lin Zhuan's calm reaction to his outburst. With a faint smile on his lips, Lin Zhuan said, "Oh, Lin Hao, the way you are now is much better than when you pretended to be a good guy. You. Watching Lin Zhuan remain composed in the face of his anger, Lin Hao became increasingly frustrated. He could not accept the fact that the roles between them had shifted, with Lin Zhuan now having the upper hand. What are you so proud of? If it weren't for the shares I hold, what would you have to fight against me with? Even the vegetable woman was given to you by me. You." Before Lin Hao could finish, Lin Zhuan's eyes gleamed with cold light as he raised his hand and delivered a heavy blow. Slap. You wimp, had enough, haven't you? Do you remember what I said the first time I slapped you? Say I'm worthless, but dare to mention my wife. Believe me, I'll use another slap to knock you out. Under the impact of this slap, Lin Hao's ears rang, making it hard for him to hear what Lin Zhuan was saying. But the intense pain on his cheek was crystal clear. I've been slapped again. How many times is this now? As they say, things never happen just twice, and when there's no more room to endure, there's no need to. From childhood to now, Lin Hao had never experienced such humiliation. Now, within a short week, everything was in Lin Zhuan's hands, driving Lin Hao to complete anger. Lin Zhuan! Lin Hao shouted, assuming a basic taekwondo stance, preparing to give the bastard in front of him a harsh lesson. But Lin Juan just smirked and effortlessly blocked his kicks. Fancy moves. Let me show you what authentic martial arts look like. With a swift strike to Lin Hao's neck, he soon found himself collapsed on the ground in pain. Lin Juan, flaring up again, grabbed Lin Hao's collar and delivered a series of heavy blows to his face. Slap! 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 Soon, Lin Hao had swollen cheeks, blood at the corner of his mouth, and was crying out in agony. Good job! Lin Juan, hit this bastard who likes to create trouble, hard. HMPH, let's see if he dares to be arrogant again later. But Lin Juan just now seemed to call me his wife and stood up for me. It's making me feel a bit bashful. On the hospital bed, Su Qinj lay seemingly asleep. However, her mind was active, rooting for Lin Juan. Although she couldn't see the scene, she could tell from the sound how the situation was unfolding. When she first heard Lin Hao call her a scapegoat, Su Qinj was infuriated. But being unable to move, she could only endure his insults. However, when Lin Juan suddenly spoke up for her, Su Qinj felt both moved and worried. After all, she heard that Lin Hao was a skilled taekwondo practitioner, capable of handling several ordinary people with ease. Would Lin Juan be all right against him? Fortunately, her worries were unfounded. Lin Juan could really fight, quickly knocking Lin Hao down with a few moves. Lin Hao's cries of pain finally caught the attention of the Su family outside the room. Led by Liu Jin with a group of bodyguards, they rushed into the room with tension on their faces. What happened? What's going on? Are you okay, Mr. Lin? Did this guy attack you? Seeing the group entering, Lin Juan was their first concern rather than the one lying on the ground. Lin Hao was on the verge of fainting from anger. Anyone with eyes could see that he was the one beaten, right? Why were they asking if Lin Juan was okay? It's obvious that I'm the one in trouble. This scoundrel! He actually took advantage of my inattention just when I was about to sign the contract. Suddenly reached out to molest Qinj. Fortunately, I acted fast and stopped him with a slap. It's all my fault. I didn't see through Lin Hao's ugly intentions and nearly let him succeed. Lin Juan's eyes were wet, his voice trembling, self-blaming for not protecting Su Qinj well. Oh, Nani! How dare he be so bold under broad daylight? Liu Jin and the others turned their heads, glaring fiercely at Lin Hao. Beat him! He dared to go after our miss. Beat him to death. Beast, didn't expect you to look so dignified with your glasses on, but capable of such abominable deeds. People were getting worked up and shouting to kill Lin Hao. Even when he curled up in a corner, shouting that he was being framed, no one believed him. Fortunately, at that moment, our Justice Crusader, Lin Juan, timely stopped the crowd ready to attack, solemnly saying, "Everyone, like you, I am also appalled, but using violence in private is illegal. As law-abiding citizens, let's call the police. Let the police unilaterally uphold justice for us." 5 minutes later, the police arrived as promised and took Lin Hao away from the Su family. "Mr. Lin, we need you to come to the police station for questioning. Are you ready now?" "Sure, I will cooperate." Before leaving, Lin Juan held Su Qing's hand, bidding her a heartfelt farewell before following the police officers. This scene filled with deep affection left everyone present emotional. The depth of his feelings for his vegetative girlfriend was truly touching. A scene in stark contrast to the dark consciousness realm, where Su Qinj lay still asleep, but in her mind, she was amused by Lin Juan's antics. Lin Juan is truly devious. Seriously good at making up stories with a straight face, his ability to talk is truly admirable. If Lin Hao's crimes are confirmed, his years of building a good reputation will be completely ruined. But it's for the best, so that Lin Hao won't use his hypocritical mask to harm others again. 10 minutes later, inside the Demon City police station, Lin Juan, on the verge of tears, sat in a wooden chair, facing the righteous police officers, recounting the course of events. He directly characterized himself as a victim who retaliated when driven to the brink by his brother's threats. Lin Hao was painted as a despicable villain. Stories of being secretly bullied by Lin Hao over the years were recounted, driving him to marry Su Qinj and now lusting after his fiancée's beauty, threatening and beating him. Being schemed out of the Lin family and facing annihilation by Lin Hao. Lin Hao colluding with the mistress to inflict all sorts of mental abuse and pua tactics. Inside the police station, numerous righteous police officers felt heartbroken and moved to tears upon hearing Lin Zhuan's account. For everyone in the Demon City, the story of Lin Jianjun favoring his illegitimate son was a well-known rumor. By now, they all wholeheartedly believed Lin Zhuan's side of the story, their eyes filled with disgust as they looked at Lin Hao. "I'm innocent. This scoundrel is spouting nonsense. Don't believe him. Lin Zhuan, you despicable and shameless guy. How dare you falsely accuse me? Prove it if you can." Inside the interrogation room, Lin Hao erupted in rage. He listened to Lin Zhuan's relentless speech from outside. The irony hit hard. He had always been the one to frame Lin Zhuan. Who could have thought that the hunter would one day become the hunted? The feeling was nothing short of stifling. Meanwhile, outside, Lin Zhuan paid him no mind. Instead, he calmly pulled out his phone and played a recording. HMPH. "Lin Zhuan, stop pretending. I know you hate me, so what? Even if I'm an illegitimate child, I can still take everything from you. Everyone only believes me anyway. Even that idiot Lin Jianjun will let me, the illegitimate son, inherit the family business instead of you, the legitimate heir. Mark my words, you'll never beat me. What's there to gloat about? If it weren't for those shares in your hand, what would you have to fight me with? Even that vegetable of a person I let you have that trash. You." Not long ago, while Lin Hao had been in a fit of rage, Lin Zhuan secretly started recording, capturing these incriminating words. Now, in front of the entire police station, Lin Hao's long-standing facade of being virtuous was utterly shattered. "Uncles, aunties," Lin Zhuan began, his tone filled with grief. "This is a recording I secretly made when my younger brother threatened me. I never thought he would hate me so much. I just wanted to be a good older brother to him. This is my fault. I don't blame him. Please, officers, go easy on him." HMPH. Acting like a pitiable green tea character. Who doesn't know how to do that? Did you really think all those melodramatic TV dramas I watched before my reincarnation were for nothing? Lin Zhuan smirked inwardly while wearing a sorrowful expression on his face. A single tear clung to the corner of his eye. This pitiful appearance instantly drew waves of sympathy. As the officers listened to the recording of Lin Hao's arrogant and smug words, their doubts about Lin Zhuan vanished entirely. What a tragedy! A child so kind, yet he had to endure so many hardships: an absent father turned stepfather, the torment of a half-brother, and a conniving stepmother. The onlookers couldn't help but glare at Lin Hao with increasing anger and disgust. What? Lin Hao panicked. This sly Lin Zhuan was despicable. When did he secretly record that? Damn it! What now? If this recording reached Lin Jianjun, the obedient son image he had worked so hard to build would crumble to pieces. What to do? What to do? Inside the isolation room, Lin Hao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He had gone from anger to complete panic. As Lin Hao's mind raced for a way out, Lin Zhuan's voice came from outside once more, earnest and heartfelt. "Officers, may I have a moment alone with my brother? I believe he's a good kid who's just taken the wrong path. As his older brother, I want to talk to him, to guide him back on the right track." Seeing Lin Zhuan's pitiful condition, a police captain seemed to be moved by compassion and approved the request. 3 minutes. With a click, the door opened and Lin Zhuan walked into the interrogation room. The moment he entered, his previously pitiful expression morphed into a playful smirk. "What do you want?" By now, Lin Hao had given up all pretense. There was no point in lying. Lin Zhuan held all the leverage. "Simple. Admit to sexually assaulting Qing Jie. You bastard. Are you trying to destroy me? Impossible." Lin Hao roared, glaring at Lin Zhuan with venomous hatred. Molesting an incapacitated person? If he admitted to that, he would carry a stain that could never be washed away, living the rest of his life under society's scornful gaze. "You've got some nerve to talk. My terrible reputation in the past wasn't most of it thanks to your schemes." Lin Zhuan retorted, his tone cold. "I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Of course, you can refuse. But the consequences." Lin Zhuan tapped his phone screen, showing the recording again, the threat in his tone unmistakable. Having taken over the original Lin Zhuan's body, he didn't mind seeking justice for the grievances suffered by his predecessor. Besides, for the plot that was about to unfold, Lin Zhuan needed both a good reputation and control of the Lin Corporation. Step 1. so discord between Lin Hao and his father. Lin Zhuan knew Lin Hao would cave. Between reputation and inheriting a $100 billion family fortune, the choice was obvious. And just as Lin Zhuan expected, "Fine, I agree." Lin Hao spat the words through gritted teeth, one by one. "But you must stick to your promise and not leak the recording. If you dare, I won't let you go." "Of course, I'm a man of my word." Lin Zhuan smiled brightly, nodding earnestly. Then, as Lin Hao reluctantly closed his eyes in anger and humiliation, Lin Zhuan opened his contact list, found the entry labeled "Dumbass Stepfather," and sent the recording without hesitation. Chapter 39. Lin Zhuan's father and son turn against each other. Plan successfully implemented in the Magic City Police Station. The door to the interrogation room was opened. Lin Zhuan walked out first, with a look of satisfaction on his face. "Uncle Police, I have given my younger brother a deep ideological education. He has turned over a new leaf, decided to reform, and start anew. Please make sure to handle his case with leniency." Following behind Lin Zhuan, Lin Hao, whose expression was uncertain, heard these words. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. Then, a fake smile appeared on his face. "Yes, I know I was wrong. I was confused at that time. Luckily my brother advised me. Now I want to change for the better. Uncle Police, do you think I still have a chance?" Hearing this, many just police officers nodded repeatedly. Of course. As long as you correct your mistakes, you'll still be considered a good young man in society. But you should really thank your brother. He's really put in a lot of effort. Constantly worried about you going astray." Lin Hao's lips twitched. He wanted to strangle Lin Zhuan to death in his heart, but he had to express gratitude to him, especially with so many expectant eyes watching him. Lin Hao gritted his teeth. Eventually, he turned his head stiffly and said thank you to Lin Zhuan. "You're welcome. You're my dearest brother after all." Lin Zhuan's face was sincere. He approached Lin Hao and gave him a hug. Witnessing this scene of brotherly love, the police officers around couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Truly, he was a kind and generous older brother. Soon after, with the repeated confirmation of the police officers, Lin Hao admitted to his attempted indecent assault, thereby acknowledging the charges. However, due to his voluntary surrender and the relatively minor nature of the offense, he was sentenced to 3 days of detention. Just as everything seemed to have settled, as Lin Zhuan was about to leave, he coincidentally ran into Lin Jianjun, who had rushed over in haste. As soon as he saw Lin Zhuan, he exclaimed, "Zihao, where's Zihao? What have you done to him, you scoundrel?" He had just been waiting at the Lin's residence, in a good mood, for Lin Hao to return. But unexpectedly, what he received was not Lin Hao, but a phone call from the police station. "Quiet down. What's with the yelling? Lin family head, don't forget where you are." Witnessing how well-behaved Lin Zhuan was, yet receiving such harsh scolding from his corrupt father for no reason, some police officers who couldn't stand it, couldn't help but reprimand him. As for Lin Hao's matter, we've investigated it thoroughly. Lin Hao attempted indecent assault on a comatose individual. But given his good attitude in admitting his errors and the fact that no serious harm was done, we are placing him under 3 days of detention as a disciplinary measure. After Lin Hao is released, we hope the Lin family head will provide more education to elevate the moral standards of your children. What? Indecent assault? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hearing that Lin Hao had been detained for indecent assault, Lin Jianjun was dumbfounded. Suddenly, he glared at Lin Zhuan, a moment of realization striking him, even though he didn't understand the reasons behind it. But Lin Hao was supposed to be at the Su family signing a contract. How could he have suddenly gone astray and attempted to assault a comatose patient? The only possibility, it's you. You scoundrel. He is your brother. You actually framed him like this. Are you even human? Quickly explain the situation to the police and rescue your brother. Lin Jianjun roared, approaching Lin Zhuan with his hand raised. Seeing this, Lin Zhuan's eyes welled up, and he immediately hugged a policewoman standing next to him with an elegant and heroic bearing. "Police sister, he's going to hit me again. I'm scared." This helpless look of facing domestic violence immediately aroused the policewoman's compassion. She raised her eyebrow and sternly rebuked, "Lin family head, please behave yourself. Are you trying to commit domestic violence in a police station? Even if you are this child's father?" but your behavior is enough to charge you with child abuse. Child abuse? Are you calling this young man of 1.8 meters a child? Lin Jianjun was almost at his wit's end. However, noticing the restless glances of the surrounding police officers, he eventually restrained himself from any further action. After all, the Lin family was at the bottom of the secondary families, having no power to act recklessly in the police station. HMPH. I'll go ask Howard and get to the bottom of this. Helpless, Lin Jianjun just glared at Lin Zhuan and then walked past him towards the detention room. Thank you, police sister. Watching Lin Jianjun leave in anger, Lin Zhuan smilingly thanked the policewoman. You're welcome, just doing my job. If your father ever dares to harm you again, you can always call the police. We'll make sure to uphold justice for you. The middle-aged policewoman tenderly advised the young man. Beside her, the other police officers also chimed in with comforting words. They were not fools. From the way Lin Jianjun was willing to act out without any regard for consequences, one could easily imagine the kind of fiery environment Lin Zhuan lived in at home. Okay, I got it. Goodbye, police uncles. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Zhuan smiled and left the police station. Just as he walked out of the gate, his eyes were drawn to a green Lamborghini parked not too far away. Is that Lin Jianjun's ride? It seems like no matter how many billions, he still can't be satisfied. Lin Zhuan circled around the Lamborghini, lost in thought. In order to achieve the goal of completely controlling the Lin family business, Lin Zhuan planned to wait until Lin Jianjun was in desperate straits before buying back all his shares at a low price. This would require first pushing him to a point of no return. Thinking up to this point, Lin Zhuan stroked his chin, a playful smile playing on his lips. He had a plan. On the other hand, inside the detention room, smack. You embarrassing piece of garbage. Say it again, if you dare. Lin Jianjun, who was already filled with anger, came to the detention room to inquire about Lin Hao's situation. He thought for sure that Lin Hao had been falsely accused by Lin Zhuan. But he didn't expect this. This kid, for some reason, admitted to the indecent assault. In disbelief, he repeated the question several times, only to get the same answer. This drove Lin Jianjun to irrationality, and he gave this young man a slap. This honor was usually reserved for Lin Zhuan. Now, it was bestowed upon his favorite illegitimate son, which made Lin Jianjun even more furious. Dad, it's my fault. I'm sorry. I was confused at the time. Please forgive me. I promise I won't do it again. Sob. Lin Hao covered his hot and swollen cheeks, tearfully kneeling in front of Lin Jianjun, begging for forgiveness. He had no choice. When faced with two evils, he had to choose the lesser one. Indecent assault might tarnish his reputation, but in the current situation, where he had fallen out with Lin Zhuan, Lin Jianjun had no choice but to choose him as the heir. But if Lin Jianjun were to discover that his previously obedient image was a facade, given his suspicious nature, it would be difficult to gain his trust and affection. Perhaps Lin Jianjun would create a new illegitimate child to replace him, just like Lin Hao replaced Lin Zhuan. However, both Lin Zhuan and Lin Jianjun had now become targets of Lin Hao's resentment. There would be relentless revenge waiting for him as soon as the opportunity arose. At this moment, Lin Jianjun finally stopped his hand. After all, he was dealing with his most favored son. Looking at the horrendous face before him, a hint of pity arose in the now calm Lin Jianjun. But thinking of the despicable acts committed by Lin Hao, his anger surged once again. Finally, he addressed the main issue. All right, it has come to this. You stay here for 3 days, reflect on your actions. What about the contract I gave you this morning? Give it to me. With the mention of the contract, Lin Jianjun's excitement peaked. Finally, he was on the verge of realizing his dream of becoming the true controller of the Lin family business. Humph! That kid Lin Zhuan was too naive, huh? He didn't even wait for the money to come in before signing. He should prepare for me to implement the delay strategy. I'll drag it out slowly. Lin Jianjun made up his mind to drag it out with Lin Zhuan, maybe even keeping the money in the end. Dad, Lin Zhuan hasn't signed the contract yet, right? Just as Lin Jianjun was feeling triumphant, Lin Hao's cautiously spoken words chilled him to the core. What? What did you say? Lin Jianjun stiffly turned his head, his forehead veins popping out, accentuating each word. Upon seeing Lin Jianjun's reaction, Lin Hao nervously swallowed his saliva, but still managed to speak up, I said. Lin Juan hasn't. Ah. Before he could finish his sentence, smack. Lin Jianjun, who had already lost his mind, delivered a heavy slap, leaving Lin Hao spinning in place. You really disappoint me. I trusted you to do the right thing, but you chose to do such a filthy deed. You're really going to drive me crazy. Lin Jianjun's furious scolding, the first time he had acted so violently towards his illegitimate son. Remembering that Lin Juan may not have gone far, and not bothering with the fallen Lin Hao, Lin Jianjun hastily rushed out of the detention room. He wanted to find Lin Juan and quickly finalize the share transfer contract to avoid any impact on the upcoming news conference about the beauty ointment in 3 days. Left behind in the detention room was Lin Hao, filled with resentment as he stared daggers at his retreating father. Chapter 40 Lin Juan's attitude. 3 billion? No, this time I want 3.5 billion. Huff huff. At the entrance of the Magic City police station, Lin Jianjun rushed out, panting. He looked around. Finally, he spotted Lin Juan not far away. Stop, Lin Juan. Wait, I have something to tell you. What's wrong? Mr. Lin, is it because I hit your son, and you want an explanation for him? Lin Juan frowned, looked back with a cold expression, as if keeping people at a distance. First of all, it's your son's fault for not being clean. When I turned my head, I saw Lin Hao making inappropriate advances. Then I confronted him head-on. Looking at the man in front of him, who alternated between calling him Mr. Lin and your son, Lin Jianjun suddenly felt a pang of sadness. How obedient and filial his son used to be, always accepting his father's will. How did he turn into this reckless appearance in less than a week? However, thinking back on the past few years, putting himself in Lin Juan's shoes, it seemed reasonable for him to have emotional troubles. So, Lin Jianjun decided to change his ways and give this father-son relationship another chance. Lin Juan, after all, we are father and son. Why make it this way? All right, let's make up. I will no longer favor Lin Hao. I will give you enough paternal love to let you be a good elder son of mine. Facing Lin Jianjun opening his arms, as if saying, hurry and come into dad's embrace, let's start over, Lin Juan felt disgusted. How self-centered can this man be? Does he really think everyone wants to be his son? Mr. Lin, are you talking nonsense? Should I leave? Lin Jianjun let out a sigh, but he soon stopped hesitating. Even though the big deal fell through, he still had the smaller deal. Currently, the most urgent matter was resolving the issue of transferring ownership of shares. All right, let's talk about business. Since there was an accident, you haven't signed the 3 billion shares transfer contract yet. How about this? Let's go to the company in my car now, draft a new one, and sign it again. Having said that, Lin Jianjun opened the Lamborghini's door, indicating for Lin Juan to get in. Mr. Lin, did you misunderstand something? It's not a 3 billion shares transfer contract. It's 3.5 billion. Looking at Lin Jianjun frozen in the driver's seat, Lin Juan smirked. He initially wanted to bump it up to 4 billion. But considering Lin Jianjun's current financial situation, adding 500 million was already the limit. And Lin Juan's main goal wasn't to make money, but to push Lin Jianjun to the brink of depletion. So, adding 500 million was sufficient. Lin Juan, are you going crazy? Didn't we agree on 3 billion? How did it become 3.5 billion? As Lin Juan expected, Lin Jianjun exploded with anger, yelling in frustration. With the Lin family's current financial situation, 3 billion was already a stretch, but it could keep some assets from being completely drained. But adding another 500 million, even if he sold off the remaining villas and luxury cars, it still wouldn't be enough. Under these circumstances, he might have to resort to high-interest loans. We are father and son after all. Do you really want to end things this way? Faced with Lin Jianjun's plea, Lin Juan didn't even lift an eyelid and with a half-smile, said, 3 billion. Originally, it wasn't a problem. I'm glad you recognize that Lin Group was built by my mom. But today, Lin Hao's misconduct towards my future fiancé does not please me. So, the 500 million is my emotional distress fee, and I'll only give you 2 days. If you can't bring the money within 2 days, I'll sell it to someone else, that's it. Lin Juan then turned and walked away without looking back. The reason for the additional 500 million was due to Lin Hao's misconduct incident today. He wished he could immediately return to the detention room and slam that scoundrel with some big hits. 500 million. That's a whole 500 million. Just because Lin Hao was careless, 500 million went away. Lin Jianjun gritted his teeth in anger. This was the first time he felt such anger towards Lin Hao, making his heart ache. Seeing Lin Zhuan's figure getting further away, the anxious Lin Jianjun quickly started the Lamborghini to catch up, attempting a final effort. In the face of 500 million, he reluctantly chose to betray Lin Hao. Wait, Lin Zhuan. Let's discuss this. What if I make Lin Hao apologize to you? No good. How about if he kneels and apologizes to you? I'll break the hand he touched that girl. How about that? Hey, not interested. If you bother me, believe me, I'll raise it 2 billion. Hearing Lin Zhuan's intention to raise it 2 billion, Lin Jianjun was close to breaking the brakes out of panic. Seeing that Lin Zhuan wasn't willing to negotiate, Lin Jianjun had no choice but to step on the gas and leave. He needed to hurry back and figure out how to fill the 500 million gap within 2 days. As for his son Lin Hao, luckily, he didn't see him now. Out of sight, out of mind. Otherwise, Lin Jianjun couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't end up beating that wastrel to death. 10 minutes later, Lin Zhuan returned to the Su family villa. As soon as he entered, he was greeted enthusiastically by the house staff led by Liu Huan. Due to their recent interactions, Lin Zhuan had won over these staff members with his actions. Several maids immediately surrounded Lin Zhuan, chattering and gossiping. Mr. Lin is back. Mr. Lin, I poured you a glass of water. Please drink. Mr. Lin, what happened with that pervert? Yes, did he get shot, or is he sentenced to life imprisonment? Ha ha. You all go back to work. Don't bother Mr. Lin. At this time, Liu Huan, the Su family's head housekeeper, spoke, and the group dispersed. Mr. Lin. Chairman Su is here, in Mrs. Room. Chairman Su is here. Of course. With such a significant incident as his granddaughter being molested, he would definitely come to check on her. So Lin Zhuan headed towards the second floor. Meanwhile, in Su Qing's room, Su Shengshan looked at his granddaughter lying on the bed with aging eyes full of affection. But in the next moment, he was enveloped by a sense of coldness. The Lin family, Lin Hao. That beast. Granddaughter, don't worry. Grandpa swears to get justice for you. If Lin Jianjun doesn't explain, then our relationship as clans ends here. Next time we meet, the 2 families will be sworn enemies. Su Shengshan's expression turned frosty, and his tone icy. What's most precious to him now is Su Qing, the last blood relative. Even if he has to exhaust this old bone, he will seek justice for his granddaughter. Unbeknownst to Su Shengshan, his granddaughter, who appeared unconscious, was now desperately calling a certain young man in her heart. Lin Zhuan, why aren't you back yet? Grandpa thinks I've really been mistreated. At this rate, his health might suffer from the stress. Even if he doesn't have health problems, what if he confronts your Lin family? With the current situation of the Su family, we can't endure such turmoil. I'm waiting to wake up and continue supporting the growth of the Su family, seeking revenge on that family one day. Damn Lin Zhuan. Too irresponsible. Come explain to my grandpa right now. Lin Zhuan, where are you? Hurry up and show up. I'll count to 3. You better appear. 3, 2, 1. Perhaps it was destined by the heavens. Su Qing had just counted to 1. That familiar voice appeared in her ears. Grandpa, don't be angry. Be careful with your health. I'll tell you a secret. In fact, Lin Hao didn't touch Qing. I framed him on purpose. Ahem. Stop looking at me like that. I didn't mean to deceive you. Lin Hao was too arrogant. Lin Zhuan heard a commotion as he reached the door, and he quickly entered to explain the situation. He was afraid that Su Shengshan, in his fury, might collapse due to high blood pressure. But when Lin Zhuan revealed the truth, Su Shengshan was initially stunned, staring at Lin Zhuan in disbelief for a moment, recalling his own outburst moments ago and the misplaced anger. The corners of his eyes twitched, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. Then, he picked up the walking stick by the side, swung it up and down, creating an air of authority. Lin Zhuan, if you were my grandson, it would have been perfect. Back in the day, when my granddaughter made me angry, I taught my grandson a lesson with this stick. Lin Zhuan, oh, Did I hear wrongly? Why would you physically punish the grandson when your granddaughter misbehaved? Doesn't the older generation usually favor boys over girls? Why are things turning out differently here with you being favoring girls over boys? At this moment, Lin Juan couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy for the protagonist Su Yong's tragic childhood. Oh, when can us boys finally stand up? Chapter 41, Su King's Accelerated Heartbeat. Originally prepared to let you have a kiss, now there is only half left. Grandpa Su, get ready. At the latest the day after tomorrow, Lin Jianjun will come up with 3.5 billion to buy the shares I hold. By then, that money will go directly to the Su Group's account. After the grandfather and grandson played around, Lin Juan's expression became serious. He brought up the main topic. 3.5 billion? Wasn't it agreed before to be 3 billion? Will your father agree to add more money? Su Shengshan was somewhat surprised. After all, based on market valuation, Lin Juan's shares were worth at most 3 billion. He has no choice but to agree. I have already told him the deadline. If I don't see the money in 2 days, I will sell the shares to others who are interested. In order to keep the position of chairman of the Lin family, even if he has to sell his last possession, he has to come up with this money for me. Lin Juan sat by the bedside, a hint of a smile in his eyes. He, who was familiar with the plot, had long understood Lin Jianjun's thoughts and set a trap accordingly. Now, everything was under his control. Although Lin's current financial situation definitely couldn't afford this 500 million gap, Lin Juan didn't care. He was determined to completely drain Lin Jianjun's savings over the years. Whether the other party ended up borrowing from loan sharks or selling their blood and kidneys, Lin Juan didn't care. Just give me the money in the end. You're right. I heard that the Lin family is about to release a beauty ointment. In order to prevent you from regretting after seeing huge profits, Lin Jianjun must be the one most eager to complete the transfer of shares. After listening to Lin Juan's explanation, Su Shengshan also realized, and a smile appeared on his old face again. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. Suddenly, the old man seemed to remember something and cautiously took out a small box from his pocket. Grandpa Su, is this some kind of treasure? Look how happy you are. Looking at Su Shengshan's joyful expression, like an old child, Lin Juan curiously asked, "Is this really a treasure? Is it the beauty pill that I gave you?" Lin Juan paused for a moment, vaguely guessing the contents of the box. As expected, when Su Shengshan carefully opened the box, inside was a round, golden pill, the size of 2 fingernails. The appearance was quite similar to the description in the novel. Seeing the golden pill, Lin Juan felt assured. He knew that the refinement of the beauty pill was a success. Zizhuan, your prescription for me is truly remarkable. I had the research department working day and night, and after several failures, we finally produced a few samples of good quality. This is one of them. Looking at the golden pill in the box, Su Shengshan was overjoyed, with a smile full of wrinkles on his face. He knew that the success of this pill's development would completely change the landscape of the medical aesthetic market. The Su Group would also gain unprecedented benefits in this opportunity. Thinking about the possibility of the Su family growing and becoming strong again, Su Shengshan couldn't help but shed tears, overwhelmed with emotion, grasping Lin Juan's hand and thanking him loudly. Zizhuan, you are truly the lucky star of my Su family. The first time I saw you, I felt like you have a great potential for a good marriage. When my daughter went to get her fortune told, they said her life was destined to be full of hardships. Only by meeting her destined one could her fate change. Back then I was so worried. Now, when I look at you, aren't you the one destined for my granddaughter? My daughter being able to marry you is truly a blessing for her life. Lin Juan, ... Is he praising me? After all, I'm marrying into the Su family, so that means marrying Su Qing indirectly. But receiving benefits isn't so bad, right? After comforting Su Shengshan for a few moments, when his emotions gradually calmed down, Lin Juan gave serious instructions. All right, Grandpa Su, have you tested this pill yet? Since it will enter the market, it must be foolproof. Otherwise, if any issues arise, not only will it not bring great opportunities, the entire Su family could suffer a catastrophe. Hearing this, Su Shengshan's expression changed, and he handed the pill to Lin Juan. Rest assured, I understand the seriousness of this situation better than anyone. So I personally supervised and conducted numerous experiments to ensure there are no problems. This pill is currently our most perfect creation. I thought of bringing it for you to use first. After all, if it weren't for your prescription, this miraculous pill wouldn't have come into existence." Seeing the pill in his hand, Lin Zhuan didn't refuse, smiled, and accepted it. He then began to instruct Su Shengshan. "Well, the pill seems fine, so now we can start mass-producing the beauty pills." As Lin Zhuan and Su Shengshan finished discussing their matters, Su Shengshan left with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Su Qinj, lying on the hospital bed, had no visible reaction on the surface, but she had already heard every word spoken by Lin Zhuan and Su Shengshan in her consciousness. So, Lin Zhuan brought out a prescription. Does that mean the beauty pill production was successful? But is the effect of this pill really that miraculous? If it is true, that would be great. Perhaps our Su family could seize this opportunity and rise to the peak again. As Su Qing's thoughts raced, she still had some doubts about the beauty pill. However, she sincerely hoped that the success of the pill was true. It meant she might have a chance for revenge. Of course, it was just a slight possibility. After experiencing the rise and fall of the family, Su Qinj couldn't help but shed tears, recounting her family's past glory. The hint of hope in her heart continued to grow, and she firmly believed that one day she would wake up again. Chapter 42. Lin Jianjin's Awakening. Lin Hao's True Colors Exposed. Lin Family Villa. "Hey, Boss Fang. Hello, I'm in urgent need. Can I borrow some money from you? Mr. Tang, I'm facing some difficulties. I don't know if you have extra cash on hand. Old Ginger, long time no contact. Oh, I wanted to ask. What? Bad signal on your end? Who are you trying to deceive?" Lin Jianjin was frantically calling his friends on WeChat, but the results were minimal. Most of his friends came up with excuses and hung up the phone. After all, the conflict between father and son in the Lin family was almost common knowledge among the elite in the city. At this moment, calling himself was clearly for borrowing money. But for such a large sum of money, besides those very close to him, who would be foolish enough to lend it to him without reason? If his Lin family suffered a huge loss in this incident, declaring bankruptcy directly would be a disaster. Damn it! These bastards, worthless scum. They act friendly and respectful on regular days, but as soon as there's a problem, they all hide like cowards. Bang! Seeing that he couldn't borrow money, Lin Jianjin was enraged and overturned the table in front of him. At this moment, he deeply resented Lin Zhuan. If it weren't for this unfilial son, he wouldn't have ended up in this dilemma. Especially when he thought about the today deadline given to him by the other party. Lin Jianjin was filled with anxiety, and clumps of hair fell from his head in distress. Lin Group was his lifelong effort, and he would not allow the company to fall into someone else's hands no matter what. But under the current circumstances, he couldn't come up with 5 billion even if he sold his pots and pans. In desperation, Lin Jianjin picked up his phone again, thinking about calling Lin Zhuan to plead. After all, they were father and son. He couldn't really drive himself, the father, into a corner, right? Opening WeChat and clicking on the profile of disobedient son, Lin Jianjin then discovered. Not long ago, Lin Zhuan had sent him a recorded audio clip. Huh, what's this? Curious, Lin Jianjin furrowed his brows and played the recording. In the next second, a familiar voice came from his Xiaomi phone. HMPH. Lin Zhuan, who do you think you're fooling? I know you hate me. But so what? Even if I'm a bastard, I can still take everything away from you. Everyone will only believe me. Lin Jianjin, that idiot, will only let me, this bastard son, inherit the family business, not you, the legitimate son. Mark my words, you will never win against me. What are you so proud of? If it weren't for having a bit of shares in your hands, what could you use to compete with me? Even this vegetable of a person, I let you have, and yet you. How is this possible? This is Lin Hao's voice. How could Lin Hao, a gentle and kind-hearted young man, speak in such a vicious tone? And he even called me an idiot? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be fabricated. Could it be that Lin Zhuan is trying to sow discord? But recalling the indifferent and distant gaze of Lin Zhuan not long ago, Lin Jianjin realized he was overthinking, even though he was unwilling to believe. But based on Lin Zhuan's recent actions, He couldn't help but admit that Lin Zhuan might really be prepared to disown him as his father. So, does this recording have a high probability of being true? After all, Lin Zhuan, that unfilial son, now has no reason to frame Lin Hao and curry favor with himself. Despite being the head of a billion-dollar conglomerate, Lin Jianjun's mind was still clear. He instantly connected the dots to why Lin Hao confessed at the police station. Was he being threatened? Choosing the lesser of two evils. And the reason Lin Zhuan sent this to him was to reveal the true nature of Lin Hao to him. And perhaps to drive a wedge between them. Lin Jianjun forced a bitter smile. He now felt like a fool. Although the recording was only a few brief sentences, he wasn't dumb and could naturally infer that Lin Hao's usual appearance was a facade. As for why he would pretend, it seems like in recent years, I've been too superficial in my judgments. At this moment, Lin Jianjun suddenly understood. He could probably guess that Lin Zhuan had indeed suffered a lot of injustice in these years. But now I can't turn back. Regardless of how Lin Hao behaves in private, at least on the surface, he is obedient and a good son to me. That's enough. Even though he knew he was wrong, Lin Jianjun decided to ignore it and continue making mistakes. He only had two sons after all, and the fallout with his eldest son, Lin Zhuan, had already caused a storm in the city. Lin Jianjun couldn't bring himself to swallow his pride and apologize. His self-esteem and reputation wouldn't allow it, so he might as well continue down this mistaken path. Looking at the audio clip on his WeChat, Lin Jianjun hesitated for a moment, then clicked to delete it. He was no longer interested in Lin Hao's true self. As long as the person who portrayed himself as the obedient son on the surface was satisfying that image, then he would recognize him as the sole heir of the Lin family. Sigh. How do I make money now? With guilt in his heart, Lin Jianjun hesitated to call Lin Zhuan again. He knew it wouldn't make a difference, and most likely, he would end up being verbally abused and hung up on after some ugly exchange. As Lin Jianjun pondered in despair, suddenly, the door was slammed open. A glamorous lady rushed in, her face full of worrying. Honey, I heard Xiao Hao was taken to the police station. What's going on? It was none other than Bai Yulin. She had just been having afternoon tea with her girlfriends when she received the news of Lin Hao's detention, prompting her to sprint 100 meters back home. For her, Lin Hao was her hope. If anyone dared to touch her precious son, Bai Yulin would fight back, even if it meant risking her life. My brothers, if you have the means, please send some free gifts. I beg of you. Writing a book is really difficult. I'm a rural person who became a full-time author due to the closure of the factory. But from July 1st to now, August 1st, I only earned a little over for yuan yesterday, totaling 28 yuan for the entire month. If I hadn't borrowed over 10,000 through online loans, I would have starved last month. Now I don't know what to do. Hey, living is so difficult. Please send some free gifts. With one free gift, I can earn 1 cent. Thank you. Chapter 43, by Susu realized. Everything Lin Zhuan did was to draw attention to my Lin family. Lin Jianjun explained the ins and outs of the matter. However, he didn't mention the recording and intended to keep this as a forever secret. As long as the cards were not revealed, Lin Hao would still be his obedient and sensible son. But after learning the reason why his son was arrested, Bai Yulin felt absurd and unbelievable. She widened her eyes and exclaimed, "What? Zi Hao, indecent with a vegetative person? Detained for 3 days? Impossible. There must be a misunderstanding. Zi Hao is definitely framed. How could he do such a thing?" As the saying goes, a mother knows her child best. She understood her son too well, and knew that compared to women, Lin Hao valued wealth and power more. Therefore, it was absolutely unreasonable for him to do something like this at such a critical moment. So, there was only one possibility. He was framed by that despicable Lin Zhuan. Husband, go quickly and rescue Zi Hao. He must be very scared in the police station. White Yulin hurriedly approached Lin Jianjun and hugged his arm, tears welling up in her eyes. You understand our son. He is so innocent and kind. How could he do such dirty things? This must be the scheme of Lin Zhuan. That child choked. I treated him like my own. Why does he have to be like this? White Yulin sobbed, subtly pointing out Lin Zhuan's despicable behavior. Innocent. Kind. Listening to his wife's words, Lin Jianjun felt extremely harsh. In the past, he would have believed without hesitation and would have scolded Lin Zhuan long ago. But since hearing that recording, Lin Jianjun felt suffocated. For the sake of Lin Hao and his mother, he eventually drove away Lin Zhuan. Was it really worth it? Suddenly, Lin Jianjun lowered his head and looked at his petite wife, deep in thought. Does Yulin know the true face of Lin Hao? Or perhaps, both mother and son have their own unknown sides. From start to finish, was he just being played like a fool? But seeing the tearful face of his wife, Lin Jianjun dismissed his suspicions. He had known White Yulin for many years, and she had always been so gentle and thrifty. How could she be such a scheming woman? Honey, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? At that moment, White Yulin finally noticed the unusual look in her husband's eyes and raised her head in confusion. It's nothing. Zihao's situation isn't serious. He will be out the day after tomorrow. Lin Jianjun hurriedly shook his head, indicating that White Yulin didn't need to worry. More importantly, we need to quickly gather 3.5 billion. What? Lin Zhuan's child wants more money, and he wants an additional 5 billion. White Yulin once again exclaimed in shock. At the same time, her hatred towards Lin Zhuan grew heavier. This jerk. Not only did he frame her precious son, but he also made these unreasonable demands. Just like his harlot of a mother. So honey, what do we do now? Do we really have to give it to him? That's 3.5 billion. Although she was worried about her precious son, White Yulin understood the urgency of the situation. Now the most important thing was to resolve the stock transfer issue. Those were the assets that her son would inherit in the future. She was unwilling to just give away 3.5 billion to Lin Zhuan. Originally, that money belonged to her son. We have no choice but to give it. That traitor gave us a deadline. We must gather the money within 2 days, or else we have to sell the shares to someone else. To avoid further troubles, we must quickly gather the money. With the deadline in mind, Lin Jianjun gritted his teeth in anger, but he had no choice. He remembered White's family. Yulin, can you borrow some money from the White family again? We can't borrow anymore. My brother has already used up all the savings of the White family over the years, and even borrowed 1 billion. White Yulin frowned tightly, showing a difficult expression. She was well aware of the current situation of the White family. They had gathered for billion with all their efforts to profit more from the sale of the beauty ointment. Now they couldn't squeeze out a single penny more. Borrowing. With no way out, Lin Jianjun's eyes narrowed as he had a different idea. Yulin, from whom did your brother borrow the money? Can someone lend out several billion at once? He borrowed the money from Lord Hu. Honey, do you want? Lord Hu's interest rate is very high. White Yulin shuddered at the mention of Lord Hu. He was a prominent figure in the underground world of Devil City, and it was said that he had the backing of a major family. In Devil City, he could walk sideways. If they borrowed money from Lord Hu, becoming a defaulter was almost impossible, and he would do everything to extract money from them. White Yulin was nearly scared to death when she heard that her brother had borrowed 1 billion from Lord Hu. If they couldn't repay it, the White family would face disaster. Now that Lin Jianjun also had this idea, White Yulin hesitated. But we have no choice. Let's use it to tide over the current crisis. Once my ointment is on the market, we'll make back that amount easily. Despite hearing rumors about Lord Hu's fierceness, Lin Jianjun decided to seek the capital to revive his standing. With the confidence in his potential success, he bravely rose above his apprehensions. And who is Lord Hu to scare us? As long as the Lin family seizes this opportunity and promotes to a first-tier family, even Lord Hu wouldn't be a concern to us. As Lin Jianjun boasted, White Yulin felt a trace of disdain in her heart. But when she thought about the potential success of the beauty ointment, her thoughts were more grounded. She had used the product before and knew its astonishing effects. Once it hit the market, it would surely cause a sensation, and with capital monopolized, making money would be a minor issue. With these thoughts in mind, White Yulin stopped hesitating and took out her phone to make a call. Honey, wait a moment. I'll call my brother and ask him to help us with Lord Hu. 10 minutes later, at the White family restaurant, everyone was enjoying a luxurious dinner. White Hai held a large lobster, his mouth full of oil. Seeing his father's serious expression as he hung up the phone, he couldn't help but ask, Dad, who called you? After putting away his phone, White Jinglong didn't hide anything. Your aunt. She said Lin Hao has been detained due to a conspiracy for 3 days. And that Lin Zhuan asked for more money, demanding 35 billion for the share sale. As soon as this was said, the whole table was shocked. Following that, the White brothers sitting in a row began to curse Lin Zhuan. Damn! He's so ruthless, that jerk is going crazy for money. Taking advantage of the situation. It's too much to drive his father to a dead end for money. The last time he hit me on the head with a bottle, I knew this jerk wasn't a good person. Luckily, my sister didn't accept his confession back then. The emotions were running high as they continued their tirade against Lin Zhuan. On the edge of the dining table, White Susu, who had been quiet while eating, also looked surprised. She was still wearing a white dress, exuding a pure and gentle aura. Upon hearing that her cousin Lin Hao had been detained, she couldn't help but worrying. And the matter of Lin Zhuan asking for more money. She thought it was unfair. Why did it change from 30 billion to 35 billion within a few days? This was not being true to his word. Lin Zhuan, my brother, how could you turn out like this? Before her thoughts could sort themselves out, White Jinglong's voice came softly. Susu, have you been in contact with Lin Zhuan recently, huh? Lin Zhuan. He hasn't contacted me for a long time. Speaking of this, White Susu felt a bit unhappy. In the past, Lin Zhuan would contact her from time to time, showing concern. But this time, she waited a long time and didn't receive any calls from Lin Zhuan. She had hoped Lin Zhuan would apologize for the incident when he beat her brothers. Then you should contact him. Lin Zhuan is a good kid. I think highly of him. You young people should communicate more, especially since he already likes you. Oh, what? After hearing her father's words, White Susu suddenly felt puzzled. She remembered that not long ago, White Jinglong had tried hard to discourage her interactions with Lin Zhuan. Why was he now hinting at her to contact Lin Zhuan? At that moment, even the silent White brothers detected something off. White Hai, rubbing his shining bald head, looked a bit displeased. Dad, what's the point? How can you let our little sister willingly jump into a fire pit? What's so good about Lin Zhuan, that jerk? White Zhong scratched his close-cut hair, showing disdain. You want to match up our little sister with that scoundrel, him? How is he worthy of our little sister? Especially now that the guy will soon be marrying into the Su family and becoming a parasite. White He, flipping his flowing hair, spoke coldly. Exactly, it's a disgrace for us men. To become a son-in-law like that, what qualifications does this useless fellow have to stand beside our little sister? Listening to the contemptuous and disdainful words of the three brothers, White Jinglong raised his eyebrows, remarking sharply, just because he has 35 billion. The White brothers, with just a few words from their father, the three brothers were suddenly speechless. 35 billion. That was an amount that the White family might not accumulate even in 10 years. Moreover, it was discretionary capital, not a company's fixed assets. Now that Lin Zhuan and Lin Jianjun had a falling out, if he brought that money to marry into the White family, this money would also become the White family's dowry, propelling them to the rank of a second-tier family. Ruminating on this, the three White brothers suddenly felt that having Lin Zhuan as a brother-in-law seemed quite promising. Dad, brothers, what do you take me for? HMPH. You make me mad. I'm not talking to you guys anymore. White Susu could discern the intentions of the White family members. She embarrassingly dropped her chopsticks and escaped from the dining table. When she returned to her room, she recalled the words of her family members now and then. All of a sudden, she realized that perhaps she didn't actually reject the idea of marrying Lin Zhuan as much as she thought. Could it be that I have feelings for Lin Zhuan, after all? White Susu felt perplexed. She had never been in love before, and didn't know what it felt like to like someone. But Lin Zhuan brother was always so good to me. Even if we don't end up as a couple, I will still save him from the Su family. White Susu clenched her fists firmly, her eyes determined. After these few days of understanding, she also knew that Lin Zhuan became the son-in-law of the Su family only because he took over the position originally meant for her cousin Lin Hao, which forced him to marry into the Su family. As for the deep affection displayed by Lin Zhuan that night, it didn't seem genuine to White Susu. After all, a vegetative person can't speak or move. They need to be taken care of. They can't eat, drink, or go to the bathroom on their own. Lin Zhuan had no previous interactions with Su Qinj. How could he suddenly fall in love after just a few weeks? This just didn't make sense at all. Even if Sue's sister is the #1 beauty in Devil City. But after becoming a vegetative person, it's impossible for her to still possess such charm. So, Linjwan's brother is actually lying. But why? Suddenly, White Susu seemed to have guessed something, covering her cherry-like mouth with a look of shock in her eyes. She realized it was everything Linjwan did. Maybe to make me jealous, to attract my attention. Chapter 44, by Susu Visits. Linjwan is surprised. How did she come here? The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Linjwan still left early in the morning, bought a bouquet of violets, and returned to Sue's home. Qingzhe, good morning. Linjwan, good morning. Upon hearing the familiar greeting and smelling the familiar floral scent, Su Qing's mood was very pleasant. Shortly after, she felt her small hand being enveloped once again in warmth. Ding! Host and Su Qing's palms stick together. Reward 1 point per 7 seconds. It seems to be getting harder to rise as we go along, but that's normal. Upon hearing the system notification, Linjwan didn't feel discouraged and decided to redouble his efforts, especially when he noticed that the number on the points panel had already reached the 40,000 mark, making Linjwan even more excited. He felt that the days of becoming an invincible immortal emperor were only a tiny bit away. Linjwan then concentrated his mind and began the massage process for the day. An hour later, when Linjwan finished the massage and took a rest, Oni-chan. Upon hearing this spine-tingling address, Linjwan knew who it was. Sure enough, the next second, the door was pushed open. A certain Lolita, dressed in Lolita attire with her iconic twin tails, walked in. As soon as she saw Linjwan, her eyes were full of sparkling stars. *W. Oni-chan, I'm here. Do you have a new song ready? After the recent hiatus, your fans are flooding the comment section. They are all red-eyed, pleading for you to release a new song. By the way, to report to you, all the songs you sang before are now dominating the top 10 on various music apps. Your fan base across the internet has skyrocketed, breaking 10 million within a few days. Now you are also a mega internet celebrity with over 10 million fans. Surrounded by Linjwan, Chen Kexin chattered excitedly, reporting eagerly. Her hostility towards Linjwan had disappeared, leaving only admiration. Only those who spent a long time surfing the internet would know. How popular L is online has become a legend in the music industry. Even their family's group, the Chen family, has gained a large number of new downloading users because the songs were first released on D Station. Market value soaring. Upon learning that Chen Kexin managed the L account and possibly had a deep relationship with the other party, her family and relatives surrounded her, pressing for the true identity of L, willing to sign Linjwan under their name at all costs. However, because she promised to keep Linjwan's identity secret, Chen Kexin ultimately guarded the identity of L firmly. Not revealing the identity is the bottom line for L. He once said, "If you dare to force me to reveal his identity, he will give the first publishing rights to other platforms." As soon as these words came out, the people of the Chen group were instantly silenced and dared not have any further action. After all, L is now undoubtedly a key asset in terms of audience. And in this era, audience equals money. For their group that focuses on the internet industry, Linjwan, who can continually attract fans to the platform, is like the god of wealth. Who would dare to offend? They could only instruct Chen Kexin to please L well and promise that the Chen family could meet all requirements and so on. No problem. I have a good relationship with L. Leave it to me. As a daughter who had nothing to do at home, Chen Kexin was praised and attention like this for the first time by many elders, making her ecstatic. On the other hand, Linjwan was not surprised by the conversation with the Lolita. He had checked various music app rankings in the past few days. One could say that with his entertainment level from before his transmigration, any randomly composed song could dominate this world. In the eager gaze of Chen Kexin, Linjwan got up, took the golden guitar from the corner, thought for a moment, and finally decided on the song he would sing today. The song I will sing today? The title is Raksaka Seaport. Raksaka Seaport? Does this name mean to praise a city? Chen Kexin looked bewildered, immersed in her second-dimensional world, rarely paying attention to the third-dimensional world. She was not clear if there really was a place called Raksaka Seaport in the three-dimensional world. Meanwhile, Soo Kinj, who had been paying attention to what was happening around her in bed, was now full of curiosity. Raksaka Seaport? If I recall correctly, this should be a classical short story created by the Qing dynasty novelist Pu Songling. It tells the story of a merchant's son, Maji, drifting into a city where beauty and ugliness are reversed, and various incidents happen. When Soo Kinj and the others were speculating, Lin Juan had already plucked the strings and started to play and sing. In an instant, a tune similar to a duet arrangement began playing in the room. Raksaka Nation, 26,000 miles to the east, tilde crossing the Jiao High 3 inches of yellow mud tilde tilde. Just for that river, and that hill tilde tilde, where the river flows past the Guo Guo camp, tilde the pole used to ferry in the Guo Guo camp is called Mahu, tilde, the singing continued. Different from Chen Kexin, Soo Kinj, lying on the sick bed, listened attentively to the song, pondering. Simply in terms of melody, she wasn't very fond of it, finding it hard to appreciate this duet style. However, based on her intuition, she felt that this song could become popular, perhaps even explosive, in a short period. This was because the lyrics had deep meanings, a bit of thought, and even a hint of satire toward reality. For most ordinary people, the lyrics might resonate with them. Of course, despite welcoming praises, it was likely to face criticism as well. This was a song that could spark huge controversies. However, Soo Kinj was not concerned about this. She was curious about what Lin Juan had gone through to create such a song. It was already a departure from the usual to come up with such a song. Ordinary musicians couldn't possibly create such a song. As Soo Kinj wanted to wake up quickly and inquire about Lin Juan's inspiration for songwriting, Lin Juan's performance had reached its end. That Mahu is brazen. It is a fundamental issue for us humans. As the last lyrics ended, Lin Juan put down the guitar and looked at the Lolita not far away, with a smile on his lips that seemed to suggest amusement. How do you feel? It's really terrible. This is the worst song I've ever heard. Chen Kexin did not hide her feelings, going crazy as she shook her twin tails, stating her true feelings. She couldn't understand it, really couldn't understand it. Clearly, Lin Juan's previous songs were so nice to listen to. Why did this new creation turn out so unique? Oni-chan, could it be that your talent has run out? No. OOURL, hailed as the last rising star in the entertainment industry, you can't decline. Seeing the exaggerated head shaking and despair on the face of the Lolita, Lin Juan couldn't help but find it amusing. Each to their own. Maybe this song might surpass the previous ones and become a hit. Tilde Chiechi. Upon hearing this, Chen Kexin was full of disbelief. This song, it's so bad. Who would like it? If it becomes popular, I'll do a live stream standing on my head. Alright, you have to keep your word then. Lin Juan just shrugged at this and gestured that he would wait and see. Angered by this, the Lolita with gritted teeth and angry pigtails, ready to choke Lin Juan. Suddenly a maid entered and said, Mr. Lin. Miss Bai Susu is here. She said she wanted to see you and Miss Bai Susu. How did she come here? Upon hearing this name, Lin Juan felt extremely surprised. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. I have felt your passion. Today many people sent me gifts, and in total, there were more than a dozen. Thank you all. I can have a chicken leg now. Asterisk asterisk. Chapter 45. Chen Kexin's Arithmetic Problem. By Suzu's Disappointment. Soo King's Peace of Mind tilde tilde Mr. Lin. Do you want me to send Miss Susu back? Forget it, Liu Ya. A visitor is a guest. Just bring her up. Although Lin Juan was puzzled, he still prepared to listen to Bai Suzu's purpose for coming. After Liu Huan nodded and left the room. Bai Susu, isn't that Oni-chan, your former white moonlight? Originally confused, Chen Kexin pondered about the identity of the visitor. Suddenly, she slapped her head, turned to Lin Juan with an aggrieved expression. Fine. I never thought that you already have me and Sister Kinj, yet you still think about outside affairs. Shameless man. Due to her recent closeness with Lin Juan, Chen Kexin had deliberately investigated Lin Juan's past. And this Bai Susu was also within her scope of knowledge. Lin Juan, ... What shameless man? I am an upright gentleman. You are blatantly slandering me. And what are you to me? My future fiancé is Soo Kinj. Please don't have weird thoughts about a love triangle. I am not interested in your grape. Ignoring the pouting Chen Kexin, Lin Juan sat back at the bedside, holding Su Qing's hand. Affectionately said, "Kinj, please don't misunderstand. I am not interested in Bai Susu, just like Ma Yun is not interested in money. It's a sincere feeling, the heavens can attest. In my eyes, all the stars in the sky are not even 1/10 of you. ... Darn. A shameless man is truly shameless." Such cheesy words just came out naturally. On the other hand, Chen Kexin was in shock, feeling like a man's words were as unreliable as a ghost's deceit. However, for the sake of her close friend, Chen Kexin decided to have a good chat with Bai Susu, determined not to let her friend be in a cuckold situation. What Chen Kexin didn't know was that, compared to her suspicions, Su Qingj unconditionally trusted Lin Zhuan. After all, during this period, the other party had already proven their integrity through actions. If Lin Zhuan was the type of man who only thought about the lower half of the body, how could he spend all his time beside her sickbed, never leaving, even massaging her with proper manners? However, Bai Susu's visit was unexpected. She must be here to find Lin Zhuan. After all, I only met Bai Susu a few times at a few parties. We're not close. She seemed like a pretty innocent girl, not very worldly. If Lin Zhuan could be with her, maybe it wouldn't be a bad choice. If he really falls in love with another woman, then maybe one day, when I wake up, I can sincerely wish him well and peacefully walk away. Beside herself, Su Qingj whispered to herself in the dark consciousness. But when she thought about Lin Zhuan standing side by side with another woman, a strong sense of loss surged in her heart, an indescribable discomfort. Click! At that moment, a door opening noise caught Su Qing's attention. Along with it, a soft and gentle call sounded out. "Brother Lin Zhuan." This was Bai Susu coming? Her voice was quite pleasant. You could tell she was a soft and gentle girl that guys would probably like. Sensing someone entering, Su Qingj shifted her focus, feeling conflicted. She hoped that Lin Zhuan could find a more suitable and outstanding girl, yet she couldn't suppress the inexplicable bitterness in her heart. On the other hand, the two of Lin Zhuan noticed the arrival of the girl, with skin like cream, red lips, and white teeth, wearing a white princess dress with a delicate bow in front. A faint smile on her face, her overall temperament as beautiful as a girl in first love. As soon as she entered, she sweetly smiled at Lin Zhuan, waving in greeting. However, Bai Susu felt a bit dejected as Lin Zhuan just glanced at her special outfit today, and then turned his gaze back to Su Qingj on the sickbed, ignoring her completely. Meanwhile, Chen Kexin, seeing the girl who entered, was amazed. Such a beautiful girl. I really want to get close to her tilde. Besides Sister Qingj, with this image and temperament, she could probably appeal to both men and women. Calm down. Almost got carried away. This woman could potentially give Sister Qingj some uneasy feelings. With a sudden realization, Chen Kexin quickly adjusted her twin ponytails, feeling a sting on her scalp. In an instant, she regained her composure, entering the legendary sage mode. Then she furrowed her brow, staring at Bai Susu with a sense of crisis. Not good. What should I do? How to handle this situation? Based on my experience watching countless anime, this type of innocent and pure sweet girl is a top player when it comes to attracting men of different age groups. Can Lin Zhuan withstand her charm? It doesn't look good. Just as Chen Kexin was feeling hopeless, she suddenly noticed Bai Susu's mantu, then glanced at her. Grapes and Su Qing's pineapples on the sickbed. It's common knowledge. Grapes plus pineapples greater than manta. Luckily, with 2 against 1, the advantage is still on our side. After the comparison, Chen Kexin breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes flickering with confidence. Brother Lin Zhuan, I heard that cousin Lin Hao was arrested. Is it for indecency? I want to ask if there's a misunderstanding in this. How could cousin do such a thing? Despite Lin Zhuan ignoring her, Bai Susu, feeling wronged, took the initiative to speak. He confessed and took the punishment himself. What's impossible about that? Lin Zhuan didn't even raise his eyelids, answering with a question. Cousin is such a good person, so straightforward. How could he do such a thing? So, are you implying that I falsely accused him? No, that's not what I meant. I just hope to resolve the conflict between you brothers. I'm doing it for your own good. Haha, let me say, thank you. With you here, even the Leshan giant Buddha could retire early. Lin Zhuan, not wanting to waste time, taunted before urging. Why did you come here today? Don't waste my precious time." Seeing Lin Zhuan's impatience, Bai Susu couldn't help but feel wronged. What's wrong with brother Lin Zhuan? He never used to scold me like this. Adjusting her emotions, Bai Susu spoke gently, trying to persuade about uncle. Uncle has been working hard these days, staying up almost all night trying to make enough money for you. He has almost sold everything the Lin family can, even asking my dad to broker a deal and borrow 300 million from Mr. Tiger yesterday. You've heard about Mr. Tiger, right? It's dangerous if uncle can't pay it back. Brother Lin Zhuan, why don't you just forget about that bit of money? If this goes on, uncle will really cut ties with you. Listen to me. There's no father in this world who doesn't love his child. Uncle deeply loves you in his heart. As the saying goes, a father is the best in the world. A child without a father is like a weed. Are you really going to ruin your relationship with your father for such ordinary money that you can't take with you to the grave? Why not let me help you? As long as you trust me, I will definitely find a way to resolve the conflict between you and your family. Bai Susu spoke a lot of reason, trying to use love to influence Lin Zhuan. In her eyes, no child doesn't long for their parents' love. Lin Zhuan is surely no exception. He's just shy and hesitant to say it. Considering how kind brother Lin Zhuan was to her in the past, this time it would be her turn to help him. If she could find a way to bridge the gap, she believed that brother Lin Zhuan and his family could reconcile. And then, brother Lin Zhuan, who had always doted on her, would surely return. Just as Bai Susu was happily envisioning the future. Mr. Tiger. Oh, that's the Zhao who, after being embarrassed and humiliated by the protagonist, became the loyal little brother to the other side. That would be a tough situation for Lin Jianjun to handle. Lin Zhuan squinted his eyes, making a mischievous smile. Are you done with the nonsense? If you're done, then leave. Don't disturb me from massaging for Kinj. Glancing at the time on his watch, Lin Zhuan took off his shoes and got on the bed, holding Su Kinj in his arms, preparing for the massage. He was simply too lazy to bother with Bai Susu. This late-stage sickly female supporting character was left for the protagonist to deal with. Seeing that Lin Zhuan was indifferent to her words, Bai Susu's eyes dimmed for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Zhuan to become so cold and indifferent. Could it be that he truly didn't care about family affection anymore? When they were chatting before, Lin Zhuan seemed to have a deep longing for family relationships. Why is he so heartless now? I was wrong. This woman doesn't seem suitable for Lin Zhuan. She's too blindly self-righteous. She criticizes without fully understanding the situation, standing on the moral high ground. With a posture of "I'm doing this for your own good," I'd really like to say thank you after hearing her. This is not just being naive, this is being foolish. In the dark consciousness prison, Su Kinj, who had been listening to the conversation, instantly dismissed her previous thoughts of matchmaking the two. Lin Zhuan needed someone who could trust and help him, not someone who might drag him down with mistaken beliefs and naivety. For some reason, after concluding that Bai Susu was not a good match for Lin Zhuan, Su Kinj felt a sense of relief in her heart. Chapter 46, Bai Susu's Self-Enlightenment. Turns out, brother Lin Zhuan still loves me. The brilliant golden light filled the room through the window, bathing Lin Zhuan and a few others. I didn't expect. Brother Lin Zhuan is really good at massage, and he does it so well. But why have I never heard him mention it before? When did he learn? Watching Lin Zhuan, who was earnestly and proficiently helping Su Kinj with her blood circulation, Bai Susu was curious and amazed, especially after hearing that he had been recognized by the renowned national healing master Uncle Deng. Acknowledging that this massage technique was extraordinary and could potentially awaken Su Kinj, Bai Susu was even more astonished. After all, once someone becomes a vegetable, there is essentially no cure, which is a universally acknowledged fact in modern society. Who would have thought that Lin Zhuan had a method to awaken a vegetable person? Was he hiding it so well? Then why had there been no clue revealed before? Just as Bai Susu was slightly shocked and looked at Lin Zhuan with a different gaze, as she was beginning to admire him. Excuse me, if you have nothing else to do. Ahem. I think you can leave now. Your presence might affect Lin Zhuan's massage process. Bai Susu turned, surprised, and glanced at the girl who spoke. She was petite, standing at around 1.5 meters, with a loli-like figure. She was dressed in a Lolita outfit with twin ponytails and a very cute appearance. "Who are you?" In fact, Bai Susu had noticed the girl since she came in. She had thought she was a maid from the Su family, responsible for taking care of Su Kinj with Lin Zhuan. But now, it seemed not to be the case. "Me? I am Chen Kexin, a girl who combines beauty and intelligence, who loves the second dimension." Sailor Moon. Proudly mentioning her title, the loli shook her head continuously, her bang swaying with the movement, and then pointing to the sky, loudly announcing her life motto: "I am destined to become the Queen of Magic. I will use my magic to create a world with only second dimensions, letting non-believers experience the beauty of the second dimension." Ha ha ha! In the room, the air was filled with the arrogant laughter of the loli. Lin Zhuan, Su Kinj, Bai Susu. Facing the loli, who had reached a severe case of chunibyu, everyone fell silent, their skulls feeling like they were about to explode. "Heh, you can do it." Bai Susu awkwardly smiled, only able to offer encouragement. "I will." Chen Kexin nodded solemnly, then realized something was off. Wasn't she supposed to chase her away? As Bai Susu averted her gaze and looked back at Lin Zhuan and Su Kinj on the sickbed, she felt a bit uncomfortable. And she had never experienced this feeling before. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Susu took a deep breath and earnestly revealed her true purpose for coming to the Su family this time. "Brother Lin Zhuan, I actually came this time to apologize to you." Apologize for what? Hearing this, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but pause, raising his head in confusion. What did she have to apologize to me for? Was it because of what happened at the birthday party last time? Just as Lin Zhuan was puzzled, Bai Susu continued with a serious expression and tone. "I'm referring to the matter of you marrying into the Su family. Back then, I didn't realize. It seems like you and Uncle Su's family had such deep conflicts. If I had noticed back then, I would have found a way to help you. Perhaps you wouldn't have had such issues with Uncle Su's family now. I'm sorry, this is one reason. The second is that, at that time, I didn't accept your confession. And I'm also sorry. If I had accepted you back then, maybe out of respect for me, Uncle Su wouldn't have forced you to marry into the Su family." With tears in her eyes, Bai Susu felt tremendously guilty. She felt responsible for the misfortune of Lin Zhuan marrying a vegetable person, blaming herself greatly. Seeing Bai Susu immersed in self-pity, Lin Zhuan was dumbfounded at first, then speechless. This woman was beyond comprehension. Too self-centered, wasn't she? "You're overthinking. I married Su Kinj out of my own free will. I am truly happy now. I don't need your apologies. If that's why you're here, then you can leave now." Lin Zhuan's tone was cold, and he directly issued an order to leave. The more Lin Zhuan denied, the more Bai Susu was convinced of her thoughts. Apparently, Lin Zhuan had always had her in his heart. Otherwise, how could he say such obviously false words of comfort to her, claiming how happy he was just to console her? Who could be happy marrying a vegetable person? They were basically beyond hope in this lifetime, confined to taking care of their daily needs by the bedside. How could that be happiness? Lin Zhuan was merely trying to cover it up. As for asking me to leave, well, maybe it's just to make me feel less guilty and regretful. At this moment, Bai Susu had a sudden realization. She was filled with emotion, deeply moved by Lin Zhuan's unreserved affection for her. Perhaps this kind of man. She could also give him a chance to pursue her. Bai Susu thought to herself, her eyes shimmering with tears of emotion. "Brother Lin Zhuan, you don't need to console me. Although Sister Su was outstanding before, but now she has turned into a vegetable who can't eat, drink, or move. How could a normal person voluntarily marry her? But now it's the 21st century, and I believe we all have the right to pursue love freely. You really don't need to follow the family's arrangements and force yourself to marry a vegetable person. If you do that, you won't be happy in the future. Especially now, with such a big conflict between you and Uncle Su's family. Even if you leave the Su family now to seek true happiness, they won't be able to stop you." Bai Susu appealed to him with both sentiment and reason. She genuinely didn't want Lin Zhuan to blindly ruin his life. There were certainly better options available to him. Even if she felt a bit sorry for Sister Su Kinj. But she was just an ordinary person, and at times she had selfish thoughts, and could only choose to let those closer to her find happiness. "Brother Lin Zhuan, I rejected you before because I felt our relationship was more like siblings. I didn't want our familial relationship to turn sour and lose our friendship. But after these days of turmoil, I realized I still have feelings for you. And I feel you have changed, no longer the shy boy you used to be, now providing me with a sense of security. So I want to give us a chance. Bai Susu blushed, feeling shy after saying such bold words to a boy for the first time. Oh asterisk Q. It was truly embarrassing. Am I being too bold? How could a girl be that proactive? In Bai Susu's upbringing, emotional matters were supposed to be initiated by the boy. In the process of a boy pursuing a girl, he should prove himself so that the girl can choose her true Prince Charming. After all, love is sacred. It's a lifelong event, and it should be cultivated slowly to bear fruit in the end. As Bai Susu secretly praised herself for her courage today, back in the sick room, Linjuan felt completely dumbfounded. Sigma. He was momentarily stunned, sitting still in place, unable to react. Oh. What? What the heck? Give me a chance to pursue you again. And I need to be patient, slowly win your heart. This girl, she's beyond the norm, too narcissistic. You want to be a homewrecker. You want to cuckold my sister in front of her. Uncles can take it, but aunts can't. Everyone has a responsibility to kill the homewrecker. Here, take my rubber band machine gun. ... At that moment, the loli was completely angry. Angry. She never expected Bai Susu to be so audacious, digging a grave for her and Su Kinj in front of them. This was intolerable. Justice must prevail. Chen Kexin shouted aloud her Chuni catchphrase rubber band machine gun while rapidly waving her small fists back and forth, charging towards Bai Susu. Ah. The sight of the charging loli scared Bai Susu, and she began to run around the room, screaming in panic. Seeing this, Linjuan quickly intervened, not because he cared for Bai Susu, but to avoid disturbing Su Qing's treatment. With his reprimand, Chen Kexin reluctantly stopped her deadly technique of the machine gun and let Bai Susu off the hook. By this time, Bai Susu, in a state of panic, had already fled the Su family. She glanced back in fear, relieved that the Chuni girl hadn't caught up. That troublemaker didn't catch up. That's right. Just now, I heard Linjuan scolding her, protecting me. Indeed, brother Linjuan still loves me. Recognizing this, Bai Susu's heart was filled with joy. With a smile on her face, two adorable dimples appeared on her cheeks. With light footsteps, she happily ran towards the door. She had confirmed Linjuan's feelings for her. All she needed to do was wait for the troublemaker to leave, and she could return. For now, she wanted to share the joy of brother Linjuan's enduring love for her with her father and brothers. I'm sure they will be happy for me when they find out. What? Su Fan will be arriving in the Magic City in 3 days? On the other side, Linjuan, who had just regained his composure after the earlier drama, was taken aback by the surprising news he heard from Chen Kexin. Su Qing's brother, the legendary Chosen One, was about to make an appearance? Chapter 47. Su Kinj goes crazy. The awakening of Su Xing's little toe. Hurry! Look! At it! Damn it! My mom just sent me a WeChat message saying her friend's son will be here in 3 days, asking me to prepare for a blind date in advance. Chen Kexin cried with a funeral face, pulling her twin ponytails left and right, shaking her head frantically. Can you believe that she's my own mother? I'm only 18. She looks like she can't wait to marry me off quickly. But I have no interest in boys in the real world at all. How can my cute little Lolita self be buried in the tomb of marriage? So annoying. Linjuan grinded his little tiger teeth frantically, getting more and more agitated as he spoke. He pulled on his long twin ponytails, bang bang bang, using his head to hit the soft bedding in front of the bed. Across from him, Linjuan lowered his head in silence, deep in thought. Through the emotional outpouring of the little Lolita, he had already sorted out the ins and outs. Su Yang, or rather Su Fan. He arrived much faster than expected. In Linjuan's original speculation, Su Fan wouldn't arrive in the Magic City for at least another 10 days. By that time, he would probably have already secured the Lin family's assets. But unexpectedly, the time suddenly moved up 3 days. Could it be because I triggered some kind of butterfly effect? But oh well, it doesn't really matter. After all, with the events between me and the Su family in these few days, being the city's most emotional, and the dowry of 3 billion, Big Uncle values family so much. Unless there's a plot twist, he won't refuse my brother-in-law identity, right? Lin Juan rubbed his chin, smiling. Asterisk. He had already begun to plan on how to lay low behind the protagonist when he arrives. Act dumb. After acting dumb, what if you encounter trouble? Then, close the door. Bring in Big Uncle. Just as Lin Juan was indulging in thoughts of a bright future, Chen Kexin, on the other hand, held Su Qing's small hand on the sick bed, solemnly swearing, "Elder sister wife, rest assured. The only one I will get close to is you. I will never make you wear a green hat. My eyes, my hands, my feet, and my grapes all exist for you. In this appointment, I will definitely punch Su Fan and kick my mom. If I don't return after going once, then I won't return. But elder sister wife, you will wait for me, right? Wait for my triumphant return, waiting for me adorned in silk robes, wielding a 9-ring tin staff, riding a shared bicycle to marry you. Su Kinj, ... Lin Juan, ... Huh, I can barely endure you competing for my wife, but the bunch of words you just said, listen to yourself. Is that something a normal human would say? Let go, don't touch my wife. Lin Juan patted the back of the little Lolita's hand, snatching back Su Qing's tender little hand while she was in pain. Seeing this, Chen Kexin dared not speak out of anger, only continuing to glare at Lin Juan. However, remembering their previous agreement, she put on a pleasing smile again. Oni-chan, you promised to help me get rid of Su Fan under the guise of friends last time, right? I said I would help you check him out, and if his character is bad, then help you chase him away. Oh, that works too. ###, I will inform you about the specific timing later. .. Okay, I'm leaving now ... After saying that, Chen Kexin waved goodbye, then ran out of the room pulling her twin ponytails, making a sound of whoosh dash whoosh dash whoosh. She wanted to go home immediately and create a plan specifically targeting Su Fan, tentatively named, Get Lost Su Fan. After Chen Kexin's whoosh dash whoosh cry had completely faded away, the room returned to silence. Su Qing's hand, once again, was held by Lin Juan's claws. He looked at the girl's exquisite face, suddenly grinned mischievously, and asked with some irony, Kinj, this Su Fan that Kexin is meeting. He also has the surname Su. Could he be related to you? If I set him up with Kexin, would you and Kexin be even closer? Of course, Lin Juan, who entertained himself, was bound to get no response. Or perhaps, without the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, he couldn't hear a silent response. How could they be related? There are countless people with the same name and surname in this world. Maybe they were a family 800 years ago. But if he really manages to figure out Kexin's sexual orientation, then I'll be impressed. Otherwise, that Kexin, I consider her my best friend, but she's been craving my body. Complicated, right? But you seem to care a lot about that Su Fan. Do you know him? Inside the realm of darkness, Su Kinj kept muttering to herself, but just like Lin Juan, she couldn't get any response. This made her extremely frustrated. Yet soon, she was filled with joy again. Because after the recent massages, Su Kinj suddenly realized she could control her body. This was a feeling she had never experienced before, making her ecstatic as she saw a glimmer of hope for a full recovery. And the movable part was her little toe. The smallest toe. But I'm not sure if it's an illusion. Maybe I feel like I'm controlling my toe, but in reality, it doesn't seem to move from the outside. And it's so tiring to control it. The sensation in my toe comes and goes. It seems to lose sensation after a while of moving. I really want to know if I truly have the sensation, if I'm really starting to control my body. Lin Juan, look at my foot. Why don't you look? Look at it. Don't you guys always talk about delicate feet, my jade foot? Everything is a jade foot that will only harm you. I don't mind if you look. Look, then tell me if the toe really moved. Look at it. Su Kinj desperately sought the truth. If she could confirm that she moved it, this would be a huge step forward. For her, it meant a massive boost in confidence. After all, her little toe was moving. It meant there was hope for other parts to gradually recover, signaling a potential complete recovery. And also conveying to the outside world that she existed consciousness. But what frustrated Su Kinj was that she almost shook her little toe off, yet no one noticed. In the outside world, Lin Juan was organizing the plot of his novel to prepare for the protagonist's arrival. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the faint, crystal-clear movement of the little toe not far away. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew in from the window, lifting a corner of Su King's clothes around the waist, revealing a large expanse of snow-white, enticing skin. Is he going to notice? Look down, look down. Look at my toe. Look at it. In the realm of darkness, Su Kinj strained herself, calling out and praying fervently. Finally, perhaps her sincerity moved the heavens. Su Kinj sensed that Lin Juan had released her hand, bent down, and stood up. So she exerted all her strength to control her little toe, making it move as much as she could. And on the outside, just as she hoped, the little toe started to sway. Just as Su Kinj thought this time, I nailed it. Whoosh, a bedsheet covered her head and below, bringing warmth, accompanied by Lin Juan's words of righteousness. Don't worry, Kinj. I had my eyes closed just now. I didn't see anything. You don't have to be moved. Who am I to be a man of integrity? It's a bit windy, so I'll cover you with a blanket. Be careful not to catch a cold. With my caring for you so much, you must be overwhelmed with emotions right now. PFFTOO. AW. You're moved to tears, right? Chapter 48. By Jing Long's warning. The impending arrival of a major figure in Modu. By family, small mansion. Reception hall. By Jinglong and his 3 sons were questioning by Susu, who had just returned home and was lying on the sofa eating an apple. Susu, are you really sure that Zhao Xuan's child still deeply loves you? Of course. I am sure, absolutely and definitely. Bai Susu took a bite of the apple, looking at the uneven bite marks on it, and responded with a smile. At this moment, she was still in a pure white long dress. The dimples on her face had not disappeared since leaving the Su family. She exuded a joyful atmosphere all over, like a naive little angel. After all, she still had the mentality of a little girl. Upon knowing that Lin Juan still loved her, Bai Susu felt genuine joy from the bottom of her heart. Especially in front of Su Kinj, she had a sense of pride in finally being able to hold her head high. Because at some point, Su Kinj had been called Modu's #1 beautiful female CEO, known for her beauty and intelligence. She was famous in Modu, and even in other provinces and cities. Countless young talents flocked to Modu just to catch a glimpse of her beauty and earn her smile. In the presence of Su Kinj, other high-quality women in Modu seemed lackluster. Even the other members of the 4 beauties, like Bai Susu, also kept their distance from Su Kinj. After all, whenever they were in the same place, even if the person was outstanding, the focus would still be taken by Su Kinj. Su Kinj was like a dazzling light shining at the top of Modu's female pyramid, unshakable. Even the ignorant and non-competitive Bai Susu couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy. This was human nature, an instinct that no one could avoid. Now that she knew that Lin Juan's brother liked her, Bai Suzu's faint sense of competition was satisfied, feeling a sense of victory like when she had won a piece of candy as a child. Since that's the case, Susu, you should interact more with that child Xiaoxuan. Dad has high hopes for you guys. After knowing Lin Juan's feelings, Bai Jinglong relaxed, then burst into laughter. He knew that the 3.5 billion that could change the fate of the family might already be within reach. Oh my tilde dad, what are you saying? Oh, I'm ignoring you. Hearing Bai Jinglong's teasing, Bai Susu blushed and remembered her bold confession at the Su family, feeling extremely shy. But when she thought that soon Lin Juan would be formally marrying into the Su family, she became a bit anxious and quickly asked her father what to do. Why are you worrying about this? Xiaoxuan was forced to marry into your uncle's family before. He must have a lot of grievances. Now that Xiaoxuan likes you, just make him leave that vegetable-like person, right? Bai Jinglong's coaxing words made Bai Susu touch her head in confusion, but she quickly dispelled the doubts. She had always listened to her father growing up. He wouldn't harm her. What he said must be right. Aha, I see. Bai Susu obediently nodded, resembling a chicken pecking at rice. Let me think about what kind of test to set up now. Bai Susu was excited, got up barefoot and ran happily to her room. Dad, do you really want to let this little sister plant herself on Lin Juan's pile of cattle dung? I think the little sister is already showing bad intentions towards Linjuan. Should we just let it happen? Damn it! Such a kind and innocent child like the little sister, being touched by that rubbish Linjuan. Did he save the galaxy in his past life? Until Bai Suzu's figure completely disappeared. The three brothers of the Bai family, who had been watching from the side, finally spoke out their inner thoughts. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinglong raised an eyebrow, saying only 2 words, 3.5 billion. Instantly, the Bai brothers fell silent. They looked at each other. Then, unanimously surrendered to the lure of money. Linjuan, as a brother-in-law, we accept. At that moment, Bai Hai, rubbing his shiny bald head, frowned and asked, but now that Linjuan and Lin Jianjun are at odds, if we accept Linjuan, won't it be difficult to explain to Lin Jianjun's side? Next to him, the second son Bai Zhang, with a freshly shaven buzz cut, rubbed his chin in distress. So we need to make a choice, whether to choose the uncle or Linjuan's side. When his brother Bai He, playing with his shoulder-length hair, heard this, he immediately replied nonchalantly, "Second brother. Only children make choices, adults naturally want everything. You make it sound easy. What if the uncle has a problem and doesn't support us anymore?" After discussing for a while, the three brothers finally reached a decision on how to handle the situation. "Dad, what should we do?" Bai Jinglong. After discussing for so long, the final answer was, "Faced with a dilemma," asked Dad. Let's plan on both sides. After all, they were his children. Bai Jinglong could only helplessly sigh. E=O*. Bai Jinglong instructed his daughter to set up a plan to test Linjuan's sincerity before committing to a relationship, cautioning her about boys being insincere and needing to prove themselves. Bai Suzu, familiar with her father's guidance, agreed to follow his advice and began to plan the test excitedly. Bai Jinglong, with his long years of experience, was confident that the Bai family's fortunes were secured. Meanwhile, Bai Jinglong directed his sons to be cautious of a major figure with the surname Su about to arrive in Modu, emphasizing the importance of making connections with influential people. Despite not having the 3.5 billion or help from Lin Jianjun, Bai Jinglong believed that the family could still succeed and soar to greater heights. Chapter 49 Su King's Wait. Linjuan, hurry home. I miss you. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Good morning. Linjuan, dressed in comfortable athletic wear, holding a bouquet of violets, entered the familiar girl's room. As usual, he placed the violets on the bedside first. Then he sat in front of the sickbed, holding Su King's hand. Ding! Host and Su King's palms touch. Reward 1.87 seconds. Still 7 seconds? As expected, the further back you go, the harder it is to increase favorability. Linjuan muttered in his heart. However, this was already within his expectations, so he didn't feel too disappointed. 10 minutes later, Linjuan got up to say goodbye. Okay. Kinj, I need to leave for a meeting. Today, it's the official day for me and stepfather to sign the stock transfer contract. So I need to rush to the hotel for the signing. Your grandfather is still waiting for me downstairs. After speaking, Linjuan prepared to turn and leave. At this moment, in the darkness of her consciousness, hearing the sound of Linjuan about to leave, Su Kinj desperately tried to control her right pinky toe. She had a strong intuition that she seemed to truly regain some control of her body. Linjuan, wait for me to leave. Check the position of my feet first. Can I move already? I really want to know now. Quickly look at my feet and tell me, did my toes really move? Hurry! Look! Feet! Su Kinj shouted in her heart. She really wanted to know if it was her illusion or if Linjuan's massage really had an effect. Not sure if her prayers worked. Su Kinj sensed familiar footsteps, and although it seemed like he had reached the door, he suddenly turned back. Finally going to be discovered, right? If they find out, I am conscious and beginning to regain control of my body. Linjuan, grandfather, and Kedin, they must be very happy, right? As if she could already hear the cheering of everyone. Su Kinj felt much happier. Then she mustered all her strength again, controlling the sensation on her little toe. At this moment, her exquisite little toe moved slowly up and down, like a woman from ancient brothels enticing customers, calling out to Lin Dagwaran. Just as her toe trembled non-stop, thinking that she had successfully seduced the guest. Swish, a white light enveloped her, Everything went black in front of her. Almost forgot, it's gotten a bit cooler these days. I have to make sure you're covered well, or you might catch a cold. Lin Juan wrapped the girl tightly in the blanket, leaving only her beautiful face exposed. With a satisfied pat, he hummed an unknown tune and left quickly. I've dried out my silence, regretting my impulsive decisions. Click. With the closing of the door, the room gradually returned to silence, leaving only the girl on the sick bed silently complaining. Damn you, Lin Juan, are you really trying to infuriate me? Why can't I see anything? Are all guys so careless and thoughtless? And why did you cover me so tightly, _? It's making me hot now. What should I do? Seeing another missed opportunity slipping away, Su Qinj inwardly criticized Lin Juan. But as time passed, she suddenly fell silent. So dark. So quiet. I really can't get used to this situation. These days, Lin Juan was almost like a Siamese twin, always by Su Qing's sickbed, keeping her company and chatting to ease boredom. Even though all the words he said never got a reply, he still talked tirelessly to himself. What Lin Juan didn't know was that every word he said, Su Qinj secretly responded to in her heart. Although this behavior seemed somewhat ridiculous, and Su Qinj herself knew that Lin Juan couldn't possibly hear her silent replies, but she was still trying to earnestly appreciate Lin Juan's efforts in her own way. And it was precisely this silent way of communication that made Su Qinj gradually forget the recent hysterical feeling of helplessness. Now that the young man who had been sitting by her bedside all day was no longer there, Su Qinj finally recalled the past. The fear dominated by darkness and silence. Thankfully, Su Qinj now had hope to lean on, and the warmth enveloping her palm. She was no longer alone. Lin Juan, come back soon. I miss you. End of the passage. Xiaohao, don't worry. You'll be out this afternoon. After we sign the stock transfer contract, I can come pick you up. Inside the meeting room of the Magu police station, Lin Jianjun and his wife watched their son across the transparent glass with aching hearts. Woo-woo, Mom, Dad, please come get me soon. I'm so scared here. Lin Hao's eyes were lifeless, looking extremely haggard. At that moment when he saw his parents, he couldn't hold back his fear and grievance, tears streaming down his face. These 3 days were full of fright and fear for him. At first, he was detained in the same cell with a group of tattooed thugs. Initially, Lin Hao didn't mind much, just wanting to endure the 3 days and get through it. But unexpectedly, those tough guys found his fair skin and weak-looking scholar appearance appealing. On the first day, they forced him to pick up the soap with them. They even planned to push him down and have fun with him. Fortunately, in his desperate situation, Lin Hao pulled out a hidden toothbrush and swung it wildly to defend himself. This allowed him to endure until the police finally separated him into another room. Else, he might have already been violated by now. As he remembered the horror he had experienced in the past few days, Lin Hao trembled all over, unable to hold back his tears. He wanted to go home. This pathetic sight made Bai Yuanlin's heart ache. As they say, the mother's heart feels the son's pain. She couldn't help but burst into tears at the sight of her son looking so distressed. They locked eyes through the glass, tears streaming down both their faces. It's okay, stop crying. Stay strong, son, I'll come to get you this afternoon. Don't cry, honey. Dad is here, and Dad will protect both of you. On the side, Lin Jianjun, seeing this scene, felt uneasy inside and quickly comforted them softly. No matter how Lin Hao was privately, he was always his most beloved son. And since he had already fallen out with Lin Juan and would rely on Lin Hao in the future, he didn't want to let their conflicts affect his relationship with Lin Hao. 10 minutes later, after Lin Jianjun and his wife reassured him repeatedly, Lin Hao reluctantly left the room with the help of 2 policemen. When the figure of their beloved son disappeared, Bai Yuanlin couldn't hold back any longer and hugged Lin Jianjun, tears flowing freely. Darling, why does our Xiaohao have to suffer so much? Sob. There, it's okay. Don't cry, be good. Lin Jianjun embraced his wife, comforting her softly. After a while, with his efforts to console her in the way she liked, Bai Yuanlin's mood improved somewhat, and she wiped away her tears. At that moment, she glanced at the clock hanging on the wall by chance. Oh no, darling. We're late. Seeing that they were already more than half an hour late, Bai Yuanlin couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It doesn't matter, kings always show up at the end. And besides, even if they have to wait, what's the problem? It'll just show them who's in charge. Lin Jianjun glanced at the clock with an indifferent expression. With Bai Yuanlin's sweet words and coquettishness, they left the police station without haste. At the entrance, a brand new van was parked, surrounded by several men in suits eagerly waiting for something. They were part of the legal department of the Lin Group, responsible for the handover of the stock transfer contract. When they saw Lin Jianjun and his wife appear, they all bowed deeply and called out, "Hello, Chairman! Hello, Chairman's wife!" Their loud voices drew the attention of passers-by, who stopped to watch. Get in the car. This greatly satisfied the vanity of the couple. Lin Jianjun pretended to be cool, motioning the people to come over and help him get into the car. So a few of the workers were forced by capital pressure to open the car door, with two supporting Lin Jianjun on both sides into the car. As for the remaining three, they cautiously stretched out their arms, surrounding Lin Jianjun and his wife, afraid of any danger. This grand show of escorting was even more impressive than when the country's leaders show up, which prompted onlookers to mock them. Oh my! Who's this idiot? What is he pretending to be? Ha ha! Driving a van and pretending. At least rent a sports car if you want to pretend big. So ridiculous. Hiring bystanders to help him into the car, and people would think he's a cripple. Let me laugh first. Just totally out of line. I thought I saw a national-level figure going out. Turns out, it's just a few losers, right? Hey, watch your words. They have bodyguards. If that big back man gives the command, the bodyguards will make you bleed on the spot. Ha ha, so funny, Tilda. Hearing the chatter around them, Lin Jianjun's face darkened. He intended to have those low-class people look up at his lavish lifestyle with admiration. Instead, he attracted a wave of ridicule. Before he could explode, Bai Yuanlin hugged his arm, gently advising, "Come on. Why care about what other people think? HMPH, exactly. These low-class people don't deserve my time wasted on them." After all, they were at the police station entrance. Lin Jianjun didn't dare cause a scene, so he could only vent his anger with a few grumbles before boarding the van. Once the couple closed the door, the shabby conditions inside the car disgusted them. "Isn't this car meant for beggars to ride in?" Lin Jianjun was immediately upset, scolding the middle-aged bald man in the driver's seat. "Idiot! Why did you rent this kind of car? Are you lowering my status?" Upon hearing this, the bald middle-aged man nodded and answered softly, "But, Chairman, the company's accounts are already running low. We can't afford to rent a better car. Even for this van, a few of us had to pitch in to afford it." While the bald man replied, he stole glances at the attractive face of Bai Yuanlin, already imagining violating her in front of Lin Jianjun, wearing a gigantic mental green hat. "Damn! To hell with evil capitalists, dare to curse me. I'll mentally violate your wife in every possible way, give you a huge mental cuckold hat." On the other hand, upon hearing his subordinates say the company was running out of funds, Lin Jianjun's mouth twitched, and he fell silent. He feared that if he continued questioning more, the bald man and his crew would run off over rent issues. In order to quickly gloss over this rental fee topic, Lin Jianjun used his authority as the chairman to scold grumpily, "Off you go. See what's wrong with me, _ Honestly, have no time sense. Don't you know we're late already? What if they're getting impatient waiting? Drive faster." In order to quickly avoid the topic of rental fees, Lin Jianjun used his chairman's authority to scold them impatiently. Yes, boss. I'll get the car moving right away." The bald man nodded and bowed submissively, appearing extremely humble. However, as he turned away, his peripheral vision glanced angrily at Bai Yuanlin's chest. In that instant, Lin Jianjun was mentally cuckolded 10,000 times. As the car started moving, Lin Jianjun and his entourage headed to the agreed location. "After resolving this matter, we must hold a press conference immediately, announcing the launch of beauty ointment to make a fortune from the commoners." Nowadays, Lin Jianjun had placed all his hopes on the pride of his company, their most successful product. Based on his years of experience, Lin Jianjun judged that the Lin family's rise to becoming a top-tier powerhouse had a success rate of over 95%. As the ancient saying goes, the great peng rises with the wind, soaring 9,000 miles. The rise of the Lin family was unstoppable. My name, Lin Jianjin's great name, will surely become the new legend of the Magu city. As for that disobedient son, I'll give him time to catch up until he's completely out of sight, regretting his past actions. Chapter 50. The weather cooled down, and the Lin family was also on the verge of bankruptcy. Caesar Hotel. Several expensive luxury cars gradually stopped. Lin Zhuan, who had eaten and drunk to his heart's content, leisurely came down from the leading Maybach. Behind him, the white-haired Su Shengshan got down from the car immediately after. Several other cars around, one by one, also had 7 or 8 people getting off. They were all lawyers, accountants, and bodyguards from the Su group. Xiao Shuan. We're already more than 2 hours past the agreed time. Isn't this a bit outrageous? I doubt that your father can really wait that long. Maybe he's already left. Looking at the Grand Hotel in front of them, Su Shengshan smiled bitterly. They could have arrived on time, but this child, Xiao Shuan said. I know that stepfather too well. They won't be on time for sure. Forget it, let's just go eat. So, the group delayed in all kinds of ways, exceeding the time by more than 2 hours. It's okay. He will definitely wait for us. Lin Zhuan grinned. He understood Lin Jianjin's current thoughts too well, feeling tightly controlled. Feeling Su Lao Yi's slightly suspicious gaze, Lin Zhuan shrugged helplessly. Rest assured, Lao Yi. Besides, the king always arrives last. So what if they wait a little longer? Let's show them who's boss. Lin Zhuan looked indifferent, leading the team into the hotel. 3 minutes later, the group arrived at the reserved room 666. That bastard. He dared to stand me up and hasn't arrived yet. I thought I was being excessive by being half an hour late. This jerk didn't show up at all. Listening to the familiar voices of frustration and cursing from the room, Lin Zhuan turned to Su Shengshan and others, raising an eyebrow. See, I told you right? They are definitely still waiting for us. The crowd looked at each other, and all smiled knowingly. Then Lin Zhuan took the lead and pushed open the door. You bastard! Finally decided to show up. What? Not a warm welcome. Should I leave? Seeing Lin Zhuan and the others, Lin Jianjin couldn't hold back his rage, wanting to vent it all out instantly. But when he saw Lin Zhuan turning to leave, he was dumbfounded. Unable to swallow his pride, he reluctantly called out to Lin Zhuan, standing awkwardly in place. Fortunately, at this moment, a woman in a black dress with an elegant appearance, Bai Yulin, stood up with a smile, stopping Lin Zhuan. Xiao Shuan, you misunderstood. Your father is just joking with you. Father? I don't have a father. My father passed away a long time ago, and I only have a stepfather. Yui. Hearing Lin Zhuan cursing himself, Lin Jianjin was enraged and struggling to control his temper. Thankfully, Bai Yulin stopped him and whispered two words in his ear. Be patient. This set Lin Jianjin back to his senses like a bucket of cold water. He took a deep breath, stepped back behind the Lin family, and fell silent, leaving the matter entirely to Bai Yulin to handle. 2 minutes later, both parties sat facing each other at a large table. Xiao Shuan. The funds are ready. Just sign if you have no issues. We will transfer the money to your provided account. Bai Yulin's eye shimmered as she handed a contract to Lin Zhuan. However, Lin Zhuan didn't even look at it, directly passing it to the Su Group's top-notch lawyer. Seeing this, Bai Yulin frowned slightly. But still clinging to a glimmer of hope, she began her final effort. Xiao Shuan. We are family after all. Why make things so awkward? Think it over carefully. If you sign, you will lose the most precious family bond. So here's the deal. I've already discussed with your father. As long as you unconditionally transfer your shares to your father's name as a gesture of goodwill, then we promise, in the future, the company will be passed on to you. As for Xiao Hao, you just need to provide him a job position. After speaking, Bai Yulin looked sincerely at Lin Zhuan. At the same time, not far away, Lin Jianjin also softened his tone. Xiao Shuan. It was wrong of your dad before. Dad knows he was wrong. I promise to give you all the love in the future. Listen to your mom. Transfer the shares to me as a gesture of goodwill. How about it? Otherwise, once you sign that name, you'll truly lose me as your dad forever. Are you willing to do that? Do you really want to be a pitiable child without a father? Dot 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 dot. Facing the couple's emotional manipulation, Lin Juan didn't immediately respond, just turning to the bodyguards next to him and asking, "Do I look like an idiot? How is that possible? Mr. Lin is intelligent and brave, outstanding and handsome. Stop, stop, stop. You can't finish listing my virtues even if you talk day and night." Lin Juan, with black lines on his head, hurriedly gestured to the flatterers to stop. Then, he looked at the couple with unsightly faces. "Since I'm not an idiot, why would you make a request that only an idiot would agree to?" You. Just as Lin Jianjun was about to say something, he was interrupted by the lawyer next to Lin Juan. "Mr. Lin, this contract has several hidden traps. If you sign, you may face unexpected problems in the future, even end up in prison." Upon hearing this, Lin Juan remained calm. He had anticipated this situation. That's why he brought his team of lawyers. However, Su Shengshan couldn't stand it anymore, stood up and rebuked Lin Jianjun. "Lin Jianjun, how can you be called a father, deceiving your own son? Nonsense! There's nothing wrong with this contract. It's your limited legal expertise speaking thrash." Lin Jianjun showed no shame being called out. Instead, he began to justify himself boldly, shifting blame entirely onto the lawyer. Lin Juan didn't bother with him, ordering the lawyer to unilaterally amend the contract. Once the new contract was ready, Lin Juan slammed it onto Lin Jianjun's face. "The money should be transferred directly to the Su family's account. Once I receive the money, I'll sign. If I don't get the money within 3 minutes, I'm out of here." Lin Juan's decisive actions left everyone in shock. However, at this point, both sides had already torn off the facade and no longer needed to pretend. So Lin Jianjun decisively instructed his men to transfer the money to the account. Then, he quickly signed the revised contract and flung it in front of Lin Juan. But Lin Juan ignored it, remaining calm with his eyes closed until, "Xiaoshuan, 3.5 billion. It has indeed been transferred to the account." Su Shengshan's words rang out, and Lin Juan calmly opened his eyes, picking up the pen on the table to sign. At this point, Lin Jianjun's defenses crumbled. He kept rambling in Lin Juan's ear. "You no longer have a father. You will regret this. Lin Hao will be my only son from now on. He will have all my love. I will entrust the company to Lin Hao. You're on your own. Dot 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 dot." Ignoring Lin Jianjun's meaningless words, Lin Juan finally said, "The weather has cooled down, and the Lin family is about to go bankrupt." Then, after signing the document, Lin Juan stood up and left. He didn't want to waste any words or glances on this weird family anymore. The situation was settled, and all that was left was to wait for the outcome. This jerk. Doesn't he have a shred of family affection in his heart? Watching Lin Juan decisively walk away, Lin Jianjun felt both angry and a hint of something else. Chapter 51. Let my sun god Nika, Ket in form, ignite this hot summer. It was noon. At the entrance of the Su family estate, a Maybach slowly came to a stop. "Xuan, I need to go back to the company to handle some matters. I won't get off the car." "All right, then Grandpa Su, you go ahead with your work." The car door opened. Lin Juan got out of the car first, turned around, and waved farewell to Su Shengshan. Rumbling watching the gradually disappearing Maybach, Lin Juan sighed. It's not easy being the chairman of a wealthy family. This is too hard. I prefer the lazy days, earning some brownie points, living carefreely. After saying that, Lin Juan stretched lazily, leisurely walking towards the gate of the Su family villa. On the other side, on the departing Maybach, Su Shengshan was giving instructions to his company's top lawyer. "Lawyer Hu, when you return to the company, draw up a contract. I want to transfer all my shares to Zhuan's name." "What? Chairman Shu, you hold 25% of Su Group shares. Are you serious?" "Yes. If it weren't for Zhuan, the Su family might have gone bankrupt and dissolved long ago. He deserves this." Su Shengshan's expression remained calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But Lawyer Hu, on the other hand, was stunned. "I'm getting a new boss. Based on the current share distribution in the Su family, Su Shengshan has 25%, Su Qinj has 22%, Su Yan has 10%. If Linjuan actually acquires 25% of the shares, then whether the Su group should bear the Su or Lin surname will become a matter of debate. I am not crazy. Chances are my granddaughter won't wake up, and my health is deteriorating day by day. If one day I suddenly collapse, the group will surely be in chaos. It's better to transfer all the shares to Zhuan and groom him as my successor. After this period of contact, I can see he has the capability, not the incompetent person rumors say he is. Su Shengshan explained in a logical and reasonable way, having clearly thought this through. He was well aware of his declining health. When the time comes and he's no longer around, what will happen to his granddaughter? Even though Su Qinj has shares, as a vegetable in a vegetative state, she will become prey to the many shareholders. If Lin Zhuan doesn't have shares, he won't be able to intervene in Su Group's affairs in the future. I see ambition in Zhuan's eyes, not someone who just likes to be lazy and do nothing. I am old. The future belongs to the next generation. Under Zhuan's management, the group will surely prosper. Whether the group will bear the name Su or Lin in the future. That's not important. I only hope that after I'm gone, my granddaughter will be taken care of, and I trust Zhuan's abilities and character. After hearing Su Shengshan's words, lawyer who understood his decision, he almost wanted to ask, why not let your daughter. Su Yan take on this responsibility. However, taking into account the well-known conflict between father and daughter, he wisely kept silent. I understand, Chairman. I will draw up the contract when I return to the company. Good. Su Shengshan nodded with a smile. Soon, silence returned inside the MAYBACH. The scene switches to the second floor of the Su family villa. Wife, I'm back. Tilda, let's continue our lovely time. Tilda opening the familiar door. Lin Zhuan walked in with a smile. Then he heard a voice coming from the room. Nika. In Lin Zhuan's stunned gaze, he saw a peculiar little girl standing by Su Qing's bed. White shirt, white shorts, a white wig, a yellow straw hat on her head, wearing flip-flops. This. Is this costume by any chance? Just as Lin Zhuan was still in disbelief, the other person noticed him entering the room. She turned around, and at that moment, Lin Zhuan recognized her identity. Chen Kexin. What are you doing? Why are you dressed like this? Lin Zhuan was speechless. Before he could speak to ridicule, he saw Chen Kexin, in her strange outfit, suddenly pulling out a 5-inch drum. The drum had Drum of Liberation written on its surface. Then, Chen Kexin continued to play the Drum of Liberation with a fake smile, making it resonate continuously. Nika tilde tilde Nika Nika tilde tilde tilde, the legendary Nika will advance non-stop, crushing the enemy until completely driven out. You big-headed ghost. Say something normal. Lin Zhuan couldn't stand it anymore, and in front of the clean forehead of the little Lolita, he gave her a knock on the head. Ah, ouch, it hurts, tilde. With just one hit, Chen Kexin reverted to her original self, holding her head, squatted on the floor, feeling wronged. What are you doing? Shouldn't I be asking you that question? What are you doing? I played the Drum of Liberation and have become the freest person in the world. You can call me Sun God, Kedin. My Drum of Liberation will resonate throughout this hot summer. With one sentence, Lin Zhuan fell into silence. However, he also recognized that Chen Kexin was cosplaying as the protagonist from One Piece, the Straw Hat Kid Luffy. It turns out there are One Piece fans in this world too. As a child, Lin Zhuan's favorite show was One Piece, with the most memorable being the Summit War. But as the plot became more lackluster and he got caught up in work, he gradually stopped watching. How many episodes is One Piece at now? Has Luffy become the Pirate King? 1071 episodes. Talking about this piqued Chen Kexin's interest as she continued to share about the episodes. I believe Luffy will definitely become the Pirate King. In the anime, he is in the Sun God Nika form, fighting against the 4 Emperors Kaido. In the manga, Luffy has already defeated Kaido and become a new emperor. Currently, he is at Wano Country. As Lin Zhuan hadn't watched anime in a long time, he was curious and asked for more plot details. Wano Country. What island is that? Luffy is already one of the emperors? Not seeing Lin Zhuan opposed to the topic, Chen Kexin was happy and eager to answer. She used to be tagged as immature and childish for talking about anime with others, making her quite upset. Now that someone is discussing her favorite show, One Piece, she got all excited to discuss it. While the two were engrossed in their conversation, no one noticed that on the bed, Sukinj lying still, her right toe on her right leg, was shaking vigorously. Chapter 52. The exposure of Suking's consciousness existence. I'm not cramping up. On the other side, in the cage of dark consciousness, listening to the lively discussion about anime in her ear, Sukinj was about to be suffocated with anger. Hey, Hashu, you two are really something. My toes are almost dislocated while you're still discussing One Piece. Could it be that my swinging arc isn't big enough, but I've already exerted all my strength? How frustrating. What should I do to make people realize that I have consciousness? Kedin, you troublesome brat, you deserve a beating. When I wake up, watch me not spank your little butt. Just before Chen Kexin arrived, Sukinj found the perfect opportunity and desperately moved her little toes. And her luck was good. This time, Chen Kexin happened to see it, causing her to exclaim in astonishment, "Oh my goodness! I finally succeeded!" Hearing Chen Kexin's exclamation, Sukinj was first stunned, then filled with delight. She didn't expect that it was just luck, but it quickly made Chen Kexin notice that she could move. Great, Kedin! You're amazing! You're so much better than that careless guy Lin Juan. Succeeded at once. Go tell the others, especially my grandfather. Even during this period, I haven't heard any bad news from my grandfather. But I know he must be the most worried about me, the one under the most hardship. If he knew I could move, even if it's just a trivial movement, it would make grandfather happy for a long time. While Sukinj was secretly delighted, waiting for Kedin to inform others and, "Elder sister, your foot is so charming. Sukinj, your tender, snow-white jade foot. It's like a special gift from heaven, specially designed by the creator, an aesthetic miracle of the human body. I want to show admiration in my mouth, swallowing sound." Before Sukinj could react from her astonishment, a familiar warmth enveloped her body. Such a fascinating jade foot must be protected well. Oh, Oni-chan, you didn't even cover Sister Kinj with the blanket before you left. So careless. Look at how you've caused my Sister King's toes to cramp from the cold. Sukinj, who's cramping up? Did you see someone's toes cramp up looking like me? Aren't I swaying back and forth? How did you mistake that for cramping? Just now, I thought you were more reliable than Lin Juan. Okay. I take back that statement. You're the most unreliable. And this awful weather. Are you trying to suffocate me, wanting to inherit my suffering? This girl is infuriating. Missed the opportunity again. Sukinj was not feeling well at all. And at that moment, Lin Juan walked in. After discussing with Chen Kexin for a moment, Lin Juan sat back at the bedside and habitually held the girl's delicate hand. Kinj, I'm back. Reporting, the stock transfer contract has been signed. The 3.5 billion has also been deposited into the Su Group's account. Soon, the difficulties faced by the Su family will be resolved. I have faithfully kept our agreement. Before you woke up, I guarded everything you cared about. Hearing that the crisis of the Su Group was resolved, Sukinj felt a lot more relaxed. Especially feeling the warmth coming from the palm of her hand, Sukinj felt like a warm sun had risen in her heart. It dispelled the darkness and fear that had lingered in her heart after Lin Juan left. Lin Juan really did it, and he gave the full 3.5 billion to grandfather just like that. That's a lot of money. Doesn't he feel bad? To give out that much money and cut off ties with his own family. Is it all to keep the promise he made with me? Is this person a fool? At this moment, Suking's emotions were extremely complicated. Facing such a sincere effort, she felt a pressure that she couldn't bear. The more Lin Juan treated her like this, the more difficult it became for her to ask him to leave the Su family when she woke up. Ooh, so annoying. Hash. And at this moment, Chen Kexin also walked over. Upon hearing that Lin Juan had unhesitatingly given 3.5 billion to help the Su family, she felt a mix of complex emotions. Looking at the rival in front of her, she had to admit, his actions were truly touching. How many men in the world could do such a selfless act as loving a person more than the country? In the past, she had also pleaded with her parents and family to help the Su family, but the results were not satisfactory. Oni-chan, you truly deserve the title of the most affectionate person in Shanghai, spending 3.5 billion for the beauty. I'm impressed. Your love for Sister Kinj, I also deeply understand. Ah, you are indeed more affectionate. Presumably, it would be impossible for you to voluntarily leave between me and Sister Kinj. Then how about you become my second wife in the future? Kinj is the main wife. That way, the three of us can live happily together. Rest assured, I, the sun god Nikakeksin, will treat you both equally and shower you with care. Linjuan. Su Kinj. Hey, Hashu, what's with your stupid expression like a fool? The smile on the lowly's face froze, and a big vein popped out on her forehead. Seeing that Linjuan ignored her, she pursed her lips, and for no reason, found an excuse to glare at him angrily. And when you left, you didn't even cover Sister Kinj with the blanket. Humph! What if she catches a cold? You're too careless. Sister Kinj's toes are cramping from the cold. What's underscore? I remember I covered Kinj tightly before I left. Could Aunt Liu have come and touched her, and cramping? How is it possible to cramp from the cold in this weather? Could there be something wrong with her body? Where is cramping happening? Let me see what's going on. Seeing Linjuan's serious expression, the lowly also froze. In a moment, she thought of the worst-case scenario and hurried to the bedside, nervously lifting a corner of the blanket, revealing a flawless white jade foot. Chapter 53. Su Kinj is in a big dilemma. Little toe, I'm calling out to you. Will you respond? Trapped in the darkness of consciousness, she listened to the conversation between two lively treasures. Su Kinj, who had completely given up and was lying flat, suddenly startled. Finally, did you realize that there's a problem? Swoosh! Su Kinj felt like someone lifted a corner of the blanket, followed by a cool sensation at her feet. Even though she couldn't see, the slight tingling sensation at her feet still made her heart tremble. That tingling sensation was not the physical pain of being pricked by a needle. It felt as if there were two tangible, hot gazes scanning up and down her feet, like a scanner. This palpable feeling made Su Kinj suddenly feel extremely shy. So awkward. She had just wanted to be discovered to be conscious quickly. But now, after calming down, she was thinking terrifyingly. Could it be that her feet would become a means of communication in the future? Like a medium, like a telephone, that everyone communicating with her would all have to stare at her toes first. Oh, this. Just thinking about it feels depressing. But even if it's awkward, this is one of the rare opportunities. I have to seize it properly. At this moment, Linjuan and the others talked beside her. You might be having hallucinations. Where are you cramping up? Oni-chan, you have to believe me. Your sun goddess, Nikakedin, is not a person who talks nonsense. Then, let's squat down and observe carefully from all angles. I think your suggestion is very reasonable. Su Kinj, ha! Outside, Linjuan and the others eagerly watched the white and tender feet, their breathing quickening. But perhaps due to a sense of conscience, Linjuan eventually resisted the temptation, reluctantly averting his gaze. At the same time, a slap fell on the shiny head of a gleeful Chen Kedin, stopping her from further observation. Hey, what are you doing? Ahem. I think this behavior is not appropriate for a gentleman. So I have to stop you. Hearing this, the little Lolita immediately became angry, veins popping out on her forehead forming a large. She put on a straw hat on her little head. Instantly transforming her silly demeanor, she walked with a don't-know-anyone attitude, as if she was going to punch Linjuan. How dare you stop the sun goddess, Nikakedin, from stepping into a new world, _hash. You've asked for it. Rubber machine gun *. Seeing the little Lolita continuously saying ta-ta-ta, waving her small fists toward him, Linjuan simply extended a hand to stop her in her tracks. You bully a child, and I'll fight you Ta-ta-ta. Frustrated with her short arms, Chen Kedin, in despair, was furious. And Linjuan, with a light smile, wanted to cover half of the blanket that had been lifted. But at that moment, Linjuan, in a trance, discovered something. There was a delicate little toe on the fair foot. It was swaying slowly up and down, as if an ancient brothel maiden was beckoning him. Come, Lin-Dashu. Look here, look here. Staring at the trembling little toe, Linjuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Could it be that I'm having hallucinations? Uncertain, he looked again. Rubbing his eyes, Linjuan looked again. Linjuan took a deep breath, and the oxygen content in the room dropped significantly. This peculiar sight also caught Chen Kexin's attention instantly. Following Lin Zhuan's gaze, she spotted the toes swaying back and forth. "See, I told you the truth. Quickly cover her up, Qin's sister is freezing and cramping like this." Chen Kexin's eyes reddened, suddenly feeling extremely guilty. Qin's sister was like this, and she was still thinking about being close to her. You cramp. Cramp what hammers tendon. This is a manifestation of Qin regaining consciousness. After all, he had the enlightenment knowledge of the Danking's amazing hand massage technique. He was quite clear about the process of awakening for a vegetative state person. When a vegetative person regains consciousness, it's not an overnight thing. The kind of monsters that can sleep tonight and run and jump tomorrow only exist in novels. In reality, vegetative individuals first regain a part of their sensory perception. Then the parts of the body with restored sensation keep expanding, increasing until they can fully control their entire bodies. Only then can it be considered a true awakening. Due to individual differences in physical constitution, different parts regain sensation first. I didn't expect this. Qin regained consciousness first in her little toe. Isn't she? Could it be that she has already regained consciousness and I just didn't notice it? Seeing the stubborn and lonely swaying little toe, Lin Zhuan felt regretful. If only I had been more attentive before. I really don't know when Qin regained consciousness. She must be anxious and worried too. I'm sorry. Qin, I wasn't attentive enough. I didn't realize you had already regained consciousness. It's okay, Lin Zhuan. You don't need to apologize. It's not your fault. And I've just regained consciousness recently. It's normal that you didn't notice. Hearing Lin Zhuan's self-blame, Su Qinj comforted him silently in her heart. But she knew that Lin Zhuan couldn't hear this silent communication. She could only sigh quietly in her heart. Wow. Is it true? Oni-chan, are you saying Qin's sister has regained consciousness? She is conscious now. She can hear us talking, perceive the movements in the outside world. Seeing Lin Zhuan nod, Chen Kexin still expressed doubt, so she prepared to test it herself. Little Lolita squatted in front of Su Qing's delicate feet, hands forming a megaphone shape by her mouth, loudly shouting, "Bilalili! Little toe, please respond if you hear me, please respond. Little toe, I'm calling out to you, will you respond?" Oh, why no response? Seeing no response from the little toe, Chen Kexin looked puzzled and turned to Lin Zhuan. "What are you thinking? Who asks like that? If you're not embarrassed, I'm embarrassed for Qin." Exactly. Kexin, if my entire foot regained sensation now, I would probably feel embarrassed enough to hide in a corner. Qin, if you are conscious and can hear me, then move twice in a row. Okay. Su Qinj didn't hesitate, focusing all her sensory perception on her feet. Soon, to the surprised gaze of Lin Zhuan and the others, the mischievous little toe moved twice in response. Great! Qin's sister has really started regaining consciousness. Qin's sister, wait for me. I'm going to fetch Lao Deng to help diagnose you. Let's see how long it will take for you to wake up. After saying that, the little Lolita put on her straw hat, clack clack, and with an excited expression, rushed out of the room. Chapter 54. The Determination of Su Qinj. Would men only affect the speed of my revenge? The room fell silent once again. Qinj, Lin Zhuan called out to the motionless girl on the sickbed. But suddenly he felt a bit tongue-tied, his brain not knowing how to continue. Finally, he sighed out of habit. Although he knew that Su Qinj still had consciousness during this time, the fact that the girl remained completely still made Lin Zhuan feel quite relaxed psychologically. It was like facing a vegetable person who couldn't resist at all. He was in a dominant position, able to do as he pleased and look down on the other. But now that Su Qinj was showing signs of recovery, and it was highly possible that she would fully awaken soon, Lin Zhuan felt a bit restrained in contacting her again. After all, before Qinj fell into a coma, they hardly had any interaction. The most frequent interaction between them was during this time when Qinj was in a vegetative state. But what we have, it's not really interaction. It's just me unilaterally outputting. Now I don't know if my efforts during this time have touched Qinj as she wakes up. Otherwise, if she wakes up and refuses to interact with me, or even asks me to leave, things will be cool. In the quiet room, Lin Zhuan chuckled silently with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. because he never received any feedback from her. No matter what he did, such as singing, massaging, telling jokes, Sookinj always seemed to sleep silently like Sleeping Beauty. So, even though Linjwan was confident, he didn't dare to say with certainty that he had completely figured out Sooking's thoughts. People are fickle, especially women's hearts, as changeable as the sea. Until Sookinj truly woke up, everything was full of unknowns. And just as Linjwan fell into contemplation, in the dark confines of her consciousness, Sookinj was puzzled. Why did Linjwan call her name and then say nothing more? What's wrong with him? Why isn't he speaking? If it were before, shouldn't he have held my hand and chatted with me all the time? Why not this time? And just now, it seemed like he sighed. Why sigh? Why, even after knowing I'm conscious and there's hope for recovery? Did he sigh? Could it be Linjwan doesn't want me to wake up? Sooking's heart trembled. Because of a casual gesture from Linjwan, an incredible thought surfaced in her mind. Her originally excessive joy now plummeted. Sookinj felt a tightness in her chest for some reason. Is my waking up making him unhappy? Is Linjwan fed up with me already? After all, facing a motionless living corpse every day, anyone would get tired and disgusted. But in this case, shouldn't he be more eager for me to wake up? I can't figure it out. I really can't. After waking up, will we still be as close to each other as we are now? Sooking's mind was a mess, unusually complex. She even had a feeling of not wanting to wake up too soon to prevent disrupting the current silent bond between them. This kind of mood was unprecedented. After all, as a vegetable person, she was in immense pain and prayed for awakening every moment. Now that hope was within reach. But she was now having thoughts of delaying her awakening out of fear of some unknown change. But just as this thought emerged, the faces and smiles of her family suddenly flashed in Sooking's mind. Mom, Dad, brother, along with the smiling faces of her loved ones appearing like a revolving lantern before her eyes. Sookinj regained firmness once again, no longer lost. That's better. If Linjwan really dislikes me, that's even better. In that case, after awakening, I can also quickly cut off this relationship. We are not meant for each other, destined not to be together. Love is too extravagant for me. Rather than causing each other pain in the future, it's better not to start at all. This understanding. I made up my mind about it 5 years ago, didn't I? At this moment, Sookinj no longer hesitated or struggled. The turbulence that arose in her mind because of Linjwan gradually subsided. Just then, Linjwan's voice pierced through, momentarily stirring her heart. But at this point, Sookinj had already made up her mind to abandon romantic thoughts and immediately suppress the throbbing. Humph, men. Not necessary. Will only affect my speed of revenge. Kinj, I guess the person you most want to share your joy with right now is your grandpa, isn't it? Yes, grandpa. Tell my grandpa first, he will be very happy. Suddenly, Sooking's attention shifted, urging herself repeatedly in her mind. If you want me to inform your grandpa, then move a little. If you don't want to, shake your foot twice. Linjwan's gentle voice came again. Meanwhile, Sookinj felt a chill slowly emerging from her feet. Obviously, Linjwan had lifted a corner of the blanket and was looking at her foot, waiting for her reaction. Thinking of this, Sookinj couldn't help but feel a sense of shyness and revealed by moving her toes. I understand, Kinj. Leave it to me. Linjwan wasn't surprised by this outcome. He took out his phone and started calling Sushangshan. On the other side, Sookinj realized that she was being lured by Linjwan again. Keeping her composure, she began to recite in her mind continuously. Amitabha, Great Compassion Mantra. Namo Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, Immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Men are fierce like tigers. All men are skeletons under the appearance of red powder. Soon enough, Sooking's mind once again became clear, entering a state of profound clarity, as if entering a sage's realm, resigning from delivering takeout and becoming a full-time writer. This way, she could focus more on writing each day. Otherwise, if she continued to write and post in the middle of the night, I'd know the plot just an hour earlier, and sooner or later I'd have to kneel. Commentary: Meituan's unit price is really low. And there are so many competitors this year, not to mention quite a few female writers. Life is not easy, so take care of yourselves. Good night, blessings. Chapter 55. If you rush me away, then I'll just have to go up to the rooftop to catch the wind. The wind on the rooftop is very strong. Half an hour later, Mr. Deng, renowned as the divine doctor, arrived late due to Chen Kexin's persistence. After his careful diagnosis, he concluded that Su Qinj was in good condition and would awaken within a minimum of half a month or a few months at most. Mr. Lin, your massage technique is extraordinary. Truly, there are talents beyond talents and individuals beyond individuals. I admire you, Mr. Deng exclaimed as he finished the consultation, his astonished gaze turning towards Lin Zhuan. Originally, based on his medical skills, Mr. Deng had determined that this girl from the Su family should spend her whole life asleep in bed. Never did he expect that Lin Zhuan, with his miraculous massage technique, would create a medical miracle out of nothing. It is really fortunate. Please keep the matter of the massage technique confidential, Lin Zhuan requested. Once someone becomes a vegetable, it is practically a death sentence. However, Lin Zhuan managed to awaken Su Qinj using his miraculous massage technique. If this were to spread, it would invite trouble. In order to comfortably relax and lie down, Lin Zhuan chose to cut off this potential trouble at its source. Keep it secret. All right, I understand, Mr. Deng, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. Beside him, the beautiful housekeeper Liu Huan's eyes shimmered with tears, feeling happy for her young miss. She had been prepared to care for her for the rest of her life, but now, everything had suddenly changed. Su Qinj might wake up, bringing this hope solely because of Lin Zhuan. At that moment, Liu Huan truly accepted this future husband. He must be the perfect match for her young miss. Mr. Lin, I'm truly grateful to you. Miss Liu, please don't be like this. This is what I should do. Seeing Liu Huan suddenly teary-eyed, Lin Zhuan first froze, then smiled and waved his hand. Is Sister Qinj going to wake up? Yes, oh. Finally, I can openly stick to my wife's sister again. The most excited at this moment is Chen Kexin. She held her twin ponytails and ran around the room pretending to choo-choo-choo, like a train. Lin Zhuan, ... This little devil. So ambitious, huh? Even after a while, with the excuse of Su Qinj needing quiet recovery, everyone tactfully began leaving one after another. Even Chen Kexin, who was reluctant, was dragged away by Mr. Deng holding her ear. As the room regained its quietness, Lin Zhuan silently got onto the bed, embracing Su Qinj in his arms, starting today's rehabilitation massage. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, Lin Zhuan's emotions were complex. Initially, Lin Zhuan had been hopeful for Su Qinj's awakening. However, now that signs of her awakening were appearing, he started to feel concerned. The description of Su Qinj's character in the story portrayed her as an ice-cold and strong-willed female CEO, and Lin Zhuan was unsure if his actions so far could change this perception. If not, the cold and distant Su Qinj might hand him a large sum of money to leave, or simply let him linger in the Su family and fend for himself. Getting close to her was definitely out of the question. Headache. In all the plot lines, Su Qinj is the most suitable for me to gain favor points. Even if not solely for the purpose of accumulating favor points, after taking care of Su Qinj for almost half a month, Lin Zhuan did feel some fondness towards her. If possible, he truly didn't want to be replaced. However, such fleeting thoughts soon passed by. After close interaction for almost half a month and seeing Su Qinj trapped in a conscious prison, suffering and helpless, Lin Zhuan couldn't stay indifferent. But maybe I'm worrying too much. Perhaps when Su Qinj wakes up and sees my handsome face, she may fall for me and eagerly embrace me shouting, "Husband, come close," is also possible. With this thought, Lin Zhuan felt slightly better, though he knew the odds were slim. Ah, so annoying. In the dark cage of her consciousness, Su Qinj, who had been enjoying the massage, suddenly heard Lin Zhuan sigh, shifting her attention back. What's wrong with Lin Zhuan? Why is he sighing again? He never behaved like this during previous massages. Is he genuinely starting to grow tired of me? Is he beginning to detest caring for me, a helpless invalid? Another sigh from Lin Zhuan left Su Qinj entangled in unnecessary conjectures. Even though she had decided to put aside her romantic brain, the emotions were inevitably influenced by these twists and turns. Then, she heard Lin Zhuan's voice again in her ear. Odd Qinj, let me ask you a question. When you wake up, will you kick me away with one swift move? Do you dislike me now? After all, you have Miss Andre. Is it uncomfortable for me to be close to you like this? I've considered it. If you chase me out of the Sue family when you wake up, since I have nowhere else to go, I'll just have to go up to the rooftop to catch the wind. The wind on the rooftop is surely very strong. Come on. Kinj, if you hate me, wiggle your toes. If not, stay still. ... Or this. The reason for Linjuan's dilemma turned out to be this. The unexpected turn of events left Su Qing's mind in turmoil. It appeared that Linjuan didn't hate me after all. He cares about me. He agonizes over whether I dislike him. He worries about me being uncomfortable with his presence. He fears that I'll drive him away. And he's concerned about the wind being strong on the rooftop. Wait a minute, something seems off. Why worrying about the strong wind? No, it should be why think about going to the rooftop after being chased away. It can't be just to catch the wind, right? Could it be that, for me, he wants to? The realization left Su Qing feeling both touched and bewildered. She never imagined that Linjuan already held such deep feelings for her. But then again, Su Qing's original decision was to separate from Linjuan upon waking up, right? Does that mean he planned to go to the rooftop to seek death on the same day? Oh no, please don't do that. Just as Su Qing found herself in a dilemma, Linjuan saw her toes hesitating to move and couldn't help but grumble. Really? Qing, how much do you dislike me if you can't even move once? No, don't misunderstand. Don't go to the rooftop. No matter if we end up together in the future, I am definitely not hating you. Upon hearing Linjuan's words, Su Qing finally realized the situation and anxiously moved her toes. Outside, Linjuan, seeing her delicate toes twitch, couldn't help but smirk in a mischievous manner. Indeed, I'm still quite charming. All the efforts I put in these days didn't go to waste. Even if Su Qing doesn't fall in love with me, she at least has some goodwill towards me. As Linjuan reveled in his charm, he caught a glimpse of her toes moving again. Oh! Suddenly, an image of a grumpy old man flashed across Linjuan's mind, freezing him momentarily. Before he could snap out of his trance, the pale toes twitched again. Oh! And then, 3 times. 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. Watching the little toes wildly bouncing around, Linjuan's grumpy old man expression froze on his face completely. Qing, so you really dislike me that much? Not just a few moves, but hundreds or thousands to show your determination. At that moment, if Linjuan had the superpower of mind reading, he would definitely have heard the screams of the girl in his arms. No, Linjuan, please don't misunderstand. Help me. Damn it, I can't control this. Seems like moving too much consecutively today has led to my current situation. I really have cramps. Chapter 56. In order to repay Linjuan's kindness, granddaughter, you should first bear a whole football team for him. Sue's group, headquarters. Chairman, I have drafted the contract you requested. Would you like to review it first? Knock, knock, knock. After the knocking sound, there was no response inside the room. Just as Lawyer, who frowned, suspecting that the chairman had encountered some issue, and prepared to enter the room directly. Come in. Hearing the chairman's voice, Lawyer, who breathed a sigh of relief and then pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, he saw Chairman Su, with white hair, sitting in front of his desk, with red eyes. Could it be that the chairman just cried? So that's why he hadn't responded for so long. Lawyer, who was puzzled. Despite his inner doubts, his expression remained calm. He handed the share transfer contract to Su Shengshen. He began reporting. Chairman, thanks to the 3.5 billion, Mr. Zhao's breach of contract fee has been paid. And all the various troubles faced before have been mostly resolved through financial means. Now the company is thriving, and the funds are ample. I suggest expanding investments in some projects. Maybe the company can reach new heights. Despite Lawyer, whose enthusiastic recount of plans, Su Shengshen did not react at all. He just silently put on his reading glasses and carefully examined the contract. For matters of investment and expansion, discuss with your new boss after he takes office. As long as he agrees, then you can go ahead. After reviewing the contract and finding no issues, Su Shengshen nodded in satisfaction, picked up the pen on the desk, and solemnly signed his name. Next, all he had to do was hand the contract to Linjuan, and once the other party signed, the share transfer contract would be fully in effect. Chairman, wouldn't you reconsider? You don't have to rush this. In a few years, you can transfer the shares to Mr. Lin as well. Seeing Su Shengshen's decisiveness, lawyer who couldn't help but speak up. Having followed the old man for so long, he still felt reluctant to see this amiable old boss retire, only to follow a young kid. Ha ha ha, little who. In a year, maybe I won't be here anymore, let alone in a few years. Cough. Su Shengshen, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, laughed heartily, a hint of tears forming in his eyes. He had just received news from home that his ailing granddaughter had shown signs of recovery. How could he not laugh heartily at such hope? And the person who brought all this hope, surprisingly, was the once underestimated Lin Zhuan. Who would have thought that his desperate move to save his granddaughter would turn out to be the greatest hero for the Su family and his own granddaughter? Just these shares, I still feel it's not enough to repay little Zhuan's kindness. My Su family owes him too much. Listening to Su Shengshen's ramblings, lawyer who finally understood the general situation and knew that Su Shengshen's intentions wouldn't change. Seeing his troubled expression, lawyer who, for the sake of pleasing the future boss, spoke up, Chairman, there's no need for this. You raised the most beautiful and outstanding Miss Kinj in the Megacity. That alone should be enough for Mr. Lin to be grateful to you. If you feel it's not enough, then wait until Miss Kinj wakes up. Form a football team for Mr. Lin, he will surely thank you. Football team? Su Shengshen was initially taken aback. When he realized the meaning, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and pointed to lawyer who was smiling cunningly. It's you, but what you said makes sense. While I still have the strength to hold my grandchild, when Kinj wakes up, indeed I have to push for it. But a football team is too far off. Let's start with mahjong first. Amidst laughter and conversation, lawyer who got up to leave, but reported one last thing. Oh, Chairman, I forgot to mention. Lin Group's official website just released the latest news. They will hold a press conference tomorrow. Press conference? Oh, it should be about the beauty cream. After losing 3.5 billion in one go, Lin Jianjun definitely needed a way to recoup the finances. Lin Jianjun, to drive away a capable son like Xiaoshuan from home. That will be a decision you'll regret for life. You enjoy the last moments of your happiness. After all, what's to come next? Nightmares. Megacity, police station. 3 days of imprisonment had ended. Released from custody, Lin Hao, with his tired body, hurriedly walked out of the door. He didn't want to set foot in that place ever again. As he exited the door, fresh air greeted him, and he deeply inhaled, savoring the taste of freedom. As Lin Hao glanced around, he couldn't see his Lamborghini anywhere. Instead, a beaten-up old bread van was parked nearby. Damn it! Why haven't Mom and Dad come to pick me up? Lin Hao frowned in dissatisfaction. He had been through a lot in the past few days, and now all he wanted was to return to his villa, take a refreshing bath, and get some rest. Beep beep beep. At that moment, the bread van slowly approached, continuously honking at him. Irritated, Lin Hao was about to curse out loud when he suddenly saw his father sitting in the driver's seat. He was shocked. Instantly changing his fierce expression to a meek and harmless one, he scurried towards the van. Dad, Mom, are you here to pick me up? Why are we in a bread van? Where's our Lamborghini? After greeting Lin Jianjun and his father, Lin Hao asked in confusion. Upon hearing that due to him, Lin Zhuan had to pay an extra 5 billion, and the Lin family was now in dire straits, Lin Hao suddenly understood Lin Jianjun's outburst. Full of guilt, he fell to his knees in the street, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry, Dad. It's all my fault. I was foolish. Wah. He didn't mention that Lin Zhuan had set him up. After all, spending 3 days in jail meant that any defense was meaningless. If his parents found out the truth and confronted Lin Zhuan, leading to the exposure of the recording, he would suffer the consequences. Fortunately, knowing Lin Jianjun, once he shed a few tears, the other party would surely forgive him. All right, get up. Why are you kneeling on the street? People will think I abused you. Come on, let's go back and talk there. After watching Lin Hao cry uncontrollably and plead for forgiveness, Lin Jianjun softened his tone, indicating that he had forgiven him, and got into the bread van to leave. With only this one son left, Lin Jianjun couldn't be bothered to dwell on who Lin Hao truly was behind closed doors. as long as the son in front of him obediently acted as his good eldest son. "Thanks, Dad. Mom, let's get in the car." Seeing that his manipulation still worked like a charm, Lin Hao proudly got up, grabbed his mother's hand, and got into the van. Once all three were inside, Lin Jianjun stepped on the gas pedal and the bread van creaked and started moving. The unpleasant experience made Lin Jianjun and his family frown, but they had no choice but to endure it. In the back of the bread van, Bai Yulin caressed her son's visibly haggard face, feeling distressed. She scolded him for his misbehavior and playfully tapped his head as punishment for his recent wrong behavior. She initially thought her precious son was framed, but hearing Lin Hao admit the acts of indecency made her believe it was true. However, Bai Yulin didn't think it was wrong and instead felt pleased knowing her son took the initiative to touch a woman. There's also the Su family. That vegetable person could attract Zihao's attention. What a lifetime glory for her. Besides Zihao of our family, who else would have an interest in a helpless living dead person? They don't appreciate it. Just for this little thing, she called the police. Doesn't she know how big an impact this is on Zihao's reputation? This previous incident caused Bai Yulin to flush with anger. Especially the name of Lin Hao as a pervert had spread throughout Megacity, affecting his prospects of marrying into elite families. Lin Hao, as the person involved, became keenly aware of the consequences and sighed in resignation. He had ambitious desires and planned to use his charm to woo top-tier ladies from prominent families to elevate his social status. But now with his tarnished reputation, his path to social ascension had hit a dead end. The ruined opportunity was akin to a betrayal. At this moment, Lin Hao was brimming with intense resentment towards Lin Zhuan, who had destroyed his future. However, at the thought of Lin Zhuan having to spend his life with a vegetable person, dragging him down forever, Lin Hao's heart felt slightly more balanced. I actually kneeled down and apologized with my brother. I promised not to do it again. But my brother said he must send me to the police station to retaliate against Dad's favoritism. What? Listening to Lin Hao's words, Lin Jianjun, in the driver's seat, suddenly felt his blood pressure surge. He couldn't believe Lin Zhuan had done something so petty. Knowing Lin Zhuan's nature, his anger flared up at the thought of his son's life being ruined over such a trivial matter. Little Hao, you knelt down, and that bastard still can't let you go. Yeah, but it's not my brother's fault. It's all my fault. I was foolish. I disappointed Dad and Mom's trust. Saying so, Lin Hao's lips quivered and tears poured out. Seeing Lin Hao crying in such fashion, Lin Jianjun felt nothing but pity, growing increasingly infuriated by Lin Zhuan's heartlessness. That scum! Doesn't he know that siblings should be like hands and feet, women like clothes? To send his younger brother to the police station over an article of clothing. He's no human. Lin Jianjun shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling he had failed to properly raise his children, leading to the tragic situation of sibling rivalry. Especially that defiant son. How dare he accuse him of favoritism like his mother? Where had he shown favoritism? Back then, when he fell in love with Bai Yulin and had a son, he joyfully planned to bring his family back to the Lin household. But in the end, his child and his mother were driven out by that malicious woman. At that time, Lin Hao was only 3 years old. A child so young. And still, that woman was cold-hearted and showed no mercy, accusing him of being a scumbag, loving the wrong person. But what was his mistake? Just wanting to find a companion for her, relieve her of the stress of work and household chores, and also provide a playmate for little Lin Zhuan. What wrong did he do? Good intentions were seen as overbearing. Lin Jianjun couldn't understand why she reacted so strongly. Didn't she understand that wealthy men have multiple wives and mistresses as a norm? Compared to that, he was merely trying to provide a home for 2 women. Where was the fault in that? Chapter 57, Lin Jianjun's Family Love and Enmity. 10 minutes later. Lin's group, headquarters. A van creaked and stopped in front of a high-rise building. Daddy, aren't we supposed to go back to the villa? Why are we here at the company? Getting off the car, Lin Hao looked puzzled. He was about to ask something when he saw Lin Jianjun's face quickly darken, and he stopped talking. He remembered the discussion about selling the family assets earlier. Without a doubt, the luxurious villa at home must be on the list of properties to be sold. Villa. Humph. Do you still want to live in the villa? Thinking about the loss of 5 billion, Lin Jianjun felt a surge of anger. But seeing Lin Hao looking pitifully at him, he couldn't bring himself to blame him further. With a cold snort, he led the way forward. "This old thing. When you can't move, I will definitely pull your oxygen tube." Suppressing the feeling of frustration in his heart, Lin Hao stepped forward with his mother. Soon, they arrived at the staff dormitory in the company. This was where some senior staff rested usually, but now, under Lin Jianjun's early notice, it was empty. Opening the room's door, Lin Jianjun frowned and was the first to enter. "For the next period of time, we can only temporarily stay here." Due to being penniless, the three of them couldn't even afford to stay in a hotel anymore. Helplessly, they thought to move into the staff dormitory in the company, for the time being, better than being homeless. But looking at the small and poor environment in front of them, the three of them's faces changed. 2 rooms and a living room. No air conditioning, washing machine, or other furniture. There was only one bathroom, an old and dirty squat toilet. This living environment might be acceptable for an ordinary person, but for the three who had enjoyed a luxurious and exquisite villa, it felt like falling from heaven to hell. At this moment, the disgust and aversion in the eyes of the three seemed tangible. But now, they had no choice but to bear the disgust, so they moved all their luggage into the room. After a brief busy period, Lin Jianjun, sweating profusely, sat on the hard sofa in the center of the hall. He looked around the suffocating and uncomfortable environment and felt uneasy everywhere. If he hadn't fallen out with Lin Zhuan earlier, perhaps I would still be savoring fine wine in the villa, enjoying life. How could I have fallen too? Living in this broken house without even air conditioning, a place where even dogs wouldn't want to stay. At this moment, Lin Jianjun felt regret for the first time. He felt he should have deceived Lin Zhuan into giving up his shares and then kicked him out instead of completely falling out with him in a hurry due to Lin Hao and his mother, resulting in the current inhumane situation. Thinking of this, Lin Jianjun glanced at Lin Hao nearby, and there was a hint of annoyance in his gaze. This subtle expression was noticed by Bai Yulin in another direction. She was suddenly startled. Then, her emotions quickly welled up, and her eyes turned red instantly as tears rolled down her cheeks. The room was small, and any movement could catch the attention of everyone. "Yulin, why are you suddenly crying?" "Don't cry." Lin Jianjun noticed his wife's abnormality and hurried to her side, embracing her softly to comfort her. After all, Bai Yulin was his moonlight from his youth, and he still loved her dearly. "Husband, I feel so sorry for you." Choking, approximately tilde, "Because of me and Hao, you have to live in this small house with us. If it weren't for us, Zhuan might not have fallen out with you, and you wouldn't have ended up in such a pitiful state today." Sobbing non-stop, tilde, "If we hadn't entered the Lin family back then, you wouldn't have been burdened by us." Resting on Lin Jianjun's shoulder, Bai Yulin helplessly burst into tears. Seeing her delicate and fragile appearance almost broke Lin Jianjun's heart. Before he could console her, Lin Hao suddenly rushed forward with red eyes, knelt in front of Lin Jianjun, and tearfully said, "Dad, Hao has been unfilial. Perhaps I can't take care of you in your old age. I'll go now to beg Zhuan brother. As long as he is willing to return to the Lin family, willing to restore the father-son relationship, I will pay any price. Even if Zhuan brother wants my life, it doesn't matter." Pounding sounds. Lin Hao, after expressing his determination, fiercely knocked his head on the ground, as if bidding farewell to this touching father-son relationship. His forehead even started to bleed from the repeated strong knocks, looking pitiful and miserable. My son." Bai Yulin was truly distressed and called out loudly. Witnessing her sons and her resolve to give everything for him, Lin Jianjun was deeply shocked. He felt profoundly guilty, ashamed, and regretful for his recent thoughts. Compared to them, his wife and son were truly great. Lin Jianjun felt a burst of warmth in his heart and was overwhelmed by the feeling of being enveloped in strong affection. "I, Lin Jianjun, having a wife and son like this in my life, have no regrets." At this moment, Bai Yulin raised her head and saw Lin Jianjun's tears, which startled her. "Honey, are you okay? Why are you crying? Don't scare me." Lin Jianjun wiped away the tears from his cheeks, feeling unbothered. Tears of blood. This was a strange illness he had since childhood. When emotions fluctuated significantly, his eyes or nose would bleed uncontrollably, a condition that even doctors couldn't treat. But fortunately, it was not a major problem. As long as he replenished the lost blood with blood from animals like pigs, dogs, chickens, or ducks, he'd be fine. This was a matter of fact, not a fiction. I'm fine, just feeling a bit overheated recently. All right, stop crying. How can I bear to see you and Howard leave? And you, Howard, get up. My good son, Dad is still waiting for you to take care of him in his old age. Don't talk about leaving like that again. As for apologizing to the ungrateful son, humph, does that beast even deserve it? With this little incident, when Lin Zhuan was mentioned again, Lin Jianjun's regret disappeared entirely, replaced only by deep anger and resentment. That wastrel, going against all filial duties. After all, he was his own father. Without his sperm, how could that animal be in this world? Shouldn't he proactively kneel down to apologize, unconditionally transfer 30% of the shares to him to repay the favor of giving birth? And that damn short-lived mother of his, choosing to leave the shares to the unfilial son instead of him. How could she do that? If she had left the shares to him, how could he be in such a passive situation now? She clearly didn't love me. Chapter 58. The press conference is about to start. Lin Jianjun's ambition. Linchi Group, employee dormitories. The press conference will be held tomorrow. Once the beauty cream is released, the Lin family will surely usher in a true breakthrough. As long as we seize this opportunity, we will definitely rise to the top and travel far and wide. That rebellious son will be dumbfounded and regret transferring shares to me. In the room, Lin Jianjun's wild laughter echoed. Hearing these words, Lin Hao and his mother exchanged a glance, both seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Finally, is it time for the hard work to pay off? They have gone through so much scheming. As long as the Lin family rises to the top family, they will truly become the elite, enjoying the envy of others. But it's tough on you, mother and son. You may have to endure with me for a while. Living in this broken place, Lin Jianjun said, feeling sorry as he held his wife's hand painted with red nail polish. Bai Yulin. What are you saying? Bai Yulin blushed, holding Lin Jianjun's hand, interlocking fingers. We are a family. As long as the three of us are together, wherever we are, it's home. Yes, we three will always be together. We're the happiest family in the world. Looking at his beloved wife, Lin Jianjun's eyes were full of love, with a hint of tears of emotion. Oh, Daddy, Mommy, don't be so lovey-dovey. It's making me cringe. I'm still a pure boy. Hearing this, Bai Yulin turned her head without good feelings, affectionately glaring at Lin Hao. You only know how to break the good mood. Ha. But what Daddy said is correct. We are a family, the happiest family. Lin Hao stuck out his tongue, covering his mouth and giggling. Family. Yes, little Hao is right. We are a family. A forever loving family, Lin Jianjun, who couldn't read a word in English, said in a clumsy English, making Lin Hao and his mother burst into laughter. In this moment, inside the simple employee dormitory, there was a warm and harmonious atmosphere filled with family laughter and joy, depicting a picture of a happy and fulfilling family. The following time, the group started tidying up the room, having dinner, trying on evening gowns, and sleeping a quiet night. The next day, inside the employee dormitory, Lin Jianjun and his family woke up early with black circles under their eyes. Used to luxurious mansions, they couldn't fall asleep in this cramped room last night. Despite a sleepless night, the three of them were still energetic and looked radiant. After facing so many difficulties for so long, today was finally the day of transformation. The water tech's special line reappeared. At the scene of the press conference, people were coming and going, heads turning everywhere. Major news media reporters came with cameras, roaming around, waiting for the official start of the press conference. Backstage at the venue, Lin Hao, in a white suit and white shoes with a gold wire-framed glasses, looked refined and gentle, but nervous, excited, and expectant. This will be on television. I'm worried about embarrassing you, Lin Hao fretted. Next to him, Bai Yulin, dressed in a black evening gown with a golden necklace around her neck, looked like a high-class lady, feeling anxious as well. She had been waiting for this day for a long time, ever since that woman didn't die. She had waited for her entry into the Lin family 3 years ago. But in the eyes of others, she was still insignificant and couldn't lift her head in the city of devils. Fortunately, after today, everyone will know that she, Bai Yulin, is the lady of the Lin family, the future mistress of a first-class noble family. Ha ha. You two, relax. I'm here for everything. You just need to show up. Today, I will not only announce the matter of beauty cream to the outside world, but also clear the name for both of you, Lin Jianjun said, looking at his worried son and wife. From now on, the elites of the entire city of devils will know you two. Know that you are my wife and son, and no one will dare to look down on you anymore. Seeing the worries of Lin Hao and his mother, Lin Jianjun, wearing a black suit and a large bakam, gestured with authority. He felt full of kingly air and confidence for the long-awaited day of Lin family's rise to the top. The only thing that bothered him was his empty pockets. Whether it was his black suit or the luxurious outfits worn by Lin Hao and his mother, they were all rented with loans that he scraped together. He almost got rejected by a taxi this morning because he couldn't come up with the fare. These embarrassing acts made Lin Jianjun resent a certain unfilial son even more. If only the other person had been more respectful, perhaps the most important day of his life could have been perfect. Humph. Watch and regret. I will lead the Lin family step by step to the top. And you will live in regret and resentment for the rest of your life. Thinking of Lin Zhuan's painful and resentful look when he finds out about the success of the Lin family, Lin Jianjun couldn't help but show a sly smile. At the same time, the news of the Lin family holding a press conference also attracted the attention of many elite families in the city of devils. Among them, the White family in the guest lounge. The White family patriarch, Bai Jinglong, along with his family of 6, all gathered. Through the live broadcast on the large screen, they anxiously awaited the start of the press conference. I hope the Lin family can turn the tide this time and create a new glory. If he can rise with the beauty cream, then our White family will benefit greatly. As the head of the family spoke, Bai Jinglong, already short of breath, witnessed this historic moment. He seemed to have already seen the image of his family rapidly rising by sucking the competitor's blood once the Lin family takes off. Sitting next to him was a curious white Susu, leaning against her mother and watching the live broadcast. Uncle, what big event do you think Uncle and Aunt will announce? Does brother Lin Zhuan know about Uncle's press conference today? I should tell him. After all, Uncle is his father. Brother Lin Zhuan may not say it, but he must be concerned. Thinking like this, White Susu took out her latest white Xiaomi phone and shared the live stream of the press conference with the contact-gentle older brother in her WeChat contact list. Lin family is about to suffer, don't worry. There will be one more chapter, right now. You guys should sleep early, and I will come out again even if I die. Look at it when you wake up tomorrow. Yesterday was Thursday, last month's payment was out, a bit miserable. But you guys have been so supportive this month, thank you. I thought I'd have to pay the 17,000 plus loan in 12 installments, but I should be able to pay it off several months ahead now, thanks to your gifts. After I repay this time, I won't touch online loans again. It's really a cycle, dismantling walls east and west. At the beginning of the year, I borrowed 15,000, couldn't pay it back after several installments, then borrowed 8,500 more. I now know what it means to get in deeper and deeper. I advise you all, never touch online loans. Chapter 59 Beauty Cream officially enters the market, the last glorious moment of the Lin family, Su family. In a familiar teenage girl's room. On a blue planet, humans and monsters were originally friendly. But one day, a demon named Dijia appeared. He bullied the weak and attempted to destroy humanity. Countless monsters bravely fought to protect humans, but were all killed by the demon Dijia in the end. Finally, one day, the hero Tongio appeared. He defeated Dijia and was ready to purify the world with eternal darkness. The demon Dijia appeared again, relying on forcibly devouring all the light of humanity in the world. With one move, he brutally killed the hero Tongio, and the world mourned. After Lin Zhuan finished the massage rehabilitation, he got the girl's consent and hugged her from behind, telling her a fairy tale story. This story, how come it's so different from what I've heard? After listening to Lin Zhuan's story, Su Qinj felt something was off, questioning if the main character of the story was reversed. Ding dong! At that moment, a phone notification sounded in the room. Lin Zhuan was surprised and opened the message. By Susu. Why is she contacting me or This name. Is it the girl who came that day? Why is she contacting Lin Zhuan? Hearing a girl contacted Lin Juan, Su Qinj instinctively listened intently. Just remembered, today is the day for Lin Jianjin's press conference. After Lin Juan opened the message, he saw Bai Susu sharing a live stream. He smiled and casually opened it. At the press conference venue, click click, the sound of numerous cameras clicked incessantly. Reporters from various major media in the magical city carried cameras, interviewing Lin Jianjin and two others on stage. Chairman Lin, what is the purpose of today's press conference? Chairman Lin, we heard that you kicked out your eldest son from the house. Is this true? Chairman Lin, there are rumors. Is it true that in order to buy back 30% of the shares from your son, you sold your car, bought a house, and even took out loans? Faced with the reporter's bombardment of questions, Lin Haomu and his son felt overwhelmed. If it were them, they might stammer and be unable to answer. Fortunately, Lin Jianjin, aside from this aspect, also, having been a wealthy tycoon for many years, he seemed at ease dealing with such occasions. Dear reporters, please calm down. I know you are eager, but please don't be in a rush. Let me explain slowly. Lin Jianjin, with a big backcombed hairstyle, seemed to enjoy this attention-grabbing moment. He raised his hand and pressed it into the air. Soon, the press conference venue quieted down. First, I did indeed reclaim 30% of the shares from my rebellious son Lin Juan, in addition to my original 25%. Now I have completely regained control of the Lin Group. I promise to all Lin employees and shareholders. Within a year, I will double the market value of the Lin Group and lead it to unprecedented glory. Hearing the information revealed by Lin Jianjin, the reporters below exchanged bewildered glances, clearly sensing each other's astonishment. Am I hearing correctly? Achieving a market value doubling within a year. This is not a simple matter. Daring to boast about such a feat, aren't they afraid of failing in the end? Referring to his son as a rebel. Could it be that the father and son are really at odds? As you guessed, my rebellious son Lin Juan, disrespectful and arrogant, destroying the family's reputation, has been completely expelled by me. From now on, I, Lin Jianjin, have no relation to him. If one day he dares to use the Lin family's name to deceive and commit wrongdoing outside, you don't need to give me face. Feel free to step up and teach him a lesson. Remembering the dishonor suffered under Lin Juan's hands, Lin Jianjin's anger surged. But glancing at his wife and son standing beside him, he felt relieved. Heaven has been kind to me. Although one unfilial son has left, I have gained a more outstanding obedient son and a wife to rely on. This is what they call turning a calamity into a blessing. Lin Jianjin slightly pursed his lips, gesturing for Lin Haomu and his son to step forward. He wanted to formally introduce his wife and son to the successful elite of the magical city. This day has finally come. White Yulin and her son, who had already anticipated this moment, suppressed their excitement and moved forward, embracing Lin Jianjin's arms from both sides. Let me introduce. This handsome young man beside me, Lin Hao, is my designated heir, the future head of the Lin family. And this beautiful and charming lady, my current wife Bai Yulin. I have been able to develop the Lin family to its current multi-billion-dollar assets thanks to their private encouragement and support. Click click. After the introduction, dozens of cameras flashed incessantly, capturing this harmonious scene. Lin Hao had a gentle smile, straightening his posture to exhibit his refined demeanor. He knew from this day forth, he would be one of the top rich heirs in the magical city and needed to act accordingly. Beside Lin Hao, Bai Yulin elegantly smiled, waving to the reporters below. She wanted to showcase her most beautiful and dignified side for posterity. Most pleased was Lin Jianjin, who embraced the highlight of his life. At the Su family, Lin Juan gazed at the phone screen, revealing Lin Jianjin's beaming face, feeling a hint of amusement. Treasure this moment, Lin Jianjin. This will be one of the few happy times for your family, like the last glow before the candle extinguishes. Lin Juan watched the live stream without adjusting the volume, so Su Qinj probably knew what was happening. With a touch of pity, she felt a surge of emotions for Lin Juan, who was probably feeling down. Chapter 60. The protagonist Su Yang arrives in the Magic City, making his official debut. At the press conference, Lin Jianjun takes advantage of the opportunity and introduces the latest developed beauty cream. He boasts that this new product has incredible effects, can enhance beauty, and keep one's appearance youthful, and so on tilde. On the other side, after showing his face, Lin Hao and his mother return to the backstage of the event. Feeling pleased, he watches Lin Jianjun's passionate speech. Isn't this old guy exaggerating a bit too much? But fortunately, there shouldn't be any major issues. Anyone who has used the cream will surely be attracted by its astonishing effects. Since Lin Hao belongs to the first group of users of the cream, he knows better than anyone the miraculous effects of the beauty cream. His face, almost destroyed by Lin Zhuan before, completely recovered in a very short period of time thanks to this cream. Although he had doubts about the cream being so effective and worried about potential side effects, aside from occasional itching on his face, there have been no other discomforts. Touching his smooth face, a smile deepens on Lin Hao's lips. He seems to vaguely foresee the Lin family's rise to prominence thanks to this opportunity. At that time, he would become a true top-notch second-generation rich young man in the Magic City, overlooking everything. Just as Lin Hao was pondering about his future rise and how to avenge the grudge with Lin Zhuan, Lin Jianjun had already finished his speech. From that moment on, the press conference concluded. Next comes the launch of the product beauty cream, pushing it into the market. As long as the market feedback is good enough, the Lin family will soar to new heights. In the White family's reception hall. Now we just have to wait. We should see results by late afternoon. As long as this product performs well, perhaps the Lin family is truly going to rise. Looking at the screen displaying live broadcast has ended, Bai Jinglong concluded. Sitting not far below him, Bai He, with her long flowing hair, held a mirror admiring her magnificent beauty. Hearing Bai Jinglong's words, Bai He confidently shared, "Rest assured, Dad, this beauty product will surely be a hit. Look at my skin, isn't it much smoother recently? It's all thanks to this product's effects. I got these early from my cousin. Let's share. Try it for a few days, and you will see the results." After finishing her sentence, Bai He took out a black bag, extracted several palm-sized white bottles, and distributed them to their family members present. Bai Hai, rubbing his shiny bald head, took a white bottle and examined it suspiciously, filled with doubt. At that moment, Bai Zhang, who had previously had a buzz cut but now had a new hairstyle, eagerly fetched the beauty cream. "It should be genuine, big brother. I can see that our third brother does look much better, and he seems to be doing well. So does our cousin." His face was almost destroyed by Lin Zhuan, but now he looks completely fine. Either our cousin has strong resilience and a thick skin, or it must be thanks to this product. Hearing this, the White family members no longer doubted. After all, if Lin Hao and his family were using it, then there shouldn't be any issues. Moreover, since they were relatives, there was no reason for the Lin family to harm them. So, the people present began directly applying the cream. Can this thing really enhance beauty and rejuvenate the skin just like that? Seeing that her brothers had full confidence, White Sushu also hesitated. As a woman with smooth skin, her skincare secrets involved practices like early bedtime, morning exercises, and a healthy diet. It was hard for her to believe that a scientific product could cause a significant transformation in a person. Ding dong! Suddenly, her phone beeped with a WeChat message notification. Checking it, the message read, "Not interested." White Sushu's eyes dimmed a bit. She had just been worried that, after Lin Zhuan watched the live broadcast, he might feel upset due to his uncle's words. Consequently, she invited him out to comfort him. But she didn't expect to receive such a response. Ding dong! Another message alert sounded. Could it be Lin Zhuan's regret? "That cream has problems. It's recommended not to use it." What? White Sushu was quite surprised. She hadn't anticipated such a response from Lin Zhuan. But how did he know that the cream had issues? Her uncle and others were relying on this product to soar high. If there were real problems and it entered the market, it would be troublesome and harm many people. Half believing, she wasn't sure whether to tell her uncle and the others about this. Even if I say, they probably won't believe it. White Sushu wasn't foolish. She knew that Lin Zhuan's words wouldn't be taken seriously and would likely be dismissed as jealousy. Besides, she couldn't confirm the accuracy of Lin Zhuan's information source. Glancing at her family members who were applying the cream, White Sushu could only pray that Lin Zhuan's words wouldn't come true. The Su family. Lin Zhuan put his phone away, pondering. The reason he warned White Sushu was because she had shared the live broadcast with him, allowing him to watch a show for free. Let's consider that as the ticket price for the circus. Whether to believe it or not was up to her, and it had nothing to do with him. Follow the original plot of the novel. In the next few days, the Lin family will reach its peak, with a large amount of cream flooding the market, especially landing in the hands of many women who are naturally interested in beauty. Then comes the full collapse. TSK. I wonder in the Magic City, how many women will collapse due to disfigurement? However, the more they collapse, the better the promotion effect for the beauty pills hoarded by the Su family will be, and the Su family can also take advantage of this to rise. However, this plan was already within Lin Zhuan's expectations. Now his thoughts were on his eldest uncle Su Yang. During these days when the Lin family was shining brightly, he arrived in the Magic City. No, Su Yang might have already arrived in the Magic City. If the plot has started, then he should be. In the Han family dealing with the first admired beauty. Chapter 61. Su Fan makes a move. I have a sword that can slash the heavens, the earth, and all living beings. The Han family. Once part of the second-tier families in the Devil's capital, along with the Su family and the Lin family. However, the old generation of the Han family had great insight. During the years when the real estate industry in Huaxia was booming, in what was once hailed as the elephants running faster than ants golden age of real estate. Seizing the opportunity, they entered the real estate industry. From then on, they rose rapidly, becoming a newly prominent first-tier family in the Devil's capital with assets worth billions. And today, the Han family is about to receive an unexpected guest. In the reception hall, a father and daughter were having an unpleasant conversation. The man was named Han Zhengyang, the current head of the Han family. He was smartly dressed, robust in stature, looking to be around 40 years old, exuding the confidence of a successful person. Sitting across from him was his precious daughter, Han Din Qiao, one of the 4 beauties of the Devil's capital, ranking 3rd. She was tall and outstanding in appearance. She wore a white crop top that revealed her waist and blue denim shorts, showcasing her perfect hourglass figure. At this moment, she was glaring at her father with a furrowed brow, a look of anger on her face. Dad, did you urgently call me back home just to have me meet with someone named Su Fan? What a joke! And he's supposed to be my fiancé. When did this happen? Why was I not informed? In this day and age, do you still want to arrange marriages like this? I strongly disagree. You only know how to break the good mood. Ha. But what Daddy said is correct. We are a family, the happiest family. Lin Hao stuck out his tongue, covering his mouth and giggling. Family. Yes, little Hao is right. We are a family, a forever loving family, Lin Jianjun, who couldn't read a word in English, said in a clumsy English, making Lin Hao and his mother burst into laughter. In this moment, inside the simple employee dormitory, there was a warm and harmonious atmosphere filled with family laughter and joy, depicting a picture of a happy and fulfilling family. The following time, the group started tidying up the room, having dinner, trying on evening gowns, and sleeping, a quiet night. The next day, inside the employee dormitory, Lin Jianjun and his family woke up early with black circles under their eyes. Used to luxurious mansions, they couldn't fall asleep in this cramped room last night. Despite a sleepless night, the 3 of them were still energetic and looked radiant. After facing so many difficulties for so long, today was finally the day of transformation. The WaterTech special line reappeared. At the scene of the press conference, people were coming and going, heads turning everywhere. Major news media reporters came with cameras, roaming around, waiting for the official start of the press conference. Backstage at the venue, Lin Hao, in a white suit and white shoes with a gold wire-framed glasses, looked refined and gentle, but nervous, excited, and expectant. This will be on television. I'm worried about embarrassing you, Lin Hao fretted. Next to him, Bai Yulin, dressed in a black evening gown with a golden necklace around her neck, looked like a high-class lady, feeling anxious as well. She had been waiting for this day for a long time, ever since that woman didn't die. She had waited for her entry into the Lin family 3 years ago. But in the eyes of others, she was still insignificant and couldn't lift her head in the city of devils. Fortunately, after today, everyone will know that she, Bai Yulin, is the lady of the Lin family, the future mistress of a first-class noble family. Ha ha you two, relax. I'm here for everything, you just need to show up. Today, I will not only announce the matter of beauty cream to the outside world, but also clear the name for both of you, Lin Jianjun said, looking at his worried son and wife. From now on, the elites of the entire city of devils will know you two. Know that you are my wife and son, and no one will dare to look down on you anymore. Seeing the worries of Lin Hao and his mother, Lin Jianjun, wearing a black suit and a large bakam, gestured with authority. He felt full of kingly air and confidence for the long-awaited day of Lin family's rise to the top. The only thing that bothered him was his empty pockets. Whether it was his black suit or the luxurious outfits worn by Lin Hao and his mother, they were all rented with loans that he scraped together. He almost got rejected by a taxi this morning because he couldn't come up with the fare. These embarrassing acts made Lin Jianjun resent a certain unfilial son even more. If only the other person had been more respectful, perhaps the most important day of his life could have been perfect. Humph. Watch and regret. I will lead the Lin family step by step to the top. And you will live in regret and resentment for the rest of your life. Thinking of Lin Zhuan's painful and resentful look when he finds out about the success of the Lin family, Lin Jianjun couldn't help but show a sly smile. At the same time, the news of the Lin family holding a press conference also attracted the attention of many elite families in the city of devils. Among them, the White family in the guest lounge. The White family patriarch, Bai Jinglong, along with his family of 6, all gathered. Through the live broadcast on the large screen, they anxiously awaited the start of the press conference. I hope the Lin family can turn the tide this time and create a new glory. If he can rise with the beauty cream, then our White family will benefit greatly. As the head of the family spoke, Bai Jinglong, already short of breath, witnessed this historic moment. He seemed to have already seen the image of his family rapidly rising by sucking the competitor's blood once the Lin family takes off. Sitting next to him was a curious white Susu, leaning against her mother and watching the live broadcast. Uncle, what big event do you think Uncle and Aunt will announce? Does brother Lin Zhuan know about Uncle's press conference today? I should tell him. After all, Uncle is his father. Brother Lin Zhuan may not say it, but he must be concerned. Thinking like this, White Susu took out her latest white Xiaomi phone and shared the live stream of the press conference with the contact-gentle older brother in her WeChat contact list. Chapter 59 Beauty Cream officially enters the market, the last glorious moment of the Lin family, Su family. In a familiar teenage girl's room. On a blue planet, humans and monsters were originally friendly. But one day, a demon named Dijia appeared. He bullied the weak and attempted to destroy humanity. Countless monsters bravely fought to protect humans, but were all killed by the demon Dijia in the end. Finally, one day, the hero Gatongio appeared. He defeated Dijia and was ready to purify the world with eternal darkness. The demon Dijia appeared again, relying on forcibly devouring all the light of humanity in the world. With one move, he brutally killed the hero Gatongio, and the world mourned. After Lin Zhuan finished the massage rehabilitation, he got the girl's consent and hugged her from behind, telling her a fairy tale story. This story, how come it's so different from what I've heard? After listening to Lin Zhuan's story, Su Qinj felt something was off, questioning if the main character of the story was reversed. Ding dong! At that moment, a phone notification sounded in the room. Lin Zhuan was surprised and opened the message. By Susu. Why is she contacting me or This name. Is it the girl who came that day? Why is she contacting Lin Zhuan? Hearing a girl contacted Lin Zhuan, Su Qinj instinctively listened intently. Just remembered, today is the day for Lin Jianjun's press conference. After Lin Zhuan opened the message, he saw Bai Susu sharing a live stream. He smiled and casually opened it. At the press conference venue. Click, click. The sound of numerous cameras clicked incessantly. Reporters from various major media in the magical city carried cameras, interviewing Lin Jianjun and 2 others on stage. Chairman Lin, what is the purpose of today's press conference? Chairman Lin, we heard that you kicked out your eldest son from the house. Is this true? Chairman Lin, there are rumors. Is it true that in order to buy back 30% of the shares from your son, you sold your car, bought a house, and even took out loans. Faced with the reporter's bombardment of questions, Lin Hae-mu and his son felt overwhelmed. If it were them, they might stammer and be unable to answer. Fortunately, Lin Jianjun, aside from this aspect, also, having been a wealthy tycoon for many years, he seemed at ease dealing with such occasions. Dear reporters, please calm down. I know you are eager, but please don't be in a rush. Let me explain slowly. Lin Jianjun, with a big backcombed hairstyle, seemed to enjoy this attention-grabbing moment. He raised his hand and pressed it into the air. Soon, the press conference venue quieted down. First, I did indeed reclaim 30% of the shares from my rebellious son Lin Zhuan, in addition to my original 25%. Now I have completely regained control of the Lin Group. I promise to all Lin employees and shareholders. Within a year, I will double the market value of the Lin Group and lead it to unprecedented glory. Hearing the information revealed by Lin Jianjun, the reporters below exchanged bewildered glances, clearly sensing each other's astonishment. Am I hearing correctly? Achieving a market value doubling within a year. This is not a simple matter. Daring to boast about such a feat, aren't they afraid of failing in the end? Referring to his son as a rebel. Could it be that the father and son are really at odds? As you guessed, my rebellious son Lin Zhuan, disrespectful and arrogant, destroying the family's reputation, has been completely expelled by me. From now on, I, Lin Jianjun, have no relation to him. If one day he dares to use the Lin family's name to deceive and commit wrongdoing outside, you don't need to give me face. Feel free to step up and teach him a lesson. Remembering the dishonor suffered under Lin Zhuan's hands, Lin Jianjun's anger surged. But glancing at his wife and son standing beside him, he felt relieved. Heaven has been kind to me. Although one unfilial son has left, I have gained a more outstanding obedient son and a wife to rely on. This is what they call turning a calamity into a blessing. Lin Jianjun slightly pursed his lips, gesturing for Lin Hae-mu and his son to step forward. He wanted to formally introduce his wife and son to the successful elite of the magical city. On the back was a large character spring prominently displayed. Spring. What does this mean? Sigh, Master 3. You really know how to give me a difficult task. Su Fan furrowed his brows, unable to figure it out. In the end, in helplessness, he could only shake his head with a bitter smile and fold the marriage contract back up. 5 years ago, Su Fan had accompanied his parents to the beautiful country for business negotiations when they were suddenly attacked by an unknown force. His parents fought desperately to hold off the assassins. In extreme fear, Su Fan took the opportunity to escape. But he was caught up by the assassins again not far away, and a bullet struck his left chest. The assassins then set a fire, burning all evidence along with the hotel. However, they did not know. Su Fan's body structure was different from ordinary people's. His heart was on the right side. Therefore, he miraculously survived in the fire. He had been wandering in the beautiful country ever since, until he encountered his third master. From then on, his destiny had undergone a tremendous change, and he gained 3 masters who were experts in different fields. The Grand Master, a martial arts master with extraordinary skill. The Second Master, a legendary doctor with miraculous healing abilities. The Third Master, a master strategist with uncanny foresight. Under the careful guidance of his masters, Su Fan acquired a set of skills, and his original name, Su Yang, was completely changed to Su Fan. Now returning to the Devil City, he was there to find the enemies of the past and destroy them completely. Master 3 said that all the information on the enemies of the past was recorded in for marriage contracts. As long as I retrieve the 4 marriage contracts, I can naturally find out who the murderer is. But the trouble is, Master said that we cannot use theft or robbery means. It must be the woman who willingly nods to break off the engagement and hand over the marriage contract. As for the requirement of Master 3, although Su Fan had some doubts, he was someone who respected his teachers deeply and would never willingly break the rules set by his master. The closest marriage partner right now is the Chen family. Su Fan recalled the information that Master 3 had left behind before they parted ways and walked towards the location of the Chen family, hoping that this time it would go as smoothly as today. Just as Su Fan hoped that the youngest daughter of the Chen family, like Han Xinchao today, would scorn him and complete the process of breaking off the engagement in one step, he turned a corner and met someone unexpectedly. Oh no! A thin and weak young man walked out from the corner and collided head-on with Sufan. The impact for Sufan was naturally like a tickle, and he stood firm without moving. But the young man with thin-framed glasses and a relatively slender figure couldn't handle it. After the collision, he fell to the ground and exclaimed in shock. He then covered his right arm, which was scraped from the fall, with tear-filled eyes. Seeing this, Sufan furrowed his brows slightly. He had learned celestial medical skills from the second master and naturally could tell that the young man before him had only a surface scratch. It wasn't even a minor wound, so why was he crying like this? Are you all right? Why don't you get up first? Although he was surprised by the young man's weakness, this incident had his own share of responsibility. So in the end, Sufan reached out his hand, intending to help the young man up. At that moment, two middle-aged men and women came out from the corner, talking and laughing. The couple seemed to be very affectionate towards each other, their faces initially radiant with excitement. But upon seeing the tearful young man on the ground, the middle-aged man suddenly became angry and pointed at Sufan's nose, loudly demanding, "You scoundrel! What are you doing to my son Hao?" Chapter 63. Sukinj unlocks a new revival location again. "You rascal! What are you doing to my son?" When he saw someone bullying his son, Lin Jianjun became furious. The family of three had just finished a press conference and were walking back to the employee dormitories when this unexpected incident occurred. This man, why does he look somewhat familiar? It seems like I've seen him somewhere before. Looking at Lin Jianjun's imposing face, Sufan was momentarily stunned and didn't respond. Oh my, I have such a quick temper. In this day and age, how dare just about anyone ignore me? Lin Jianjun rolled up his sleeves, ready to make a move. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Young man, if you don't want to leave this alley lying down, then get on your knees and apologize to my son. At Sufan's words, Lin Jianjun's temper flared up instantly. Especially when he saw the disdain in the other's eyes, he faintly saw the figure of a rebellious son. Just as the situation was about to escalate. Bai Yulin hurriedly stepped forward to stop it, grabbing Lin Jianjun. Let it go, dear. Today is our big day. Let's not shed blood. Lin Hao, who was sitting on the ground, also stood up and advised, Dad, let it go. I'm not badly hurt. Just forgive this young man. He probably was so engrossed in his phone while walking that he didn't pay attention to the road and bumped into me. Under the persuasion of his wife and son, Lin Jianjun reluctantly decided to show mercy and let Sufan go. As the three of them left, he couldn't help but let out a final arrogant comment. Hey, kid. Be careful when you walk in the future. Otherwise, you'll regret it sooner or later. Not everyone is as gracious as I am. Watching the bizarre trio walk away, Sufan's expression remained indifferent. But in his eyes, there was a hint of speechlessness. Over the years of his travels, encountering people from all walks of life, it was the first time he had seen such a strange family. Lin Jianjun. Lin Jianjun. Reciting this somewhat familiar name in his mind, Sufan's pupils slightly widened. He finally had some memory of who the other person was. Tang Anti's husband, Lin Jianjun. And Tang Anti, who was a close business partner with his parents 5 years ago. She was a powerful woman who quickly led the Lin family to grow and prosper. 5 years ago, when Tang Anti and the Su family were close, Sufan was somewhat familiar with her and had a few encounters with her son. 5 years have passed, things have changed. It seems Tang Anti divorced this man. Well, that's good. I heard this man used to abuse Tang Anti. Meeting a familiar person by chance, recalling familiar events, made Sufan deeply contemplative. What he really wanted to do now was to return to the Su family, meet his grandfather, meet his sister, and live happily ever after as a family. But for the absolute safety of his loved ones, Sufan made up his mind to cut off this thought. After all, he was destined to walk a path filled with bloodshed and enemies. If his enemies found out about his little sister and grandfather, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Anyway, Grandpa and the others all think I'm dead. So there's no need to reunite, to avoid further heartache after separation. I just need to find an opportunity to take a distant look. And even if I stand in front of them now, my sister and grandfather probably wouldn't recognize me. Sufan sighed and shook his head. Once a handsome young man, but ever since the accident that left him disfigured. To facilitate his actions better, he voluntarily asked his second master to give him an ordinary face. Even if his biological parents were alive, they might not recognize their own son. And my sister. I wonder if she's found a boyfriend. If she has, what kind of person is he? What's his personality like? My sister was so beautiful back then. I wonder who she ended up with. I'll have to discreetly test that man. If he's a scumbag or an abuser, I might as well discreetly remove him to make room for my sister. Su Fan's eyes narrowed. He wouldn't allow his sister to end up with a man like Lin Jianjun. If she encountered a scumbag, he wouldn't hesitate to make him physically disappear and make room for another man by her side. While Su Fan contemplated, he gradually approached a stylishly renovated small villa. Finally, he stopped at the entrance. This place. The Chen family. Rubber machine gun. Hearing the strange noise coming from inside the villa, Su Fan was puzzled. But he quickly brushed off the inexplicable thoughts and stepped inside. The Su family. Watching his granddaughter lying quietly on the hospital bed, her right index finger trembling continuously, Su Shengshan burst into tears. He never expected that today, supposed to come to sign the share transfer agreement, would once again bring him a great surprise. Since unlocking the little toe last time, Su Kinj had now unlocked her right index finger. My precious granddaughter, if you are conscious, draw a circle with your finger for Grandpa to see. Under Su Shengshan's excited gaze, the delicate index finger hesitated for a moment, then slowly drew a circle on the sheet. Well done. Su Shengshan repeated those words several times, trembling with excitement. At that moment, he felt like he could see the day when Su Kinj would fully wake up. If she hears how happy her grandpa is, she'd be very happy too. Besides Su Shengshan, Lin Zhuan witnessed this scene with a smile. But the next moment, he looked at the share transfer agreement in his hand, only needing his signature to become effective. Zhuan, from now on, make time to come to the company. I'll show you around and prepare you for taking over in the future. Hearing this, Lin Zhuan's face turned into a Metro senior's face. Oh, what? You want me to work 996? Absolutely impossible. I, as a contemporary youth, just want to lay flat and be lazy. I have absolutely no interest in working hard for anything. Chapter 64. Lin Zhuan and Su Kinj are getting ready to get married. 4,000-word chapter. Su family in the young girl's room. Grandpa Su, I can't accept these shares. Please take them back. If it's because of that 3.5 billion, and you want to transfer the Su family shares to my name, it's not necessary, really unnecessary. That wasn't my intention. I just want to stay by King's side and wait for her to wake up. And if you transfer the shares to me, you will definitely face criticism from various aspects within the group. Hearing Su Shengshan urging him to sign quickly, Lin Zhuan waved his hands repeatedly, earnestly refusing. It's a joke. He has no interest in wasting time at the company and participating in the 996 culture with the employees. Now, he only wants to earn points constantly. After all, compared to money, points seem meaningless. What money can do, points can achieve. What money can't do, points can easily exchange. In conclusion, working is not possible in this lifetime. Lying flat and earning points is the true meaning of life. On the other side, thinking that he understands Lin Zhuan's reasons for refusal, Su Shengshan felt a warmth in his heart. Little Zhuan has clearly invested a huge 3.5 billion without expecting anything in return. He is still thinking about the situation of this old man. This kind of pure concern, almost like that of family, he hasn't experienced in a long time. Little Zhuan is really too kind. Indeed, the Su family group is a family business, and most shareholders are somewhat related. Knowing that he has to transfer 25% of the shares to someone outside the family name, some members within the company have been uneasy. The first to speak out was his disobedient daughter, Su Yan. But this couldn't stop Su Shengshan's determination, especially feeling Lin Zhuan ignoring the 25% share in the group and the rights and benefits it could bring. His attitude of self-interest only reinforced Su Shengshan's determination. Lin Zhuan almost moved Su Shengshan to tears, further firming his belief. Xiao Shuan, I've made up my mind. You don't need to worry about me. I'll handle things in the group. Those people have no choice but to agree. Just sign. Lin Zhuan. Grandpa, you misunderstood. I'm more concerned about wasting time to earn points after leaving Kinj. Grandpa Sue, I think we need to consider this carefully. And for such a big matter, we should ask for King's opinion. We can't decide on our own. At this point, Linjuan had to put his hopes on Su Kinj. He remembered from the original plot that Su Kinj valued her shareholding percentage greatly. Whenever she had the chance, she would take back the Su family shares to completely control the Su family group. She valued her shareholding so much that she would probably reject it soon. But in the next moment, Linjuan was shocked. The young girl, who had just regained consciousness not long ago, was slowly moving her index finger on the white sheets, repeatedly drawing the symbol. I agree. I unconditionally agree. Sign it, Linjuan. This is what the Su family owes you. A good man aspires in all directions and joyfully accomplishes great feats. You've been by my side all this time. You must be tired. Don't worry about me. Go strive for your own future. Rather than putting all your time on me, it's not worth it. For Linjuan, Su Kinj felt guilty. She always thought it was her fault that Linjuan had been stuck by her side, trapped in this small room. Over time, she felt that Linjuan must have felt stifled. After all, which man would want to be with a woman all the time instead of going out to achieve great things? If it's truly for Linjuan's good, perhaps letting him go may be the best choice, rather than constantly keeping him by her side. So she genuinely agreed with her grandpa's decision. On the outside, Su Kinj continued to move her delicate fingers, repeatedly drawing the square root symbol. Linjuan was amazed by this. If he could hear Su King's inner thoughts at this moment, he would surely be surprised. Sister, times have changed. Are you sure about this narrow path? It's tiring to strive for success. I would rather stay by your side. Grandpa Su, Kinj has recovered well now. I just want to be with her every day. I can't work with my mind elsewhere. To be honest, if I don't see Kinj for a second, I can't think of anything else. I can't leave her. Linjuan's face was thick, filled with all kinds of sweet words. Simply put, it all means, I'm not interested in the work at the company, but I have great interest in your granddaughter. Upon hearing these words, Su Shengshan found it amusing. He never expected Linjuan to like his granddaughter so much that he would even reject countless people's dream shares. Ha ha ha, Xiao Xuan. I didn't expect you to be such a romantic guy. My dear Kinj is so loved by you. I can rest assured now. Su Shengshan burst into laughter, looking at Linjuan with admiration in his eyes. He knew that even if one day he was no longer around, his granddaughter wouldn't be lonely because someone would take care of her. But Xiao Xuan, this is a separate matter. Go ahead and take the shares first. As for going to the company, it's not urgent. Just like you said, King's recovery is the most important thing. I can handle the company matters for a while with my old bones. Once Kinj fully recovers and wakes up, and you want to take over the company, I will officially arrange for you to work there. Oh, so I don't have to start working right away. Why didn't you say so earlier? Linjuan's biggest concern was how leaving Su Kinj might affect his ability to earn points quickly. Now that Su Shengshan had agreed, he could freely choose his work start date. He was no longer hesitant. In the presence of Su Shengshan, Linjuan took the pen and started signing on the contract. On the other side, in the depths of unconsciousness, Su Kinj was still immersed in Linjuan's sweet words, feeling a hint of shyness in her heart. To her, this direct way of expressing emotions from a man was something she couldn't quite adapt to, let alone speak similar words. But deep within her, she knew that after her parents' death, she had closed herself off due to various betrayals. She remembered that time. Su Kinj had seen the coldness of human relationships, how people come and go. Many uncles and aunties who had good business relations with the Su family and had good relationships. Once they learned that only the grandfather and granddaughter were left after the collapse of the pillars of the Su family, they were like cats smelling blood, showing their fangs and waiting for an opportunity. Taking advantage of Su Shengshan's grief and despair, they started gnawing at the Su family's industry. By the time Su Kinj and her grandfather realized that things couldn't go on like this and tried to recover and stand up, the Su family had already been severely damaged, and the losses were immeasurable. This caused the Su family, once at the peak, to rapidly decline to the brink of bankruptcy. Thanks to the efforts of the grandfather and granddaughter to salvage the situation, The Su family barely survived that period and has existed up to now. But this was just a temporary reprieve. If it weren't for the substantial funds that Lin Juan injected not long ago, the Su family might have already been bankrupt and liquidated today. Not to mention the priceless formula for the beauty pill. If the effect of the medicine was indeed as miraculous as Lin Juan claimed, then the rise of the Su family would have taken only a few months. Su Qinj also knew that the Su family owed Lin Juan too much, so she understood her grandpa's intention to transfer the shares into Lin Juan's name. Another side, in a quick succession, in the presence of Su Shengshan, Lin Juan signed his name on the contract, inheriting 25% of the Su family shares. By the way, Xiao Shuan, in about a week, it will be the official wedding date for you and Qinj. At that time, you should go ahead and get your marriage certificate. Who knows, perhaps on your wedding night with your joy, Qinj might wake up right then and there. Upon hearing this, Lin Juan scratched his head, his expression somewhat complicated. Is he getting married now? In this life and the previous one, he was a single nobleman without even a girlfriend, let alone getting married. Suddenly having to get a marriage certificate with a woman he barely knew. The depth of his emotions couldn't be described in words. However, Lin Juan was well prepared and quickly adjusted his emotions. Marriage sounds good. It means he can earn points openly and no one can disturb him. If he can sleep with Qinj every day, even if nothing is done, his points earned for that day will double. And once the marriage certificate is obtained, the protagonist Su Fan's status as his elder-in-law will be sealed. He won't be able to escape it. In the dark depths of consciousness, Su Qinj, too, heard her grandpa's words and felt a surge of complicated emotions. Which girl doesn't envision wearing the most beautiful wedding gown and marrying her beloved Prince Charming? But she was a vegetative person, immobile, unable to care for herself. Su Qinj wondered if Lin Juan would look down on her. Marrying a vegetative person is not something a normal person can accept. Even if he doesn't say it aloud, there must be some discomfort in his heart. She wished she could awaken the ability to read minds, to listen to Lin Juan's true thoughts. Faced with the man she was about to marry, Su Qinj felt restless, caring if Lin Juan would have any thoughts about her vegetative status. Even though after spending time together, she could sense that Lin Juan didn't seem to care about her vegetative state. But Su Qinj couldn't help but think that it might just be human nature. At the same time, she was slightly curious about Lin Juan's appearance. Before her coma, they had almost no interaction. So Su Qinj didn't know anything about Lin Juan's looks. But through all the excited chatter of the maids at home, she could vaguely understand that Lin Juan was handsome. By the way, Grandpa Su, how's the preparation going for the beauty pill hoarding work? Barring any issues, within a week at the latest, Lin Jianjin's side will be in turmoil. At that time, it will be an opportunity for the Su family to rise and expand its market. In the room, seeing Su Shengshan getting ready to leave, Lin Juan hurriedly asked about the situation regarding the beauty pill. Now that he had become a major shareholder of the Su family group, he wanted this enterprise to seize the opportunity and develop in a positive direction. By the way, speaking of this, I do have some concerns. After the issues with the Lin family's ointment, Su Shengshan furrowed his brows and shared their current struggle with the sale of beauty pill. You can imagine the public's anger towards so-called beauty products in the face of such turmoil. We hastily launched the beauty pill. I don't think people would be willing to pay for it, and there's a risk of inciting public anger given the current tensions. I believe we should postpone the release of the pills. First, focus on improving the product's effectiveness through public relations, and then gradually introduce it. Lin Juan smiled slightly and nodded at Su Shengshan's concern. However, he had already anticipated this and thought of a solution. This solution was to use his strong social influence. Remember, Lin Juan is a contemporary entertainment king, known as the savior of the internal entertainment industry. Recalling how, in the previous life, the entertainment industry was filled with various bizarre fan behavior like millions of concert tickets and wedding dress chasing stars, Lin Juan knew that even if he sold nonsense, the brain-dead fans would rush to buy it. Of course, he was selling the miraculous beauty pill. Once fans experienced its incredible effects, word of mouth would naturally spread, causing a new wave of excitement. Chapter 65: Explosion in Sales of Beauty Cream. The rise of the Lin family is just around the corner. The Lin Group, Lin Jianjun and the other two have already returned to the employee dormitory. You Lin, the room is a bit dirty. Why don't you tidy up a bit? Looking at the somewhat messy environment, Lin Jianjun's original good mood instantly vanished, and he frowned as he instructed his petite wife beside him. All right. Leave it to me, dear husband. With a sweet smile, Bai Yulin rolled up her sleeves and started cleaning the room. Her hard-working attitude made Lin Jianjun smile even more pronounced, feeling blessed to have such a wife. He then sat on the sofa in the center of the room, relaxing. However, at the back where the man couldn't see, Bai Yulin's smiley face had now turned impatient and annoyed. It had been many years since she personally cleaned a room or did household chores. She remembered back in the Lin family, either Lin Zhuan would do it when she ordered, or the maid would take care of it. But now, she had fallen to the point of doing it herself. Ooh, so exhausting. This man always causes trouble. I suggested staying at my brother's place for a while, where it would be better than squeezing in this broken house. But he refused for the sake of his pride, and now I have to suffer like this. Bai Yulin's displeasure showed as she vigorously swept the floor, trying to vent her frustration. Yulin, make sure to cook later. I'll take a nap now, and I'll want some porridge when I wake up. Ado, sure. Honey, rest well. I'll start cooking after cleaning up. Lin Jianjun's voice suddenly came from the sofa, startling Bai Yulin. She quickly turned her head and responded coyly, but inside, she felt even more irritated because she had to cook. Why can't you just order takeout? Do you really need me to cook for you? Your face is so big. Despite her internal dissatisfaction, Bai Yulin had to keep encouraging herself. Just endure it for now. She wanted to ask her son to help, but after calling several times, Lin Hao seemed to be absorbed in playing with his phone in the corner. Bai Yulin sighed and reluctantly started working on her own. However, after years of living a comfortable life, where had she done rough work like this before? Barely 2 minutes of cleaning, her body ached all over, and she clenched her fists, repeatedly patting her back and waist. She wanted to rest, but ultimately gritted her teeth and persevered. Endure. I must endure. Half an hour later, Lin Jianjun was resting on the couch, sound asleep. He suddenly smelled the fragrance of rice and woke up slowly. Honey, you're awake. Come and eat. Lin Jianjun rubbed his sleepy eyes, and just as he was about to sit up, his phone in his pocket rang. Glancing at the caller ID showing marketing director, he was puzzled. Could something be wrong with the beauty cream? Hey, it's me, Lin Jianjun. Chairman, congratulations. Our group is about to reach its peak. After answering the call, a man on the other end cheerfully congratulated him. The market response to the cream has been extremely positive, and sales have skyrocketed. In just half a day since its launch, we've already surpassed 50 million in sales. If everything goes well, sales will soon exceed 1 billion, and at this rate. Listening to the marketing director's report, Lin Jianjun was initially stunned, then his face lit up with joy. Ha, great, great. But you need to keep up the good work. Make sure to push the production department to increase output to avoid supply shortages. After skillfully motivating his subordinates, Lin Jianjun hung up the phone, his mouth curved with joy. Hard work pays off. Hard work pays off. I, Lin Jianjun, have endured a lot recently, and now, I finally welcome the moment of turning around. As Lin Jianjun had answered the call on speakerphone, Lin Hao and his mother also heard the uplifting news, and they were both excited. Daddy! Honey! The mother and son were overjoyed and rushed into Lin Jianjun's arms. They shared their feelings at the moment, looking forward to the future rise of the Lin family. Just then, a phone ringing broke the tender family atmosphere that had been hard-won. Lin Jianjun furrowed his brow, took out his phone, and glancing at the caller ID, his whole body shuddered. Stay calm, stay calm. Lord Hu is calling, probably about that $1 billion loan. Lord Hu. Mentioning this notorious tough guy in the city, Lin Hao and his mother quickly fell silent. Soon, with a sense of tension, Lin Jianjun nervously answered the phone. Lord Hu, did you call because of the $1 billion debt? Rest assured, it's just a few billion. I'll repay you with interest soon. Facing Lin Jianjun's slightly submissive tone, the person on the other end of the phone seemed pleased. A faint smile came through. Brother Lin, you're being too polite. Just a few billion. How could I specially call to collect the debt? I heard your company is doing well recently, and I wanted to congratulate you. Also, let's have a drink tomorrow and discuss some business collaborations. Collaboration? Our businesses have no connection. Why talk about collaboration? Lin Jianjun was puzzled, but since he owed a considerable debt, he didn't dare to object and simply assented. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jianjun's face suddenly soured. He had a feeling that the other party was up to no good. Honey, is everything all right? Why did Lord Hu suddenly call you? Daddy, does he have some ulterior motive? Listening to the worried words of his wife and son in his arms, Lin Jianjun was touched but didn't want to seem weak. With a wave of his hand, he exclaimed confidently, "Oh, you guys worrying too much. What could possibly go wrong? He just wants to have a drink tomorrow and discuss repayment matters. Don't worry. With this opportunity, we can get to know Lord Hu, a big shot, and turn a crisis into a blessing. Also, our company is doing great now. Once our product dominates the city, then we'll expand to neighboring provinces and cities, continuously growing until the whole country and even the world uses our Lin family's cream. By then, what is Hu Jiao? In front of the Lin family at that time, he won't even be worthy to carry my shoes. HMPH. I never expected that after getting rid of that ungrateful son, the turnaround for the Lin family would come so quickly. Ha ha ha. Lin Jianjun's excitement grew as he spoke, unable to contain his laughter. At that moment, he seemed to see the glorious future of the Lin family, even convincing himself. Witnessing Lin Jianjun's firm confidence, Lin Hao and his mother felt more at ease, their smiles emerging. They couldn't help but envision the luxurious treatment they would receive after becoming prominent heirs in the city's top families and wealthy spouses. Chapter 66. Is the novel too cliché? Chen Kexin's personal bodyguard, Su Fan. The Chen family villa. Inside a teenage girl's room filled with various toys and dolls. Chen Kexin is frustrated, her twin ponytails bouncing as she vehemently protests against her parents, adamantly opposing their involvement in her marriage. No way! I will never agree to Su Fan being my fiancé. Father, mother. One already have two lovers, one husband and one wife. To ask for another fiancé, isn't that breaking the law, committing bigamy? Today, originally calm and peaceful, has turned into a nightmare for Chen Kexin since that fiancé entered the Chen family. Both her parents overtly and covertly hope to match-make her with Su Fan, something Chen Kexin simply cannot accept. After all, she is destined to become the queen of magic. Before fulfilling this great dream, how could she be defeated by the dreadful dark forces lurking in the marriage tomb? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I, Chen Kexin, would rather die in battle than let the demon parents influence my eternal domination. Oh, Kexin, how come your Chunabu syndrome is getting worse? Listen to mother's advice. Z Fan is not bad. If you miss out on someone like him, it will be hard for you to get married in the future. Watching their daughter deteriorate, Chen's parents feel hopeless. They had tried various methods to treat her actively, but the results were unsatisfactory, even exacerbating her Chunabu syndrome. And today, Su Fan, who came with the marriage proposal. Although his appearance and family background are not outstanding, what's commendable is his composure, maturity, and the strong support from his grandfather. What pleased Chen's parents the most was, upon meeting Chen Kexin for the first time, he remained calm and indifferent without showing any unusual reaction to his fiancée's eccentric personality. This single fact immediately triggered a positive impression in the eyes of Chen's parents, a 99% approval rating. After all, this was unimaginable in the past. When most people saw the true face of Chen Kexin, even if they tried to conceal it, their faces would still show a strange and disdainful expression. Now that they've finally found a son-in-law who doesn't mind their daughter, Chen's parents naturally don't want to give up easily. Their request was simple good character and acceptance of their daughter. As for the family background, appearance, height, and other factors, they were never considered by Chen's parents. However, their daughter's stubborn refusal gave them a headache. The Chen residence. A clean and tidy house. Su Fan is quietly sitting cross-legged, cultivating his mind and body. With his cultivation and sharp hearing, he naturally overhears the argument between Chen Kexin and her parents from a nearby room. That woman named Chen Kexin seems to have no interest in me. That's good. Su Fan opens his eyes, a hint of amusement flashing in his pupils. His life's goal is to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Matters of love and relationships have no appeal to him. In the realm of martial arts, women only distract him from reaching the peak. It seems as long as I get through this week peacefully, I can successfully call off the engagement. Due to Chen Kexin's strong opposition earlier, Chen's parents had no choice but to compromise and make a gentleman's agreement with Su Fan. Within 1 week, Su Fan must responsibly act as Chen Kexin's personal bodyguard. If Chen Kexin remains disinterested after 1 week, the engagement will be cancelled. Su's residence, in a girl's room. The buzzing of a cell phone interrupts the young man who was massaging Su Kinj. He frowns and picks up the phone on the table. Hello. Help me. Oni-chan. Huh. 2 minutes later, after understanding the situation, Linjuan hangs up the phone. A faint smile plays on his lips, a Chunabu girl's personal bodyguard. Haha. While others are the personal bodyguards of school beauties, female presidents, the Big Brother unexpectedly ended up with a Chunabu girl. Big Brother, I'll mourn you for 1 second. What's going on? Who called? According to Linjuan, it seems to be Kexin, that girl. Why did she call Linjuan? In the dark consciousness realm, Su Kinj focuses on eavesdropping, but alas, she only catches a fragment of the conversation. At this moment, she feels a breath approaching her ear, a warm exhale tickling her earlobe. Kinj. Curious who called me. It's actually Kexin. She said Su Fan is at her place and has become her personal bodyguard for 1 week. But she can't stand it even for a day, and plans to get Su Fan to leave under the pretext of her friend's upcoming birthday, inviting me to come along. I agreed, as it was previously arranged. Besides, I'm curious about this man with your surname. After listening to Linjuan's explanation, Su Kinj suddenly realizes. Hearing that Linjuan will go to the appointment tomorrow, she feels a bit disappointed. It means she won't hear Linjuan's voice for a while tomorrow. Kinj, are you reluctant to part with me? If you are, move a finger, and I won't go and stay with you. Linjuan's teasing voice plays in her ear. Su Kinj immediately feels a bit defiant. With her stubborn personality, she refuses to acknowledge the fiery emotions hidden in her heart. Who's reluctant to part with you? I'm eager for a day off. Let's go. Hurry up. Don't bother me. HMPH. I've never been involved with men. I'm not interested in men. In Linjuan's bewildered gaze, Su Kinj actually moves her finger. The tender white index finger rapidly draws time strokes in his palm. Linjuan. This girl, now acting all proud. Asterisk, while Linjuan and Su Kinj enjoy a silent and warm moment. Outside the room, a noisy voice suddenly rings out. Miss Su. Mr. Lin is currently giving Miss Kinj a massage. Please wait a moment. Liu Huan's voice is heard, accompanied by another arrogant voice. Get lost. I'm here to see if my niece still needs to wait for anything. She. With just a few words, Linjuan knows who the visitor is. His face immediately darkens. Because the visitor is the main culprit behind Su King's vegetative state. Many people are starting school soon. Oh, send me a gift before school starts. This prince will always be waiting for all the beloved ministers to return until the day of the conclusion of this book. The journey through the martial world is long. Let's not part until we meet again. Chapter 67. The reason why Su Kinj became a vegetative person, love brain, and Su Yang clicks. The door suddenly opened. A woman who looked to be in her 30s, regardless of Liu Huan's obstruction, forcefully pushed the female housekeeper aside and squeezed into the room. Attracting Linjuan's attention immediately, she was dressed in a purple cheongsam, red high heels, with a voluptuous figure and a face that bore a striking resemblance to Su Kinj. Even Linjuan had to admit that the woman inherited Su's excellent genetic beauty, making her quite stunning. What a pity! Linjuan sneered inwardly. On the other side, the beautiful woman filled with hostility glanced at Linjuan on the sick bed as soon as she entered. You are the ingrate husband of Kinj? Is that how rude you are? HMPH. Are you mute? You can't even greet your elders properly. You really have no respect. Ignoring the intimidating tone, Linjuan pretended not to understand. Elders? May I ask who you are an elder to? You barged in without consent or even knocking on the door. Such an impolite elder. I thought it was just one of the vassals who invaded the house." Detecting the sarcasm in Lin Zhuan's words, the beautiful woman's face reddened, and her eyes glared at Lin Zhuan angrily. "Listen carefully, I am King's Aunt Su Yan." "Oh," Lin Zhuan responded indifferently. At the same time, relevant plotlines about the woman emerged in his mind. Su Yan, Su Shengshan's daughter, the aunt of Su Fan's siblings, belonging to the setting of a top-tier antagonistic relative. Ultimate weird love brain. As a wealthy heiress, she fell in love with a man in his 50s, breaking ties with Su Shengshan as she chose to be with the older man, justifying her actions by claiming it was for true love. In the later part of the novel, for the sake of the older man, she even betrayed family secrets, causing Su Qinj and her grandfather to finally take action and send her to prison. "May I ask, what important matter does this elder Su have by visiting today? As King's aunt, do I need a reason to see her?" Su Yan did not answer but redirected her focus back to Lin Zhuan. "You, with no manners as rumored, what qualifications do you have to marry our Qinj? Whether I have the qualifications or not is not for you to judge. Since Grandpa Su and Qinj do not object, you, as an elder, need not worry," Lin Zhuan retorted calmly. You are quite sharp-tongued. You flatter me." As Su Yan seethed with anger and frustration while feeling overwhelmed by Lin Zhuan's unexpected responses, she realized she might not have an easy time controlling Lin Zhuan, as she assumed. Although she thought she could easily manipulate him as an elder, Lin Zhuan's lack of respect caught her off guard. Facing such impertinence, she couldn't help but feel puzzled and vexed. She had believed that being an elder would give her the upper hand, but Lin Zhuan's lack of respect shattered that illusion. The more she tried to teach him, the more he resisted and retorted, leaving her in a dilemma. On the other hand, as Su Qinj heard her aunt's voice in her unconscious state, a chill ran down her spine involuntarily. Even now, the reason for her coma remains a mystery. Qinj suddenly lost consciousness at home and never woke up again. This was considered a strange illness by all. But Qinj suspected deep down that her coma might have been deliberately caused. She remembered that day when her aunt approached her unexpectedly and she welcomed her warmly without suspicion. After drinking the tea her aunt offered, she passed out at home the next day during exercise, feeling extremely weak. Although Qinj relied on speculation, there was no direct evidence to prove that her aunt caused her coma. But various details and a strong intuition made Qinj contemplate the chilling possibility that her aunt might be involved. The cruel possibility that her aunt, one of her last remaining close relatives besides her grandfather, could harm her was deeply unsettling. Qinj was reluctant to believe that her last close relative would betray her for the sake of so-called true love. "Aunt, I really hope it wasn't you. Otherwise, how can I face you in the future? But I've been in a coma for so long. Why did my aunt choose this time to come see me? Could it be because I'm gradually recovering? Think about it. If I were the culprit, I wouldn't want the victim to wake up. After all, this would increase the risk of exposure. If possible, I would even have to silence the victim to prevent them from speaking out again." A terrifying and absurd possibility constantly flashed through King's mind, leaving her in a state of fear and unease. As a vegetative person, she was helpless, unable to resist, and could only accept her fate. At this moment, various anxious and restless emotions flooded King's mind, pushing her to the brink of despair. The unknown cause of her coma and the suspicion surrounding her aunt left her vulnerable to any potential threat. In her helpless state, Qinj yearned for help, to confide in someone about her suspicions, and to find protection. Just then, a familiar warmth enveloped her hand, dispelling her fears instantly. "Qinj, why is your heart beating so fast? What are you afraid of?" "It's nothing. I'm here, I'll protect you." The calm and reassuring voice filled Qinj with a sense of security, making her believe that she would be safe with him by her side. "Lin Zhuan, he said he would protect me. With him here, I have nothing to worry about, because he will protect me. Just like how he protects the Su family, he will protect me now. What should I do? This man is really charming ... When I wake up ... will I really be able to make up my mind to leave him ... On the other side, Lin Zhuan held the girl's hand, feeling the cold sweat in her palm, deep in thought. It seemed Qinj had long suspected her aunt, but out of familial ties, she never delved into the reason for becoming a vegetative person in the novel plot. Only when Su Yan's reckless behavior crossed the line did Qinj tearfully cut ties with this last surviving relative. Chapter 68 Su Shengshan's Fury, Revoking Su Yan's Ownership of Shares Kinj. She actually regained consciousness. Su Yan, wearing a purple kipao, was shocked when she saw Su Kinj making hand gestures and communicating with Lin Zhuan the basics. She never expected Su Kinj to wake up again in this lifetime. But she had never expected. Could it be true that Su King's gradual recovery of consciousness was related to the massage therapy by this man? If it was true, then she had to find a way to drive him away. Lin Zhuan, right? Be honest. What is your reason for getting close to Kinj? Because of love, simply love. Lin Zhuan answered seriously, but Su Yan didn't believe a word and coldly sneered. You're talking nonsense. I think you're just coveting my Su family's wealth, pretending to marry into the family for profit, with evil intentions. You dared to go against the Lin family, even your own father, getting kicked out of the house. A disloyal and unfilial person like you. How could you sincerely care for my niece? Let me tell you, I strongly disagree with your marriage to my niece. After all, it concerns her lifelong happiness. Here's the deal. I will give you 100,000 yuan. You take it and go back where you came from. Stop dreaming of marrying into a wealthy family and reaching the peak of life. Su Yan was impassioned, as if she was standing on a moral high ground, thinking of her niece's happiness, judging Lin Zhuan. Due to too many loopholes, looking at Su Yan with a face that said I've let you off easy, Lin Zhuan didn't know where to start criticizing. Putting aside the fact that I gave the Su family 3.5 billion to help them get through bankruptcy. How is that coveting Su family's wealth? And this 100,000 is also ridiculous. How could you even say it? But to counter such intellectually challenged love brains, he had to start with what she cared about the most. You don't know yet. Grandpa Su has transferred all his shares to me. What? Knowing that Lin Zhuan had become the largest shareholder in the company, Su Yan was taken aback. She had done so much, hoping that after her niece fell, Su Shengshan could only rely on her, his only family, and finally gain control of the shares, completely controlling the Su group, right? But now Su Shengshan had left the shares to an outsider. That old man, had he gone senile and lost his mind? Even though she was dissatisfied with her father, Su Yan had to restrain her anger at this moment, smiled at the young man in front of her, changing her approach. Lin Zhuan, there are rumors in the city that you married into the Su family for our assets. This is why I disagree with handing my niece over to you. And now that my father has transferred 25% of the shares to you, more people might misunderstand your intentions. Here's the deal. For the sake of your reputation, why don't you unconditionally transfer your shares to me? Once people's misunderstandings are cleared up, I'll transfer the shares back to you. How about that? Listening to these increasingly absurd words, Lin Zhuan felt like he needed to use his brain. What kind of behavior was this? Was the intelligence of the villain in this book only at a level of 5? Insane statements, insane actions. I need to focus on King's rehabilitation now. If there's nothing else, could you please leave and not disturb her recovery? Or, are you intentionally trying to disrupt? You don't really want Kinj to wake up? Lin Zhuan didn't bother to reply and directly issued an order to expel her. Hearing that, Su Yan's heart shuddered, afraid that Lin Zhuan would figure something out. She quickly turned and left, leaving a harsh word. You, HMPH. The dog bites Lu Dongbin without recognizing a good person. I'm going to find my father now and have him reclaim your shares. As long as I'm here, despicable people like you who disrespect their elders will never marry into our family with Kinj. Clang! With the door shutting heavily, the room fell silent once again. Finally left, Lin Zhuan, who was instantly relieved, didn't care about Su Yan's threats. On one hand, he wasn't interested in shares. On the other hand, Su Shengshan still had some sense, at least within the realm of normal people. Continuing, Lin Zhuan brushed off the recent incident and focused on massaging Su Kinj. On the other side, in the dark consciousness prison, Su Kinj sensed Su Yan's departure and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Did Auntie leave? She should be going to find Grandpa, sigh. Grandpa is going to be stressed again. Auntie used to be a very gentle woman. How did she change so much after meeting that old man? She's unreasonable. Luckily Lin Zhuan was there this time. Otherwise I don't know what Auntie would. No, maybe Auntie wouldn't hurt me. Maybe she's also being influenced by someone else. After all, they were the last few relatives. Unless absolutely necessary, Su Kinj didn't want to think about siblings fighting. She still had hope in her heart. Maybe her coma was just a strange illness. It had nothing to do with her aunt, it was all in her head. Su Group. Chairman's office. Damn it. This rebellious daughter. Putting down the phone, Su Shengshen's eyes flickered with anger. He had learned from Liu Huan about Su Yan's unreasonable behavior today, and he was enraged. Humph! Think of me, Su Shengshen, as a wise man all his life. How could I have given birth to such a foolish daughter? Regarding his daughter's romantic brain, Su Shengshen was filled with hate and anger. You can find a man if you want. But why choose someone almost my age? Should I call him a son-in-law or little brother? And that old man wasn't a good person either, brainwashing this daughter with her romantic brain, making her obedient. Su Yan kept giving the Su Group's resources to the small, startup company created by that old man, further exacerbating the financial crisis the company was facing. Now that the company was starting to recover, she was causing trouble again. This can't go on. After all his years in the business world, Su Shengshen naturally knew he couldn't continue to let that fool of a daughter run amok with the company. So he made a decisive move, urgently calling Lawyer Hu into the office. I orally divided the shares into 3 parts before, 25% for Xiaoxuan, 22% for my granddaughter, and 10% for the rebellious daughter. Now you draft a new formal contract. I want to revoke the rebellious daughter, Su Yan's 10% completely. Then split this 10% into 2 halves. Increase Xiaoxuan and my granddaughter's share by 5% each. As for the rebellious daughter Su Yan, if she comes to the company later, directly kick her out. Let her know that if she doesn't break things off with that old man, I will treat her as if she was never my daughter, cutting off all ties with her from now on. Chapter 69. The Old Man, Wang Defa, the mastermind behind the Su family, the Su Group headquarters. Su Yan, in a hurry, rushed over, intending to quickly find her father and accuse Lin Zhuan fiercely. Unexpectedly, at the entrance of the group, she was stopped by Lawyer Hu. Miss Su Yan, the shares in your hands have been reclaimed by the chairman. According to the rules, outsiders are not allowed to enter the company. The chairman also said, if you don't separate from that old man, he will sever the father-daughter relationship with you. A mix of astonishment, shock, and disbelief flashed across Su Yan's face. In the end, only a grim expression remained. Impossible, my dad wouldn't do this to me. I'm going to go ask him, move aside. Su Yan shouted and charged towards the Su Group. She wanted to confront her father face to face, why he was preventing her from pursuing true love. However, the security guards, who had been instructed by Lawyer Hu earlier, formed an impassable human wall, firmly keeping Su Yan outside the door. You smelly security guards, just wait for me. Helpless, Su Yan could only glare fiercely at the guards, making empty threats. At the same time, determined in her heart, once she gained control of the company, she would immediately dismiss all these guards. Lawyer Hu, tell my dad, is he trying to force me to yield with such despicable means? It's ridiculous. True love is invincible. I would rather die than give in. Su Yan looked at Lawyer Hu with her nose up, in a tone of great pride. In her eyes, she was fighting a love-defense battle with utmost honor. Seeing this, Lawyer Hu shook his head with a bitter smile, turned and entered the company, leaving the guards discussing in confusion. I really don't understand how such a good chairman can have such a love-stricken daughter. That old guy, at first glance, he's a hypocritical guy. For an old man not much younger than her father, she's willing to sacrifice the interests of her own group. Unbelievable, right? Is this some kind of gerontophilia? Miss Su Yan is really blind. Instead of falling for that old man, she might as well favor this young fresh guard like me. On the other side, in a beautifully landscaped park, a middle-aged man, around 50 years old, dressed in black martial arts attire, was practicing Tai Chi to the music. Although the man had reached a mature age, he still maintained a good physique, exuding a refined and gentle aura all over his body. Just then, a distressed cry interrupted the man's practice. Brother Wang, Yanner, what's wrong? Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Defa turned around in surprise and saw Su Yan in a purple cheongsam, tears in her eyes staring at him. Brother Wang, my dad has gone crazy. He actually wants to sever the father-daughter relationship with me. What? What's going on? Wang Defa was somewhat surprised, opening his arms and embracing the woman rushing towards him. Listening to Su Yan's tearful account, he finally understood the whole story. Ah, it's not entirely Su Lao's fault. After all, there is indeed a huge age difference between you and me. If it were me, I probably would also prevent my daughter from being with a man so much older. Wang Defa smiled bitterly, showing understanding towards Su Shengshen's actions. And instead of retreating, he voluntarily proposed to break up with Su Yan. It's said, the time between your birth and my birth is too long. Why not be born at the same time so we can be with each other every day? Yanner, in fact, what your father said is not wrong. We are indeed not very suitable, so let's part ways. I can't really be the reason for you to sever your relationship with your dad because of me. Hearing the self-reproach in the man's words, Su Yan felt heartbroken and began to blame her father even more. Is it wrong to pursue true love? Thinking like this, Su Yan became more determined not to compromise. Brother Wang, please don't say that. It has nothing to do with you. It's all my father's fault. He just wants to control my life, wants me to marry a boyfriend who will help the company's development. But he never considered my happiness. Brother Wang, rest assured, I will never give in. I will love only you in this lifetime. Tilda, what's wrong with a large age difference? In true love, age doesn't matter. Only love or no love does. After saying that, Su Yan snuggled her head on the man's chest, rubbing against it non-stop. You, sigh, silly. Wang Defa shook his head with a smile, caressing Su Yan's head affectionately. It feels so comfortable. Tilda Su Yan, like a small cat, rubbed her head against his chest, looking blissful. She just loved the feeling of being pampered by the elder. After a warm moment, Su Yan remembered her niece and looked slightly worried. Oh, Brother Wang, where did you get those medicines last time? Those medicines don't seem to have the effect you mentioned. Aren't they supposed to make people in a coma for years and then naturally wake up after some time? How come when I went to my niece's house today, she's already starting to regain consciousness? I'm really afraid now. If my niece wakes up, and then my dad will kill me. Ha! How could the medicine lose its effect so quickly? Wang Defa's expression instantly turned serious. He inquired about the specific situation from Su Yan. Lin Zhuan. All because of that son-in-law of the moment? They initially thought he was just marrying into the Su family for show to fulfill some of Su Shengshen's psychological comfort. But unexpectedly, he actually had the ability to wake up a vegetative person. When he heard about Su Qing's improvement related to Lin Zhuan, Wang Defa couldn't sit still. He made up an excuse to temporarily distract Su Yan. Yanner, those medicines were also provided by my friend. Let me make a call and ask. By the way, I'm feeling a bit thirsty now. Could you go buy me a bottle of water first? Once Su Yan's figure completely disappeared, Wang Defa put away his kind and gentle smile, and with a grim look, he took out his phone and dialed a certain number. Ring, ring, ring. Hello, boss, it's me. There have been new developments in the Su family. It seems that the medicines you provided didn't achieve the expected effect. Or maybe it's because of that son-in-law. Su's daughter has begun to regain consciousness. What should we do next? Chapter 70, Lin Zhuan and Su Fan's first encounter. Time passes quickly, like a bubble of urine leaving the body, gone once it's expelled. The next morning, Lin Zhuan gets up and, as usual, goes to the familiar flower shop to buy a bunch of violets. Kinj, good morning, he greets. Back in the familiar girl's room, Lin Zhuan places the violets by the girl's bedside as usual. Lin Zhuan, good morning. Su Kinj responds silently in her heart, unable to speak, but acknowledging Lin Zhuan's greeting. At the same time, proudly raising her right middle finger. Lin Zhuan, look quickly. Not only can I move my index finger, but I can now move my middle finger too. I can feel it. If this continues, I will soon regain full body sensation, fully awake. Can you see? Can you see it? Look quickly. As Su Kinj gradually recovers, feeling exhilarated, she wants to share with Lin Zhuan as soon as possible. And at this moment, Lin Zhuan also notices the raised white middle finger, feeling happy for Su Kinj, but also slightly strange. After all, when a beautifully stunning girl suddenly keeps raising the international greeting gesture finger at you non-stop, the scene couldn't be more awkward. Kinj, I see it. Congratulations. But raising the middle finger in this manner seems a bit rude. Girls should avoid making that gesture. I know. Sukinj suddenly realizes that the gesture is a bit inappropriate, feeling a wave of embarrassment. The following hours, Linjwan continues to accompany the girl with massages, storytelling, singing, and more. Until the afternoon, the warm moments in the room are interrupted by a ringing phone. Oni-chan, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to meet at the coffee shop in the city center? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why haven't you arrived yet? Could it be you forgot? Listening to the complaining voice from the other end of the phone, Linjwan awkwardly realizes that he indeed forgot about yesterday's appointment. I'm sorry. Wait a moment, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Linjwan speaks a few words to Sukinj, then gets up from bed to leave. Click. As the door closes, the room falls back into a quiet state. Sukinj suddenly feels a long-lost sense of loneliness enveloping her. Come back soon. Linjwan. On this day, the readers recalled the fear once dominated by the water pathway. Starlight Coffee House. A famous internet-famous coffee shop in the urban area. Many fashionable young people like to gather here, leisurely enjoying afternoon tea. At this time, at the entrance of the coffee shop, passers-by all look towards a certain position with strange expressions. There is a young girl wearing a strange white jumpsuit, tiptoeing around and looking around as if searching for something. Dad, is that sister a member of the Ultraman Victory team? Her appearing here, does it mean that a monster will appear soon? Can I also become Ultraman and defeat monsters? A little boy passing by the coffee shop happens to see the battle outfit on Chen Kexin and can't help but cry out. His voice enters the ears of the young girl, and she points at the little boy, responding seriously, "Child, as long as your heart is full of hope, everyone can become light with their own power." Yato, tilde. Hearing that he can become light, the little boy jumps excitedly. But before the little boy could ask how to become light, he is quickly carried away by his father. Awkward. So awkward. Facing the curious glances of bystanders, the little boy's father feels his scalp tingle and quickly escapes the scene. There was a time when he believed in light as a youth. However, as he reached middle age, he ended up living as a poor chap. Now he only knows that there is no light in this world, only money. Oh, another human who betrays the light. Watching the father and son disappearing, Chen Kexin sighs softly. And not far from her, Linjwan, arriving late, is already considering whether to ditch the meeting. Isn't this dressing too much like a teenager? Last time cosplaying Wang Luffy, this time cosplaying Lena of the Victory team. Here, Oni-chan, I'm here. Just as Linjwan is about to make a run for it, he is spotted by the sharp-eyed Chen Kexin. With the loud voice of the young girl echoing, a bunch of strange eyes quickly converge on Linjwan, making him feel goosebumps all over. Stop calling, you social anxiety freak. With a deadpan face, Linjwan dashes into the coffee shop with Chen Kexin. At this moment, in a corner of the coffee shop, a group of stylish young men and women are chatting and laughing. Yi Cheng, why hasn't Kedin returned yet? And do you know who the young man she's meeting later is? A cute girl in a pink dress stares at the coffee shop entrance, looking surprised. Her name is Kong Leon, the birthday girl this time. Sitting next to her is a man in brand-name sportswear, shaking his head. I don't know. Should be a rich second generation in their circle. If it's some famous wealthy heir, we should build a good relationship with them to expand our network. The man, Yi Cheng, is Kong Leon's boyfriend and the leader of this group of youths. They are mostly children of third or fourth tier families in the city. After learning that Chen Kexin is a real heiress, they spontaneously became her friends for networking purposes. And from Chen Kexin, they received a mission for today ... to take down Su Fan. Thinking of this, Yi Cheng turns his gaze towards his target, the silent young man sitting alone against the wall. His eyes show a hint of displeasure. This guy is too pretentious. Clearly a commoner with no family or background, yet he doesn't take the initiative to greet them. He stands alone, hands in his pockets, exuding an aura that says, "Don't bother me." Humph! Isn't this acting overly arrogant? Brother, how much can you earn as a bodyguard in a month? Kedin told me you're good at fighting? I'm not good at it. My family just opened a new KTV and currently lacks staff. How about this? I'll pay you 10,000 a month. Why don't you switch to my place as a security guard? Yi Cheng smirks, speaking in a casual tone of offering a favor. In his eyes, Those with power and influence are superior. Su Fan is someone with neither looks nor background. Apart from being decent at fighting, he is useless. So, offering him a job with a monthly salary of over 10,000, he should be grateful. But what infuriates him is the guy in front of him who doesn't appreciate his olive branch and shows impatience. Moreover, the look in Su Fan's eyes towards him is filled with a condescending meaning. Clearly just a powerless pauper. How dare he not show gratitude? At this moment, Su Fan calmly utters 4 words. Ant-like. The onlookers. Ha! On the other side, as Lin Zhuan rushes in with the little girl, he quickly approaches the card slot number mentioned by Chen Kexin. As he gets close to where He Yicheng and the others are, with just one glance, he recognizes that man from the crowd. The buttoned-up white shirt, torn pants with several holes, white canvas shoes. This outfit that stands out from the surroundings, the standard protagonist exclusive dress. Lin Zhuan knows this is it. This person is him. It's him. It's him. Our big brother. Su Fan. Chapter 71. Sticky magnetic field activated. Lost 600 perfect attendance, collapsing 00. Starlight Cafe. He Yicheng was initially about to get angry, but when his peripheral vision caught sight of Chen Kedin approaching along with someone else, he put aside his thoughts and stood up to greet them. ***. Kedin, who is this gentleman? Oh, him. His name is Lin Zhuan. You must have heard of his deeds. It's actually this formidable figure. The legendary, most passionate man in the city of magic. Recently, Lin Zhuan had caused quite a stir in order to marry into the Su family, even breaking ties with his own family and bringing 3.5 billion as a dowry. It was a hot topic in the city of magic, and He Yicheng and his companions had naturally heard about it. Even though Lin Zhuan had left the Lin family and was now alone, there were rumors that the Su family head was planning to groom him as the successor. This meant that in the future, Lin Zhuan could possibly take over the Su family, a second-tier family, and was someone worth befriending. Hello, Brother Zhuan. It's an honor to meet you. I'm He Yicheng. My family owns a KTV, the Tiacheng KTV in UXU district. It's our newly opened one. Never hit someone who gives you a smile. Faced with He Yicheng's respectful gesture, Lin Zhuan nodded lightly and shook hands with him. Ding! Host and He Yicheng palm-to-palm touch. Reward 1 point every 500 seconds. Listening to the system notification in his mind, Lin Zhuan furrowed his brows slightly with a hint of disdain. However, considering that He Yicheng and the others were just temporary cannon fodder for the protagonist to act cool in the early stages and quickly log off, their luck was surely very low. So 1 point per 500 seconds was still considered normal. Seeing Lin Zhuan's frown, He Yicheng's heart thumped. He thought he might have done something wrong, feeling a bit uneasy, especially when he remembered the rumors about Lin Zhuan having intermittent explosive disorder. It was said that once he got angry, even passing dogs would get slapped and nearby cats would get scolded. Terrifying. Later on, with an anxious heart, He Yicheng started introducing his companions. Hello, Brother Zhuan. Brother Zhuan looks so handsome, so passionate. Lin Zhuan smiled and greeted everyone, but his eyes occasionally glanced at Su Fan sitting by the wall. Finally, when introducing the protagonist's position, He Yicheng couldn't help feeling irritated, pointing his finger at Su Fan and scolding him. Su Fan, are you blind? Can't you see Brother Zhuan is here? Why don't you greet him proactively? Let me tell you, if you offend my Brother Zhuan, there will be no place for you in the city of magic. With these words, Lin Zhuan was baffled. Before he could react, He Yicheng and the other minor characters immediately joined in, scolding and berating Su Fan. In a moment, Su Fan became the target of everyone's criticism. Dang it! Is this the protagonist's unique aura of ridicule as legend has it? Getting belittled and mocked by antagonists wherever he goes. But even if you ridicule him, why drag me into this? Won't this just increase my big brother's grudge even more? Lin Zhuan's mouth twitched, then he suddenly slammed the table and shouted, Everyone, shut up! Upon seeing Lin Zhuan lose his temper, everyone was stunned and fell silent. Quiet Brother Zhuan. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly get so angry? He Yicheng's face was filled with doubt and anxiety as he scratched his head and cautiously inquired, "You still dare to question? Why target this brother?" Lin Juan coldly snorted, exuding a righteous aura. "Your respect towards me is only because of my identity. But towards this brother, who may be in trouble at home, your attitude is so hostile. Do you not feel shame for judging others by their appearances and looking down on them? ... At this moment, Lin Juan transformed into a moral warrior, berating He Yicheng and demanding that he immediately apologize to Su Fan. With no other choice, even though he felt wronged, He Yicheng had to bow his head to Su Fan. "Brother Su, I was wrong just now. Please forgive me. P***. Well done. This is the right way to do it, knowing your mistakes and correcting them. You're good." Patting He Yicheng's shoulder, Lin Juan looked content. Hearing this, He Yicheng's face lit up with a smile again. In his eyes, as long as he humbled himself, he could make friends with a prominent figure like Lin Juan, which seemed quite worthwhile. Lin Juan's actions also slightly caught Su Fan's attention, and he started to have a bit of a good impression. In the days before, most rich second generations he encountered were arrogant and domineering. Even though he always ignored them, the rich second generations would persistently provoke him, forcing him to intervene. Now, finally encountering someone with normal intelligence, it made him feel a bit uncomfortable. And only at this moment, Su Fan realized the identity of Lin Juan. Tang Yi's son, with whom he had a few encounters 5 years ago and had recently met his father, Lin Jianjun. Perhaps because of recognizing an acquaintance, Su Fan's expression softened, and he extended his hand, introducing himself, Su Fan. "Hello, I'm Lin Juan." Lin Juan smiled back, politely shaking hands. Ding! Host palm to palm with the Son of Fortune Su Fan for the first time, rewarded 10,000 points. Ding! Host and the Son of Fortune Su Fan palm to palm touch, rewarded 1 point every 1 second. Ding! Host's palm to palm points have accumulated to 100,000, activating the exclusive skill, Sticky Magnetic Field. Continuous system prompts echoed in Lin Juan's mind, but he didn't pay much attention. Instead, he invited everyone to sit down, and they all happily enjoyed their afternoon tea. With Lin Juan present, He Yicheng and the others no longer targeted Su Fan with mocking remarks, as in the original plot. Their focus shifted to maintaining the relationship with Lin Juan, and even actively approached Su Fan to gain Lin Juan's favor for justice. The atmosphere in the booth was cheerful and harmonious. Watching this peaceful scene unfold in front of him, Su Fan's expression relaxed a bit. Yet, deep down, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease, a feeling that something was not quite right. The rich second generations he had met today seemed unusually normal. On the other hand, Lin Juan, with the situation under control and his big brother's ridicule aura temporarily inactive, refocused his attention on the system rewards he had just received. TSK. The Son of Fortune is truly exceptional. For the first palm-to-palm touch, he was rewarded 10,000 points. Moreover, by continuing to maintain the palm-to-palm interactions, he could earn 1 point every second. Even though Lin Juan's favorability towards him was still at the level of stranger, with increasing favorability, could he reach 10 points per second, 100 points per second, 1,000 points per second, and if topping up another man, wouldn't he become an invincible immortal emperor in no time? At this moment, a bold idea crossed Lin Juan's mind. But the next moment, he mentally scolded himself fiercely. What am I thinking? As a straight guy, a manly man, how could I bend over for mere palm-to-palm points? The art of palm-to-palm interactions should be preserved for my soft and fragrant vegetable wife at home. Following that, Lin Juan shifted his focus to the exclusive skill he gained after accumulating 100,000 points. System. What is this sticky magnetic field? Please introduce it. Ding. Sticky magnetic field, with the host as the center, activates a 1-meter-sized magnetic field. When people with the fortune come into the field, they will automatically absorb palm-to-palm points. Friendly reminder, the ratio of points obtained through the magnetic field to those obtained through physical contact is 10-to-1. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Juan felt ecstatic. This sticky magnetic field perfectly matched his current predicament. Besides his vegetable wife at home, he often found it inconvenient to have continuous physical contact with other people who shared the fortune. But with this sticky magnetic field, as long as someone approached within 1 meter of him, the point panel in his mind would automatically increase the points, with accumulation speeding up as more people entered the range. The only drawback was that, compared to direct physical contact, the points received through the sticky magnetic field were weakened by a factor of 10. Overall, however, it was still more beneficial than detrimental. With anyone within 1 meter, Lin Juan felt as if he could see a countdown timer above each person's head, showing their palm-to-palm interval ... He Yicheng, 1 point every 5,000 seconds. Kong Lian, 1 point every 5,000 seconds. Su Fan, 1 point every 10 seconds. Chen Kedin, 1 point every 100 seconds ... As each person's palm-to-palm timer ended, the point panel in his mind would automatically increase by 1 point, regardless of the number of people. Awesome! It's a pity it's only a 1 meter range. If it could extend to 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, or even envelop the whole world ... Harvesting palm-to-palm points from the entire human race, even from tiny mosquitoes, is still flesh. Under accumulating small gains, it's hard to imagine how many palm-to-palm points I would harvest daily. When I become an invincible immortal emperor, won't it just be a matter of seconds? At this moment, as Lin Juan was immersed in his reveries, the system once again provided a prompt. Host has accumulated palm-to-palm points to 100,000 and can activate a 1 meter range for the magnetic field. Host can expand the range to 2 meters upon reaching to 100,000 palm-to-palm points. Host can expand the range to 3 meters upon reaching 300,000 palm-to-palm points. Seems like the more palm-to-palm points, the larger the range. With this premise in mind, Lin Juan decided that in the future, he would save up points with full force to increase the magnetic field range. Just as Lin Juan was contemplating, He Yicheng, having finished their afternoon tea, suggested that they go to his newly opened Tiacheng Entertainment KTV to sing. Brother Juan, what do you think? All right. Lin Juan agreed. He knew that in a KTV, there's usually a scene of face slapping, and he could observe it live this time. With Lin Juan's agreement, He Yicheng beckoned everyone to get ready to leave, heading towards the parking lot to bring the cars out first. And Su Fan, as Chen Keshin's temporary bodyguard, naturally followed along. Soon, a few luxury cars parked at the entrance of the cafe. With Lin Juan's presence, He Yicheng and the others did not play out the cliché plot of pretending seats were full from the original storyline to mock Su Fan and make him take a taxi there. At that moment, villains and protagonists were getting along as if they were one big happy family, and they boarded the cars in a line. Roaring engines, they set off towards their destination. About 3 minutes later, City Center, UXU District. At the entrance of the Tiacheng Entertainment KTV, a row of luxury cars came to a gradual stop, and as the doors opened one by one, everyone stepped out of the cars in sequence. Nice! Your KTV seems quite impressive. Observing the Grand KTV with a luxurious banner reading Grand Opening, half price throughout, Lin Juan couldn't help but praise. Hearing this, He Yicheng grinned broadly, proud and complimenting Lin Juan in return. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Juan. Having Brother Juan grace the opening day of our KTV truly makes it shine. Indeed, lavish praises and compliments bolstered Lin Juan's satisfaction. It seems the treatment of the villains is indeed enjoyable. Compared to being the protagonist with his mockable aura wherever he goes ... Lin Juan quite enjoys the feeling of being flattered. At this moment, the KTV sound system at the entrance was still playing the opening lines. The first ever luxury KTV in the City of Magic is open. Sexy bunny girls in service on the spot, accompanying you to great heights. Why do these familiar lines feel a bit off? Are these services legitimate? AHEM ... Just a gimmick, just a gimmick. We are legitimate businessmen at our place ... It's just that doing business in this day and age requires a bit of exaggeration. It's playing near the edge, you know. Faced with the curious and eager gazes of his companions, He Yicheng coughed awkwardly, explaining continuously. Then, he led the way, guiding everyone into the KTV entrance. Inside the lobby, lights were dazzling. Two rows of maidens clad in bunny costumes of moderate appearance bent respectfully as Linjuan and the others entered. "Greetings, gentlemen." Their sweet voices and displayed white thighs left many men in the lobby dazzled and excited. Unprompted thoughts filled their minds, causing odd glances towards Yi Cheng. He quickly waved his hands, staunchly asserting the legitimacy of their business. But the doubtful gazes of his companions fell upon him once again. Resolute but feigned, meanwhile, Linjuan maintained zen-like composure, seemingly paying no attention to the line of white thighs. Unmoving as a mountain. In the eyes of Yi Cheng and his companions, this scene couldn't help but earn Linjuan a thumbs up, and they marveled at his ability to stay aloof. Truly the most passionate figure in the City of Magic. Apart from his vegetable wife, he doesn't even spare a glance at other women. So damn passionate. We feel ashamed of our shallowness. However, had Linjuan overheard these words, he would have probably been too weak to retort. How can I not be passionate? Big Brother is right beside me keeping an eye on things. In this moment, if I'm not passionate, then who is? I apologize for the delay in the update as I was busy preparing for a blind date. In a blink of an eye. I lost the 600 yuan perfect attendance for this month. Oh. This is at least half a month's worth of food expenses. It breaks my heart. Can I get some free gifts? M_M? Chapter 72. Su Fan, with a bewildered expression, looked at the women in two rows and gave his evaluations: red-faced skeleton, vulgar, and mundane powder. His voice was not loud, but it just happened to be heard by Linjuan and the others. Hearing the carefully designed KTV welcoming activity being criticized, this instantly angered Yi Cheng. This dead broke guy, who does he think he is? If it weren't for me bringing him in, he probably would never be able to come to a place like this in his whole life, right? But despite being angry, considering Linjuan's previous attitude towards the other party, Yi Cheng chose to restrain himself. He raised his thumb and forced a smile. "Brother Su, you are outstanding .. In order not to be bored to death, Yi Cheng quickly called over his manager to release his frustration through singing. With his shouting, a middle-aged man in a suit with a red tie rushed out from the hallway. "Manager Ma, hurry up! Prepare the king's VIP room for me to entertain my friends." After he finished speaking, Yi Cheng explained to everyone that the king's VIP room was the most luxurious and well-equipped place in their KTV. This, young master, the king's VIP room is already occupied by distinguished guests who are discussing business inside. Who cares? Bring the security guard to get them out. Is having me, Zhuan Jie, not distinguished enough? Seeing his manager's incompetence, Yi Cheng felt extremely embarrassed and raised his voice. "But that's Tora, sir." "Who cares who Tora is?" "What, Tora, sir?" When Yi Cheng realized who the guest was, he immediately shut up. Tora, whose real name was Zhao Hu, was a well-known figure in the Magic City. Not someone a small rich second generation like him could afford to offend. Otherwise, their KTV, just opened today, would be forced to close in the afternoon. Then quickly open a starlight compartment for me. Yi Cheng scratched his head awkwardly, as he had to settle for a slightly inferior compartment. But who would have thought? Manager Ma looked hesitant and said, "Even the starlight compartment is occupied." HMPH. Who is it this time? No matter who it is, bring the security guard to get them out immediately. Tora's son, Zhao Lei. He and his friends are having fun in the compartment. Ahem. Yi Cheng really wanted to slap his manager. This guy couldn't just spit everything out at once. He always put him in awkward situations. As for trying to make Zhao Lei leave, Yi Cheng definitely didn't dare. It was said that Zhao Lei was a lunatic who acted recklessly with his father's support. Helpless, Yi Cheng had to explain the situation to Linjuan and the others. In the end, they chose to settle in the diamond compartment. Linjuan was naturally indifferent to this, because he was well aware that the father and son duo, Zhao Hu and his son, who appeared today, were merely insignificant antagonists waiting in line to be humiliated by Su Fan. Soon, under Manager Ma's guidance, everyone entered a splendid compartment. Seeing Chen Kexen and the others sitting on the sofa, Su Fan remained silent, sitting alone in the corner. His cold expression did not fit with the cheerful atmosphere surrounding the rich second-generation groups, as if he was being excluded from the circle. However, Su Fan was already used to this kind of situation and even found it somewhat comforting. After all, if it were the usual circumstances, someone would have probably come over to mock him by now. As for approaching He Yicheng and the others to chat proactively, that was even more impossible. The light of a firefly could not compete with the brilliance of the moon. As a true dragon in the sky, Su Fan was not interested in dealing with the worldly desires of ants on the ground. Just then, something unexpected happened. A rich second generation went against common sense and sat next to him. "What are you doing?" Su Fan frowned and asked the person who sat beside him, Lin Zhuan. At the same time, he felt a bit uncomfortable. He was used to being alone, and this was the first time someone had sat next to him voluntarily. "Huh? Nothing. The place over there is a bit crowded, so I sat down here. I hope I'm not disturbing you, brother Su Fan," Lin Zhuan explained with a smile, and if Su Fan felt uncomfortable, he could leave and find another place. Ding! The Child of Destiny entered the adhesive field. Reward 1.810 seconds. "No problem. Just sit if you want," Su Fan replied concisely after a moment of silence. Since the other person greeted him with a smile, he didn't have much to say. He felt a bit better about Lin Zhuan at least. At least the rich second generation in front of him was polite. He didn't dislike him. "Thank you, brother Su. Honestly, I always feel very close to you, like we've known each other for a long time." Lin Zhuan scratched his head and smiled warmly. Then, like a long-time friend, he put his arm around Su Fan's shoulder. Ding! Host and the Child of Destiny's shoulder touch. Reward 1.81 second. "Come on, brother Su. Don't mind them, let's have a drink." Although Su Fan found it a bit strange, when Lin Zhuan poured a glass of Hennessy XO and handed it to him, Su Fan accepted it and clinked glasses with Lin Zhuan. On the other side, witnessing this brotherly scene, He Yicheng couldn't help but feel frustrated. He couldn't understand what was so special about Su Fan. Why was Zhuanjie so concerned about that poor boy? Chapter 73. In that year, Chen Kexin turned into light. Tiancheng Entertainment KTV. Diamond Private Room. In the gaze of Lin Zhuan and the group, He Yicheng finished a song, causing Kong Lian and others to erupt into thunderous applause that lasted a long time. "Awesome! Chen Jie is amazing. Sings so well. Even better than Brother Ji himself. In my heart, aside from the entertainment industry's recent internet sensation El God, Chen Jie is the best. Chen Jie is killing it. Who else?" I ask. "Who else? WWW." Under the enthusiastic praise of the group, He Yicheng, with a proud look on his face, walked back to the sofa. "Zhuanjie, what do you think?" "Ahem, not bad. Good, very good." After all, he was addressed as Jay so many times by the other party. Lin Zhuan couldn't bear to dampen the younger brother's enthusiasm and could only endure the condemnation in his conscience, silently giving a thumbs up. "Zhuanjie is too kind, too kind. Today my condition isn't great. I only gave half of my best effort. Probably not even 1/10 of you, Zhuanjie." He Yicheng instantly beamed with joy. He immediately modestly shook his head and praised Lin Zhuan in a nonchalant manner. Heh. In the following time, one by one, the group took the stage to showcase their singing skills. Under Lin Zhuan's puzzled gaze, he certainly experienced what a chaotic dance of demons was and how the gods were reinstated. Among them, the most memorable were Tanong mainstream young men. One of them was a thin, hair-dyed young man with a small mohawk who passionately sang a wordless song titled Cancer. Throughout the song, he sat on the stage, holding a microphone, screaming with his head down, "Ah, I tilde tilde ah. IH tilde 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 tilde," until the song ended, leaving both Lin Zhuan and his relatives in awe. How times change. I didn't expect that people nowadays are into this kind of abstract music. Su Fan's pupils were filled with bewilderment, feeling like he had been on the mountain for too long, disconnected from modern society. And Lin Zhuan had a wry smile on his face. While others may have heard a wordless song of ah, what he heard was a bewitching song for summoning rain. That wordless song was deafening. "Please let it rain. Please let it rain." After the Mohawk guy left the stage, he was replaced by a stylish young man with ear studs, wearing a red leather jacket. He picked up the microphone and bounced around the stage. "It's my fault for attracting attention. I attract attention. I attract attention. 3 minutes later, as the song neared its end. It's all my fault for attracting attention. I attract attention. I am the one who attracts attention. Tilde tilde. The song repeated the phrase I attract attention, tilde from start to finish. At that moment, Lin Juan finally understood why he was called the last savior of the entertainment industry. Suddenly he felt that the code name L was somewhat heavy, symbolizing the world's last hope. Oh, tilde, it seems that if I have time, I need to find a way to save this world's entertainment industry. Just as Lin Juan sighed, He Yicheng and others were already applauding to welcome the next performer, Chen Kexin. She appeared with twin ponytails wearing a victory team uniform, carrying a red little backpack, looking solemn. She came to the center of the stage, raised the microphone, and said, "Do you believe in light, everyone? All right, you're playing the rogue now, aren't you?" With just one sentence, Lin Juan was already preparing to curl his toes. He knew that this late-stage Chunabu patient was about to break out. Predictably, before Chen Kexin started singing, the Chunabu nonsense was pouring out of her. Actually, everyone can become light with their own power. No matter how strong the darkness is, the light in people's hearts will never be extinguished. Of course, although everyone can become light, alone, one cannot shine. So let's all become light together. Let's smile every day. Smile tilde 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 dot 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 dot. Looking at the stage, pointing at the dimples on her cheeks, the little girl kept shouting smile, smile tilde tilde tilde. At this moment, everyone fell into a collective silence, deafening. Isn't this just too embarrassing? Even if it's not themselves on stage, everyone felt goosebumps all over their bodies, as if their embarrassed skull was about to fly off. Although feeling very awkward, Lin Juan, who was initially caught up in nostalgic childhood memories due to the song, now felt his scalp tingle upon witnessing the little girl's final Chunabu act. Chapter 74. Su Fan's Astonishment. Is Lin Juan a licking dog? Playing the awkward card, is he? Alright, Lin Juan, I shall dub you the strongest case of middle school syndrome. However, putting aside the social death behavior of Chen Kexin, the childhood battle song Miracle Reappearance is still pretty good. It brought Lin Juan back to a nostalgic time in his childhood. Just based on that, Lin Juan took the lead in applauding. Whether it was for this song or for the irreversible childhood memories ... Following his lead, others like He Yicheng quickly followed suit in applauding. Clap, clap, clap. Thanks. Omega, you guys really are children who believe in the light. Seeing that her performance had moved so many people, little Loli nodded repeatedly with comfort. The stray hairs on her forehead also bobbed in the air. When she returned to her seat, she received enthusiastic praise from Kong Lian and others. Chen Kexin, you're so talented. Yes, your singing is really pleasant. Who did you learn from? I heard that you have a deep relationship with L. Did he teach you? Impressive. Can I know if L is from our city too? L? Could it be the recently viral entertainment savior L? He's my ultimate idol. ... Hearing that Chen Kexin knew L, He Yicheng and others gathered curiously to inquire. L had been extremely popular recently, with over a dozen hit songs that all soared to the top. He had already been hailed as the top Mandarin singer online, with countless fans, all very curious about the rise of the mysterious L. Hearing the praises from the crowd, Chen Kexin felt very pleased and glanced at Lin Juan, who was looking at her askance, choosing to keep it hidden with a contract spirit. I can't say. I can only say that L is everywhere. He is far away, yet close at hand. Seeing that Chen Kexin was unwilling to reveal more, everyone found it uninteresting and returned to their seats. Brother Juan, do you want to show us a song too? He Yicheng held a microphone and handed it to Lin Juan. Me ... alright? Then all sing one. Su Fan, excuse me. Taking the microphone, Lin Juan first nodded to his uncle and then approached the stage as he passed by him. On the stage, Lin Juan had a heartfelt expression as he led into the song he was going to sing. Today, the song I'm going to sing was crafted by my idol, the great god L, titled Fragrance of Rice. This song is also my fiancée's favorite. If I understand correctly ... The reason she loves this song is due to the carefree atmosphere and warmth portrayed in the lyrics. So I've practiced this song diligently, trying to capture the warmth and sweetness present in the song as accurately as possible. Of course. Please forgive me if I don't sing well. After Lin Juan finished speaking, he began operating the song machine at the KTV. He chose Fragrance of Rice precisely because it was Su King's favorite song, singing it to his uncle at this moment. Just as Lin Juan was selecting the song, Su Fan, still sitting in the corner on the sofa, had a calm expression, silent as usual. However, after hearing Lin Juan's heartfelt description, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Didn't expect this person to be sentimental after all? Among the rich second-generation individuals Su Fan usually encountered, they treated women like clothes, changing them as they pleased. It had been a long time since Su Fan had encountered a sentimental rich second-generation like Lin Juan. But I've met plenty of materialistic women with remarkable methods of manipulating men. I hope this brother's luck isn't so bad, encountering a good woman. Because the fate of being a licking dog typically isn't very good. Being one of the few rich second-generation individuals he felt somewhat affectionate towards, Su Fan still hoped that Lin Juan would have a positive outcome. At this moment, He Yiming and others sitting not far from him were also moved by Lin Juan's sentimentality and discussed among themselves. Brother Juan deserves to be the most sentimental in the city of magic. Such sentiment, even dogs would be moved to tears upon witnessing it. It's a pity that our city's most beautiful woman is in a vegetative state. Ah, I wonder when she wake up. If she wakes up and learns that Brother Juan broke ties with his family for her, splurged 3.5 billion as her dowry, and did all those sentimental things for her, she's sure to be moved to tears. All these words fell on Su Fan's ears, making him even more curious. Lin Juan's fiancée, who is in a vegetative state, and holds the title of the most beautiful woman in the City of Magic? Speaking of it, when did the City of Magic have a beauty ranking? In Su Fan's time, the City of Magic didn't have these messy rankings. So he was also unaware of who the so-called most beautiful woman in the City of Magic was. But for Lin Juan to go to such lengths for a woman, not only breaking ties with his family, but also splurging 3.5 billion as a dowry. He was somewhat perplexed. In Su Fan's eyes, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she is ultimately just a man's possession. Only by making achievements and establishing a career to leave a lasting legacy is what a man should truly pursue. To do so much for a woman, performing so-called sentimental acts, was it not just to move himself? How was it different from being a licking dog? Perhaps everyone has their own aspirations. But as for a vegetative individual, with my medical skills, it's not impossible to treat them. However, this thought just flashed through Su Fan's mind and was ignored. Not my business, so I'll leave it be. He was not a good person, nor did he want to be one, thus not wasting his time on revenge. On the other side, Phi0*_Phi*0 Lin Juan had already selected a song, and amidst the cheerful prelude, there was a faint sound of crickets chirping. In this world, if you have too many complaints, when you fall, you fear to continue moving forward. Why must people be so fragile and fall? Still remember, you said home is the only castle. Continuing to run along the fragrance of rice. Slightly smiling. I know about childhood dreams. Don't cry. Let the fireflies lead you away. The village ballads, forever rely on. Go home. Return to the initial beauty. Simple lyrics, creating an immensely imaginative zen-like atmosphere. The casual beat led the listeners back to the simplest and most beautiful starting point of their lives. Especially at this moment, Su Fan was deeply touched. Still remember, you said home is the only castle. When he heard this lyric, he felt a twinge of heartache. In that year, his parents and sisters were still there. In that year, home was his only castle, preserving all his beauty. But now, everything had changed. The childhood happiness long gone. Chapter 75. Su Fan's surprise. How much does this person love his fiancée? Folk songs from the countryside. Forever reliance. Go home. Back to the original beauty. Amidst the melodious singing, Su Fan's longing for his family grew stronger. In his original plan, he thought about returning home to see his family after seeking revenge. But now he changed his mind. Even if just to take a distant look, he wanted to go back to the Su family first to see his grandfather, his little sister, and Aunt Liu. Just as Su Fan made up his mind, Lin Zhuan's performance also came to an end. The song ended. He Yicheng and others all had looks of admiration, applauding one after another. "Brother Zhuan is amazing. I'm now a fan without doubt. Your singing was just too good. It's almost too realistic. It's almost identical to the legendary L voice. Brother Zhuan's imitation is just a spot on. Exactly. So good to listen to. If I didn't know better, I might mistake L for Brother Zhuan." Facing everyone's praise, Lin Zhuan, having come off the stage, smiled broadly, waving his hand in gratitude. Then he sat back next to Su Fan. "Brother Su, how do you think I sang? Any feedback?" "It's all right." Su Fan nodded, brief and to the point. But if his mentors who knew his character well were present, they would surely be surprised. After all, to receive such a comment from his disciple with his character meant it was already quite good. But in the eyes of outsiders, Su Fan's feedback seemed a bit lacking in sincerity. Not long after, the guy who sang Cancer came out first and, together with the other henchmen, began to taunt. "Su Fan, you're not giving face at all. Brother Zhuan sang so well, but you're still so indifferent. Are you looking down on Brother Zhuan? If you're capable, you go up then." Lin Zhuan, ... For heaven's sake. Is he starting to provoke me crazily again? Always relentless. Is this the unique mocking aura of the protagonist? The dimming intelligence aura? Lin Zhuan coldly hummed, raising his hand to pat the back of the guy who sang Cancer. "That's enough. All of you shut up X. How dare you talk to Brother Su like that? Let me tell you, Brother Su and I hit it off at first sight. I just asked. Brother Su is 5 years older than me, so he'll be like my big brother from now on. If any of you dare speak ill of my Brother Su, be prepared for me to turn on you." Under Lin Zhuan's stern gaze, although everyone felt puzzled, they also dared not oppose Su Fan openly, with some even smartly apologizing to Su Fan. However, Su Fan didn't mind and instead furrowed his brows, tilting his head to scrutinize Lin Zhuan, suddenly asking, "Do you know me?" At the question, Lin Zhuan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that compared to those supporting roles with diminishing intelligence, the protagonist would be so sharp. It seemed that his deliberate approach had raised some suspicion in Su Fan. But since it was the senior of the family asking, there was no need to panic. "Ah, you misunderstand. Brother Su, I didn't know you before. But your surname makes me feel a sense of familiarity. Because my fiancé also has the surname Su. His fiancé's surname is also Su. And just because of a shared surname, he was so caring towards him, feeling so close to himself. How much does this person love his fiancé?" Su Fan was truly astonished. He didn't expect Lin Zhuan's depth of affection to be this profound. But he still didn't think much of it. After all, people with the surname Su are as common as hairs on a cow. Nothing particularly rare. On the other side, He Yicheng and others were utterly enlightened. They had been somewhat puzzled before. Why would someone like Su Fan, a poor guy, attract Brother Zhuan's favor? Finally, the truth revealed. The reason is so absurd and touching. Just because Su Fan and Su Qin share the same surname, Lin Zhuan took such care of him. Within that, the depth of emotion is incomprehensible. Brother Zhuan is truly... I'm in tears. He truly lives up to the reputation as the most sentimental in the City of Magic, so incredibly sentimental. At this moment, seeing the shimmering tears in everyone's eyes, all were moved by Lin Zhuan's sentiment. Lin Zhuan, huh? What's going on? I just said it casually. Why are you all getting so excited in your heads? Watching everyone with reddened eyes suddenly, Lin Zhuan was a bit puzzled. And among the crowd, the look in Chen Kexin's eyes became more complicated. She had originally invited Lin Zhuan over today to help drive away Su Fan. But now, not only did she not send him off, Lin Zhuan even bonded with him as if they were old friends, even calling each other brothers. And partly because Su Fan also shares the surname Su. How much must one love Su Qin to care so much? Cannot even compare. Lin Zhuan's love for my wife at home. I really can't compete. Thinking of this, Chen Kexin felt somewhat disheartened. Well, the three-person affair plot. I just can't get my name in tilde. She hugged the girl next to her, pleading, calmly on, I'm not happy. Can you accompany me to the restroom? I need to go to the restroom. Let all the unhappiness out. Speechless. Kong Leon and a few other girls still held hands with Chen Kexin, chatting and laughing as they left the compartment. Inside the compartment, watching the backs of the girls disappear, Lin Zhuan's mouth slowly curled up with a playful arc. Is it starting? The protagonist's pretentious and face-slapping segment that readers are looking forward to. At this moment, the gears of fate had already begun to spin. The Starlight Compartment, occupying an area twice the size of the Diamond Compartment. 17 or 18 young and fashionable men and women were dancing wildly in the compartment, intoxicated. On the small stage, a woman dressed in ancient attire with revealing clothes even performed a seductive dance for the young lords about to leave the stage. At this moment, one of the leading dancers, a princess, raised the microphone and shouted, "All gentlemen, continue with the music, continue with the dancing. Tonight, all expenses are on us, courtesy of Master Zhao." "Ah!" Everyone suddenly screamed, shouting Master Zhao, and directing their gaze towards the youth sitting in the central C seat on the sofa. The young man donning a black suit with a red tie and a bowl haircut was Zhao Lei, the son of Tiger Lord. "Harry, come here, good boy." Ignoring the various emotional gazes around him, Zhao Lei played with the teddy bear in his hand. Not far from his position on the sofa, a young man and woman were conversing. "Cousin, look, that's Tiger Lord's son, Zhao Lei. And father came today, mainly to discuss the usurious loan with Tiger Lord." The man wore golden-edged glasses, a white suit giving him a refined and delicate appearance. The woman wore a white princess dress with a pure white bow on her head, her innocent smile complementing her flawless demeanor, drawing the attention of many men around her. They were cousins, Lin Hao and Bai Susu. This time, they followed Lin Jianjun curiously to meet with Tiger Lord's invitation. Since the adults were discussing business in the king's compartment, these kids were relegated to the slightly secondary Starlight Compartment. Chapter 76, Bai Suzu's Despair. The appearance of the White Horse Prince. Sparkling Starry Box. Bai Suzu's beautiful eyes were full of curiosity as she looked around at the luxury inside the box. She was wandering around when she coincidentally met Lin Hao and his father. Hearing that they were going to see Master Tiger, she decided to come and see this legendary figure together. Little did she know that instead of meeting the legendary figure, she and Lin Hao were arranged to the sparkling starry box. Nevertheless, she decided to go along and broaden her horizons. Suddenly, Lin Hao's eager suggestion came into her ears. "Cousin, how about we go greet Zhao Lei? If we can make friends with him, it will be a good connection for the family." It seemed like a suggestion, but Lin Hao had already stood up, his eyes filled with burning ambition. Ever since Lin Jianjun took control of the entire Lin Corporation and brought him to the company, publicly announcing him as the future heir of the Lin Group. These days, he was enjoying great success. Those who used to look down on his illegitimate child status in social circles and the company now all called him Young Master Lin, and no one dared to look down on him anymore. The only downside was that, in order to raise that damn 3.5 billion, they had almost emptied all their savings, leading them to temporarily stay in the employee dormitories. But fortunately, this was only temporary. The sales of the beauty cream were currently booming. In just a few days, it had already exceeded 5 billion in sales. People all over the city were using their products, and the numbers were steadily increasing. At this rate, the Lin family's ascension to the top-tier families was just a matter of time, and if he had ambitions, moving up even further was not impossible. Someday, I will become the top noble young master in the city, overlooking everything. Lin Hao scratched his itchy cheek and his eyes were full of desire for power and status. And now, he needed to make more connections, lay the groundwork for his rise to power. Then, he took Bai Susu and walked up to Zhao Lei, the center of attention, and politely greeted him. "Zhou Gongzi, I am Lin Hao. This is my cousin, Bai Susu, a famous beauty in the city." Lin Hao knew that simply stating his own identity would not catch the attention of Zhao Lei, but having his cousin with him was different. After all, in this world, how could any man not like beautiful women? Sure enough, Zhao Lei, who was originally playing with a little teddy bear, finally showed interest and looked up. "Oh, Lin Hao." Although he said Lin Hao's name, his eyes were constantly on the side of Bai Susu. Lin Hao felt pleased and quickly nudged his cousin. "Cousin, go say hi to Zhou Gongzi." "Oh, Zhao Gongzi, hello. Asterisk by Susu greeted proactively without much thought. Her innocent and pure eyes and smile, like that of first love, instantly made the men present excited. Even Zhao Lei, who usually liked Lolitas, couldn't help but feel a moment of attraction. To be honest, in terms of looks and figure, Bai Susu was not outstanding. But her innocent and pure demeanor, like a white lotus, had a fatal charm to every man. What man wouldn't want to possess such an innocent beauty and mold her into his own shape? Zhao Lei had thoughts in his mind. He first greeted his friends present and then turned to Bai Susu. I feel a connection with your cousin. I'd like to spend some time with her tonight and talk about life. How about that? Oh. As soon as this was said, Lin Hao knew trouble was coming. He wasn't stupid. He understood Zhao Lei's intentions. Before he could come up with a response, Bai Susu, with a look of confusion, asked, Zhao Gongzi, what do you want to talk about? I can chat with you now. Why wait till tonight? Hearing Zhao Lei wanting to talk with her all night, Bai Susu shook her head and waved her hands. She never used cosmetics, relying solely on health preservation for skincare. Despite her family using beauty cream lately, with everyone's skin seeming radiant, Bai Susu still refused to use chemical products and insisted on natural care. Of course, part of the reason was Lin Zhuan's advice that kept coming to her mind. On the other hand, Lin Hao and others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Bai Susu to refuse Zhao Lei's kindness with such a lame excuse. Later, in order to please Zhao Lei, their wealthy friends next to him began persuading ... Girl, think about it. Making friends with Zhao Gongzi would greatly benefit your Bai family. Susu, opportunities like this are rare. Don't miss out. If Zhao Gongzi notices you, it would be a great advantage. In the city, countless women are trying every means to climb into Zhao Gongzi's bed. Sister, that's how the world works. As women, as long as we give something insignificant, we can gain unimaginable benefits. Why not do it? Facing the persuasion of the wealthy heirs present, Bai Susu looked confused. What were these people talking about ? I just wanted to go to bed early. Why are they talking so much and getting more and more absurd? Looking at the bewildered Bai Susu, Zhao Lei suddenly chuckled. Initially thinking that Bai Susu was playing hard to get with him, Zhao Lei had different thoughts after observing her for a while. Well, perhaps she was indeed a naive girl, or one that was on the verge of extinction. Faced with such an extremely ignorant woman, Zhao Lei's interest was piqued instantly. Interesting. Take this woman to the small room. Since she wants to rest early at night, I will talk about life with her now. Zhao Lei licked his lips, leering as he ordered his henchmen. Anyway, the Bai family was just a third-tier small family, and if something went wrong, his father could handle it. At this moment, Zhao Lei was in great spirits. Given that his father was Master Tiger and he was backed by the Han family, a top-tier family, he could act recklessly in the city, bullying others. Under his command, a few tough-looking lackeys encircled the cousin. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao's face turned green. He knew things were out of his control, and his cousin might have to face the consequences today. He regretted it instantly. If he had known, he wouldn't have haphazardly provoked Zhao Lei. But who could have imagined this guy was so wild, openly trying to force himself onto someone? Zhao Gongzi, calm down. Zhao Gongzi, my cousin is still a child. Lin Hao shouted desperately as he stood in front of his cousin. However, when one of the henchmen just touched him, Lin Hao, as if struck by a martial arts master, took several steps back skillfully and fainted. Henchman! I didn't even put any effort into it. How did you collapse? And so decisively? Amidst the astonishment of the henchman, Lin Hao sighed. Sorry, cousin. I alone can't save you, so fainting is my best option. Having one beaten up would still result in the same outcome? But if you become Zhao Lei's woman, maybe it's not all bad ... cousin. Seeing Lin Hao faint, Bai Susu called out in shock. She started to feel anxious as the imposing lackeys got closer. After all, she hadn't seen a pig run, but had surely eaten pork. Following the plot of TV dramas, these people must be the bad guys, and their goal. Recalling the melodramatic TV dramas she had watched, Bai Susu turned pale. Help me ... She shouted for help loudly, but everyone unconsciously avoided eye contact. No one dared to interfere, afraid of offending Zhao Lei. As the henchman moved closer, Bai Susu felt completely despairing. What's happening? According to the movie plot, Shouldn't my Prince Charming come to save me now? In that moment, Bai Suzu's mind flashed with Lin Zhuan's figure. Bang! Stop! You scum! Just then, along with the door being kicked open, a furious shout reached Bai Suzu's ears. She brightened up and looked excitedly towards the door. He's here! He's finally here to save me, my Prince Charming! In Bai Suzu's hopeful eyes and in the astonished gazes of everyone present at the entrance of the box, a little Lolita strode in, carrying a shining wand and radiating with brilliance. I heard a girl's call for help. Don't be afraid, because I am here. Leave it to me from now on. Chapter 77. Ultraman may not exist, but the Ultraman spirit will never die. Quietly, tilde. Suddenly, an unexpected event caused everyone to be stunned. Oh! They looked at the door of the compartment, where a small loli with a godly light wand, dressed in a white victory team combat uniform, and carrying a red backpack stood. Did they doubt life for a moment? Tilde. Ignoring the surprised looks of everyone around, Chen Kedin locked onto the girl surrounded by gangsters and quickly approached her. Behind her, Kong Lian and a few other girls looked dumbfounded and worried. Originally, they had just finished pulling a not happy act and were preparing to return to the compartment where Lin Zhuan and the others were. But as they passed a room door, Chen Kedin suddenly pricked up her ears and solemnly said, I heard it ... The sound of a girl calling for help. Then, amidst the exclamations of Kong Lian and the other girls, she kicked open the door of the compartment. Huh? How could it be you? Chen Kedin squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the girl in distress. Only then did she realize that the girl was none other than Bai Suzu, whom she had met briefly before. She furrowed her brows. But thinking of the responsibility inherited from the Great Gu team members through the Victory Team combat uniform she was wearing, Chen Kedin's gaze became firm again. A true Ultraman hero would never ignore a girl in distress. Thinking of this, she looked at Bai Suzu with her mouth pursed into an O shape, grabbed the loli's hand, and was about to lead her away from this troubled place. Stop! Let go of her! She is Miss Zhao's woman. Who are you? Want to die? Finally, snapping out of their stunned state, the gangsters quickly blocked the path of the two girls trying to leave. I am just a passing human Ultraman. Facing the menacing gangsters, Chen Kedin remained serious and gave her response, huh? But as soon as these words were spoken, the whole crowd burst into laughter of disbelief, causing the gangsters to laugh hysterically. So childish. Ha! This woman is dumb, thinking that by wearing a suit, she can imagine herself to be Ultraman. Really not embarrassed, Ultraman is just a rubbish anime made for money. Only idiots believe in it. Hearing the laughter that swept over like a tide, Chen Kedin's expression dimmed, because she knew that what they were saying was true. After all, she was just a teenager, not someone with a problem. She was well aware of many things, but she did not want to believe them, or perhaps was deceiving herself. But even so, her belief remained unshaken. Ultraman may truly not exist, but the Ultraman spirit will never die. In the compartment, echoing with the determined shouts of the loli, the expressions of those present who were mocking her froze for a moment. And at that moment, Zhao Lei, under the awe-filled gazes of the people around him, made his way through the crowd to the two girls. I can let the woman behind you go. In exchange, you stay. For a lolicon like him. Chen Kedin, a cute little girl, who was 1.55 meters tall and had a fatal attraction, was simply irresistible. The moment Zhao Lei laid eyes on Chen Kedin, he couldn't help but feel a strong desire. This exceptional loli, he had to have her. No way. Sister, they are not good people. Don't worry about me, you go quickly. Hearing the malicious intent in Zhao Lei's words, Bai Suzu, anxious, kept urging Chen Kedin to leave. Although she knew that staying behind might lead to terrible consequences for herself, it was precisely because of this that she couldn't involve Chen Kedin. In response, Chen Kedin just turned back with a slight smile, patted Bai Suzu's hand, indicating that she didn't need to worry, as she was there. Then, glaring at Zhao Lei, she scolded loudly, in broad daylight, under the clear sky. How dare you try to abduct an innocent girl? Do you really think you can have your way in this city? I tell you, today, I will take her away. Let's see who dares to stop me. At first, Zhao Lei was stunned, then he laughed maniacally. So what if I'm abducting her? My dad is Zhao Hu, and we have the Han family backing us up. So I can have my way, I can bully others, ha ha ha. Of course, there are also many that we can't afford to provoke. But sorry, you are not among them. You just accept your fate. Come here and serve me well. I'll reward you with a big sausage to eat tilde tilde tilde. At this point, Zhao Lei, with a lecherous smile, walked towards Chen Kedin and the other girl. Oh, two more innocent flowers about to be defiled. Seeing the two girls in danger, although some in the compartment looked reluctant, in the end, they chose to remain silent. Ah! At this moment, Bai Susu was already scared and screamed in horror. In contrast, Chen Kedin remained calm. At home, she would have her bodyguards teach her some self-defense techniques, so she was well prepared to handle someone like Zhao Lei. As Zhao Lei approached, Chen Kedin adopted a fighting stance. When the smirking Zhao Lei got close, she quickly pulled out a bottle from her red backpack and sprayed it recklessly in Zhao Lei's face. Take this. Anti-Ulf spray. Ah! Caught off guard, Zhao Lei was hit directly in the face and felt a stinging pain. His eyes, in particular, felt as if they were being blinded. But Chen Kedin didn't wait for him to recover. With a successful sneak attack, she quickly reached into her backpack for something else. Fatal move. Anti-Ulf slapping stick. Ultimate. Anti-Ulf strong light flashlight. Invincible. Anti-Ulf pepper spray. In the dumbfounded eyes of Bai Susu, the red backpack, like Doraemon's pouch, kept producing various gadgets from which Chen Kedin chose and used against Zhao Lei. Finally, the loli took out a black stick, opened the red switch on it. Sizzling, tilde the flashing electric light made Chen Kedin smile look quite sinister. What do you want? Stop it. Jera, tilde Lalel, secret technique. Anti-Ulf high voltage stun baton. In Zhao Lei's despairing eyes, the loli thrust the stun baton onto him. Instantly, he trembled all over, foamed at the mouth, and was paralyzed by the electric shock. Master Zhao. It's over. When Master Huo finds out how his son ended up like this, he will go berserk in seconds. Catch these two women, don't let them escape. When Master Huo asks, we could use them to shift the blame. Seeing a dozen men approaching aggressively, Chen Kedin, undaunted, placed her twin ponytails in Bai Susu's hands. When the time comes, I won't be able to protect you. Grab my twin ponytails, then follow me and rush out together. Rush out? Are you serious? How is that even possible? Nervously spitting out saliva as she saw the men approaching, Bai Susu looked to Chen Kedin. Without saying a word, Chen Kedin took out the ultimate weapon from her backpack. Seal of Gods. Light fireworks Gatling gun. Amidst cries of "Oh my God, crazy woman, watch out," and other screams from the surrounding crowd, Chen Kedin lit the fuse. Suddenly, the compartment boiled like overheated water, and chaos erupted. Ah! Countless people scattered like frightened birds and animals, screaming as they fled in all directions. Swish, 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 various colorful fireworks erupted from the Gatling gun, causing chaos in the compartment. In an instant, the room was shrouded in smoke. People couldn't even see each other's faces clearly, and had to cover their noses to hide. Excitedly, Chen Kedin, seeing her masterpiece, cheered wildly with the "O-ta tilde tilde," wielding the Gatling gun and wildly firing it. Today, those who stand in my way will die. Behind her, Bai Susu still looked bewildered. But instinctively, she tightly grasped her twin ponytails and followed Chen Kedin as the two girls created havoc all the way out of the starlight compartment. During this journey, as they passed by a sofa, they accidentally stepped on Lin Hao's crotch one after the other. The pain made him unable to feign unconsciousness any longer, and he screamed in agony. Oh tilde tilde chapter 78. Su Fan's confusion. What kind of operation is this? Let me pretend to be myself. Diamond box. Lin Zhuan held a microphone, singing passionately, attracting cheers from the audience. A toast to the morning sun tilde tilde, a toast to the moonlight, awaken my longing, tilde soften the cold window, so we can fly against the wind without looking back, not afraid of the rain in the heart tilde, or frost in the eyes, tilde. Just as he was halfway through singing, the door suddenly opened, and Chen Kedin and others hurried back. Seeing this, He Yicheng stood up to greet them and joked casually, "Why did you take so long? I thought you fell into a pit. Huh? Is everything okay with you? Why do you look so bad? Did you encounter trouble just now? It's nothing. Don't be afraid. If anything happens, I have your back. Who bullied you? I'll take care of them. Seeing his girlfriend's pale face and hesitant expression, He Yicheng couldn't help but frown and ask, "It's Zhao Lei, the son of Lord Hu." Recalling Zhao Lei's miserable appearance, Kong Leon felt increasingly uneasy. What? He Yicheng took a deep breath, looking shocked. How did you provoke that crazy guy who likes to bully others? Well, it's a long story. Then make it short. Make it short. I am anxious. Upon He Yicheng's urging, Kong Leon explained the situation in detail. After hearing it, He Yicheng and the others gasped in shock. So terrifying. The battle power of the second dimension is actually this terrifying. This can break through a siege. No, that's not the point, silly. Kexin, you're silly. That's Lord Hu's son. If you beat him up like this, Lord Hu will not let you off easily. But fortunately your family has been doing well these years. Maybe Lord Hu won't cause too much trouble for you ... But perhaps your family will have to pay a price to calm Lord Hu's anger. He Yicheng pondered and urged Chen Kexin to quickly call home. No. If my family knows about this ... they will definitely restrict me in the future. Is there any other solution? Chen Kexin shook her head repeatedly, looking resistant, refusing to give in. He Yicheng was almost driven crazy by this. At this moment, he was both shocked and scared. After all, Zhao Lei caused trouble in his venue. If Lord Hu investigates, he would be the first to suffer. Not to mention, this KTV that opened today might face the risk of closing in the afternoon. What else can we do to make Lord Hu back off ... Either it's the Han family stepping in, or that martial arts master who has been causing a stir in the city recently. Martial arts master? What is that? Seeing the confusion on Chen Kexin and the others' faces, He Yicheng could only explain helplessly. On the other side, looking at the still shaken by Susu behind Chen Kexin, Lin Zhuan seemed to be in contemplation. It seems that because of me, the butterfly effect triggered the appearance of Bai Suzu's cousin here. I remember in the original plot, when Chen Kexin came out of the bathroom, he encountered Zhao Lei, who had a Lolita fetish, and after beating him up, which led to the emergence of Zhao Hu. And then Su Fan took action to protect Chen Kexin, showing off in front of Zhao Hu, and gained his favor. But now, the plot seems to be becoming unpredictable ... Just as Lin Zhuan furrowed his brows, Bai Susu gradually calmed down from the chaos and noticed Lin Zhuan in the crowd. How come brother Lin Zhuan is here? Although she was puzzled, she had trouble of her own at the moment. To avoid implicating Lin Zhuan, Bai Susu darkened her face and ultimately chose not to acknowledge him. Can an internal force be released externally? Is that martial arts master that formidable? After hearing He Yicheng's explanation, Chen Kexin and the others realized the power of the martial arts master and looked up to him in admiration. If we could have him as our backer, wouldn't Zhao Hu dare not touch us? That's true, but how can we make friends with such a powerful figure? Faced with Chen Kexin's bold idea, He Yicheng could only smile bitterly. The martial arts master is an extraordinary figure. How could he care about a group of small fries like them? Since we can't make friends, let's temporarily impersonate him. This novel idea suddenly caught the attention of everyone present, including the puzzled gaze of Lin Zhuan. Even Su Fan himself was perplexed. How could someone impersonate him? This world, is there anyone else who can impersonate him besides himself? Rubbing his chin, Chen Kexin's eyes wandered around, and suddenly, she looked at her temporary bodyguard and asked, Su Fan, you said you were good at fighting before. How good are you? I heard Zhao Hu has several bodyguards, some of whom might be martial artists. Can you beat them, Though he didn't understand, Su Fan spoke honestly, as weak as an ant. Like a feather, easily crushed. Hearing this, Chen Kexin's eyes lit up, being very serious. In that case, you will impersonate that martial arts master. We will cooperate with you to see if we can trick that stupid tiger. What? Let me impersonate myself. After being stunned for a moment, Su Fan couldn't help but chuckle dumbly. He could only say that Chen Kexin and the others were too naive. Being an outsider in the world of martial arts, they didn't understand the power of the martial arts master. There is a mutual sense between martial practitioners. Just a slight probe can reveal the opponent's level of cultivation. Therefore, it's almost impossible to impersonate a martial arts master. Of course, Chen Kexin and the others were outsiders and did not understand these principles, which was understandable. All right, Su Fan nodded in agreement. After all, he was originally supposed to protect Chen Kexin, and it didn't matter what title he used. On the side, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but suppress his laughter, feeling that things were getting more and more interesting. Asking for free gifts. Is it just my illusion? I feel like there are a lot fewer people around. Could it be that everyone is celebrating Kixi Festival at a hotel? While I am endlessly typing on the keyboard, spending the long night with my fifth girlfriend? It can't be, right? As for the follow-up of the blind date last night, well. Chapter 79. Even dare to touch my son. Is there still a king's law and legal system? King's box. The lights were on, and the decoration was luxurious to the extreme. Sitting on an expensive imported sofa was a bald man in a floral shirt. He had a cigar in his mouth and a tattoo of a black northeast tiger on the back of his head. This man was named Zhao Hu, also known as Lord Tiger. Sitting across from him was a middle-aged man with a high and tight haircut, looking very reserved. Lin, about the investment I mentioned in your company, have you considered it? Lord Tiger, I think the company's new product, the beauty cream, has just been launched. If you were to invest, there might be a risk of loss. It's best to think about it carefully. I didn't quite hear that. Lin, could you say it again? Zhao Hu raised his voice by 8 tones, glaring at Lin Jianjun with a fierce look. Lin Jianjun was instantly scared and sweating. Ding dong. Fortunately, Zhao Hu's phone received a text message at that moment, temporarily diverting his attention, which made Lin Jianjun breathe a sigh of relief. He thought Zhao Hu was meeting him today about the 4 billion loan matter. But he never expected that. The other party would propose using that 4 billion as investment capital to occupy 10% of the shares in the Lin Group. Isn't this just nonsense? Let alone the thriving Lin Group now. Even if it was a company that had been struggling before, he wouldn't cheaply sell off shares like this. Especially now, after he had finally bought back the remaining shares from that rebellious son, achieving complete control of the Lin Group. How could he possibly let the Wolf into the house? Lin Jianjun made up his mind. No matter how Zhao Hu threatened and cursed, there were certain boundaries he would not waver on. At that moment, Zhao Hu was looking at the text message on his phone. It was sent by Miss Han's family. Master Su's picture has been sent to you. Find him as soon as possible. Master Su. Hearing this name, Zhao Hu's face showed reverence. He had already known about the recent tragedy at the Han family, even personally visited the Han family. And on the wall, that more than 1 meter long sword mark amazed Zhao Hu. Martial arts master. Truly terrifying. Although he couldn't achieve it, he longed for it in his heart. Just as Zhao Hu was about to open the picture and admire the posture of the master, the door of the box suddenly burst open, and a group of people carried a young man and rushed in. Lord Tiger, something bad has happened. Young Master Zhao has been electrocuted. Zhao Hu abruptly stood up from the sofa, looking at his son, who was foaming at the mouth on the stretcher, and became enraged. What? Who did this? How dare they even touch my son, Lord Tiger? Is there still a king's law and a legal system? Seeing Zhao Hu's anger, everyone in the box fell silent, not daring to even breathe. After all, this man before them was a big shot in both the legitimate and underground worlds. He had around 100 men under him, dealing with dirty work for the Han family or other forces, always ruthless and ready to maim. Few dared to provoke him in the city. But now, his son had been injured like this by someone. Everyone present understood ... the culprit would face unimaginable retaliation and torture next. In the crowd, a pale-faced young man with a twisted crotch nervously stepped forward. Lord Tiger, I just asked Manager Ma, and the one who hit young Master Zhao was from the diamond box, and my cousin was also taken away by them ... Lin Hao spoke with a pleasing tone, recounting the whole incident. He described Bai Susu as the victim who was taken away. He wanted to seek revenge for Zhao Lei, and when he tried to block the culprits from leaving, he was brave enough to be kicked in the crotch. Well, you did well. Go and rest by your father's side. Hearing that Lin Hao had done it for his son's sake, Zhao Hu's expression softened a bit. Thank you, Lord Tiger. Praised by Zhao Hu, Lin Hao was overjoyed. Then, with a twisted crotch, he walked in a bow-legged fashion to Lin Jianjun's side. Father, you did well. Seeing Lin Hao being appreciated by Lord Tiger, Lin Jianjun felt relieved. This was his good son. He understood the importance of networking for the Lin family, solving problems and building connections. With this injury incident, Zhao Hu probably wouldn't press him for investing in the Lin group anymore, right? Hey, that bastard! He was too ruthless. Does it hurt, Howard? Not really. Thanks for your concerns, father. As Lin Jianjun and his son were displaying a deep father-son bond, Zhao Hu had already ordered his men to go to the diamond box and bring back all those responsible. Yes, Lord Tiger.